kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. When you see me coming, better run for cover. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of, a moment of, a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of, a moment of, a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. Moment of darkness.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
face, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. I know it's alright, it's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly this one more night, one more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
The shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer.
This is a feeling that nobody can give you. You have to fight for it. You have to earn it. And in order to be better than somebody else, you have to cross to the other side and find the better version of you. You have to be stubborn. You have to persevere. You have to put your life towards achieving that goal. And you have to make sacrifices. This is why some people, for that feeling, dedicate their entire life to feel that feeling over and over and over again. Because this is what champions do.
A sold-out sports stadium, 1 million viewers watching and supporting around the world from all walks of life, united in passion for the competition.
When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's begun. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. Cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When you see me coming, better run for cover. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice. Today, we are going to be sending some more teams home. Today, some hearts have to be broken, and unfortunately, those teams will be knocked out of the running here in Katowice. But don't you worry. Some of them might be your favorites. In fact, we have a pretty stacked lower bracket for one of these sides, but we'll get into that. We're going to talk about these matches first and foremost. Let me tell you a little bit about what to expect. Some Mad Lions taking on that of Virtus Pro to kick off the day, followed by some Mouse Sports action, a little bit of G2, and we're going to round it all out with a little bit of Evil Geniuses taking on Team Liquid, one that I'm personally excited to look forward to. We're going to take a look now at the B stream as well because, well, we can't forget about those guys and what matches they have coming on. Some teams, again, are in dire straits. We're looking at what is 100 Thieves versus Liquid, Na'Vi and Nip in an elimination game, and, well, that's going to about round that entire thing out. Guys, let's go ahead and start to transition to something that I'm looking forward to talking about. There's a little bit of a historical aspect to this entire thing, and I'm going to bring it over here to the sofa with my boys, Chad and Matthew. We're going to talk a little bit about the history that has been experienced and witnessed, rather, here in Katowice. It has been quite a few delivering moments over the years.
Well, the three of us were all here from the beginning, right? You were here with
It's true.
Yeah, so the thing, we're actually talking about this just before we went live. Matthew and Jacob actually both beat me back here in this gym, in this exact same spot, actually, that we're sitting right now in 2014 when I sucked. But then the following year, I got the better of them. So it's all right. Progression. We always want to move a little bit forward from that. But look, we've been here throughout almost all the years, either competing or on the desk. It's some good memories.
I mean, we're talking about 7 years of Counter-Strike here in the Silesian Highlands. I mean, we're talking about some real impactful plays, some real memorable stuff. We're going to start this one with a little bit of a flashback to 2018 with a little bit of that of FaZe versus Fnatic. Let's check it out.
It was like a huge moment going into the tournament. We didn't win anything for 2.5 years or something. We didn't expect us to like even get to playoffs.
Our mindset entering the grand final was super good because we had some good results before that, and we had a lot of confidence. We were playing really good as a team and individually, so everything felt good. Being behind backstage, you always like you have a lot of rush in you, and you just want to go out and play.
Playing in such a big event, one of the biggest arenas with the best crowds, was important for us all, considering where we were in our careers. You knew what they were going to do, how they were going to play. They never backed down or played like a slow game or something you didn't expect. They always came in with heavy skill. I think it really suited us playing against such a style. We really knew what we had to do, and we knew if we hit our shots, we were probably going to win the match.
Bomb down, and Guardian's gonna go searching with the AWP. Wants to beat Truck early, and JW comes out just as he looks away, but look what Nico's done! He's gotten Crims and Flusha. It only would take one bullet. Nearly gave himself away, but nothing. JW could do. FaZe hold on and take their fifth.
So many key individual moments, and you can win a map 16-0 if someone has a good map, or you can lose if any one of the other players in their team is having a really good game.
Guardian Ladi becomes in a 1v5, and in this situation it should be unwinnable, and I think everyone just starts thinking about the next round.
Good flashbang. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on?
When I killed the third one, it doesn't see that the fourth one went to the right, so everyone in our team started like, to right, to right, to right. Just remember, I don't know how, but you become a little bit nervous because he shouldn't be able to do this.
We'll wait for this to go to time. Guardian knows exactly where to look! Oh! And he's got all 5!
There he is! The world's best sniper!
We had to take a timeout because he was so pumped up, and it's understandable, and I think it was the right thing to do. One of the best plays I've ever seen in the game, and it was also fun to experience on stage.
Definitely spots him. Oh, not only does he spot him, thank you very much!
Oh, wow, no way.
I won the 2-on-5, which was a really crucial round to win the entire series. There is a lot of those moments throughout your career, and you might not remember them all at the same time, but you're gonna remember them at points.
This would be a harsh reset on 14 rounds for Fnatic, and that smoke is tantalizing! Oh! Flusha! He's gonna clean out Connector! It's just Nico yet again who has to try and pull it back. And he could actually spoil the whole plan, as sneaky as Flusha was! Oh my god!
That is one of the most impressive clutches you will ever see.
Probably like the greatest moment since end of 2013 when we won the first major, since we hadn't won for so long, and I think we had never won anything with that lineup.
JW finally silenced, but it's just Guardian and Olaf, just Olaf! And Olaf gets paid back by his old team! 2 full years, and a legendary brand, a legendary team gets back on top.
Being back on top, which we didn't expect, especially winning with like some of the best friends in your life, and it's just happiness and a really important moment in your life.
Now, I'm just going to go on a limb here and say that historic matches do not happen every day, nor do they happen at every event. But this is certainly a case and certainly a evidence of that happening. This was quite the undertaking. If you are a Fnatic fan, you certainly were out of your seat that day.
Honestly, I'm still shaking from watching this. And I watched these footage this morning in my room. I was watching this grand final and shaking again. And I mean, Flusha said it. In a career, you have many moments. You cannot remember them all. but I feel like Katowice has always delivered, right? It has become something beyond just a tournament, right? The amount of memorable moments we've had from this city, from this space, from these tournaments, to me is mind-blowing. And even now, I still feel the emotions just watching these footages.
People need to remember that's a best of 5 that took something like 8 hours.
It was a long one.
It was a marathon of a game, right? That final map right there that we just saw go down Train with that flusher clutch, that wasn't the only big flush around that happened in that match. He was the MVP of the tournament. Some of the plays there, you don't expect them to happen ever, let alone in a grand final, right? So watching that unfold and getting to see that, you know, in front of our eyes, because I was here on the desk then, and that was one of the best games of Counter-Strike I think that I've witnessed live.
It was just the sheer just impact that Flusha had. I mean, we take a look at some of these clips, we're going to have them loaded up, but the reality is this guy was a game changer that day.
Yeah, and what was absolutely insane and amazing is that the decisions he made in a context that has an importance beyond comprehension, right? This is the grand final, this is the 5th map, and the amount of risks he takes going through smokes, pushing areas of the map, taking risks, and it's beautiful because it's actually working, obviously, but the fact that he can take that risk is beautiful.
We need to point it out. When you saw him win that 2v5 situation, that was to get Fnatic 14. He's now having to clutch again to get them 15, to take them into overtime. FaZe kept biting back. FaZe were the team that year that lost to Cloud9 in that major, right?
Yeah.
That was the heartbreak of that year. And then they go into this, and then they get heartbroken again. So for FaZe, this was just the constant getting beaten down, going through the emotional woes. And for these Fnatic guys, after this, they won with Golden. Then they got rid of the guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, we could just kind of talk about that a little bit. How does that work?
They got him back. Everything's fine now.
Okay.
Everything's fine now. They've made some mistakes.
Took some time. It took some time for Gold to come back, but now it's okay. They're in a good situation.
It does. Let's talk about some more good situations around here, at least some Counter-Strike that has delivered. We're talking a little about 2016. It's going to be that of Navi and Luminosity. A lot of innovative stuff coming out of that matchup by itself. This
is the only year in Katowice that I missed, that I wasn't here in any capacity, right? And I had to watch this one from home. But watching this game from home, the Navi Luminosity game, was where we saw innovation, right? These triple boosts here. Now look how clunky they made this look. If you're doing a triple boost like this these days, you're probably dead. But this was stuff that nobody had seen, right? And they were getting opening kills from this time and time again. And throughout the match, it had to evolve, right? The Brazilians had to be able to counter this. So we're seeing counter boosts come out throughout this game. And these are the, like we've obviously had the Olaf boost before.
Yeah.
This on Overpass was just another step. And to see this in a match, and the game played out so slowly. Right? This is when they defaulted to like the last 20 seconds every time.
And when this match is happening, there are so many people online. They're on the tweets, they're in the forums. Is this legal? Can they do this? Well, they did it, and it turned out to be legal. So.
And then it becomes just a part of every public game you play after that, every 5v5 you play, because people have watched it, they're going to do the triple boost. But I think there's a name we need to mention, both from this footage and the one before, is Gordon, right? Gordon was here.
Yeah,
he was there. I mean, I don't know where he is now. I mean, who knows? He's having a good time at home.
Out.
But he was such an impactful AWP, and obviously there with Navi. It's great to see him there. It's a bit sad he isn't here anymore.
Now, Maniac, he isn't really around, I guess, right now, Guardian, but you were around in 2014 when there was a little bit of a spanking going on by Virtus Pro for everyone in attendance. Let's talk about Virtus Pro's domination here in 2014.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Hey, don't feel too bad.
Well, actually, we actually have a clip of that. Look at this Maniac first person in game. Wow, Chad,
that is.
Oh, this is horrible.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Did they just make a compilation of me getting killed?
Rush. Come on, man.
I take it. Honestly, I smiled about it. Playing this game was one of the most helpless moment I've had of my entire career. Just to give some context for the people at home, we were playing in Spodek, right, in the arena.
Right.
I am sitting 10 meters away from the crowd that is shouting and screaming at every frag we get. And at that point in time, VP was unstoppable.
That was the plow.
Exactly, that was the plow. Pasha, MVP, they were destroying us. And every time, every round, after 10 seconds, if one of us falls, then you hear, and it gets to you. And I feel like I was without oxygen the whole game.
Yeah, I was going to point out the fact that it was becoming insurmountable odds there.
Oh my God.
10 rounds, 12 rounds, 15 rounds, a couple rounds in your way, and then
we did. I think we won like 5 rounds on the first map and 8 on the second.
Yeah.
But let's be clear, we never had any chance.
And like I said, Maniac also beat me at that event, so him getting known there, how do you think I feel, Trace?
Probably just as bad.
Yeah, worse. I didn't even get out of the group stage. I had to watch from the stands, right? That was my first major 2014, right?
And don't ask Jacob, because I beat Jacob on the way to the playoff too, so just that is.
We'll definitely bring that up later. I think that is a fantastic talk point, worthy of most of our time on the desk. Look at this other clip we have here from Virtus Plow, however you want to say it. Virtus Pro taking on NIP. You're gonna say, what map is this?
I
This
just
is what
feel-
Inferno used to look like.
Oh, this Inferno was actually kind of good with the banana.
hated
with the
it.
2 arches. What do you mean?
You're a Source
It was
player. That's why
amazing.
you like it.
I'm not a Source player. I played 9 months of that game. I'm coming from 1.6. But that was fun,
So
honestly.
you did play that game, confirm it or not?
I played it as well.
I did play it.
So you're both dead. All right, that's fine.
All right.
There's one true game.
was
No,
fast.
there were a lot of moments, like this one right here with Snacks. This is a iconic moment that still is referenced today. Look at just how elusive he is in this moment.
This is a Tosspot cast as well, isn't it? So it's an iconic moment. It sticks with you.
Honestly,
Imagine
it's
if
a
everybody's on
pleasure
4-3 or what? Like, what happened there? Everybody's playing on 4x3?
Perfect timing.
Yeah, actually, you're right. I think people were playing 4x3.
People
But that's
still
like
playing 4x3 now.
Yeah, 4x3, maybe black bars, maybe stretched. We don't really know. But what we can do is kind of take a break from what we're doing right here. Guys, I think we've had a pretty good wrap up. We're going to continue this conversation off camera, but in the meantime, to continue this conversation, will be that of our commentators. It's going to be Anders and Moses. Let's hear what they've got in terms of history.
Day 3 of the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice. We're inching closer and closer to the stage, which each and every day, and this is phenomenal. We're here in the green room right now, and we wanted to just touch on today some of the historic moments that have happened in Katowice, because this tournament has been going on for a long time, and it's some of the best moments we've had in professional Counter-Strike. We've been to a couple Katowices before. I know for me, one that stands out, I mean, there's always the classic of the Polish team winning, a Virtus Pro winning back in 2014, but for me, one of my favorites was the 2016 finals. That was the Brazilian core, which was then Luminosity, playing up against Fnatic. Massive lead, 12-3, 13-2-ish comeback first half, and no one believed that Fnatic could make the comeback, and of course they ran it all the way back and just completely demolished the Brazilians. And for whatever reason, that is one of my favorite memories of Katowice.
That makes a lot of sense. Fnatic still have that quality about them to a certain extent,
know,
which
they're
is
scrappy, aren't they?
which is wild. I think that's a really good pick. I'm not sure I can outdo that, so I might just have to leave that one up to you. I think that's an amazing pick, and if anyone wasn't watching Counter-Strike at the time, it's worth going back and checking those games out. Some history right there.
What do you think happening in this tournament now that can create a historic moment? We still have Fnatic in there, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But on top of it, I mean, there's only been 3 winners of Katowice ever since it became an IEM stop. It's been Virtus Pro. Actually, I don't even think it was Virtus Pro, but Fnatic and Astralis are 2 of the big winners.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential this time around, I think, and as we said earlier, there's almost no clear sort of favorite, no clear winner, but something that is exciting and potentially outrageous is the fact that, you know, out of some of the top players that are here, between Simple, Nico, and Saiwu, only one of those players can actually make it onto the stage. So there's going to be, I mean, potentially historic, but also potentially heartbreaking moments happening already before we even get onto the big stage. So that's one of the things that I kind of look forward to. A lot of fans are going to get their hearts broken, and you know, someone's going to have to really carry that forward. If you're the one player that makes it, you're going to have to make it really big on that stage.
And we really do enjoy heartbreak. This is the point in the tournament where everyone gets excited. We like to see tears. We like to see sadness, positive people. Anyways, that's us from IEM Katowice. We're excited to see all the historic moments that are to come.
I, for one, cannot wait to get back into that arena. That arena is going to be palpable. You could cut the tension in there with absolutely nothing because there's nothing quite like it in the world. Right now, though, we're going to take a look at least some of those heartbreaks that Anders and Jason were talking about. There's going to be some teams that are going home today, and that is rather unfortunate for them.
I might need to have a session with Moses on the couch if he's so happy about people's tears. Like, something is wrong with Jason. At some point, you cannot be happy about that.
I think we need a soundbite of that, actually. Something is wrong with Jason.
We could play that all the time, actually. And we need one for... Well, no, we don't need to state that there's something wrong with Anders. But if we look at the brackets, these are the teams that that Trace is talking about who could potentially be going home today. Now, Navi versus NIP... Well, someone's going home from that game. Team Vitality versus FaZe Clan, someone's going home there as well. So they're pretty big matchups here.
So you're telling me Cloud9 slept on themselves here, Chad?
Yeah, well, no, look, it's not the Cloud9 that we all remember, is it? It's a completely different roster at this point. Now, the boys that I'm worried about are obviously the boys, 100 Thieves taking on Tyloo. They are lacking what I would say confidence right now.
Do you fear for them a little bit against Tyloo?
I don't. I fear for them again in their next matchup. Okay. I think right now what they're just struggling with is unfortunately just the mentality.
Yeah, that's kind of a bitter pill, right? I mean, the one thing that we really haven't even touched on, which we will certainly talk about, is over in the lower bracket, we're looking at a lacking of Nip, Navi, Vitality, or FaZe at the end of this day. And that, to me, is truly disturbing as we do continue to turn pages here in the book of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We're going to find our next author, our next storyteller here. We have her down on the sidelines. Her name is Frankie, and she's catching up with the teams who are getting ready to play their matches this morning.
Hello, welcome to the Mad Lions player booth. And before we talk to the Danes, I want to talk to a fellow Brit in Mike from League Ops. Mike, you're kind of running the show here in a way.
A little bit. We just make sure basically the players and stuff are all in place. They're maybe set up before the games, make sure that they're all okay with their setups, and just basically support them before they start their games and make sure they're all okay.
And it's not as simple as them simply logging into their Steam account, though?
No, it's not. Basically, we have to make sure that they can all connect to the server. So we don't just manage what happens here in the League Ops, in the tournament area, but we have a League Ops booth and everything. So we manage to set up from backstage. So I've got a team of around 9 people here. We have our anti-cheat specialists from ESEA as well. And yeah, we just basically make sure that the players can join the server ready for the games to go live.
What surprised me when I first saw what League Ops were doing was how many SSDs you have. You have one for every single player.
Yes, so we have one for each player, and each player also gets a second SSD, which they get in their practice rooms as well, which is managed by another team. But their tournament SSDs are something that we give them at the start of the game, we take out at the end of the game, and we keep generally throughout the whole day, well, through the whole tournament.
One thing I was interested in was on those SSDs are all the players' unique configs. Have you seen anything really unusual from a player's crosshair or anything like that?
No, not really. But with the configs, they submit it before the tournament. We check them before we upload them to our basically FTP, our file transfer server, and we have everything on the system ready for them to go, so they can do their setup nice and easy before the tournament.
Any naughty teams?
Ooh, I can't say any names, but maybe some.
Well, I'm going to head over. Thank you so much, Mike. I'm actually going to head over to the corner now because there is a man who was on fire with the AWP yesterday, and he's practicing right now. Akor, I'm so sorry to disturb you. What practice map is this?
I don't know, actually. I just started it up. It's training lighting up.
Well, there you go. So if you want to be absolutely fiery on the AWP, then check out the Lightning AWP practice map. Yesterday, it was like nothing could control you. How did it feel AWPing at your first big event?
I mean, it was great. It's really nice playing at this big event. It's a new thing for me and for us as a team, I think. So it's really great.
Was it nerve-wracking on that first map, though?
Not for me. No.
You just let loose. And actually, we saw you really, really hit your stride by Dust 2 and Nuke as well. The thing about yesterday as well was, although, say, on the first and the last map, the score line was quite different, I would say that actually you were really, really holding them. You're holding them against the wall, shall we say. Were you disappointed by the overall result?
I mean, I think Dust 2 got closer than it should. We should have won Dust 2 a bit, we should have closed the map a bit earlier. And I think the other maps were we didn't play up to our standard, as we can say that. So I think should have been a bit closer, in my opinion.
Well, you're not down and out just yet because you got up against VP later today. So thank you so much, Akor. I'll let you get back to your practice and let's head back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Akor. Yes, we are going to be all eyes peeled here on what is the Mad Lions taking on Virtus Pro. I want to go ahead and just tell you that is an elimination match. We're going to go ahead and get the maps right out of the way. What do we got, guys? Where are we going?
They've played once with these two lineups, and it was close. It was won by Tricked, who is now Mad Lions, 16-13. So
I must be having a mental breakdown to see VP actually pick Vertigo.
Well, they liked it in the beginning, remember?
All right.
They liked it in the beginning. It was a map that they went to a little bit. So I think that we're going to talk about this more when we do the pre-match. But VP are not a team who fills me with any confidence whatsoever. So I don't even think the maps matter.
Maybe even like negative confidence almost. Is
that a thing? If that is a thing, then they are 100 on 100 for negative confidence. That's pretty much field and boosted.
Batting 1,000, Chad?
I'm not so good with the baseball. I'm more about cricket.
Okay. Well, we'll also talk about that
the six, mate.
Because I have absolutely no idea about cricket. One thing I do know is that we have a matchup coming your way when we come back from this break. It's going to be that of VP taking on the Mad Lions. One of these teams is going home. One of their journeys at the Intel Extreme Masters ends here. Be sure to be with us when we come back.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all trying to sign my name. They want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and
Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it. Stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live, we know it. It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I'm savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact, so they snapping back.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Well, there you have it. The stage has been set for the first matchup of the day, Virtus Pro taking on the Mad Lions. We do know we're going to Overpass first. We know Vertigo after that, and should we need it, it's going to be a little bit of the familiar dust, too, to decide this series. And if we take a look at these lineups, if we talk about everything that they consist of, well, this could be a rather shorter death segment, I suppose, Chad.
Yeah, they don't consist of a lot here. Does everybody remember the Berlin Major?
Yes,
Everyone remember Avantgarde being in the final?
Yeah, isn't that what Virtus Pro?
Yeah, that's who they became. Yeah. Everybody remember the event they went to after where they won it over fours? It was in Moscow. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so let's just take that little patch. That was a good patch. Things look good. Maybe they can be a good team. Jame firing all cylinders. After that, until now, let me give you some numbers, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy.
Since then, they have played 34 maps on LAN versus top 30 teams. 34 maps on LAN, and that's not a lot of maps in that time period, but yeah, it's a good sample size. They have only won 10 of those maps. Now, 10 of those maps doesn't contribute to 10 series wins. They've played 10 different series.
Not 10 BO3s. We're talking about 10 individual maps.
Yeah, 10 individual maps out of the 34. They played something like 10 series in that, best of ones, best of threes. Yeah. The only team who they have beaten in that time period, since the end of Moscow until now, is Heroic. They've taken maps off of MIBR and other teams, but they've all been games that have gone double digits. So the only team that this roster right now, if you're going to have any faith in, they've only beaten Heroic, who, if we want to look at a silver lining, is Danish at least. Mad Lions are Danish.
Yeah.
Maybe they beat Danes.
Man, I was in a good mood before that segment. Now,
Sorry,
you just took me down.
No, I'm even in better mood now. I feel fired up. I feel invigorated. I'm ready to get this mother trucker started.
Oh, okay. All right, let's reel it back. Let's reel it back.
All right, let's reel it back. VP Mad Lions. Now, what do we know about the Mad Lions here? We talk about them being Danish. That's cool, but what else?
I mean, they are Danish. Definitely, you're right on that. Now, I think there's just one word that we need to keep in mind for Mad Lions. These are nerves.
Oh.
Nerves.
Yes.
Hunden as well, but nerves. I think to me, is clearly the key factor when it comes to Mad Lions. We saw them yesterday go up against EG. They actually could put up a fight. I was scared about, firepower, skill, mechanics. They actually had it. They could put up a fight, but the amount of rounds they lost that they shouldn't have was mind-blowing. And this is exactly what happens when you have a rookie team that then gets to play at the big boys table, and you can feel the nerves coming when you're covering the bomb. Maybe you peek when you shouldn't peek. You're a bit too impatient. The flash is missed. These rounds, they had too many of them against EG.
So you're telling me these two teams, not known to be the strongest of adversaries to really anyone, how about in this matchup, Chad? How do they stack up? We don't have much time, so who do you got?
I want to take that factor Maniac was just mentioning and bring that in here. VP have the experience, but they don't have the performance. They don't believe in themselves right now, whereas Mad Lions should. They have a fundamental base. They've been looking good, and they've been slowly gearing up to this point. If A-Core, like you said, doesn't actually have those nerves, can win the clutches. He won 2 big 1v3s yesterday. I'm going to say Hunden and the boys will get the better of the VP guys this time round.
I will agree with that. I mean, if Mad Lions have the makings of a great team, then every day, each and every day, will make them safer and more confident in those situations. I'm going to go ahead and say they will handle these situations better today than they did yesterday versus EG, and they'll take the series.
Well, it may or may not be Jame time, but I, for one, am excited to see this one get started. Mad Lions and Virtus Pro kicking it off here on Overpass. And, well, these two storytellers I have to deliver to you next are ready to get at it as well. We do have Anders and Moses. Take it away, fellas.
It's not shame time, it's game time.
It certainly is that. I mean, we'll have to see. I'm kind of interested. I think this will be a strange test. I've got Mad Lions winning this one as well, but I don't think it'll be easy. I just think, this Virtus Pro lineup, they're going to be hard to play. I think almost always they're going to be hard to prepare for. So we'll find out how it's going to go. They're starting on the CT side, Mad Lions on the T side, and they're quick. They've run a 3-man Glock train all the way up past the birthday party area and are down through connector. They've checked everything. Wow.
The good old around the world strategy.
Yeah.
Everyone rush towards top stairs, rush all the way down to the door, rush back up the stairs, and to the A bomb site we go. Bubsky still lurking over towards the other side of the map. It's only Jame. He's the only one at this bomb site, and he's not getting away. And that's the bomb plant, and that's probably the pistol round.
And Bubsky's flanking them down from B. He's actually running up not that far behind the line of players you see running up here to try and see if they could defuse the bomb, which is intensely unlikely at the moment. Kickard has got a smoke and a defuse kit. I think that's the... Oh, well, never mind. He's got shot in the face already. Bubsky with the flank. Oh, wow. This is a brutal round coming out from Mad Lions. Very, very hot start. Buster, you can see he's sort of looking behind him saying, wait a minute. Yeah, they had a very good strategy, but I think even worse. Virtus Pro had about the worst possible defense. Like, that's not their fault. It's just that can happen sometimes. It's like the worst mismatch possible from Virtus Pro's point of view.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a shame, but Shush with a triple.
The hard part is Jame is the only player at that A bomb site. You just don't have information until it's too late. It's like by the time you actually find out what's coming, he couldn't even get back to bank. He was already getting tagged by the time he got to the APC. So that's really unfortunate for him and the rest of Virtus Pro. who have only beat Heroic. How do you feel about that? They've only beaten Heroic in like 5 months.
Yeah, that makes you nervous, doesn't it? It used to be that we would just almost never see them play, right? Ever. They'd show up at the major, more or less.
And then get second place for no good reason.
And then get second.
Sanji down to about half HP. This is a full investment from the Virtus.pro defense, although Jame almost getting caught again with that scout. Going for that flick, and I think he still wants to challenge. He's got to know there's 2 players there. So now he backs away. It's Kickert to go down first.
Yeah, got some smokes, which, you know, if Mad Lions were going to be very slow about it, you could definitely use those to some effect. Okay, Sanji with a headshot on Bubsky. That makes it interesting. I think Jame did tag Hunden all the way back there. Does get taken down. Scout versus Krieg. Not really a fair fight. Adren inside of the bomb site with a Deagle. He's going to have a tough fight. There more people are coming in, and now he can't really go anywhere. He's just locked in behind that box. I think he wanted to get some backup, but then the backup was smoked off almost as it arrived. And that will lead to, yeah, some trouble no matter what. Buster and Sanji left with Deagles. So it'd be cool if they could do some damage or steal a rifle or all the usual things.
Yeah, Sanji might have had that opportunity earlier when he picked up that kill. Unfortunately, not able to salvage the gun. I think Hunden's keeping his eyes on it from bathroom. So now Sanji. This is actually pretty dangerous from Shush. Pushing forward with that Krieg. And you can see Sanji comes right back forward. He wants to go for the rifle, but the communication doesn't let him know that he's in the right spot. He's looking the other direction.
A little bit of confusion, maybe. Well, regardless, some pretty quick rounds here. What are your feelings about this Virtus.pro team? Apart from the fact that we know their record isn't that great, I always used to think that, you know, it was kind of annoying that when you saw them play finally that one time a year, it was really fun and they played well, and then you didn't get to see them again. But I also thought that could be some sort of secret weapon. It's like no one actually had like a very good read on them.
The only kind of real thought I have of this team is how much fun we sometimes have watching their T-sides, especially on Mirage. They have like a very unique style that sometimes is very cool to watch, but outside of that, not a whole lot. Just gonna be an easy cleanup. I think, you know, I'm not gonna lie to you. Probably my biggest thought about this team, and even when you go back to Gambit before, is that I just think Kazakhstan would be a cool place to visit.
That is true.
I don't know why.
Where would you end up at Astana, I guess?
I don't even know any other city name except for Astana.
Yeah, well, that's. I was going for that, Jason. But thanks for. I was trying to sound smart for a minute. Pull the rug right out from under me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well,
I feel a draw for some reason to Kazakhstan.
You've mentioned this before.
Yeah.
I seem to remember.
I think it'd be a cool place.
Okay, well, now we have to do it. If nothing else, just to find out, you know, what other cities are there, just to learn something. Can't stay ignorant forever.
I do think Astana Dragons is one of the coolest team names that we've had ever.
Yeah, I'm still.
Maybe it's just because I like dragons.
It's I don't know if they have those in Kazakhstan. I just don't know that much about the country. But I'll say this: it is upsetting that project didn't work better than it did.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to do it again. Bring Markov back. It's
That's what you hold on to.
It's my dream.
Default setup, Mad Lions being patient. Some early utility dump from Virtus.pro towards the terrorist choke point. Delays their passage to Fountain, but not by much, and there's no resistance behind it either. Jame again, much like the Pistoron, 4 players leaning towards this B bomb site. Kickert is now rotating back towards A. A lot of pressure on Jame to keep his eyes peeled in the early stages of these rounds. But this is good control at the very least. Of those short sewers of dirty water, as the Aussies call it. Buster holding on to that, peering into the tunnel.
Jame playing a little bit forward with that AWP. He's got Kickert behind him, spotting for long, so he's probably feeling, safe-ish just being out here. And Mad Lions have been hovering around the restrooms for quite a bit now without really making any progress, which could be okay. I mean, you know, they might just be waiting for it. Buster is so far out in sewers, as you mentioned, and he's still there. So they're gravitating another person over here in Sanji. There's a really heavy setup they have at the A-bomb site. The smokes, though, do they want to play in front of them or behind them? They're not quite sure at the moment. It seems like they do want to step in front of them for a bit. A-Core will take down Kickert. This needs to be a kill for Jame, and he has to follow up with more. Sanji's there. Oh, close range shot for Jame. Could he get the flick in? He actually makes it past the smoke again. 23 seconds, and now they're going to continue right into certain death. Sanji with a nice triple kill, and that was about as close as it can get. If Jame misses either one of those shots, I think they just lose the round.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's a phenomenal performance there.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Between him and Sanji. And those kind of have to be the stars. James, I mean, we talked a lot after that major, kind of how the memes, it almost feels like they should have gone away because he is such a strong, powerful upper.
Yes. It's a good meme, but I agree, he did outlive it.
Yeah.
He beat the meme somehow.
Congratulations.
Not many people could do that. I think, yeah, I think you could see there was like a half a second of conversation about whether or not they wanted to play in front of or behind the smokes, and it's entirely possible that if they had gone behind the smokes, it would have been a bomb plant, it would have been a very tough after plant, and everything else would have, you know, it could have been really bad. So that's interesting to see. Quick decision they had to make, and they made it.
It helps that they had a lot of information in that round because of Buster's aggressive stance, and they've got the same thing again. Good headshot from James, and that's just going to lure them closer into Kicker. He's waiting in the corner. I don't know if Mad Lions is going to check it. At least the first player doesn't. Kicker with one. A little bit of extra damage, but James still zoned in on this angle, and they just flash him off. The Molotov in his face, and he's burning. He's certainly going to go down.
Yeah, that flashbang to follow it up. You couldn't really see anything at all. That was really, really well timed. 3-on-3 now, and look at the flank coming in. Buster there to take down Acor. So that means now they've got it all opened up, although Bubsky will turn around for it. The bomb is planted finally, and it's a 2-on-2. And a fairly good chance here, I think, for Virtus.pro. If they can win this round, suddenly they'll have a lot more money to work with, and they'll maybe shut Mad Lions down. Sanji will smoke it off, but Bubsky's picked up the AWP instead, and that leaves a Dren. 1 versus 2. He's going to tap the bomb, hoping to force someone out, and he'll get Hunden. Double kill for him, triple kill for Bubsky, and Mad Lions now at 4-1.
That's pretty cool. I mean, that's just straight up trading, and that's basically Mad Lions just saying, all right, listen, if you're going to give us the entirety of bathrooms 2 rounds in a row, we'll just march all the way up and execute twice. You can't stop us each and every time. So even with this great shot from James, even with the follow-up kill from Kickert in the corner, it's just trades across the board for Mad Lions. That's a solid performance. Hunden even getting the Molotov kill.
So
victory was short-lived. Virtus.pro, they still have the op on James, but 2 SMGs, a deagle on Buster, really hurting for nades.
Yeah, this is a tough way to get started in a game when all you have is you know, such a limited economy. James has the AWP, and he was over by the flower beds over at long for just a second. Now they're actually just all grouping up down here, which I don't necessarily mind. You can go for the gamble. I wish James would have gone aggressive with the AWP. He is such a competent AWPer. I know he's not the most aggressive AWPer, and you know, maybe, you know, this is part of that meme was obviously partly to do with that, but I still think it would be great. Like if all you have is the AWP and the M4 and then the rest is SMGs or pistols, try and make it relevant early on, you know?
I think you just like aggressive ops. You say the same thing about Acor.
I know. It's a very repeatable point, isn't it?
No, it's fine. It's a fun style to watch. This is interesting. The amount of times Virtus.pro has been able to have control or have a player that's aggressively pushed in these sewers. That's a 1-for-1 from Sanji, and already the defense going to shift. James with that op aggressively rotating over towards the B-bomb site.
Look at Roy. He is flanking that A-bomb site, and if he can find the angle on Kick It Out here, actually he's going to walk into the M4. He does have the creek, so you really never know an instant headshot, and the bomb is being brought back. So this is a very good call and very good time. I guess Roy was actually making that call to come A even before he got that shot, because they were already running.
This is just, yeah, he definitely was. He said, guys, I'm all the way at the end of long, and I haven't seen or heard anything. I'm not even seeing anyone jump for information. Just come back to the A-bomb site, and he delivers. I mean, if you make that call, especially with 30 seconds left, you better get that opening kill for your team. Tough part, I mean, this is just standard Danish Counter-Strike across this map. They even left Acor over at the B-bomb site, posted up by Sandbag. So as soon as that kill comes in from Roy, the defense starts to shift and maybe try and go for a flank, maybe try and get back to the A-bomb site. Acor picks off another, and then you just have to save everything.
Why is he pushing with the AWP alone? He gets killed, but I just don't understand it.
You can't criticize him for being crazy if you're going to love him for being crazy.
He's crazy. I love it. Crazy bastard. But I actually think that actually is a point you almost have to make. Like, if you're his teammates or if you're a peacemaker standing behind him, right? You have to accept that too. That has to be like a mentality across the team. Is to be like, you know what? Sometimes that's just going to happen, and we just have to say, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we mentioned this yesterday. We actually had that same exact conversation with Peacemaker about that. Is just you know, when he says he wants to give some individual freedom back to the young players. I mean, that's the best way they're going to learn. But also, like, you take the good with the bad. You're going to see amazing plays come out of Acor. You're going to see him push up and get you a double kill, a triple kill, and then sometimes you're going to see him push up and just get shot in the face and lose you the round. I mean, it's kind of just one of those tough things that you have to work through.
Yeah.
As they get better as a team and as they get better as individuals.
We used to have this conversation a lot back in the day with JW, the way that he was playing on Fnatic. You knew there were going to be some rounds where JW would get, you know, try to run for a smoke with a CC and it wouldn't work, and that was fine, you know.
You know, if I found like a magic lamp that had a genie in it, my 3 wishes, I would want JW to become the best player in the world. I want Flusha to be the 2nd best player in the world.
Okay, can't say the last one on broadcast.
I want Crims to be the I want Crims to be the 3rd best player in the world. I just want to see Fnatic just run the table again. Just bring it back. Watch the whole thing burn down. I would love that.
It would be so disgusting, wouldn't it, if they just suddenly did it and you were like, wait, this can't be. It's because they had that, like, you know, smug Swedish grin when they were doing it all along. It was beautiful.
They're just misunderstood. They became villains. They were just misunderstood.
I love the Fnatic villain arc. I think it's amazing. I actually think they adapted really well to it. I think it's one of the most interesting stories we've had in a long time. 7th round here, and yeah, good start for Mad Lions. Remember, they're on the T side. It's overpass. You're supposed to be getting at least the majority of the rounds, I would say, on the CT side. At least that is sort of how it tends to go. So it's a bit of a rough start, really, for VP, ultimately.
James has got to be furious, especially when he watches this back. He just gave up the angle when Roy peeked into it, although Roy has no idea, neither does Hunt did, but it doesn't matter. An awkward fight as Hunt comes jumping through the choke point, and James has to back away. He's got a 2nd teammate here with him in bathrooms, but they might not even need to do it. They have a minute of full map control, anything they could possibly want, and lonely little Adrenaline is UMP.
I mean, UMPs are pretty good, but
that's the first damage he's done in this game. He has 0 ADR before he went down.
Okay, so pacing himself, in other words.
Yeah, he's like, you know, I won't stress too much at the start. I'm going to build into this.
Leaving some for later. 4 versus 2, and obviously they're just going to be saving the rifles, so Mad Lions, you probably don't have much of an economy to go and hunt. Roy has got a little bit of cash, Acor's got a little bit of cash, but I'm still not sure it's worth it. Again, Overpass is giant map.
Yeah,
so,
and especially when the call comes in this early, right?
Yeah.
No reason to go for it, and you don't need to take those weapons away because you're not really encountering a whole lot of resistance. All your tactics have worked.
They should introduce rollerblades for this map so you can get across it quicker.
Okay, so like somewhere on the map there's like a set of rollerblades that you can pick up.
Or you just purchase them.
You purchase them as an item.
And night vision, and then you just go.
Back to the night vision.
It's early on, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll get back on track. But this is, what a start, what a beginning for Mad Lions. 6-1. Shush with 8-2. I think he had a triple in the pistol round, so it's not like he's been exploding every round since. Bubsky playing well, Hunden's up there as well. This is quite a good start. And the Virtus Pro, you said Adren, not really with just the 1 kill in that round with a UMP. And I like the fact that they were having a slightly forward setup this time, with the defense leaning all the way over, trying to put some pressure on Mad Lions. I think they do need to take some of the initiative away from them. Ooh, we're going to have a triple grenade throw? All 3. No one is there to receive.
They've actually, I mean, the funny thing is Virtus Pro, they haven't really taken anything away, but they've at least gotten aggressive and had, you know, some of that map control. We've seen it towards the short sewers twice, I think, so far. So, I mean, they are getting aggressive. We just saw that push towards towards party.
Yeah.
It didn't accomplish anything, but they're trying.
Yeah, and I think I'll give them credit. I think that's good. The part where they just lean back in B and A and don't really do much, they've also been in sewers, right, aggressive. I think that's what they need to do. I just think, you know, James just had the opportunity, right? Land that shot and you're good to go. There it is, taking down Shush. Much better in this circumstance. He does take a lot of damage, but I'm fine with it. And now they can play a bit more defensive, especially because they got Kickert playing alone over at the restrooms. And it's sort of a similar style here from Adline. So they've got Roy checking out that part of the map, and he's making a lot of noise. Way too much noise, in fact. Kickert might have an advantage. You're going to go for it. He's heard him running up and heard him running back. And now, in the B-bomb side, it's Bubsky to open it up. And he's got Hunden and Acor with him there as well. Flashbangs raining in. Hunden to open a second time around. And he'll clean up as well, taking down Buster. That is a phenomenal entry. And Kickert is out hunting for Roy.
Yeah, he's going to get him too. Roy's very low HP. Surely that's a kill, and they can go for this. We'll see. James still has a kit, but low HP. It's going to have to be Kickert to do all the work, and that might actually be really, really tough on this flank, especially Acor going to turn around. And I think they just called the save.
Well, also, James has the kit, right?
Yeah.
So
if he dies or if he falls or anything.
Yeah. Then Kickert has to get both the kills, run to wherever James dies, pick up the kit, and it's just a whole mess.
Well, Virtus.pro not able to get in. I mean, listen, let's talk about Hunden, because we noticed a number of times, and we talk frequently about his, sometimes his struggles to find some kills. That's stellar entering onto that B bomb site there.
It's really good. They let him off the leash. They just put him
He
in.
let himself off the leash.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's good news. What was that movie? Is it Django Unchained or something? I don't know.
Django Unchained?
Yeah.
You say Yanko Unchained?
I did, didn't I? Just enough about what goes on in my subconscious. We're back into the game. Try and wipe it from your memory if you can.
Oh, Roy with a nice flashbang.
Double AWP. Do you think that's the answer?
Yeah. James, PG. Ooh,
You said that with absolutely no conviction at all.
Not a single bit of confidence. Oh, another nade stack. I don't think Virtus.pro is going to be boosting there. They've seen that nade stack a couple times. They'll just say, you know what? Let's not even mess with it. Hunden, he's going to go for another entry. Tagged by the smoke, slows him down, but no real danger. Adren's just a major player, isn't he? Why is it that he just gets god tier at every single major?
That is a good question. Someone should ask him that directly. As a challenging question. Well, how come? What's different about it? Even if he wasn't going to play at the major level, you still want him to do, better. Get a kill every other round.
And maybe at minor level.
Just something. James expecting a jump or a boost.
There's only one flashbang for this hit. The smokes, the Molotovs, they better be placed perfectly.
Well, all the smoke's going to land behind them once again. So it's a very similar style here where VP are going to be in front of the smoke line almost certainly. I mean, definitely now that Kickert is moving up. And they're only going to have one line of attack, I think, because I doubt Roy's going to be able to beat both of them. Now they're getting flashed around the corner. Roy can't see anything. He still beats him. And now James in a very uncomfortable position. I don't think he saw that. Now he does. And Sanji, 2 big kills. He might have just saved them. That is huge because Sanji's fighting 3 people. If he goes down, then James is in the middle of nowhere. Pretty good shot from Acor, but it shouldn't really matter here. 2 versus 3 with 19 seconds. I don't know if they could even do much of anything. Bobski's shown up, but they shouldn't get a chance to get close to even winning this round. Smoke to block them off again. Ooh, but James going down. 10 seconds left, and Acor running right into the smoke. And they're not bad. There we go. The headshot. Dren will take him down. A bit sketchy, a little bit close, but good defense for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and they have that double op setup still. I think the big key to that is the 3 players at the A bomb site. And the also fact is Roy is calling out that there's 2 players long because he kills the first player pushing and he knows the pop flash came from far back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the immediate call. 2 people at long. You know the exact setup. You know the op or someone is going to be further back over under the side. And I imagine we didn't get to see the kills. I imagine that takes the attention of the attack away from the right side of that bomb site where Sanji was just waiting in the corner.
Yeah, critical double kill for him. And
again, no flashes. Like, if they had the 1 flashbang,
yeah,
that was
right.
it. If you have more than that, if you're bombing 3 flashes into the sky at that A bomb site, maybe Sanji catches one and you get a little bit lucky, but they just did not have the resources.
Look at this. Oh no, they're trapped. 2 of them are trapped inside a connector. They should not get out. Kick it with a massive double kill. I can't believe he managed to do actually a triple overall. He got the first one too. They should have lost a round already. That could have been just a complete sandwich in there.
You said it. They weren't getting out, so you might as well stand your ground and fight, and that's huge. 3 kills in that setup, despite being trapped, despite having nowhere to go. Acor and Bubski, though, they have a long time to play with. They have over a minute. And a 2-on-3.
They were actually boosting inside a connector to look into the sewer tunnel. And, I mean, again, if they get caught, and they kind of did in the middle of that, Bubski was holding the other line. That's actually a little bit fantastic that they managed to turn that in their favor. Well played. That's what they need right now. I mean, if we're being honest about it, Virtus.pro need more rounds like this to start to have an impact in the first half.
This will be interesting. I'm curious to see if smoke goes in towards Bank or Molotov. James is playing contact while Sanji just stares into the truck as anti-flash. So if James gets neutralized, then Sanji has a really tough time. And actually, he's not even paying attention to the fact that Bubski is wrapping all the way around. Hasn't seen him yet. There's the find. And James can't cover that angle. He's got the kill. That's the bomb down. Oh, Acor misses a close one.
16 seconds. He just has to make a jump for it. Now running after him with the AWP. This is crazy. Ooh. He actually hit the shot. That should not be happening. I can't believe it. He's just bunny jumping to catch him. It's so ridiculous. Bomb goes down. He's picked up an AK-47. And now At least, I don't know if he knows he's even legged him, but he might have a very good shot at it. If he can take one down, that's going to be huge. Molotov to force him out. He gets the kill on one, and now on the other side, Buster with the pistol out instead. Aiko with the Glock. He goes for him. The burst fire as well. He is crazy, and he finally gets put down.
1 HP.
1 health left. What an unbelievable 1 versus 2.
Oh, Burstfire has betrayed him. He got the dink, but he can't clean up the kill. Acor has some wild movement, and that is a near clutch that almost goes his way.
This is so stupid.
I've seen some crazy clips of Acor's movement. He is like incredible to watch. I think he had those really weird knife rounds where he's like jumping backwards and doing like 180s and stuff. You could see some of it there as he tries to catch up and gets the leg shot on Buster, but he deserved that clutch.
He deserved that clutch. Well, I mean, from Virtus Pro's point of view, they deserve the round, right? Because of the way that they started with Kickert, so...
Yeah, but you have to think, with that plant...
What is the matter with him?
I know. You have to think, with that plant, though, the extra money that goes to Mad Lions, they should invest. They should have some kind of a hefty buy here. Oh, I can't believe this dink comes in. He doesn't get him. Okay, so partial buy, half buy. They have some upgraded pistols. They have a little bit of utility. You have to know Virtus Pro's money is going to be low. They won 2 rounds ago. They won with just 2 players surviving. The previous round obviously came down to just that one-on-one right at the end. So the money is not good for VP. Mad Lions, they can break them here. They can keep the economy low. They can keep the pressure on them. There needs to be a flashbang for James to force him off this angle, but he misses the shot anyways.
Leg shot. I mean, again, they have pistols, so it should be fine. Just don't get caught, you know, keep falling back if you need to. Does get a kill there, and actually, backup is a little bit further away than you were expecting, although the Molotov and the M4 combination, always a favorite. Bubsky and Hunden left now, and should be no trouble. Again, holding onto the bomb site and denying any bomb plant. No second kill coming in favor of Mad Lions, so going to be a pretty good round there. Another triple for Kickert. He's up to 9 and 9, and so is Sanji, so they're pulling their weight right now. Good job on them.
Look for a hit at the B bomb site at some point in these next 3 rounds. There's been a lot of emphasis over towards A throughout this half so far from Mad Lions and Hunden. And you know, what we noticed yesterday against EG as well, he is one of those in-game leaders who's going to build off his own tactics through a half. I imagine there's going to be a switch up at some point to try and lure Virtus Pro to keep putting more stacks and more emphasis on A, and then you hit the B site when it's a little bit more weakened.
Yeah, I could see that. And B is one of the really interesting bomb sites, I think, almost throughout all of Counter-Strike because of how open it is and how many executes you can do just from the outside. Oh, and it starts off well, taking down Adren through the smoke. Bubsky just getting that last bullet in before he managed to clear the corner. And now that means Buster he's a very, very open position. Actually, they fall back from the stairwell behind him. Otherwise, he would have probably got shot in the back. But they're going to speed it up, and there's no one here. James is about to show up. Last minute, just stepping onto smoke, actually running through to try and be there in time. And he gets traded, and that's well worth it. They are happy about that. Hunden lurking around and catching Buster coming through, leaving it in a 2-on-3 with Kickert and Sanji. Trying to see if they could do this, but instantly shut down, and that's a pretty good turnaround. An instant call coming out there, even with the final kill from Shush once again. Triple on him.
They had to have had some gathering of numbers. Bubsky got the 1 kill at the B bomb site through the smoke. Then he spotted the second player was killed by the player in sewers, and I think he had to have seen or heard at least a 3rd player in that B bomb site, because as soon as he goes down, there was a call from Mad Lions to attack that A bomb site. They had to have known at most it was just going to be Jame. Nicely done from Mad Lions. 8-4. Again, a phenomenally called T-half, which shouldn't surprise anyone at this point.
Yeah, I think what I really enjoy, and one of the things that I get really upset about on a bunch of other teams these days, is actually he sees our face. Echo will take him right out. That is nice. He doesn't even have a chance, did he? Bubsky will take down Buster as well.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, this defense from Virtus Pro, I mean, remember, this is also Mad Lions' pick, but Virtus Pro on defense here, like, they've had some of these aggressive ideas, but a lot of these initial contacts, like right here, what we're getting is just 3 isolated battles. Sure, the op going for a pick is fine, but after that, you know, a solo push towards sandbags, solo push towards stairs. This is all individual fights where no one has the ability to trade on the defensive side, so they're just getting cleaned out of this map.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough beginning for VP. Well, while Dren is alone, let me try and see if I can articulate this final point.
Okay.
The kind of call that you see there, where there's a kill through smoke on B, You see, I think it was Buster getting a kill down at the sewers, and then you get the, you know, you have like 2 seconds to make the call to go quick A, and after that, it's really no longer a good call. Like, if you wait too long, then, you know, everyone starts to hesitate. Maybe someone shows up. You see how close it was to James, you know, getting there and getting in position. If he can get to the trunk before they turn the corner, he can get a kill and fall back and get another one instead. They're so close up. I mean, that 2 seconds of difference is huge. So I think that's what I'm missing. Oh, nicely done from Adren. At least, you know, trying his best. If he could save the AK, that actually would help him out a tremendous amount. But ultimately, it's a bunch of top teams that aren't quick at making these choices, right? That they do it slowly. There is a window, but they sort of, you know, they stop it around, or they sort of stumble around and don't really do anything. I'm looking at you, Navi.
You've been waiting to get that off your chest for, like, I don't know, since London, for like a month now.
I was actually angry yesterday watching them play.
Yeah, don't hold it back. That shit's unhealthy. Get it off your chest.
You know what? I will. I'll put it on Twitter.
Okay.
Get it all out there.
I'm sure Simple will enjoy that. Sanji with the deagle. Ooh, bit of a run boost to hide the fact that he switched sides. Another pick for Acor with the AWP. And this is just a default. Very passive for Mad Lions, waiting to see what they can find out, who's going to push somewhere. And it was just Sanji.
It was just, yeah, and he was over by the party area, wasn't he?
It's like a hazing ritual for the youngest player.
Yeah, go find someone. Did you know that you can boost up on top of the balloons? Or did you, I don't know if they changed that, but you couldn't. No.
I think you told me that, actually.
6 months ago or something.
I never actually tried it, but I just believed you. Shush is going to swing very wide with the Krieg. 2 players at Sandbags. James is behind the pillar. He's not going to be able to get anything done. There's still a Dren to contend with, and he's going to get burnt out. 10-4.
10-4, yeah. That's a phenomenal start for the Mad Lions. Shush again leading the board, but everyone's kind of close to each other. There's not that much of a difference there on the T side. A chance now for Virtus.pro to have an impact and have a final say. 5 rounds, I don't think that's really great on the CT side.
It's not at all. And I don't even think it's the number, but just by the eye test of what kind of defense they've brought out on an overpass. Looks like maybe not a map they're comfortable with. Which doesn't bode well for the second half.
No, it doesn't. They did finally go for that boost where they've been triple nading, but again, no triple nade this time, so we'll have to wait. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a very fast execute into the bomb site. More flashbangs are raining in. Adreni does actually get back behind cover. The first grenade does nothing. The smoke, a bit of a gap that might actually help him out. Maybe he could get some kind of a chance to just edge a person through. There's going to be Hunden going down to Buster, and they slowed this down, Mad Lions, and I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. That could be very, very risky. That smoke is going to be fading, and let's see what happens when it does. Shush will get one on Sanji, but Adren is here, lining up a big double. Jame will actually get one of them, but he just keeps going here. Finally into the game, and now it's Acor in a 1 versus 4. He's got a minute, but they shouldn't give him a chance, and Jame will take him down. A good finish to the half, at least for VP, 10-5 overall.
Yeah, going to be a tough second half when we return from the break. That is a phenomenal offense from Mad Lions on their map pick. Great calling again from Hunden, and just a team effort. Shush ends at 15-8 for the first half, and we'll return after the break.
Of darkness.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call a shot
shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the
Well, Mad Lions is feeling on top of the world right meow.
I certainly hope so. They should be, Jason. I've got to agree. 10-5, that's a pretty good start. And it kind of felt like maybe some of the VP members started to warm up a bit towards the end. I think that's the best I could give you.
I didn't get that feeling at all.
All right. Rough.
It's fine if you have the feeling. I just wanted to get my thoughts out there.
Sanji and Kiko were playing well all throughout. Jane was playing alrightish, but Adren started to get there a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm lying. Could be lying.
No conviction whatsoever. Kickert gonna take a fight at long range, tapping away with the P250, and Shush just needs the one shot, so that's awkward.
That's a problem because they actually have the other three people in the connector, and they needed someone to sort of be a presence and a force on the other side. Now they're gonna be straight up fighting 3 versus 3 down here, sneaking in Adren. That's a strong start now. Hunden the only one left, and somehow they win the fight again in connector, in spite of the fact that they were kind of walking into a bit of a trap.
Yeah, the trap, again, it all comes down to that first engagement, right? If that kill comes in quick, then you can't really spring the trap. One player is gone, and all of a sudden it's much, much easier, especially the close range for those Glocks. Now it's on Acor. He's got to play passively, hope he can pick one off on their passage into the bomb site. Shush is here now as well, but oh, that smoke is perfect. That is just a beautiful smoke.
That is, yeah, they even go and check. He had the bomb and he went to check the sewers, and not even scared or that water down in front. Flash to set it up, and Shush will come running in. It's him and Acor to try and see if they can get this defuse. They do have a kit, but they have no more grenades, so forcing the T's into fight is going to be a little bit tricky, I think, short of tapping the bomb, which carries its own risks. James playing close with the Glock, and he's going to take Acor down immediately. Now Shush 1 versus 2, and he might as well run for it. He doesn't have a lot of time here, so just got to go. He's actually looking back for more, and finally he gets dropped, so good start for VP. Nicely executed round. I think very reasonable after plant, where they really try and be careful about not getting picked off. I enjoy that.
They did a good job. Very patient. I mean, they were also just cautious on the way into the bomb site, and for good reason, but obviously that smoke is just great. Good tactics to get into the bomb site. A little fortunate, obviously, that this stack, I mean, Mad Lions had, again, this is kind of an idea with Mad Lions we touched on yesterday. So many times they have exactly what they want, exactly what their setup is designed for. And once again, 3 players in the staircase, exactly where 3 players from Virtus Pro are attacking. You couldn't ask for a better tactic to walk into your strategy, and it just doesn't pan out in their favor.
And that'll happen sometimes. I mean, you know.
It'll happen sometimes, but it feels like, you know, with Mad Lions, it happens too much sometimes.
Too much sometimes, yeah. Bubsky making a jump to actually look into the B bomb site all the way up from A. You can also boost in that A bomb site to look into B around the bridge. It does require 4 people.
Oh dear.
Oh, what? He still hits the headshot. Falling back, and now grenade. Oh, it's going to be at least somewhat decent. Shot on Hunter to bring him down, but look at Jamie's down to 29 here. Bomb's going to go down on the other side of the box in the air. This time he was a bit overexposed, but that was a crisp scout shot to begin with. You can shoot through the box, by the way, Jason. I just want to...
Back on that old chestnut. Yeah, I can't believe he got that first kill. Fair play. 18 and 10 for Shush, having a very good game. This round was over essentially when whatever player from Virtus Pro jumped into the water behind the bomb site with the MAC-10. That position is just so powerful. And now it's all about taking some kills, taking some weapons away right at the end. But even that's going to be difficult. Bonus money over to Sanji, down to 10 HP. And the 2 AKs are going to challenge this Deagle. Ooh, another tag, but Roy falls back once again. And with the safety of Virtus Pro from the bomb blast, they don't need to push any further.
And he's going to be fine with having the Deagle in the next round, so... Everyone came to, you know, it's a nice happy medium.
The polar bear on the Virtus Pro jersey has red eyes.
Does it really?
Airs with laser beams.
Has it always had that?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, maybe that has some significance that I don't know about. I'm scared of polar bears.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You've encountered, you put yourself in situations to see a lot of polar bears?
No, but I once had a terrible dream that I was in a city with no people and 2 polar bears, and all the doors were closed. Like I couldn't get into any buildings.
So just
terrifying.
you and a couple polar bears.
Just me and a couple of polar bears. Cool boost.
Changing subjects.
Changing subjects immediately. I'm this boost always makes me upset because I discovered this boost, and I was going to show people and take all the credit, and then Shroud had done it on the stream like literally a day before. So thanks, Shroud. Just shut me right down.
Could have been you with that mixer contract.
I think that probably was the difference, actually. So I'm bitter about that still.
That was the deciding factor. Didn't show that darn boost. James is leading the way with his MAC-10. He's hungry for some kills, hungry for some of that bonus money. Roy. Ooh, that smoke just put a stop to him.
Hungry for apples?
What?
It's a reference.
Nice shot.
Oh, no.
Ooh, a good follow-up as well. That's Jane coming through, so no bonus money for him. And all of a sudden now, this is an interesting round.
Yeah, VP need to really keep their focus right now. They have a good chance here to fight their way back in the game, so don't be losing this round. Shush will get one more kill. Adren hunting, and he's going to win that fight too. Now it's Bumsky with a USP in a 1 versus 2. Shouldn't really be possible. Oh, nice dink. Tries to follow it up and actually does a bit of damage to Adren too. But the bomb is going to go down, and he will finally take a bullet to the face. Adren with a triple kill, and Virtus Pro, that's a scary moment. Look at Adren all the way up at 13. He was 1-1-7 at some point.
Yeah, you were right. He had 15 ADR like 7 rounds in. So I mean, you said it. You said he was heating up as the game went on. I doubted you.
Yeah, he's back. That's good. We want to see that. 10-8.
But you're right. I mean, this is as bad as the first half looked, as much as they got outplayed and as much as the defense looked a bit disorganized. I mean, winning the pistol round and, you know, converting the second and third, they're right back within striking distance. Just 2 rounds back, 8-10. Let's see what they've got. Aggressive towards long. 2 players, Roy and Bubsky.
Shush alone in B. He is the solo bomb site player every single time.
Yeah, he does this on Vertigo, which we'll see next. We saw them doing this on Dust 2 at the B bomb site.
Yep. He's playing solo B with an M4A1, so
risky.
Doesn't even have the bullets. Doesn't have the teammates.
And there's no real crazy like aggression. Yeah, it's an aggressive setup, but no one is peeking for information. That's a good shot from A-Core.
Yeah.
Everyone over at A, like, they don't really have the intel. Now they're starting to hear footsteps. Bubsky's going to walk right into it. Good dink, but can't clean it up. 4 on 4. I don't know if they'll expect Roy if he keeps moving forward.
No, probably not. You win that one fight, you maybe don't expect for there to be a second player. It almost looked like Buster was using the fact of his sort of footsteps to lure someone into that, sort of like he was, you know, thunderfooting away out there.
Yeah, he was oddly prepared for that peak. Tough part, I think, Adren, he'll never expect this flank, and he's about to get cleaned out if he doesn't move, and he's not budging. He's still looking for that. Oh, and there's the gun barrel. There's the gun barrel showing. Oh, there's the dink in the cleanup. A little bit sketchy, but now all that Virtus.pro have left is this B bomb site. They have to attack here.
Yeah, but shush, look at it. Oh, he was just up in the corner at least. The flashbang doesn't go far enough. I think that landed in the middle of the tunnel. Would have been fine if someone was looking straight through, but they just weren't. Hunden goes down, but Shush is still here, and 1 versus 3 for Buster. That is just not going to be doable.
He needs to die, but...
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, he needs to be the aggressor. I can't believe they're even pushing until the timer runs out, but he's certainly surrounded with 10 HP. They're going to find him. They just don't want to risk the AWP on A-Core, and he's taking the peek. He's taking the headshot. 11-8.
Wow.
Buster has $300.
That's not a lot. Not going to give you a lot to work with, is it?
I hope he knows his smokes.
Yeah. That's true. It could be the one god smoke that just...
Yeah, Hunden's like, you better... Or not Hunden. That's the wrong team. Adren is like, bro, you better remember that smoke I taught you.
Yeah. Just landed right there. Throw it from T-spawn. Make it work. 11-8. It's a gap that's much closer than... Or much smaller, I guess, than you were expecting just from how Mad Lions were playing this map.
Yeah.
Feels like they should be way further ahead. They still could be, right? I think it depends on whether or not VP's economy can stand up to, you know, to this next round. 2 AKs and not a hell of a lot less or outside of that. So if they win this round, I think then it's a very interesting game, and suddenly, you know, VP will have proven at least some of us wrong. But if Mad Lions win it, I don't know if they're going to be looking back. Could just be a quick win here on map 1. Quick-ish.
Quick-ish. That's a lot of players at the B bomb site for Virtus.pro, and this time there's not a stack towards A. It's not just Shush playing alone, but here comes the pop flash. Hopefully this one works. Shush looking into the wall. He turns now. Same spot. Adren's got the kill with the MAC-10. Bubsky had to give up the angle because of the flash, but he couldn't help his teammate, and he's eliminated as well, and Hunden is feeling so lonely.
Yeah, he is with the MP9. Oh, they're actually right behind him. They didn't even check. Sanji goes down. The bomb is planted, and he wants more. Hunden with a double kill, taking down Buster, and now backup is here, and they don't really have it to fight with the range. Kick-It goes down to the AWP of A-Core, and that will be a round for Mad Lions that didn't look like it should have been.
That one decision to not clear out water, Sanji eliminated from behind for free, and then Virtus.pro wanted to take him out so much. They really overextended after that, and the rotation for Mad Lions was already there. He already had plenty of cover from above, 12-8. And like you said, that's a pretty big swing round. Yeah, they get the extra $800 for the plant, still sitting at around low $3,000 on most players.
Oh, man. I suppose if you're on the VP side, you already got the kill on Shush close. Bubsky goes down in sewer pushing out. You could think, well, that's it. That's the B defense. They were both, you know, they were both towards tunnel. One of them ran when the other one died, and that's it. But there was the third player there.
Yeah, I guess that does make a certain level of sense, even if it's a bit crazy. They're going right back for it. Shush is going to have some pressure on him again, and this time he was the only aggressive player. It's Bubsky playing in the water. Hunden's going to bail him out, get that first kill. No one wrapping around his angle. Buster trying to hold off on the flank, and it can't be done. This is an aggressive and a fast-paced retake. Adren is able to salvage a rifle, but can Virtus.pro hold on in the 3 versus 3?
They really should not be able to. I'm shocked that Shush couldn't even do more damage there. It looked like they just dodged all of the bullets somehow. Yeah, they do have that M4. That makes things really interesting. Smoke goes up, but that's about all they have. Some kits as well, but yeah, they need to go a little bit quick at it. Kick-It with a big double, taking down Roy and A-Core, and now it's Hunden in a 1 versus 3, and he's looking for that headshot, but he's running out of time very quickly. Virtus.pro with an instant B knockout. They did it one round and it nearly worked, and the follow-up with even worse equipment, and they somehow pull it off. That's just a miracle.
Yeah, they've had a really tough time. Shush has had a tough time holding onto this bomb site. Him and Bubsky are just getting flashed, barraged with utility, and having to fall away. So Virtus.pro, a critical round to take back into their favor, and that takes the money away from Mad Lions. That's pretty harsh as well. They have the 1 M4. They can drop an M4 over if they want to go for a force buy, but I think knowing Mad Lions, I think they'll go for a smaller buy. Upgraded pistols.
He jumped into the fight with a MAC-10. What a
say
gangster.
they need to go kickert?
I might have done that.
Quickert?
You know what?
That's perfect timing.
It's my secret. I don't know what I'm saying half the time.
Oh.
Secret recipe. Roy with the CC out long. Could get a close kill. Could get a flank in. Doubt he's going to kill all three of them if they show up. Then it's going to be rough. Flashes are through. Good dink. Not good enough.
That would have been cool, though. Hunden's going to start hunting. But Virtus Pro, after that kill, I mean, they play it safe. They swing out long, they clear up the close angles, and just back away. They're still very, very far back on the map. So Mad Lions kind of rotating a pack mentality here around this M4. Everyone going to the same place together, but not able to find anything.
They are Lions after all, aren't they? Just gotta...
Yeah.
Gotta do that. Role-playing.
Our thing in Counter-Strike.
I appreciate the fact that VP, though, are staying somewhat grouped up. I think that's a very rational choice. Now is not the time to be giving anything away or, you know, leaving anything to chance here.
Even letting Sanji go in well ahead of the rest of the pack to investigate what they've got going. And Hunden, he's got a chance. That's a big fight to win. There's still one player inside the site. Yeah, Bubsky, as you mentioned. Oh, a good dink as well. He cannot convert over fast enough. But this is the real play. Bubsky's going to have an impact. He pops out. He's taken down.
It's only 15 seconds. This is madness. I mean, he's solo on Helveco. He shouldn't be able to do anything, and they'll take him down. But, man, that could have been a close round. If that smoke stays up for 5 more seconds, and he can just hide inside of it, if someone went to put the bomb down next to him, that would have been an absolute disaster. So, interesting, scary round.
That's probably what he's hoping for that whole time.
Yeah.
Wondering why the bomb isn't being planted. 12-10, 2-round lead for Mad Lions, and they call a timeout. 2 remaining. They're having a much more difficult time on this CT side than I would have expected.
I agree. Looking at the first half, it looked like they were going to power through.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I mean, in their defense, they did, you know, lose the pistol in the ensuing 2 rounds, and then they did get reset pretty early in that win streak.
Yeah, that's probably why we're here. 12-10. Great look from VP. I'm excited that they are not just rolling over on this map, because that's what it looked like, and that's always disappointing to see. So yeah, I just never know what to expect out of this particular lineup. But I think we're getting our money's worth at the moment, and that's the good news.
That is the very good news. Acor's got the AWP back in his hands, and boosting him up.
They wanted to, but then they gave up.
Yeah, they decided against it. Roy just said, I'll play here all alone. Hunden's going to play in the staircase all alone. Got the first. A little bit of damage onto Sanji. That's going to put Roy in an awkward spot. You can see him shift to the other side of the concrete.
Oh, and that is some aggression. They've actually been having a really hard time in that monster tunnel. They keep pushing, and Buster was, you could tell, that's so interesting, right? In his mind, he just wasn't even thinking about the idea that they could have made that corner already. Everyone has that internal timing inside of their own heads where they sort of, you know...
Yeah, well, especially because the kill comes out, the call is probably that they're peaking monster, not so much that they're pushing forward. So pretty aggressive play, and this is Mad Lions just aggressive across the map, just taking everything. All the map control on the CT side, and Virtus Pro, this strategy got shut down before it even began. Sanji left in a 1 versus 4. He had the first kill, so he would have to ace. And Mad Lions looking to get out to 13, trying to bait out a shot, and he did. Acor just lands it. 13-10.
That's kind of the rough reset here for VP. I think especially because they made that back-to-back B-rush work. You feel like they deserve to be able to build even further upon that. But with the fact that Mad Lions are back in, you know, in the money once again, that makes it tricky. Another B-rush? Are they that crazy?
I mean, they are that crazy. They're not going to do it. But I believe...
I feel like it would have been cool.
Yeah. It's hard to do. It's hard to make that work with 5 deagles, though, right? Or 4 deagles and a P250. You need like a MAC-10, UMP.
Yeah, something to pave the way.
Some real power behind it. Acor's all alone, though.
Oh, but he's going to see. I think he's going to see them at range, though. Yeah, that makes a big difference. He can fall back. If he'd been there, 3 seconds later, and they would have got really close, that's a different fight because suddenly they can just keep going. Now they have to slow it down, and backup is being called for. He is a bit exposed still. He's got some backup inside of the bomb side, but yeah, I'd still be a bit worried if I was him at the moment. He doesn't realize that Buster is right at the corner. He's going to realize that now, and Buster trying to go for the fight. There's Roy, though, with a backup in the AK-47, and that's a nice recovery and a nice way to stabilize the round here. Well, he got his.
He got his one. Even Roy, I think, saw the gun barrel, was calling it out, just not quick enough to save Hunden. 14-10 now. And yeah, you're right. That's a perfect timing for Acor to take that peek out towards long and find them. You could see how dangerous it is when one gets close. It's just like a matter of time before he peaks, and the op just has no advantages. Very fortunate that Roy even showed up when he did.
Yeah.
To protect him. 14-10. Live into round 25. Virtus Pro trying to close out this map strong. Mad Lions trying to bring us to Vertigo.
Yeah, and that's exciting. I mean, we saw Mad Lions on Vertigo. Definitely had a lot of cool ideas. And
it's the Vertigo group stage.
It is the Vertigo group stage. I don't know. I was very angry at that map for a long time. I've kind of mellowed on it now.
You've focused your anger on Na'Vi.
That's it. That's it. They took all the attention away. I have to have a real serious talk with them.
All right. Well, Shush is taking control of sewers as we fly across the map. Acor still pushed up halfway in bathrooms.
I was just, impressed with all the observing, all the camera angles.
Showing us everything. I like it.
Russian Jakey just showing off, yeah. Bubsky going to be falling back down. He's got a Krieg. A lot of smoke in his eyes. Hunden there with a headshot, good for one. Bubsky then instant return, and he didn't see that coming. That's a nice move from Kickard. It's just trading all the way through, and finally, it looks like VP come out on top. That smoke blocks off Acor.
Surely he goes for it.
I was going to say, he's got a brand to live up to here, Got to keep going.
Yeah, that smoke cleared real quick. And he doesn't have a kit, and he doesn't want to risk the AWP, but at least, yeah, I at least admire sticking around and seeing if he can find one thing. Adren wants to stop him from...
Yeah, making some late play.
Yeah, I mean, that's an awkward angle for the AWP to clear out, but Acor's just going to fall away. He's just going to back off soon, so there shouldn't be any more danger, and I don't think Adren has the stones, or actually, more importantly, it's just more the money to go after the chase, to hunt down that AWP, so...
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Everyone calls a truce.
Yeah, everyone is fine with it. Acor going to be saving that AWP, and well, it makes a lot of sense when you look at what the money on the Mad Lions side is. If they had more money, maybe he would have just gone for it. But now he can drop, and they'll be fine-ish in this upcoming round. 14-11. VP still hanging in there, still making it very interesting. If they win this next round, then they go from something that's sort of 10-14 to probably 14-13. Like, they almost close the entire gap if they can just pick up this next round. So this map is not done yet, even if Mad Lions are looking good.
This is very dangerous for Mad Lions, considering the lead they had in the first half and how good everything looked. The fact that Virtus Pro's been able to hang around this long is just proving tough to overcome.
Look at the weaponry on Shush and Hunden for this round, who have been playing B. I don't know if they might bring Bubsky with the AWP, but if they go for another B knockout push here, then it's going to be a FAMAS and an MP9 trying to stop that, and they haven't really been able to do that yet, so that could get weird.
Both ops going to A, so you are going to have the weaker weaponry. Actually, even Hunden sticking around at the A bomb site as well. So once again, Shush with just a FAMAS, the only player at this B bomb site, and oh god, this is looking ugly at the start. Just by the virtue of the mini-map, Shush is going to be in a lot of trouble, and this could be heartbreaking for the Mad Lions.
It's shaping up that way. I think he has another 5 seconds, and then they're going to go for it. There's no point in waiting around when you don't have any eyes on the other side of the map. So Shush is calling it in, saying there's some trouble in the B-bomb side. And they're jumping on top of him with a flash behind. That is so well timed. He just had no chance. Yeah, might as well save. Wow.
That's the only way that Mad Lions can avert disaster, is to save these weapons, not go for it, because you have no cash in the bank, so you just have to fight the next round.
That was a cool flashbang for that jump. I actually think that was very well timed.
Oh, it was absolutely perfect. By the time he looked up at the body coming at him, the flashbang popped at just the perfect moment. Cinematic, really.
Yeah. Like, it wasn't the sun that was, like,
it's like that whole
casting an outline around him. It was just a flashbang.
It's like that whole like Lord of the Rings thing where Gandalf brings in the glare for the orcs in the big battle at the castle.
You're such a nerd, aren't you? No, I know what you mean. I just wanted to watch you try and explain that even further.
Wanted to watch me squirm. 14 to 10 or 12. I have math abilities.
12, whatever you want.
Double offset up still for the Mad Lions. I think they have to put one of those at the B bomb site. That's been the main weakness, oddly enough, which is interesting. Why we still see the Mad Lions going for that 4-1 setup, because those were the hits came earlier in this half to reset the economy in the first place. Were those heavy plays towards the B site? So Mad Lions have done nothing to really adjust to that kind of pressure on that side of the map.
Well, isn't it also scary, though, if you do make the call to go heavy B and that's where they pick A? Like, that's where the confidence just gets wiped out on your team. You're like, oh, okay, they really got us. Roy, again, I wanted to point this out earlier. He's been playing this kind of a style so much, alone with no backup. And look at it, he's got 18 kills. I actually think he deserves a little bit of credit for doing so much with, just being the lone ranger.
And look at where he's glancing as well. There's a little gap underneath those boards. You can see and get a little bit of an advanced warning as well if someone's to come into this part of the map. So he's playing a cheeky little game over in the playground.
Look at how much it closes the map for VP. If they go and fight him and open it, it's a lot of trouble for Mad Lions suddenly. But if they stick around, I mean, it allows them to have all these people down at the B bomb side already. Even A-Core leaning really far back. Kicker. Oh, he sees just the knee, but he's going to get traded immediately. Hunden down low, and Roy trying to push behind, and that opens everything. Now, this is going to be a test for A-Core, isn't it?
Everything's on him with the AWP and the A-bomb site.
We've talked a lot about that AWP, and he pushes up. He doesn't even want to stay back. He's flashed immediately. And yeah, that's what happens sometimes, but maybe he could have caught one of them off guard. Now, again, might as well just save it. It's 13 rounds for VP, and there's no point, I think, in doing this retake if you're 100 and Bubsky. It's just not worth it.
Oh, I cannot believe how this is just falling apart for Mad Lions. A-Core very aggressive. He could have stayed in the cover of the bomb site and tried to take some long-range shots. He wanted to get aggressive and catch him off guard. Roy bit way too hard on the initial contact at the B bomb site. That's nerves. That's pressure of being at a 14-12 game. Of probably feeling like you should have closed this out and won it some time ago. And now the real trouble is Virtus.pro has the money. If they want to chase down these weapons, they can. You have to know that Mad Lions' economy is not anything pretty. Jame about to turn this corner. They know exactly where Hunden is. Bubsky with the AWP. This is a desperate weapon to keep in your hand. You must have it. Hunden's certainly going to go down at some point.
Yeah, the fact that he gets the AWP kill also tells them that Hunden's alone. So at that point, they're like, okay. So they save the 1 AWP. By the way, the nerves that you were talking about here, that's a point that's sort of recurring from the last game that we saw them play, right? Where they would have some man advantages and they would, instead of slowing it down and playing it safely and taking it easy, they would, get a little bit flustered and maybe make a couple of mistakes that they don't need to.
And this is just going to be, the frustration is just going to build more and more. As Mad Lions is like, they probably feel very similar to a lot of viewers and us to a certain extent of just saying, oh my God, they're actually in this game.
Yeah.
When did this happen? Another fast play towards the B bomb site and another understaffed B bomb site defense.
I mean, Bobsky wins the fight over at Sewer, but it doesn't really matter because they have the bomb site behind him, so he can't go back there. He can stick around, but yeah, might as well just try and leave with this AWP. It's great that he gets that first kill, but there's nothing to build behind it. Shush has picked up an AK-47. Take it and run.
That's exactly what they're doing as well. Trying to keep it quiet though, so Virtus.pro can't cheat on the hunt.
Yeah.
And there goes Hunden up top. So it's just the two saved weapons that they're attempting to save. You can see a cool new feature of our HUD as well with the red light flashing over the kit once the bomb is planted.
Oh yeah, little detail. I like it. Right now, yeah, this is about, now they're going to even it out. 14-14, tremendous job from VP. Mad Lions' point of view, it's about making sure that they have the money to fight for these last 2 rounds.
Yes, and that's the big deal about saving those weapons as well, because even if they're to lose this round, right, they have the full losing bonus in their favor, and they'll have the 2 weapons, or the money behind these 2 weapons. They don't need to invest. So back into a double up, but we haven't seen that get going at all. We haven't seen even the theory behind it really have any impact. So this is tough for Mad Lions. This is almost like, I feel like Virtus.pro has just been like a hangnail in this game that Mad Lions is just trying desperately to get rid of.
Yeah, they haven't been able to. And Dren, 22 kills. He's nearly topping the server from being 1, 1, and a 7. What an absolute god. Bubsky being boosted over to try and see if he can maybe get a quick kill. They make a jump on the other side, but nothing much comes of it. There is a bit of a grenade landing, and they're looking for another B execute. There's 4 people here. Mad Lions have just had enough. If this doesn't work, well, they only have one more option. That's all 5 people in B, and that's just not advisable. Here we go. They're going to clear the corner. Shush right there. An instant shot down. And Roy, actually, the double on him. And they're going to keep pushing into Buster. Triple kill now. He's got a grenade, and he's blocked by a teammate. I think they'll take it anyway. Jame in a 1 versus 4. Makes it a 1 versus 3 instantly. And this is, again, deep breath. Now is where there should be some experience. There should be some leadership here to make sure they don't get picked off. Because, again, Jame is a frightening AWPer. Don't give him the chance.
Well, and also, you know it's the AWPer as well, so it's just don't peek. Fortunately for Mad Lions, they have 2 ops on the board of their own in this 3-on-1. So those ops are just going to say posted up on a corner. You can see Bubsky with 1 just peering towards Monster. Acor has to consider his flank, but he's watching for the fallback at stairs. And Jame has 40 more seconds. He's heard the sound cue of Hunden dropping. Looking for a jump, looking for any peek that's not being given. And now with 35 seconds, he's got to start getting aggressive. Going to turn the corner. He's unscoped. It'll have to be a very quick, snappy shot onto Hunden when he follows through with this. And there's the pre-fire. There's the shot. Bubsky doesn't want to peek into it. Jame not going to hard clear. And actually, Bubsky's playing a cerebral game. He's walking around the pillar, making sure there's no danger whatsoever. 15 rounds for Mad Lions.
It's so close. You can feel the fear on everyone left there. Maybe except for Jamie. Actually looked like he was doing just fine. Yeah. But I can almost guarantee it. Mad Lions would have been real worried about losing this round. Roy doing so much work in this one. It's a bit of a shame that he gets blocked, but what can you do?
And there's a cool, yeah, that even frustrated me a little bit. I felt bad for him. I was like, I've been there. We've all been there. But I think it's good to see Mad Lions actually adjust to such heavy play to the B bomb site. And the tough part now is, like, if you're Virtus Pro and you're saying we've won so many rounds of the B bomb site, we've been so successful there, haven't really, loved the A side of the map. That's the thing. Now that you've seen them adjust to it and put 4 players and get aggressive at the choke point, you're like, oh, they just took away our strategy that's gotten us here. Now what? We have one chance to come up with something different.
I mean, this is a rock, paper, scissors type situation, right? Because obviously VP could say, well, they're probably going to stack B again, but there's no way to know that off the bat. I would say it would just be for the sake of comedy, it would be fun if they just went B again, just to see. It is going to be another stack at the B bomb site, so maybe it's good that they are not setting up for any kind of an immediate execute into the site. Acor checking this side is a very completely identical setup here for Mad Lions, in fact.
Question is, how long are they going to keep 4 players here? Do they do it at the start just to make sure that they can't get beat and then back a player off? Because actually, Virtus Pro as well, they're doing a very similar thing. It's just slower pace. They still have a pretty big lean towards the B side of the map. Buster just now investigating Playground, but Jame isn't committed. And Mad Lions still, with Acor not seeing a single thing, not seeing any utility, not feeling any pressure, Mad Lions is content to keep 4 players at B.
Well, right now, VP look like they're investigating whether or not someone is out here, because that makes sense to them, right? If maybe the reason there was 4 in B is because someone knew that there was no one on the A side in the previous round, so they actually just want to make sure that that doesn't happen again at the very least. I'm getting a bit nervous. Look at the time. Yeah, oh yeah, they're absolutely right. The push into Suet. Kickert is here. Roy goes down, and Kickert now could use a little bit of backup. Shush gonna go for the fight, and he only barely wins it, down to 6 health. If they had an HE, they could probably get rid of him right now. Bubsky peering into it, takes one down with the AWP, and again, time is running a bit low. 35 seconds, smoke, it goes really, really deep. They could have maybe tried to beat that, but they just weren't really feeling it, and now only under 30 seconds. They need to go pretty quickly, otherwise they're gonna run out of time. They got 3 people inside of the bomb site, and VP, they've made such a stunning run to even get into this game, but they might not have the chance to actually complete it. The Molotov evens will block them out. Buster gets a kill, but he can't follow through, and Sanji with the bomb, he's stuck outside, and time is out. 10 seconds left. Buster goes down, and it's 16-14 for Mad Lions. They survived the VP scare in the end. It took everything they had, but they managed to do it.
And they finally did that adjustment right at the end. Just manning up at that B bomb site and throwing bodies at the problem. They had the players getting aggressive on towards, they had the off peak from Bubsky and Monster. They had the players at the sandbags. That's a good win for Mad Lions. I think it's a better comeback and a better show of fortitude out of Virtus Pro after getting, I mean, they didn't seem like they had any standing in that first half. For them to have an impressive second half was quite nice. Yeah. Either way, we're headed to a break. When we come back, we have the desk, we have Vertigo, and then we have the conclusion of this series, so stay with us.
Well, there you have it. The conclusion of the first map is here. Virtus Pro and Mad Lions delivering at least on this first map. A very back and forth, a very close affair. But at the end of the day, the Mad Lions do get it done, and that does set us up for a very cool second map of Vertigo. And of course, setting up these guys is what I want to do. I do have Chad, I do have Matthew, and we are ready to talk a little bit of counter here, fellas.
Yeah, that game, I think the scoreline shows you what happens when you play fundamental Counter-Strike. You're going to win, you're going to lose some of your gambles there. But I want to look back at that first half, because after that first half, I thought this was going to be done quite quickly. Yeah. For the rounds that Virtus Pro were putting on the board, they were very labored. They were messy rounds, right? They were either losing 3 players or more in those situations to put those rounds on the board, where if you look at the majority of the rounds that Mad Lions were winning, they were clean rounds. They were only losing maybe 2 names. Then they were losing names when they were chasing. But they were getting into the bomb sites. They were getting the bomb down cleanly. And they didn't seem like they had to struggle until the later stages of this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think that on that first half, the MO from VP was to make the difference early in the round. And the rounds that they could win, they had the opening kills. Actually, it was 10-5 in terms of opening kill, 10-5 is scoreline, right? But the thing is, I thought Hunden was very much ready for that. You could see the way they were controlling the map. They were very controlled. They were punishing the aggression. So a very good first half on the side of the Danes for sure. But then I'm gonna say it. I'm a little bit proud of the Danes because the nerves were here at the end.
Yeah, they certainly had to show back up into this game to bring it back closer. We do have a clip loaded up right here. We gave this a go yesterday. We're gonna give it another try here. Maniac, what do we got?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to expand a bit more the clutches, and here we have Acorn in 1 versus 2, 12 seconds remaining. He tries to get the first shot. That is very correct from him. That's the only chance, I mean, one of the only chances he has to win that clutch. Now, he has 1 information. He needs to plant the bomb. You can see it's 6 seconds remaining. But from that point on, if we can pause the clip at some point, he has to make a decision, right? He has 1 information on a seat that is in the spawn. He doesn't really know where the second one is. Okay. So what he's going to do, if we can play the clip, he's actually making some noise towards Banks. He hopes that they heard him, and then he comes back up. So the idea behind it is to catch someone off guard and be able to make it to a 1v1.
Well, he does find this kill right here, right? And then he sets himself up pretty well, but then his demise has to be the Glock bursted.
Yeah, so look, the burst fire Glock in a close range environment, once upon a time, very, very potent.
Beautiful.
In CSGO, unfortunately, when you shoot it, it's just this massive spread, and it never seems to go where you want it to go. So for him to even get that down to a one-on-one situation, to get the bomb planted in the scenario that he had in front of him, that was fantastically played. Unfortunately, unable to close it. I think if he did close it, that half would have spiraled out of control, and it could have been a very quick GG.
And to be honest, I think that Acor's clutching abilities is something that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
Every time I see him play in a clutch, he has an idea. And what I mean by that is some players, you will see them in a 1 versus 2 or 3, and you feel like they pretty much play it very standard. They don't realize that to win these situations where the odds are against you, you need to try something. And Acor always does it, and I very much appreciate that.
Sometimes you have to do something strange for a piece of change, Maniac. That's the one
I know
thing
that.
I've learned in life. And that is one thing that we're going to keep going, the sentiment right here. There is one fellow, his name is Hunden. He has been around for quite some time, but this is his first S-tier event in an even longer amount of time. Let's go ahead and check out what Hunden's up to.
It's so perfect to be back in the top tier scene. The grind to come here is so hard. Like in 2019, we didn't have a single off day, I guess. So being back here and actually start to just play the same teams all the time, you know how to prepare against them. That's so important for me as well as a leader as well, because now I can actually focus on few teams all the time and not 200 teams in all the open qualifiers. So it's really nice to be back at these tournaments. The thing about this team and all my other teams is that we actually have more time together now. Normally, I have my players for 3 months and then they go to the bigger teams. This time, we have been together for 6+ months, so I can actually start to focus on myself now. If I get the confidence as well, then we are going to play a 5-on-5 as well, so that's a good thing. As a team, I think our main goal is to be a stable top 10 contender, be a part of these tournaments all the time. For me personally, I will really love to play the major this year at Rio. It's such a sick place to attend, especially with our coach Luis. That could be awesome, but it's going through the European minor qualifier, so that's a rough one as well, so it's hard.
It's going to be a very rough one, actually. And you know what? When we look towards that ESL 1 Rio major, man, it just can't get here any sooner, can it? For the time being, Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is where we find ourselves, in Hunden at the helm of Mad Lions, Chad?
Yeah, that point he made about actually being able to play 5v5, I've been there. I've been an in-game leader who hasn't had too many frags before. I know how that feels. It feels pretty hopeless. But he's going to be contributing, right?
He was definitely, I mean, 20 kills on that first
Quite
map.
nice.
He was middle of the scoreboard, to be honest, and to follow the meme, that is not the situation that usually happens. He was very much implicated in the fragging department. If that could become a reality and a long-lasting reality, I think that would propulse Mad Lions in a very much higher skies. That is just not the case that often.
We don't expect him to be a star.
No, we don't. But what we do expect is perhaps Mad Lions to show up here in spades on this next map. We're going to be jumping into Vertigo, the second one of this series. Virtus.pro looking to bounce back. Or that's just going to be the end of that, isn't it? We'll be right back after this break, everyone. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice 2020.
I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted. Your best, my average. There's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that
This is your chance to rise, a chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL1 Rio Major Championship.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Keep holding on, show him how to make your miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Keep holding on, show him how to make your miracle.
Standing in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep
keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Katowice, right here in the middle of the city during this day. And of course, these lovely game fuels right here. But for the time being, I have enough energy to run me right into this second map of this best of three. We're looking at Mad Lions. We're looking right at them. We're saying, you know what? There's a real chance they end this series and they end the run here for VP. But for the time being, we need to start to focus on Vertigo because they haven't quite done that just yet.
You reckon you could run up 51 floors?
No.
That's how high Vertigo is.
51?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
All right.
I think 50 is like the lower floor, and then 51 is the upper deck. That's some nerd stuff for you right there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm probably wrong.
Be careful with the upper decks. You never really, you got to be careful.
Especially on those cruise ships these days. It gets a little bit dangerous out there. There's putt-putt golf. They're having all the fun. There's slippery dips.
Yeah, slippery dips. You know, sometimes there's bugs. Sometimes there's even, you know, viral sensations that happen on those cruise ships.
Well, you went on a cruise recently.
Yeah, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, Chad.
Okay. For me, in Australia, we just think of cruises with old people, but there is some old people in the server right now.
There are some rather veteran players.
Adren's getting on. Adren's getting on. I think he's my age now. I think he's hit the 30s.
So yeah, Adren versus Hunden, is that?
I think Hunden is even older than that.
I don't know. I'll have a look.
Is he younger?
I think he's younger. I think he's one of those guys.
So we look at Virtus Pro and we say, okay, you picked into Vertigo. What do we know about them on Vertigo, fellas?
To be honest, I was surprised by that Vertigo pick, but then again, they did, put up a fight against Liquid. That's the least you can say. They pushed them to overtime, if I'm not mistaken, so that was decent.
Yeah.
But the stats and the numbers aren't really great if you're looking at VP and Vertigo.
Yeah, look, with VP on that Vertigo game yesterday, one of the keys and one of the things I want the casters to look out for here is James. He just goes wherever he wants with the big green, goes aggressive towards that toolbox position in middle for a pick. He'll go over towards B to back up Buster for a pick, down aggressive, and then he'll even go over towards A and pick the scaffolding for a pick. So on the side of Mad Lions, you have to be ready for James' aggression on that CT side because he wants to be assertive at the start of every single round, and he is the key to success for VP. He was the key for them at the Major all those many months ago, and he's going to be the key here if they want to stay in this tournament.
Maniac, tell the viewers at home why it's important to drink water.
Why it's important to drink water, to stay hydrated.
Yes, there we go. That is absolutely correct. Also, a little bit of wetness as we look into this server. As we look towards this second and potentially final map for at least that of Virtus Pro. We're jumping into Mad Lions versus VP. We're doing it on Vertigo with Anders and Moses.
Well, we're going to get right into the game, ladies and gentlemen. VP on the CT side, Mad Lions on the T side. So Second map, obviously, a very, very close call. I think Mad Lions could have got out of that first map with, you know, just a lot of hype behind them, arms in the air. But now instead, yeah, they almost didn't make it.
Yeah, it was more of a sigh of relief when all was said and done, which is unfortunate considering how the start that they had.
They're going to fake it, aren't they? This is just going to be a fake, I think. Smoke goes down. Shush is kind of over on this side, but the bomb's on the other side. So yeah, here we go. Shooting the Glocks, keeping 3 people here. Flashbangs to follow it up. But kick it. Oh, he's falling out of the A-bomb side. This fake right now is off the charts. They have actually baited out the entire VP team. They're all out of the A-bomb side. And now Mad Lions are discovering an empty site. They have been completely duped.
Oh my lord. You will not see a fake work that effectively too often. That's brutal. This retake save, I guess. Like, you have no chance of getting back into the site. Adren's down, 5 on 3. This is so disgusting.
Take your hands off the keyboard at that point in time. There's just no point, is there? Okay, good headshot from James and a good follow-up as well. But, you know, this is so impressive. What a call from Mad Lions. Kicker trying to fight in a 1 versus 2, but that bomb is so far ticked. He does not have a kit picked up at the moment, and that makes it damn near impossible.
You get faked out that bad, and you're just like, oh, this is when you, like, as a player, you're just like, oh, I didn't know it was live. Can we just restart this? Can we start over?
They...
Best of 3 pistols.
They ate that so badly, didn't they?
Yeah.
They opened that inbox and they saw an email from a Nigerian prince saying it's all on that B bomb side, and then like, yeah, I'll go to the B bomb side to cash a big check, and then doesn't work out that way.
Yeah, this is what's wild though, is like I do think it's obviously a cool call from Mad Lions, but I don't think it was necessarily like a well executed fake in any way, right? I think it's mental that all 5 players from Virtus Pro went over to the B bomb site. That final rotation, that's either a miscomm or kicker getting nervous. Whatever it was though, that, like, there's no reason for that 5th player to be there. If 4 players can't hold against a fake, like 5 isn't going to do it.
That is a fair point, I think. Triple boost to look all the way over. Kick it. How is he not seeing that?
He was seeing. I think it's the automatic movement forward. He had to be looking towards the left, so he didn't immediately run off.
Yeah, but I mean, I get it if he's holding a more powerful gun that he would want more players to show up because he could. But how does he do it with the P250?
I think it's just because if he looks that far to the right, the automatic movement forward would push him off the stack.
It does.
So he had to just wait until he felt like he had a clear shot.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
That's all I can think of. It's an awkward engagement. The Dren, that's a beautiful shot onto the head of Roy.
Yeah, well done.
James is already falling back. A Dren as well. James looking for the flank, but everyone's forced back. So a second round for Mad Lions is on the cards. There's a nice kill with a MAC-10. And yeah, they dodged the sketchiness.
Good. I mean, good stack on the bomb site. They had the right idea. Good boost. Could have absolutely worked out. And now James just hoping for an exit. Actually does a lot of damage to Shusho. Could have worked out this time. But yeah, shouldn't be able to find him. He really wanted that last, so I think he knew. Second round on the board. Third round coming up, and there is that AWP that Chad was talking about. I'm glad that Chad brought this up. There is a reason why he's probably the best analyst in the world. When this meta was being when it was brand new on Vertigo and no one knew anything about what to do, there was a lot of discussion back and forth about how to do this. One of the things I always wanted to see, and we didn't really see a lot, was that kind of aggressive work. And James was one of the first people to do it and do it successfully. So yeah, I'm excited that Chad brought that up because I think that's a really, really strong point, and it's something that we're definitely going to be watching for. He is over at the A ramp with Kickert, so they got a little bit of a double setup there. And if they turn the corner and look, they're going to see nobody, at least for now. And that will, again, that will give them more of a chance to lean people towards mid and B. And we've talked about that B bomb side as being a weakness for a whole bunch of teams on Vertigo specifically.
For a whole bunch of reasons as well.
Yep.
I think one thing I like about Mad Lions on this map that we saw yesterday is their willingness to just attack and take control of mid and utilize that just perfectly. Exactly what they did to start this game. I think 4 players took control of mid. They've all backed off of it now, changing their point of attack, and they might just walk right into James.
And he's here alone. And I don't even mind that. They have he's in a position where he should get a kill and be able to fall back. Look at Buster playing in front of those smokes. He's seeing that no one is here. They're not going to get faked out again. James shot and fall back, and surely they're going to start to bring people over. Adren and Kickert are the two most likely candidates to try and make a run for it.
Look how cautious they're being, though, because they know there was presence in middle, and they don't want to get picked off by that, so it's taking some time. Adren now leaking over as well, but James has got to hold on a little bit longer.
It's dangerous because they can Molotov this. They can actually burn him out of this position, so he's got to be careful. 30 seconds on the clock, and 3 people coming in. This is the first chance, and Kickert gets traded. And what an entry into the site here. Adren, I don't know, if they can stop the bomb from going down, that might be a way to win it. 20 seconds left. Let's just wait and see. He bounces it in, but Acor should have it no matter what here. It lands a little bit too far back. I think it's a cool idea, but now they losing all of the rifles, and actually Acor will take the last one. Shush with a triple, and Mad Lions on 3 rounds. That's a stumbling start here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, well, it felt like that round for me that Virtus Pro, like the players of that A-bomb site, had 2 different ideas of what they exactly wanted to do. James and the other follow-up player behind him at the actual plant boxes were being pretty aggressive. They were trying to keep a hold of this bomb site. There's that kill, and obviously when James goes down, Kickert is soon to fall after. There's nowhere else for him to go. But Adren was already far back, waiting for the Molotov to delay the plant. So I think just really there just wasn't a whole lot of cohesion on that defense. 2 different ideas of how to play the situation, and they both failed.
That's a grenade.
That's a deagle.
That grenade did 85 damage. That's another deagle, doing way more damage. Buster with 2 beautiful shots, and that gives over a creek. I don't know if they can still make it. Oh, yeah, it's another shot there, taking down Hunden. At least they have the A-bomb sites, kinda. Sanji's still here, and again, that grenade immediately put him on 15, and the Molotov, yeah, it'll force him back. He's really got no chance. It would be so cool if James was able to clutch this, because then VP, I mean, from losing the last round, make up for it a lot.
One small detail, Hunden, when he did take that engagement with James, he at least dropped the bomb. So James never realized that he had the bomb down in this part of the map. If so, in a 1 versus 2, I imagine he likely pushes forward and just controls this bomb. But now, he just has no idea where the attack is going to come from, no idea where Bubsky and Acor are heading to. And yeah, that nice little zoom. That was like the Jaws zoom.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay.
Every time they do that, I think it's great. I think about those. Have you ever seen those like lens shift pictures people take of cities, where it looks like everything is like a little miniature car?
Okay.
It's one of my favorite things in photography.
That's what you think about.
Yeah, I know you have a thing with sharks for some reason, but
sharks are like my bears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're scared, but you also keep rooting for them in Counter-Strike. So what is that?
I do. It's a weird fascination. James.
Ooh. Sharks are like my bears. Jason Mosen's 2020. But put it on. Can someone make like one of those, you know, inspirational posters? Like we have mountains in the background or something, and you just have like, you have that.
Only if we get the image of you in a city with 2 bears. 2 polar bears in the city.
It was. I've never been so scared waking up from a dream. I was horrified.
4-0, and all back in the hands of James. He has that over towards his side, but oh, shush, right around the corner. James needs to get this pick off, but he doesn't want to fight with it. And also, you have a decision. You have a time limit when you're up there because the mid presence can come in any time. That's a nice improvised nade, and shush, this is crazy. Keeping up the aggression. He's got an angle they'll never expect. He's going for 3. James finally puts him down, but the B bomb site is just so exposed. And now that there's a smoke wall, nothing James can do.
Yeah, he's completely blocked off. I mean, he's throwing Molotovs. He actually just picked up that one from Shush, but he just won the round more or less by just beating the first smoke running through and then beating the timing on the second one as well. Nice flick, actually. Roy goes down. James wants to fight, and the Molotov takes down Hunden. They should not even be in this round, and somehow they are. Bubsky and Acor need to try and salvage this because this was pretty much a 1 round already by Mad Lions, and somehow VP are back in the mix. James with another kill, a beautiful triple kill, and Bubsky hiding at the edge of the smoke with fire to his right, and James sneaking in. He gets the 1, and they have to come off with 1 plant. Now the P250 is out, but they're not still there, and they turn around for it. I can't believe it. They don't have a kit, though, and they're still going to have plenty of time. That is so outrageous. Mad Lions are going to be kicking themselves for losing this round.
That's just a classic Mad Lions loss. Every advantage in the world. Shush is deep, pressuring towards CT spawn. He's already had 2 kills. You have a 5-on-3, and you cannot close it out. You have a 5-on-3 with control of the bomb site with a smoke wall set up. There's no reason for Roy to be taking that kind of a fight out in the open in that fashion, trying to be clever as the smoke's clear. And we've seen it in every game Mad Lions have played, including Overpass in the previous map in this series.
Yeah.
This team gets so many advantages and throws so many away.
And like we saw when they were playing against EG, right? There are some teams where if you give those, you'll never have those advantages again. You get, you know, you get some of those chances, and if you give them back, you know, that's the map more or less gone. So they have to try and iron that out in some fashion. Acor expecting a peek over. Not seeing anything just yet. Buster and Sanji playing that B-bomb side early on here.
Getting aggressive as well. This is a lot of oh, that is awkward. That's the kind of smoke that you don't want to throw.
Yeah, definitely not.
That like extinguished in midair. I actually feel bad for him. It doesn't make any logical sense. Like the fire jumped to extinguish that. Either way.
Oh wow! Look at how close he is. Bubsky in the middle. This is actually a very powerful position.
Yeah, super good lurk as well, and he has a lot of options from this position. All depends on how this hit towards A goes, and actually I think it looks like Madline's going to start readjusting. This is a small fake from Acor, but Kickert's nearby. He's listening, so he's not hearing anything. So this fake is not going to work. It's not going to pull anyone away, but this utility from Hunden is going to try and help Shush and Roy to get into this bomb site.
James, he sees it. He has to fall back just a bit. Oh, and he gets stinked by Shush with that AK, so that'll take him all the way out. Buster and Sanji now going to be smoked off, and last time they were lucky to get a couple of kills through. We'll see if they can do it again. Grenade. Oh, that's a deep one, dropping Shush. Actually, perfect grenade from Sanji. But again, the bomb goes down, and it's 4-3, and the money's not really there for VP. Even though they did it last time, they might not want to try and do it again. And now Bubsky, that look, I mean, it could have been either one. It could have been trying to stop the retake. This time, it's punishing the retreat instead.
I mean, those were the first kill he got in the sequence of 3 was someone trying to rotate over to the B bomb site to help out. So his position has just been stellar. He played it to perfection in those mid boxes. And Virtus.pro going to take a really, really hard loss. They have no money.
Can I?
Yes.
Oh, just give me free license.
Just trying to give you as much rope as possible.
This is super unfair because I obviously have time to think about this, you know, outside the pressure of people shooting at me in the game and everything else. But James, he had 2 people right behind him, and he went for that fight even after they had spotted him and he had spotted them. I wonder if in a different world, if he actually falls back behind the smoke wall and they just try and boost over it.
Yeah.
Like they just stand on top of each other and try and shoot someone getting into. I know that's like it's so easy to rationalize that when you're not the guy at the front line, but
it's one of the qualities that we kind of like and joke about with James. It's like I feel like he has 2 speeds. He has like fight and save. Those are like his 2 options going on in his brain, but certainly it felt like he didn't have an advantage at that fight. Like he lost the angle earlier, but he was really pressing the envelope, trying to create something for his team.
Yeah.
But he certainly could have fought back, played for a retake, played for a boost. Either way, didn't happen. None of those happened.
Yeah, found another way that didn't really work out. Appreciate Kickert trying to go for that fight with the AK-47. It's all they have. If he lands, you know, an instant headshot, suddenly, you know, it gives them a bit of a chance to maybe win at the round. And yeah, you have to do it, right? You have to try.
Well, Adren is going to be all alone. He's got a deagle at that A bomb site. Madline's taking their time to actually attack this site.
You know what? Adren was really good at the end of Overpass. I mean, really good. So just get one shot here after Buster's already taken one. If he get a headshot, this is a doable round. But he's going to be Molotov back. That's some good fundamentals from Mad Lions, though, making sure that they're not just walking straight into shots. The flank is being heard. Surely someone will have heard all the stepping going on. Now they definitely know. Acor actually falling a bit low. Kickert will get a kill with the AK, trying to get the spam through. But over at the bomb site, it's not really working out. James is sneaking close with the C-set 75. It would have to be a miracle around the corner, and he's biding his time, just hoping that there's going to be a distraction from the other side. There's Hunden going down. Bobsky turns. That's a nice spin and a nice triple once again. That's a close round.
It is a pretty close round. That was the first time we've seen Virtus.pro really kind of explore and push across the map. Shush was holding back towards T-spawn, holding for a push in middle. He gets eliminated, and then all of a sudden, some of the space gets taken away from Mad Lions. I was very curious. The flank was very fast and aggressive, a lot of footsteps, and the bomb wasn't even planted. They could have maybe slowed that down, but either way, it's one of those rounds where no real wrong answer just because it's such a desperate situation.
Yeah, I agree.
6-1 in the favor of Mad Lions.
I mean, if
Money's building pretty well also for the Mad Lions.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Bobsky's at 13-2, so that's kind of cool to see.
It's very cool to see. Shush is at 8 kills. Yeah,
I actually think that's one of the things that, because he's not been doing really terribly in any of the games we've seen Bobsky. So, but in the past when they were on Tricked, I think it was a pretty close contest a lot of the time between Acor and Bubsky for who was going to be the most exciting player. And I think for a while, Bubsky actually probably was outshining Acor a little bit overall. So, yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I think we could expect more games in the future where Bubsky has, maybe not, this is a little bit crazy, but...
honestly, I think everyone on this Mad Lions team is super cool to watch. I think all 4 players, and then obviously the tactical calling of Mad Lions is one of my favorite parts, so even throw Hunden into the mix in that sense as well. I think it's just a really fun team.
They know. He got spotted jumping. Acor saw Sanji making this cross, I'm almost 100% sure. So they try and throw some grenades to force him out back into the crosshair here. I mean, that doesn't really work out. The grenade, I don't know where it actually went. Oh, Buster will shut down Shush, and then Hunden comes up for a peek.
They know, and they still went for, oh my god. Here, I thought he was going to miss that. I thought he was going to fall. He does in the end, after getting shot in the face by Adren. Just Acor. They surely know he's here, and that's a pretty aggressive offense from Mad Lions, considering 2 players coming through that smoke in the choke point towards the B stairs. Someone trying to come up the ladder when you know they've pushed in. You're really trying to attack those problems head on.
I really don't know why they. I think they could have taken out Sanji. I get that they threw us a Molotov and an HE up there.
HE didn't make it, fell back down.
Yeah, just I don't know. I think I would have just used more. Try and see.
On the whole utility dump?
Yeah, all of them. All the grenades.
Nice shot from Acor. Now, kills are big, and Acor can actually save this AWP if he wants to. 30 seconds to sit in T-spawn. And I think that's the right call for him to save it, and just let Virtus.pro throw bodies at you if they want. Let him go for the hunt. Yeah, you might lose the AWP, but you might take 1 or 2 with you, and there's not enough money on the CT side to sustain it.
Yeah, they can't afford it. I agree. A little bit of pressure being applied with 10 seconds left, and kick it. Wondering if he's going to come through. Flashbang, maybe. Trying to set it up. 4 seconds. If he loses after the time, that's a pretty big deal. The weapon's almost obscuring his field of view, and is he going to go for it at the end? He's right down there, and just stays put.
Very anticlimactic.
It was.
I actually wouldn't even minded if Kickert was the one to come to that smoke and go for it, because he had saved so many of those weapons that he was the only player with money built up behind it. So if you're going to risk someone, it might as well have been Kickert. But
what a cool transfer from Buster. That looked even better in slow motion for some reason. Really
slow motion tends to do that with certain things.
It does. So I enjoy slow motion.
You take a lot
videos.
of slow motion videos.
It's a whole thing. Just a lot of things that are more fun.
Utility usage. Slow down any kind of fast pace towards A. Mad Lions haven't done anything super quick aside from the 1 round of Shush taking the B bomb site all on his own. And that was more decision based off of what he saw than right out of spawn. Mid-presence, mid-pressure seems to be coming from Hunden and crew. James is watching at the off angle, and that is a nice little angle.
Wrecked. They did not see that coming.
I didn't see that coming.
I mean, his face is going to be essentially obscured by the rebar. How are you meant to see that coming? That's very cool.
All right, Shush, can you do it again? Waiting for that jiggle peek. Hasn't seen the player on the left. There's actually three players at this B bomb site. And the tough part is Mad Lions readjusting across the map. They have to kind of rely on Roy, who's close on A ramp, but this is a long path to walk where you just have to be silent so you're not giving up the game. Adren hasn't budged, and no one from Virtus.pro has eyes on middle. So when that rotation comes in, Adren's going to have to be careful. Sanji's still looking behind him. There is an element of danger here. The problem is there's no smokes. Yep. There's a Molotov, 2 flashes, and an HE grenade to make this hit work. It's got to be just 1 battles, and Bubsky now has the information of where 1 player is.
Going down. Pretty good defense early on here. Kick it with a little bit of a wild spray, but it does put Bubsky very low on health, and that's the rest of the grenades for Mad Lions. A Molotov on top of the bomb plant. They have to clear it out. They can't really go through with that. Good headshot from Hunden, and almost backing into the fire. Want to be really careful about that. 2 versus 3 with 11 seconds left, and Bubsky holding it with the AWP. The bomb goes down, and Hunden, he'd already served his role. Now Bubsky, I don't think there's anything that you can do. If you could even get out with the ult, that would be huge, because you're not going to stop the defuse here. Yeah, make a run for it. That is by far and away the better choice. Good retake from Virtus.pro. They clearly wanted to fight for the retake rather than try and stop the actual incoming attack.
That one looked much better. Everyone on that defense was a bit more passive. They had the Molotovs to stop and delay the plan. Adren threw that one perfectly. So Yeah, very good call from Virtus Pro. There's now 2 in a row on their side, and the last buy coming in for Mad Lions. They invest everything they have left into this. The AWP that was saved passed over to Acor, and rifles on the other 4 players.
Yeah, still fighting for it all, and then really good run goes to make the jump over, and the spray is successful in the end. That works out. It's actually Shush coming in from the regular side, and he's still charging at it.
Listen, we've seen him lose this round before. Hold your breath.
They need to really think about this VP. If the bomb goes down quick and they can't make it through, it's not going to be worth it. Now,
Bomb's so far away.
They are so far away, yeah.
There's plenty of time. There's actually danger on that boost, and now they can try to at least retake this part of the map. It's working. Adren's got the first and the second, and Mad Lions, they might lose their grip on this B bomb site. Acor watching from behind. It's all down to timing, though. Jane has just spotted 2. Jane knows exactly where they are. Missed shot.
And they're low on health. Look at Adren, 8 and just a little bit over half health. This is so risky. They're still hovering around here, VP, though. They could risk it up, and they can maybe rebuy in the next round if they lose this, but it's tricky. And now Bobski's coming in with the flank, and that bomb has been down. A shot through the smoke blind. Acor does it again, taking down Jame, and that leaves Adren. He can't escape, he can't do anything. It almost connects. Bobski will drop him in the end, and that's 7-3. Man, some close rounds. I thought they were going to lose that again.
Yeah, that couldn't have happened. That would have been an absolute disaster. Just the fact that Adren gets both of those kills is just makes you real nervous.
14-3 on Bobski. Flanking them once again, but they can buy on the VP side. Still, this is a tremendous first half, at least for now, from Mad Lions' point of view.
This is how they started. Remember on Overpass, though, they had that 10-5 lead. They had a very good first half, and it just sort of slipped away from them at the end. 2 very nice kills for Dren, and that was the retake that was on, and actually it's Acor who saves the day. These 2 shots, he just has the lineup, he just pre-fires it, and he gets both. But God, does it make you nervous when they take that? Like, how have they had such good success getting into that bomb site and such a tough time holding it afterwards? That's one of those sites that's hard to retake.
Yeah, it could definitely be very hard to retake. And it's not even just that they get into it, right? They get into it and they get so far up that you would think that they would, you know...
Maybe just don't go that far up. Maybe if you just forget about that part.
Keep it cool for a minute. Trade 2 for 1, kick it, and Jame all the way on the middle side. Oh, that's the bomb drop there. They need to find a way to get back and pick up the bomb. It's 2-on-4 anyway, so maybe they just spend some time here actually looking for the kills, regardless of what happens on the rest of it. What a strange round. Roy gets caught, and Hunden now 1 versus 4. That was aggression in the middle from VP, and it absolutely shut down the Danes.
Hunden would have liked 1 more, but not going to happen. And that's 4 players surviving for VP, so money still sits very nice. On the other side of the table, Mad Lions going to have to be relegated to pistols, probably mostly Glocks, all things considered. Okay, so this all of a sudden right here, if Virtus Pro can convert this round, they can turn this into a very nice half. They still have a chance, obviously, to win things. 4 rounds left.
They actually force.
They force.
Shush could buy Galil, and they said, that's it. That Galil will do it for us.
Yeah, Acor saves. He's got just the 1 flashbang in the Glock for the AWP, but this is interesting. I did not expect Mad Lions to force up here.
Me neither. Sanju playing quite far forward in middle to spot that corner. And it looks like we're going to be going for the A-bomb side. With the utility, you almost have to assume it'll be very, very fast here. I mean, I'm even surprised they even flash anything. Why not just make it a contact play? Go as far as you can until you hit someone and then fight.
I think the more interesting thing is the fact they only have 1 smoke for this hit. That's it. That one right there. Everything else is flashbangs. It's not a full set piece.
They almost should know that this plant is going to be Molotov. It's been almost every time. Oh, that lands inside of the smoke. Molotov is extinguished. A little bit of a tricky situation now. Bomb is definitely going to be going down. 5-on-5. They don't have the weapons, but Virtus Pro, 1 mistake here.
It's all on Shush. It's all on Shush. He's watching the flank at the moment, but he's going to have to help out with this Galil. They're going to need it.
Yeah, they definitely will, because there's going to be smokes everywhere, right? So the pistols won't be able to just power through that smoke. Hiding on the site, that's a little bit of a trick. He was hoping, I think, for a smoke to land on top of him, and that never came through. Now they've got it smoked, and they're already kind of going for it, coming back off instead of defuse, and now Hunden, yeah, they just hold their own. Virtus Pro, not even pressured. I think they decided, we're going to go for the fights before we try the defuse, and that was a smart choice.
Yeah,
I wonder
very aggressive on that retake.
if they would have smoked that while Shush was still inside of it, or Acor, well, Roy, I guess. Roy, yeah.
What, the bomb spot?
Yeah. If they would have smoked on top of it and got, that could have been very fun.
Well, that might have been what he was hoping for.
I think that's
staring
exactly
into
what
the
it
ground.
was.
He was like, just throw one more smoke on the bomb to the defuse so I can just be right here with my knife out. Yeah, not enough production. I think, there are a lot of flashbangs picked up by Mad Lions in that round. None of them saved for the post plant. There is a world where you could just bomb some flashbangs over while the retake is happening and all that exposed skyline. Fortunately, he used it all to get there. And now, I mean, I don't know how you feel. I don't know if I don't think that was worth the investment that Mad Lions had in that round. A plant and 1 kill.
No, probably not. Like, I tend to agree. I guess the bomb plant at least means, you know, they could buy this next one. So they maybe would have had a strange buy in this round, even if they hadn't gone for it. So it's not terrible.
But Virtus Pro's closing the gap now.
I actually think it's the 1 kill that makes that the real problem, right? Because if they've got like 3 or 4 kills, then they could have put so much pressure on the VP economy. But the fact that they get away with 4 rifles means they're feeling all right. That was very clean.
Nice shooting from Adren. 6-7, just 1 round back. This is a 3-round run for Virtus Pro, and 5 of the last 6 have gone in their favor as well.
Kind of a similar situation as to the one that we had on Overpass, right? So a slow start, but then they fight their way back in. They start to get some rounds on the board. It's looking even better for them in the first half here than in the first half of that map. But let's see. Can they continue? They could actually turn this into a very good first. I think 6 is already actually quite decent for CT side over Vertigo. So,
well, and also, I mean, always in the context as well as how poorly the start was. Oh, Sanchi's been spotted. He's taken down solo. HE grenade popping up, and it's down to 8 HP. That's going to be frustrating for Hunden.
I think he's also being held by Bobsky on the other side. Well, he can smoke it off, right? But the problem is, yeah, that'll cost him at least a grenade, and it could cost him way more.
I think he's just going to gamble that they think he evacuated, that he left. Remember earlier when they knew Sanji was here, they went right up the ladder and challenged him. Now he's getting away. Once the spam stops, he's eating a lot of time off the clock and a lot of utility off of some of these Mad Lions players. So he's lost a lot of HP for it, but it's not a bad outcome at all.
Sure. Shoulder peek, but Adren just continues to hold mouse while a little bit of a strafe take down Shush. 4 versus 5. And even with the damage that's on the VP side there, it is still pretty interesting. Now they're going back to the A-bomb site. And there is still Jamin kick it here. We'll see if they could do it, Mad Lions.
We haven't seen Mad Lions really try and exploit mid a whole lot. They started to kind of go that route in the early stages of this half, but they haven't kept up with it. Jame completely blinded, but he's going to stick around for the fight, surely. Kickart's here with him. Hunden turns the corner. That's the bomb. Hunden's the only one heading in. No one else is even prepared to take advantage of that kind of a play. 30 seconds, and Acor better go on a tear. 22 seconds now, and Acor is the only one left. No chance of picking up the bomb, but he can take some weapons away. Heading into the last round, not a huge deal. Plenty of economy on the Virtus Pro side, and he needs to just save this up.
Yeah, that's definitely it. I don't know. They were set up for it, but it didn't really look like they really followed through. That's a strange round from Mad Lions. Some good kills, some good stoppage, I think, out of VP. So credit to them for you know, not letting them progress too far into it. You are right though. In the beginning, they had Bubsky at least a couple of rounds lurking around in middle and sort of, you know, actually getting a lot out of it.
And we even saw like, a couple times like 2 or 3 players from Mad Lions actually took control and then just backed away, but none of that's happening at this point. Part of that, I think, the presence of Sanji certainly last round kind of, you know, shied them away from that idea.
Yeah. Yeah, which is, it's interesting because all he did, right, was get shut down to 8 health and then just didn't die, and they had to figure out, do we want to commit to spending time looking for him, or, you know, what's going on this side now? 15th round is coming up, and VP building another comeback right now. Adren at 13 kills. He was, if not top of the scoreboard, he's close to top of the scoreboard on Overpass overall after having an absolutely dreadful start. So
dreadful start.
He's doing a fine job.
Well, also, you go to the other side, the guys who had the good maps on Overpass for Mad Lions, Shush and Roy, having a not as much of a fun time here, especially Roy down at 3 kills at the moment.
Yeah, not the same impact.
Here we go, back to mid. Here's that mid presence we wanted. Oh, maybe it was this boost that scared him away from it as well, but certainly they have the information, and look how fast-paced this is. Hunden's going to wrap around through CT spawn, watches to catch him off guard. There's one player. Ooh, risky jump, and he can't win the fight, but Buster can't convert after that, and what A stunning turn of events for Roy.
He actually kept running with the Mat 10 and hit the headshot somehow. 3 on 3. They've not had a lot of luck in the afterplant for this particular bomb site. The grenade will immediately take down Roy. There's Acor, though, finding a chance. He's at the edge. Surely he's thinking about the jump at this point in time. 1 versus 2. He sees just a shadow, but they could come in from the other side as well. He doesn't go for the shot, and now, yeah, he has to back out just a little bit. The smoke is fading anyway. He has to do this clean, or it's not going to happen at all. The Molotov to try and force him away. He goes for the no-scope. Oh, and almost has it. It's not quite going to be there, and Jame with the kit will be able to win the round 8-7 in favor of VP at the end. A really, really fine comeback for them.
Yeah, it's not just the scoreline, but it's the 5-round run to close it out. It's 7 of the last 8 to close it out. That is a comeback and a half from Virtus Pro in the opening segments here on Vertigo. Heading into halftime, we'll see if they can close it out when we return.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back your back now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map, second half. Virtus Pro and Mad Lions here. Third day of Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice. And I know Virtus Pro are building a reputation for comebacks, at least in this series. I honestly thought they were going to get swept. It looked like Mad Lions were fully in control, and then they just weren't.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's necessarily Virtus Pro, like it's more Mad Lions just seem to be dropping the ball. Like, I mean, we see it sometimes in young teams as well who are climbing the rankings. Like, it takes a bit to learn how to actually close out and win games properly.
Yeah.
But Mad Lions does a great job of finding advantages. Tactically, I think they're an incredible team. It's just for whatever reason they just lose so many advantageous situations.
Drop the ball on that 51st floor, Jason. It's a long way down.
It's a long drop.
Got to be careful about that. We have, I think, an early attempt to go. Ooh, that's a dink on Shush. He won't be happy about that. He's playing it alone. They have 2 smokes and a Molotov, and I don't think they've actually made up their minds about what they want to do yet. They had like a little bit of an early push towards that B stairs just to look for a fight, and Jane goes down to Bubsky. He had a really fiery start to that first half, and then he kind of cooled off because the whole team did, I guess.
Yeah.
But if you can rediscover that here at the early stages of the second half, that would be big news.
Well, it's big news that he's rotating towards the B bomb site because Shush, it's hard enough to do this alone, much less alone with 19 HP. You're going to need a teammate there with you, especially now that you can see on the minimap Virtus.pro readjusting towards this side of the map. They're going to come up these stairs very, very soon. Hunden even backing away on the A bomb site. So is Acor. Everyone's getting prepared for this hit.
Yeah, he's going to get smoked off, Shush, but it's the USP, I guess. Oh, he actually did. Goes on the other side. Molotov's deep, not catching anyone. So he's going to have a couple of chances here. The flashbang will force him back, but yeah, just one click and he will have done his job at this point in time. On the other side, bomb still... Oh, there we go. Finally going down. It maybe took a second too long. Bubsky hoping for it. Do they want to challenge VP? They're all there. It could be a 3-man peak. There's Sanji leading the charge. And then a little bit of a return. Acorn, Bubsky before he finally gets dropped. It's Buster alone in a 1 versus 2. Oh, instant headshot. Can he go for the quad kill? He's nearly got it. Close range, and there it is. Taking him down, and VP now in a good lead.
Yeah, that is such a good round on the pistol. As soon as the engagement was made, everyone from Virtus.pro fighting with those Glocks, pushing forward towards the E-boxes. That is well done, towards the generators, I should say. And they take a pistol, and this is a huge run for them now. What a round from Buster. All base up. I think he even got the Gush earlier onto...
oh, did he set it all up onto
yeah.
Shush?
I think that was the first one, and you could see as soon as the smokes and the flashbangs come in, Shush, they just have to play it so passively. He doesn't have the HP for any of those engagements. Really, really tough scenario for him to be in. 9-7.
Oh, this is awkward.
And going back to the first half, that's now 6 rounds in a row.
They made that jump sound twice, and you can actually see that Sanji on the other side is already looking for it. He already knows there's no way this is going to catch them off guard. I would almost say, once you make that jump sound, might as well just kind of back it on out.
You say it's a 0% chance this catches him off guard? I think it's going to catch him off guard.
No, they threw Molotov literally in their faces, Jason. They knew.
Foiled again. Flashbangs, utility, nades, everything.
Once they start throwing bottles at you, it's a pretty strong message you need to leave.
Have you encountered that many times in your life?
Yeah, there's maybe been some moments. Didn't feel welcome afterwards. I think...
Could be worse. It could always be a Snickers bar while you're casting.
I think they said, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah.
It's a bomb plant and a wall bang. Some sort of haiku that we're building here. I don't know what's going on. Shush and Bubsky with the scout.
Yeah, just backing away. Already a bit of a hunt going on with Sanji towards the B bomb site. I don't think he'll commit anywhere. Still pretty far away. So a 10th round for Virtus.pro. They take a 3-round lead.
Yeah, which is...
I think it's like the first lead they've had in this series.
It is.
I don't think they led ever on Overpass.
No, they were... I mean, they equalized 14-14, I think, and then they couldn't make it through. I'm super impressed by VP. I'm pleasantly surprised. I picked Mad Lions, and I think a lot of people picked Mad Lions to win this.
Well, remember, the desk outlined it perfectly what kind of a win this would be for Virtus.pro. They haven't beat anyone in a series.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Since like I don't remember, was that September of last year? Except for Heroic. Heroic's the only team they've been able to beat in a series since then. Taking maps.
Oh, Bubsky, Scout versus the whole team. He's down to 2 health. It's looking grim.
These Mad Lions solo players are not having a good time. Neither do they on Overpass. As Shush as well. So really tough time. Sanji. Smoke goes down, pulls out a nade, but he's got James to back him up. Here's the MAC-10 going to work unarmored opponents and even disappearing into the smoke during the reload. Another round for Virtus.pro in the back, 11-7.
Cool movement from James that round. Just, yeah, didn't have more bullets, just decided to escape in a puff of smoke. 11-7. And Adren still top of the board with 15. James right behind here. Well, actually, it's Buster and Kickert at 14 both. What a nice even performance right now from the entire VP side. And we'll see what Mad Lions can do. We talked about James as an aggressive over on the CT side. Hard to imagine Acor won't be trying to follow that. He's immediately there. Stepping it up.
Yeah, already trying to set the tone in the first round that he has the op, and he might just do it. He's so close, and he's got it. Kicker goes down. Shame has an AWP over here, and now Buster slides into position. He wants to challenge, and if they did their research, they'll realize frequently Shush is all alone here, as we mentioned a couple of times, and I think Buster has him beat. I think Buster just walks up, and Shush missed the timing, and that's one of the real crappy things about being a B player on this map. Although that hurts, the dink. That means he can't really call his teammates over, although Hundred gets confused. A second player far back messed with his aim at the most inopportune moment.
Yeah, that would actually be worth having a slow-mo replay, because you're exactly right. Otherwise, he has that kill 100% of the time. Now they have to save instead. Yeah, that's really rough.
You see that second player just drag his crosshair a little bit to the right, and that is unfortunate stuff. 12 rounds now for Virtus.pro.
That's whenever I see a new player that I've never heard of, whenever you hear about someone that's making their way up the ranks and people saying they might be really good, whenever I get a chance to watch them play, that is actually one of my just eye tests for how much I think of them. And the reason why I think it makes sense is because I'm not sure that's something you can train. I think whatever it is, your neuronal wiring will either make you tempted to try and and get more than you could, or like it'll defocus you for a second, or it won't. And there are some players that are very, very good at committing to whatever the first task at hand is before they then do something
Move on
else.
to the next one. Yeah.
And yeah, I wouldn't even know how to start to think about practicing or training people to not do that. I myself am very much a victim to, doing that swap, way too early, and you leave some guy on 18 health, and then
you wouldn't pass your own eye test.
Not at all.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think it's yeah, that's just unfortunate. I don't know if they would have. It's not 100% they would have won the round, because Hunden could have got the kill and still been traded, and it's not that it's the entire round is on him, but unfortunate.
I think this is the kill for me that was just like, look at how difficult it can be as that solo B defender. That's so brutal. That wasn't even necessarily any mistake. That was just unfortunate timing of when you were transitioning into a new position, and there's not a whole lot of players. It's not going to happen too frequently that someone just kind of walks up the stairs in that fashion.
Bit of a missed Molotov over at the B side. Just look at the kill. Roy goes down afterwards. That was at the A ramp, so nothing to do with the Molotov, really. Shush is pushing forward, and that allows Bubsky to rotate all the way over to try and help out here. 4-on-4, and VP are not going quick enough to exploit the fact that there was only one person at A. Now there's going to be a second player who then can rotate in, and Shush, again, he's really far up on that side.
All right, chance for Acor, waiting for any indication, any sign. Now we see this frequently flashbanged, multiple flashbangs, multiple Molotovs to force a player in this position back. You can even spam him as he tries to retreat. So how does Acor handle it? Meanwhile, much like Overpass, all 4 players for Virtus.pro are here, so there's no point in going to the other side of the map. You don't have control, you don't have information. It would take a lot of time and a lot of resources to readjust in that fashion.
Fully agreed. Makes sense, just keep going. Double grenade to try and instantly bomb someone out. Acor, oh, he actually pushes through the smoke again. He is just that kind of a player, but it backfires this time. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're going to be pushing against Bubsky and Hunden, and Bubsky's already gone. Hunden, 1 versus 4, trying to run onto the side. He's going to get the 1, but James will be there to immediately get the revenge. And no point, I think. I mean, Shush is flanking them from the lower part of the map, but I don't think it's worth it, yeah.
No, it's really not. That's brutal. Even with the teammate putting out the Molotov for Acor, the smoke is what screws him up. Smoke just plumes right into his vision. Mad Lions having a really awful time. This has turned so quickly and so heavily. Like at one point, this was 6-1. And since then, I mean, what, 7-1 run for Virtus.pro? Or, I mean, excuse me, more than that, 11-1?
Yeah, when you put it like that, Jason, powerful point. I can't argue against it.
They won the last 5 rounds of the first half. They're about to start out winning the first 5 rounds of this half. That's
yeah,
it's getting wild.
The party is officially over for Mad Lions on this particular map. Still have a chance, obviously, to turn it around, but it's looking so good for VP.
It's their map pick as well.
It is.
No, it's not. It's Virtus.pro's.
Oh, I thought that's what you meant. Sorry.
Yeah, it's definitely what I meant.
Yeah, of course. Final one's going to be Dust 2, right? I want to say.
Yes, it will be.
See, I know what I'm doing.
Kind of.
Some of the time.
13-7. Virtus.pro looking to close this out. Just ride this momentum into the sunset. Remember, this is an elimination game as well, and Mad Lions is a lot of people's, mine included, dark horse to have a decent result at this event, to cause at least some upsets and some issues. They might just get wiped out here by Virtus.pro. Certainly, Vertigo looking to go that way. There have to be a third map afterwards, but they need to get back into fighting shape.
Yeah, they do. Pretty good grenade to equalize that. The MP9 was close there for Roy, but he just apparently couldn't find the right angle for it. Bubsky playing close, but again, he's going to get grenaded out of that position. Hunden getting a kill. He wants to turn for it. He wants to go aggressive. I don't really blame him. I don't think it would have made sense to stick around, but that makes it a 2-on-3. And they have some grenades, no molotovs or no smokes to try and stop that. But again, it lands inside of just the last bit of that smoke. That is unbelievably close. Could have maybe been something if they could have maybe stopped the defuse or stopped the plant there.
I think they have to go for this. I think it's just the score is too far wide. You have to start fighting for some of these rounds. Good flashbang. Perfect flashbang. James goes down.
Sure, she's got a smoke, but I think he wants to take the fight against the Dren. He's already seen the shoulder, and he goes for the wide swing. Now it's Buster, who's been very, very good. Smokes up again. That's two of them now blocking Buster. He just tries to shoot through. Headshot alone, and he'll save the round. Another one in the bag for Virtus.pro as they go all the way up to 14.
Just double tap pre-firing, just waiting for that follow-up peek from the Alper. That's so brutal. Acor just steps right into it. And what really sucks about that for Mad Lions, that was such a good retake. They played everything perfect. Shush did a great job utilizing the flashbang from Acor, the push on towards the side hallway, this one here. That's really, really difficult to handle. So 14-7 now. Nice job from Buster. 19 kills.
Yeah. That was incredibly well played by him. Not the first time at all we've seen that on this particular map. I think we just saw the rare accidental scroll wheel jump from a Dren after he'd already got the kill. Usually it works out the other way, doesn't it? But this time it was of no significance.
It's probably wiping sweat off his brow. It's like, oh, thank God. Woo. All right, Buster. Might have a chance if Hunden overexposes. And now look, Shush has had not a lot of fun playing this map or this bomb site solo. That Bubsky is there committed right off the bat.
Yeah, and over at the A ramp, they don't have the weapons to go down. I mean, they're doing it anyway, but it's probably going to be a nearly impossible fight. Some damage, then the follow-up. Acor actually the one to get the kill. Surprised they got even that much done.
Oh my God, 3 Molotovs, 2 nades. Everyone got the hell out of there.
Just throwing it all at the wall.
It's like a banana bomb.
Oh, that's a reference.
That's a reference and a half. Here we go. Buster challenging again towards the B bomb site all on his own. And I wonder, he has the opportunity to call his team back if he wants, because he's got a pretty good foothold onto the bomb site. He's going to turn the corner against Shush. That would be a big fight to win. Okay, now Virtus.pro, this is all you have left. You have no other options except the A bomb site.
And they're low on health. I mean, so are Mad Lions, in fact. It's not this could go either way. Even in a 4-on-3, there's the weapons, there's the health that's left. The bomb is planted. Not quick enough, Acor, not accurate enough, to be fair. Roy does a fair bit, but he's not going to get the kill. James and a Dren, very, very low indeed. And now another after plant. Sanji will take down Roy and Bubsky, both that leave Shush in a 1 versus 3. And now it's definitely no longer worth it. VP come through with another round, putting themselves at 15.
Roy's got to be so frustrated. If he has anything but an SMG there, I think he gets that kill onto a Dren. And then it changes the nature of the game. But that weapon at that long range is not effective enough. Virtus.pro is just, man, they've just been marching into any bombs that they wanted. This Mad Lions defense has not even done anything. They haven't won a single round in this second half. It's ugly. It's answering that age-old question of who would win, Lions or Bears.
Yeah, is that? I feel you have to give it a guess. I mean, outside of what's happening here, what would you pick?
Oh, I would pick Bears. I don't feel good picking Bears. I'm more of a Lion fan.
I guess Bears is a large category. I mean, I had to specify it a bit, but
yeah, well, certainly there's
best bear, whatever that.
Number 1 bear.
What most well trained. Bubsky going down, trying to take that fight against a Dren. A lot of spam coming through. Kicker is nearly dead. The grenade, it's not going to catch him. And another you know, rough start for Mad Lions. Trying to see, they need an 8-round comeback to get overtime. It just doesn't seem doable.
Let's not even talk about the 8 rounds. Let's start with 1.
Just 1?
Just win 1 round on your CT side, and then we can start having the discussion of what comes next.
Okay. Captain Realism.
Oh, terrible superhero. Buster again.
Least loved out of all of them. No merchandise being sold. Hunden goes down, Buster again.
And he knows, he's going to know Shush is the one who normally plays this B bomb site, so he's going to know it's not clear.
Shoulder.
Peace.
Trying to shoulder peek it, but caught that bullet with his face instead. 3-on-3, no utility really on Mad Lions. Plenty of it on VP. That could absolutely make the difference. We've seen that on the B-bomb side a number of times. Shush, does he want to fall back behind the smokes, or does he want to try and challenge it? So now he's sort of thinking about it. Just don't fall off the building. Whatever happens, that's the last thing you want to try and do. Well, that Molotov doesn't do anything. Right at the edge, and he's going to have to fall back. See if they go for the bomb part. Sanji already on it. And again, Mad Lions can't stop it. They're right there on the lip of it. They're sort of in position, but they can't do anything about it. Sanji will get a kill and a lot of damage in return, but I'm not sure it's going to matter anymore. James has got the one angle covered with the Krieg, and Roy trying to switch in. Nice headshot from James, and this might just be it. Acor with the scout, he's going to swap it out, but again, they're everywhere on this bomb site. How is he going to try and find them? VP, after losing map number 1, will come back in a stunning fashion, 16-7, as they take down Mad Lions on the second map, bringing us to the third. What a big success.
Yeah, I actually am so surprised, so shocked that that just happened. Mad Lions, that's a monumental collapse in this map. They started it out so well. So, I mean, you got to give props to Virtus Pro. They got the job done on their map pick. They came in. I mean, that's exactly what they wanted to play. Maybe they noticed something. Either way, they just delivered a stunning performance, a stunning comeback, and a stunning streak to end this and take us on to Dust 2. We're going to do a break, and then we'll have that third map at the conclusion. We're going to find out who's going home.
Shadows, I've come to make a name, ready for battle, cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger, so meet the monster. Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's emotion, the legend's spoken, this is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going, this is my moment. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. They're looking at us, an audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say.
Yes, we do find ourselves situated at a third map in a game that is delivering round by round right here in Katowice. Welcome back, everybody. We are looking at the third map pending here between Mad Lions and Virtus.pro. But for the time being, I need to introduce these guys yet again. We do have Sponge, we do have Maniac, and these guys are on a tear right now, ready to see the conclusion of this series, I'm sure.
We're wrong. I think we both thought that was going to be a 2-0, but
Probably,
13 rounds straight there from VP have something different to say, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on who you're a fan of.
We were right until the, what, 7 first rounds? With 6-1 lead, Mad Lions. At that point, everything looks like under control. A few mistakes here and there, but still, they look to continue their form from the first map and close in 2-0, and then suddenly that's a massacre, I think is the term we're looking for. That was really bad.
Speaking of massacres, Chad, are you working on anything over there?
Yeah, you know I like playing with things, normally myself, but I can actually go and play with the screen over here, Trace. So let's show you what I've been working on. I've been bunkered on down in production with Skybox and as I want a cut. But let's get stuck into this one. This is one of the early rounds that was fumbled here from that of Mad Lion. So let's talk this through. I spoke to you guys before about a normal CT-sided setup that we'll see Jame middle AWPing, Buster solo B, 3 guys over towards A. Well, that's what we've got right now. Buster pushing right here, Jame in the window. What I want to isolate first is Buster going aggressive. As soon as he goes down to this of Shush pushing through the smoke, Shush is also going to see Mr. Jame with the AWP in the window. This is very important information because if I know the CT setups, well then guess what? So do Mad Lion. Shush gets the first kill, he gets all that information, and now he's going to push. He knows what the setup is. He pushes into the bomb site very aggressively, takes a lot of territory. Look how far he is. He's pushed all the way up. He's going to grab another kill here, and he'll eventually go down. And now you're asking, Chad, what's the go with all this utility? Well, Hunden and the boys, they still love, doing the strats, but in this situation, a bit of a mistake because look at all this CT utility going to come on in. Because they didn't take all the territory that Shush got them immediately, all the nades from that of Virtus.pro are going to come in and slow this down. Look at Hunden. They've stopped by a Molotov. Another Molotov's getting ready to be thrown right now in the backlines from Mr. Kickit. He's going to throw that molly as soon as the plant comes down. The smoke's off in main. Right now for the T's, this is absolute chaos. I want to point out one last thing here. Mr. Jame, he's about to throw a smoke. It's going to land here. It's going to bounce in front of the site, and it's going to leave a gap. Look at this gap here. He is ready for Acor to come into the gap that he created. Acor will step into that. He dies. More utility. Look at this. Bubsky, smokes, Molotovs, everything. He's getting absolutely pounded and pushed on back. They take him out. Eventually, Adrenal push around the box, and they win the round. This is just an early round that Mad Lions fumbled, and if they just run in the bomb site with Shush, probably didn't throw all their set nades, it would have worked out easily. So that's it.
That's it. That's as easy as that. It's as beautifully put as that. Thank you so much, Chad. Maniac, what do you think about Chad's picture?
I mean, I like all the colors.
There's lots going on, right?
There's lots of color, but it also means all the utilities were used correctly by the side of VP, as you said. But what's crazy is at that point in time, Mad Lions was actually in a good position.
They were loving it.
Yeah, that's after that things went absolutely wrong, and I think we absolutely need to mention Buster. To me, he was the first one to really ring the bells of the Resistance. On the side of VP, he was pushing on the B side, on the stairs, making the difference, and then you switch over to the second pistol round, 4K from Buster, again being very impactful. Clutches, he had 2, he had multi-kills, he was 5 for 3 in opening kills. So Buster, my man for this map. Let's see if he can continue on to Dust 2.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled for Dust 2. That's what's coming up. But for the time being, we need to hear from Virtus.pro. I wonder who Frankie has grabbed on the sidelines.
I've got Adrian with me, and first of all, on Overpass, it looks like Mad Lions were making so many mistakes and just playing into your hands, but on Vertigo, it looked like you had the measure of them. What was your plan to avoid their attacks?
We didn't have actually a plan. We just tried to play simple and just don't make so many mistakes that we did on Overpass, and everything worked.
It really did, and I want to talk about your performance as well, because on Overpass it seemed like it was a tricky start for you. It took you a while to warm up. What did you need to do to get your brain in the game for Vertigo?
Actually, I had some confidence after T side and on Overpass, and after that we just talked, and I knew that I feel confident, and I will, I don't know, put some damage on this map, because we feel confident playing on Vertigo, and there is some positions that you can't even lose the duels if you do everything right.
Confidence is a question around VP at the moment. It seems like you've had a bit of an identity crisis since taking on the new mantle. Just how important is this win to the team? And I'm not even just talking about staying in Katowice, I'm talking about the future of VP.
For sure, the winning this match means a lot for us because we need to break this curse. We're losing a lot, like last 6 months, and yeah, we need to break this curse and just start the new chapter of the VP Rooster.
Well, from the looks of that map, no matter what happens, there's no curse. You can do it. Thank you so much, Adrian. Let's head back to the desk.
There's always one rooster amongst us, and in this case, it's going to be Maniac. Maniac, what exactly is this curse that he's talking about?
What are you? Why am I the rooster in there?
Roosters are good. They control. They can,
compliment?
Yeah, roosters
right.
are good.
Thank you, man. Listen, I'm gonna throw in a weird idea. We can bounce off it. I do believe that crazy result from VP at the major at Vanguard back then might have deserved them on the long run. Because if you do that result, it might change the way you expect from yourself, the results you need to expect, maybe the way you practice, maybe the way you see yourselves. And that could explain why everything went downhill from that point.
Money changes people, man.
Exactly. It's not even money. It's just how you feel about yourself and how you integrate the losses that you have along the way. Thinking, man, we used to win the grand final. Now we're losing to Bob and Henry or whoever is playing against us. That should not happen.
I want to lose to Henry. Damn sure don't want to do that. You are onto something there. I mean, we even have an evidence of that from last year, where Ents found themselves in a grand final, and then obviously
there's a bunch of team names that fall into that barrel. Avangard, Ents, Gambit, and Immortals.
Although I do believe Ents,
that never should have been.
Ents brought that on themselves. Like, they had everything working. They decided to,
Anyone who kicks their in-game leader when they're winning is a villain of mine.
Nice. I like that. And we're going to be working on a comic strip ourselves. For the time being, we're going to that break. We're coming back with Dust 2 and the conclusion of this series. One of these teams is going home, and I can assure you that. We'll be right back.
I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top.
Let's get Australia in the arena.
Damage, but a second by the Cherry. Provan, he'll find 3 in total. That is something.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
You call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Darnish, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
The ESL Pro Tour CSGO Masters Championship marches on. We are in Katowice. We are ready to send one of these teams marching as well. We're going to be sending one of these teams home at the conclusion of this series. We're going to be joining the likes of Tyloo, Cloud9, and Renegades, who are already out of Katowice. Didn't really have a shot, I suppose. They are pretty much done.
Well, Tyloo had a bit of a chance against the Thieves. They managed to get double digits on one map and 9 on the other. But I was going to say I was going to, derail this and be like the boys from the bush are back in town. They've finally got a victory on the board. Hopefully that gives them the confidence for tomorrow.
Hopefully,
because the 100 Thieves have been looking of the former selves, I would say.
Yeah, they do look a little bit of a shell of themselves. We can take a look at this knife round as we jump into this third map. This is how the sides are decided. I'm going to have to forecast that. Yeah, there you go. Virtus Pro wins the knife round.
Okay.
Probably starting on T side, not CT or TC. I don't know what I was saying.
TCC. I mean, this is a very open map, right? So it's one of these maps where if you win or lose a knife round, it doesn't really matter that much. You could have a very strong defense, or you could prefer to go on the offense and dictate the pace. I think both. You can make arguments from both sides. Now, what is interesting for this Virtus Pro lineup on Dust 2 is that historically, Dust 2 for me was the first map where Avengar back then make some noise, right?
Took some notice, yeah.
Remember I think it was New York 2017. This is where they played Dust 2. They actually won Dust 2. And that was one of the first maps where you would think, wow, it's actually very interesting what they're doing. And then the map kind of fell out of favor for them. At the moment, they're running a 4-loss streak, even though they pushed EG to overtime, Mousesports to overtime, sorry. But still, these aren't really a comfortable map anymore.
No, but their positive right now is I think individually they've identified they're better players than Mad Lions. I think that's the thing that they've just taken from that Vertigo game, right? And that's a scary thought. Now, in terms of pacing, if they do start on the T side, when I've watched the games from Virtus Pro in the past, it's a bit slower. Maybe they'll go for the long pick if they get the spawn, but otherwise they'll just do a default. They'll get map control. My worry is in these mid-round assertive plays coming out from Mad Lions like we saw yesterday, if they're not hitting the shots, they're just going to capitulate. It'll fall apart.
Just going to fall back down. Dust to a decider. And this is one that both these teams should find a little bit of comfort zone, if not at least on an individual level. And that's what we're going to have to look at. Individual performances. Speaking of individuals, these next two are very, very, very interesting to me. That's going to be Ender's Mode. Let's take a look at this.
Well, we are right into the game. I appreciate that. Interesting. That's in a kind description. Roy going to be almost running into Sanji on the other side. Acor is also covering him. There's a flashbang to set up the push out long. The bomb is still a little bit further back. And a nice fight from Sanji. And they wanted to try and fight back. They almost have to commit to it, or they were going to be stuck in long. They take down Sanji, and down in middle, Hunden. That's a smoke. I think that was meant to be a trick smoke, but it actually bounced off the corner, so it doesn't really do what they wanted, but it's still a 4-on-4.
This is a dangerous boost. Come out at that timing, and that's exactly why he had no time to get comfortable up on the railing or even get into the bomb site. So Bubsky is really their last hope. This flank needs to do some work, but Virtus.pro has paused. They're waiting. They're looking for this. Jame gonna spot it out, but it doesn't matter. His head's taken clean off.
He actually took an extra millisecond to make sure that landed. That was very clean. And weirdly, back in a 3-on-3. I feel like Virtus.pro have had a number of openings so far. Here could be another one. Hunden sneaking in with a USP. They're close. He might as well fight. There's no point in running, and he'll get taken down. But he did do a lot of damage, so can it be enough here? Acor gets immediately taken out by Buster. And now Bubsky, 1 versus 3. Look at how low they all are. But in a pistol round, that doesn't matter nearly as much as you might think. Again, yeah, instant shot. Beautiful from Buster, left on 2 health.
Yeah, that was about the only chance he had of retaking that, was to do it quickly. But you're right, Virtus.pro, there was a few openings that they probably could have pounced on throughout that round. First towards long, then towards catwalk when they got the kill on the player that's boosted up. But still, I mean, the end result is the same. They eventually do win it out. That's not bad at all. And I like the point that Chad made on the desk is individually, yeah, Virtus.pro, and is definitely on Vertigo, played at a better level, and that's got to give you some confidence.
Surely, yes. Very, very good grenade. They have 2 scouts in play and a deagle, so don't want to underestimate Mad Lions, even though the round is going to be favoring VP. This is one of those maps where people could get scared sometimes. You get tagged by a scout, someone else eats a grenade, and suddenly you're way too slow.
I think stretching back to Vertigo, Virtus.pro's won 14 rounds straight.
Yeah, that's, again, you're painting...
I mean, it's only the first round in Dust 2, right? But that's a pretty wild streak of rounds to just not even have to drop anything. It's got to feel like it's been, you know, a year since Mad Lions have actually taken a round from Virtus.pro. They have to be feeling like they don't know what's happening.
Yeah, they just want to remember what it feels like to win a round. Not going to be this time.
Not even close.
Scouts are...
Go for the Hunt Buster. You know you want to.
Well, maybe Adren and Sanji could do it with the SMGs.
Oh, I mean, Adren and Jame are actually wrapping around through T-spawn right now. They're going to box him in. That's a great shot. But that should give Adren and Jame the confidence to start running and not take this too slow. Plenty of time still in the bomb to shut these guys down. If they can get close enough with this MAC-10, with the scout that Jame is going to have, they can do some work. Still, Bubsky and Shush posted up in the B bomb side. One watching doors, one watching towards mid, one watching towards tunnels.
Jame has a Molotov if they get forced back. Actually, another headshot coming through from Bubsky, but now the UMP is getting dangerously close, so those scouts are about to be pretty irrelevant. If he comes through the door, the pistols might be a better choice. Grenade preemptively up there. Doesn't really do anything. Adren trying to see if he can make the last-minute leap, and he will, taking down Bubsky. So Shush will save the scout. It cost him a little bit, but they were feeling vengeful, I guess.
Yeah, it cost them, but I think they're definitely okay with it. Just taking the one dangerous scout out of the hand. Still 1 on the board, but more than happy to just pick up a couple MAC-10s and use them in the next round for the bonus money. Bubsky had some very nice shots down the stretch here. That one right there was a thing of beauty. 2-0.
Now we've got USPs running up the middle. It's a classic. Buster actually gets tagged, I think, from a scout long range there. Now this fight, though, should definitely be favoring the VP side. Now coming up through lower dark. Jame getting legged, and actually he goes down, so it could be another chance here. Shush, if he could land one more, that would definitely be great. Not going to happen, so they save the 3 rifles. Adren, don't know if he could upgrade to anything. He can't, so still going to be a 4th round pretty quickly from VP here.
We'll see. Mad Lions have to start fighting back. This is
yeah,
it's getting, I mean, I don't know, it just feels worse because it's now up to, 16 rounds straight. They've essentially just won a map, Virtus Pro.
With no response.
With not a single response. Gonna get a tech pause. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Mad Lions, and we should say what we saw this out of them. I've mentioned it during pretty much every single map. The fact that Mad Lions can get great advantages and they can do phenomenal things and they give them away. We saw it specifically on this map a number of times. They had some very curious post plants on the T side when they're able to take over bomb sites, losing a 5 versus 5, losing a couple situations they had no business losing that looked near impossible to lose. So here on a third map, an elimination map for Katowice. Mad Lions, you have to hope and pray that they just don't let one of those mistakes, get involved in this map to affect them in that kind of a way.
Yeah, they definitely can't have those mistakes, and they need to get some confidence back in their game right now. I mean, they have been playing pretty boldly. I haven't seen them, show huge signs of distress, but as you said, losing something like 16 rounds in a row is...
It's going to feel awful.
So rough.
It's very, very difficult to kind of deal with mentally. And this is where you'd want someone like Acor, the Alper, have some kind of a performance here, and he's challenging. I really enjoy that. Flashbang is going to force him off the angle for the moment. But he's looking towards lower tunnels. Jay, meanwhile, is in lower dark. He's with an op of his own, peering towards Catwalk. Default setup for Virtus Pro, making sure no one is pushing anywhere on the map.
Yeah, expecting a boost, which we did see out of Mad Lions when they were playing this map earlier. So maybe James has been watching a little bit of that game and could just, remember that was something to look for. Some grenades being saved for Mad Lions, which is, I mean, still over a minute, so you kind of want for them to be saving those grenades. Let's see what they do. Still in the default, still creeping up, maybe wanting to push out and see what's on Catwalk. Again, that's very much part of an early round here on the T side of Dust too, just making sure no one is close to that corner. And they're really far away. If they start actually pushing for it, they'll be fighting Acor, and he's on the bomb side over at Long, so he can't really easily escape, right? He would be committed more or less to this fight, which could be fine.
Yeah, I like that. I hope he's committed. I hope he just goes on a tear here. Needs to continue to challenge. Tough part, he's only got the one flashbang. He does have a Molotov to help out, and actually he kind of slinks back towards Long, so he can give it up and play for the retake. One kill is what he's looking for before they get in the sight, but he turns back. He misses the timing, turned right back into the second flash. Molotov might do some damage, but it's not going to stop the plant in any way. Sanji, although it could be forced into the open, but no one was watching for that transfer to the new box.
Look at Kickard. He could ruin this whole round. Wow, this is actually a wildly crazy play. If he shoots 1 or 2 in the back, even just 1, Bobski was looking for it, but how do you rate this now? There's almost no point even trying. Save what's at Long. You know that if you go for this, Shush will have to, I don't know, cover 5 different angles at once, and that Long push on its own, I don't think it's going to do enough. They are going to be trying to run up close, but Roy goes down, Kickard with a huge double, a triple overall in the round, and this is a very, very cool strategy coming out from VP, and it was, I mean, the timing on Kickard was perfect.
I mean, that flank just comes in. It is perfect, but it's perfect because they did the proper things. They forced Acor off the angle at the A bomb site. If he's able to get 1 kill, Kickard might have to change the pacing of that kind of a flank. But when they get in without any real danger, without any kind of defense being mounted, yeah, Kickard's in such a strong position. Even helping to prevent the cross, even helping to prevent that long hit from coming, or the long retake from being effective. This is, it's turning into a beatdown.
An actual beatdown, you're right. Not what we were expecting, not what it looked like. VP really had to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Almost 2 shots away from winning the round, but it's not that easy.
Also, there's plenty of weapons on Catwalk for him to pick up. So, he can do this. They might not expect it because of the smoke. They might think that's a wall. Here it is. He pops up. Bomb's going to be going down, but Sanji's in a tough place. Low HP. He probably has to play this headshot angle, and Hunden doesn't find any utility to use, but he relocates.
Yeah, he wants to be quick about it, and he has to be quick. That's the other thing. There's no kid on him right now. This relocation, though, Sanji, surely he doesn't see it coming. He's looking at long, which is very interesting, and Hunden sneaking up close again. A few more seconds, and it's going to be out of time. He gets a shot, a nice 1 versus 2 clutch here for Hunden, beating the smoke timing and then relocating and tricking Sanji into that one. That is, I mean, after having lost that many rounds in a row.
I was going to say, the streak has ended. Yeah, 17 rounds in a row for Virtus.pro, going back to that second map on Vertigo. Jesus. All right, I take a timeout, and I let everyone just breathe. Everyone just chill.
So winter is over. We're back.
We're back. We're back, baby.
Double up.
Frustration. Wanted that one. 4-1. Yeah, right into the double op. Acor and Bubsky.
Going for it. So it would have to be, you know, I guess it's 4-1, so almost don't want to call it a comeback, but in some sense it has to be, right? A mental comeback for Mad Lions to try and get back in the series and not be eliminated. That is what we're fighting for here after all. Acor for a minute looking down there. I don't mind the fact that he's fallen away because, again, that's one of the fundamental theories of this particular map is if you lose long, you just take Catwalk instead and hope that you can go for a retake, and that's fine.
Look at this timing, though. Ooh, and they might not even... What if they just pop flash? We've seen that come into style. They might not even smoke the wall, but here it is. There's the first one. There's the pop flash. We're just going to run over this gap, and they wanted that gap. Buster was loving that gap, and Hunden still waiting behind. Acor's taking attention, but you can see Adren covering his teammates around the edge of this smoke, and Hunden cannot find a way to get involved, but now he gets aggressive. Stops the plant in its tracks, and Virtus.pro once again have to recover. Wide swing from Hunden. 2 kills for him in the round.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. They actually shot a couple of shots through the smoke, and I guess they just thought no one was there. So now 2-on-2, it's definitely not done. Sanji and James, Shush is flanking out at long. James is ready for it, and he takes him down. Heads up play from him, very aware of what might be happening. And Acor, he puts up a smoke. I think he wanted to maybe create some space for him to get on out and play at the edge of it. Not sure if anyone's hiding inside, and I don't even know. I've said a couple of times he's crazy, but he might actually be crazy.
So what I'm thinking is there's 2 options. Either he shot the op to like act like he dropped and was hoping to just walk out the other side of the smoke, or he thought he was falling because he was inside the smoke and he shot the op when he thought he would land and then just realized.
I'll go with that. I think that's what it is. He was trying to mask the sound of him falling.
That or just trying to fake it or something like that.
I think you're right.
Either way, neither of them worked, and it just looked a little bit silly. Just got a sprained ankle for his troubles.
Very silly. Yeah. But ultimately, you know, Hunden again, very, very good double kill.
The opening from Buster, man, that was sick.
Yeah. I mean, but this is the kind of thing that, you know, you should win you the round back in some sense. There's just, you know, they can't get that follow-up kill immediately. And VP, look at how they actually just, as soon as they're in that 2v2, they just slow down. They don't do anything. They wait, and then they're able to pick up that kill on long. That's also good fundamentals.
Lower dark push. I think that was spotted. Adren and Buster both backed off. Yeah, it had to have been.
Well, when that smoke is up in middle, no matter what, right, you're going to be putting a pause on everything.
There's an upper dark push as well. Shush came in there, but they see absolutely nothing, so he's going to shrink the map for his team. Back over towards long A we go. There's going to be 4 players here, and there is investment. There is the AWP on Acor. There is a kit on Shush with an SMG, 2 upgraded pistols, and 2 flashbangs on Hunden.
This almost feels planned from Mad Lions in the sense that they never actually kept pushing up and down. They just said, let's just go here and then run back and hope that we force them out into long, which in some sense they have. Hunden has a flashbang, see if he could set up his teammates. They're all right around the corner. Timing is everything right now. They go before any grenades are thrown, and that is not going to be a fight you can win. And now, yeah, the pistol should not be doing anything here. Roy will get a kill, and the long-range AWP, that could be a bit of a saving moment. Another high flashbang as they come in. Roy nearly wrecking the entire team there. And Adren now with a 1 versus 2, and he's being flanked by Shush. He's right behind him with the MP9. Adren has really no idea that he's boxed in this heavily. He can win the round still. He's got 40 seconds, and, well, that would be so upsetting to Mad Lions.
Oh, they were so committed to this long play, Virtus.pro. Turning that corner and challenging against the pistols.
They were almost herded into here.
Yeah.
Herding bears. Is anyone trying to do that?
for purposes of domestication.
Yeah.
Pet bear. Adren's going to be able to pick up a lot of utility. Crossing is going to be tough. He needs to find a smoke on the ground would be a huge benefit. Acor is too far away for a flashbang to really be, you know, super effective. Here it comes. And he makes it. He's legged. He needs to just get the bomb planted. 8 seconds. That's about the best you could really hope for at this point. But from long, I don't think he can stop him. Shush is going to surely get him. Adren has a chance. He needs this kill. He needs the headshot immediately, and it doesn't happen.
Fair play to Adren. I mean, what are you meant to do at that point in time?
Yeah, not too much. Double op is recovered, but listen, that's a round that Mad Lions are going to be very happy about winning, that they were at a huge disadvantage, but you can see the power of just the 2-3 flashbangs they picked up along with those weapons. That's perfect. And that's Virtus.pro maybe getting caught in a cycle of strategies that were all called to go towards long. They'd found so much success at long A that...
Yeah. It's one of the few times I've really seen them on the T side so far throughout this best of 3 where they look a slight bit hesitant, and I can't blame them, but the thing is, the first fight that happens at that corner, right, there are no grenades thrown from Mad Lions. I actually thought they were going to lose around right then and there. I guess the AWP that's up on the bomb side is what kind of, also makes them think, oh, we can't just, wide swing out to take the fight.
Yeah.
But they were stopped at that corner, and then the grenades started coming in, and suddenly it sort of fell apart. So slowing it down at that position, I don't know. That was rough.
This will be interesting. Buster's going to have a real chance here. Flashbang coming in from lower dark to help out. I'm not sure if they expect that position. That's a missed grenade from Shush. Buster still waiting patiently. Default spread for Virtus.pro. Sanji towards long. Kickert, Adren, Jame now coming to meet up with Buster in upper dark.
I wonder if they're going to be boosting Jame. I mean, maybe it's going to go straight for the peak, but
They're being so loud, rotating upper to lower dark.
Yeah. Stomping all over the map. Roy's in middle. Can't see anything because of that smoke. Would love to get a glimpse of what's going on. Maybe could catch good, but that timing is...
That's brutal that he sees absolutely none of that, because that's the third player rotated over towards the B bomb site. Sanji's going to have a real chance here. If he gets this kill on it, it's huge. It's huge. There's no defense at A. He's about to find that out. A-Core pushing in and scoping, and Sanji's calling it out.
Yep.
He's saying the opposite long. You have a free reign at the A bomb site.
Wow, that's the round, isn't it? Unless something miraculous happens, I don't even think they can fight for the retake. You're absolutely right. He hears the scope, and the rest of the crew just go for it. A-Core goes down. Sanji, 2 kills, a third one on top. Now he's just mocking them. And Shush and Bubsky have to make a run for it. That's...
You almost have to feel bad for Mad Lions, because a lot of that comes down to the information that Roy was not able to gather when he was rotating to B.
It's true.
I mentioned they made so much noise in upper and lower dark, and for whatever reason, that made this Mad Lions defense very nervous. Call a third player over. I think maybe again, it's because they themselves on their T sides like to kind of lure you into stacking a bomb site for defense and then hit and switch it up and hit the other side. And maybe they're thinking that's exactly what's going to happen. Virtus.pro attacking long 5 times in the first, 7 rounds of the game. Go back to B. Maybe that's what they're expecting.
It's so amazing. You could draw a whole flowchart from when Hunden gets shot in the face with a deagle and how many different options Virtus.pro still have to consider. But as soon as you add the extra bit of info that he hears the scope, the flowchart kind of narrows to 1. Like, there's just one thing left, basically. There could theoretically be someone at A, but that's still a fight they're happy to take, right? Like,
that would have been a 4-on-1.
4-on-1. Yeah. So, we end up talking about kills and flicks and amazing, shots all of the time. But, yeah, the sound of that scope, that did it. That was like 2 or 3 options left at that point in time that they had to consider.
But you also have to think, Mad Lions is so convinced at the time that Hunden decides to make the decision to push out of long A, that is because they are so convinced it's going to be a hit towards the B bomb site. Hunden's like, I'm going to push out long. I'll either have the information, I'll have a fast flank, I can come around through mid if they're trying to do mid to B split. There's so many possibilities. They're just convinced it's not going to be A. And it's all because Roy missed every piece of information, not due to any fault of his own. Just timing with the smoke.
Oh, they actually had set that up to try and bait him out. It doesn't matter. Jame is still able to get the shot. And now up close, Roy, he nearly looked away. If they'd lost him as well, it would have been the round done. Down the middle, I have no idea how Bubsky is still alive, but they line up for Shush, and that will be a Dren and Buster with no chance to break through. I think Mad Lions are very lucky to be in this 2-on-4 right now.
Oh, I think that Virtus.pro just kind of got way overeager. I think we'll get back to that in a second. Hunden's going to have a chance here at long. There's the peak. They line up for him. He can only get the 1, but Roy's going to finish it off. I think Mad Lions assumed the B bomb site was going to be wide open. They saw 3 players in mid. They picked off 1.
Oh, VP, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, VP picked off 1. They saw the second opper still trying to support, and they saw the guy at the top of Catwalk get a kill. So they're saying, oh, 3 players in mid, 3 players pushing mid. certainly we killed one of them. Certainly, you know, there's not going to be a defender at the B bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, that's even good maths, right? It makes sense that that could be the truth. So they're out of money, and it's 3 to 6. I mean, it's good news for Mad Lions that they've managed to get these 3 rounds. They're not even in a row. They're literally segmented by VP winning a round every time, so it's just 1 round at a time.
But if you look at the last 5 rounds that have been played, even in losses, Mad Lions have been, you know, saving 1 to 2 weapons in the 2 losses they've had in the last 5.
Yeah.
They've been able to use some guns in their hand to be able to fight for the next rounds. Virtus Pro.
I almost feel like if Mad Lions, you know, come all the way back in this first half and actually have a good half, it almost feels a bit dirty, doesn't it?
You can see the observer there mentioning the utility damage. 3 players, Shush, Bubsky, and Roy. No utility damage whatsoever. Actually, just not a whole lot of nade damage coming out in this server at all at the moment. Yeah, this is just a straight up, this is a brawl.
Oh, Roy, this could be either really great or really terrible. Turns around, then he's pretty quick on the trigger. Almost getting shot in the back. What a teammate Acor is, saving him at least for another 2 seconds. And Kickert now picking up the AK, and he's making a run for it.
This could be crazy. If he's able to get this kill, this is the only defender. Hunden's the only one at the A bomb site. If he finds this headshot with the AK, that's got to make Hunden very nervous. He's going to back away. Perfect flashbang. Now, the tough part is James is alone at long with the bomb. Yeah, so he can't be the one to make a play.
No, they're not committed to this either, but Kickert, they've got more than a minute. And Kickert is so far in behind enemy lines that theoretically, right, he could spend some time like he's doing now, waiting and looking for another kill. And you know Mad Lions are going to be scared and very nervous about this current situation. I mean, they haven't completely lost track of him, but one mistake, and if it cost them the round, it might cost them the half, and it might cost them the whole series. Let's see. He has a Molotov picked up as well. 40 seconds.
I don't think there's anything you can do, especially because neither Adren, and I mean, James has a Glock in the bomb, so he can't do much. But Adren only with the Deagle. It'd be great if he could find that kill. But the defense still not shifting. They have no reason to, so Kickert still doesn't have his opening, and he'll have to way overextend to find a favorable fight. And he does have armor, so I mean, he could do something.
Oh, he eats a grenade. That's pretty brutal. Now, the bomb is at least being brought up here, so James should be able to have a chance at it. Adren has a Deagle. Low percentage to win a 3-on-4 in this kind of an environment, but not out of the question. Adren is sneaking around in lower darkies, just again hoping to slow them down and maybe catch a rotation.
He can win. Adren can win this round.
Yeah, he absolutely can. 1 good kill, and if he buys time, there's 3 of them out there, but they're waiting for him. Oh, they're still not getting the kill. He does pick it up, and now again, he's just being annoying. Buying time. They need to almost forget about him and just go. He tries for another headshot, and it doesn't happen. That is much closer than you think, ladies and gentlemen. If he gets 1 more kill and just stays hidden, they almost can't retake it.
Well, Hunden got the 2 kills on the other side.
Wow, that's scary.
That actually turned out to be a very frightening round. 6-4. Well played by Virtus Pro, applying a lot of pressure even without being able to bring a whole lot to the party. AWP back in James' hands. Kickert with the Deagle.
Well, that's even just a momentum switch that you can feel when you see Kickert pick up that AK-47. Yeah. I mean, you just feel like, oh, you know, they're actually so dangerous right now. Everyone is worried.
For me, I just looked at the minimap and I'm like, holy hell, Hunden's the only one still at A.
Yeah.
They're in for some trouble. Bubsky being aggressive with an AWP of his own. Acor has his op at long A for the moment. And full control of long A for Mad Lions.
This is probably nothing. It's probably just a glitch here, but VP threw one of those smokes that's out of A long, and it's completely missed. So you want to be very careful about that. I think it either landed really far back or really for those 2 smokes right there. Now, if they do that again and they somehow mess it up and they actually try and go for it, that's dangerous.
Well, also, I mean, kind of shame on us, I guess, for not bringing it up earlier. When we watched Mad Lions play EG on Dust 2, one of the big strengths they had on both sides, both offense and defense, was their ability to hold and take long. Hold it on the CT and take it on the T side. So Virtus Pro, we saw them open up in this half with a heavy lean towards long A, but that's not going to last the whole time with Mad Lions being so proficient at its defense. So if they can't find another recipe towards middle, towards the B bomb site, Virtus Pro can be in some trouble. If they just stall out and fall flat on these long hits, it's been 10 rounds. We haven't seen a single mid to B. We haven't really seen a large-scale B attack.
A mid to B right now would be lethal to Mad Lions because they would have no info. But out long, though, with the smoke going down at 35 seconds and 2 players there, one of them close with the M4, should make it really, really powerful. And didn't want to be Careful, there is going to be a flashbang set up from... Oh, no, he's actually not even doing it. I thought he was going to throw it maybe for a pop flash close to the doors. Hunden should have a chance to get at least one. But if he goes down, Akor's in a weird position, and just the drive-by with the Deagless kicker takes him down. Akor throwing a grenade up there, thinking more people are going to be coming, but they're close range. He'll drop one, and some backup is there. He misses the second shot. 8 seconds left. Okay, I don't think they can actually make it. Bubsky needs to run right now. He's won the round if he doesn't go down. Buster's running close here. Yeah, time is running.
Oh my God, I cannot believe he peeked. What has gotten in that guy's head?
I don't know.
What has gotten into him?
That's why you want to see Peacemaker, to slap him right afterwards. What are you doing?
Jesus. That made me nervous. All right, well, VP actually had a pretty decent success there. I think, I mean, that could have been a real legit round if they had just, you know, pulled the trigger on the attack a little bit earlier.
They're so dangerous, even in halfway losing scenarios. That is the big momentum switch right now, because Mad Lions have all these players that, you know, they do have a lot of flavor in their style. Akor we talk about a lot, but it's not like Shush and Bubsky are boring players to watch, right? Yeah. And Roy's been playing that solo, you know, Lone Ranger type style, even on the CT side a lot. So they're not doing any of that right now. I really feel like they're just mentally so far behind in this game at the moment, even though they've just won some rounds.
They've won 3 in a row, Mad Lions, and they've won 5 of the last 7. So I'm actually on a pretty decent streak at the moment. Roy, I like that he's keeping his aggressive play despite having he had a really tough vertigo and not having a great start to Dust 2, but we've seen him push a couple of times. At least still confident. 5 on 4 for a minute and a half for VP.
Shush is alone in the bomb site with an MP9 and a flashbang. That is not going to be functional.
They really don't care what he has to work with. They're just like, sorry, bro, you're on your own.
It's the do more with less approach to an organizational structure. Well, it's got Hunden here, so there's something. HE and an M4, of course, and I think maybe especially that HE. The right time for that could really work out. Bubsky started long looking into it.
It feels like Hunden's just trying to really read when this like he expects it at some point. Yep. He's like waiting for it to come in.
It's not this time though.
And again, I mean, now it's not only not this time, but this is another round where there's really no defense at the A bomb site. Virtus Pro's actually found a free A bomb site a number of times on this map to at least get the plant, and now they have the weaponry to actually hold things as well.
I mean, it's another round where you have to almost say from Mad Lions' point of view, as soon as you realize this is going on, you might not even have a chance to really do much of anything about it. Bubsky with the AWP down long, but he can't obviously just run and challenge it. If he misses a shot when he's pushed close, then he's not going to get a second one. Smoke goes up, but yeah, I would call it off almost already. What would be the plan to retake it? 4 on 5.
You have a double op too. It's so expensive. The hard part is Bubsky's alone in pit. Now maybe they don't chase him down. They don't have a lot of money, Virtus Pro.
You almost want Shush to try and go to that long cave, you know, just to distract. But
yeah, or at least give some help, because Adren's certainly going to go try and get that AP. They know he's there.
And let's see, no more flashbangs, at least on the T side, so should be a clean shot for Bubsky, who's now moving a bit closer. I think that's probably good news that he's doing this. If he's in the pit when they come jumping, could be really, really risky. Oh, missed chance. That's an AWP gone. The M4 and the AWP will be saved on the other side, but amazing call from VP. They're doing such a fine job. It's not great for Mad Lions, but it's good Counter-Strike to watch from VP's point of view.
I don't even know if I can call it a good call, because I don't think they really had information. Like they've still set up the smoke walls, right? Like they didn't know that it was going to be completely wide open, but they're just able to find it. So I mean, yeah, it's obviously, it looks good, but Mad Lions doing a lot of gambles. Ooh, here we go. Push. This is going to be a crunch. 2 coming from upper, 2 coming from lower, but it's a bit disjointed. Lower's already taken care of, and so is the upper prong of that attack. Jesus, Mad Lions just wiped out of the server.
And they hear that AWP, they say, that's fine. Fiora, they're actually in the middle. It's going to be James to pick him up. Yeah, they got definitely wiped out. You said 2 different arms of that attack, but there was a smoke hiding. I mean, they almost couldn't fight because of that one smoke. Who threw that? Do we know?
No, I
actually need to know that, because if it was VP throwing that smoke to block that off, maybe I'm just making it up. Was there? No, there was.
It was grenade smoke.
Oh, just grenade smoke. Well, that is very fortunate timing for it.
And that probably would have been Mad Lions banking a grenade as they went for the peak.
Yeah, and I think that at least helped them in terms of Now they've got a meeting in the middle, group meeting.
How would you guys like to get slaughtered in this round? Ooh, good nade, good nade, good nade. Yes!
Fire in the hole. Nice running headshot. But 9-5. And what's so weird is that 5 rounds is kind of workable on CT side does too. A 6 would be, I think, you know, more of a comfort zone. It's not like they're completely done. It's just that VP are playing much better Counter-Strike at the moment. Don't know how to say it. This is good.
They are. They seem very, very comfortable on Dust 2 at the moment. Now, we have seen in, I mean, each of the 2 maps, we've seen some pretty crazy momentum swings at various points, so Madeline's certainly not written out of it just yet. It's just going to be a very difficult T-side for him. Nade comes in, Jane brought down very low, so with the AWP, it's not the biggest deal in the world. That's a big find for Adren, and just unrelenting aggression from Madelines at the moment.
Hunden with a massive task out at long, alone with the FAMAS, hiding inside at the edge of the smoke. Royce pushed up into middle. So they're taking some crazy risks right now, once again, Madeline, to try and get into position. And it seems like they've done a good job here. They're all lined up. Missed opportunity for both AWPs and Acol. He really wants to find this fight right now. They're getting close with the rifles, and he misses the chance of leaving Roy in a 1 versus 3 and 10-5 in the first half in favor of VP. They are so much in control of this game and looking to eliminate Madelines sooner rather than later.
That would be a massive upset. VP's able to do it. We'll find out right after halftime.
Where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
Bears versus Lions as we get into the final half of this series, and one of these two teams is going home, and right now, in every way, it feels like it might be the Lions. They're down 5 rounds behind, but that's not really, it's not even the numbers. It's the way that VP have just fully come alive. They seem like they're so much in control of this game. They're playing better individually, and I don't know what the Danes can do to bring this back.
I mean, I called Virtus.pro a hangnail in that first map because they just kept sticking around and just being a pain for Mad Lions to actually close. And now it's happening across the whole series.
Yeah.
Virtus.pro, actually, this is the first time in all 3 maps that we've watched where Virtus.pro feels like they actually have the edge for the moment. James tapping away in towards Long Cave. That's a tough fight for Roy, especially against that USP. Dangerous to just take 1 bullet. Turns from the flashbang. He's back. Now his teammate's down, and James has got to back away.
Yeah, James trying to really help out Adren. That's why he's still sticking around there. I don't know how they land those headshots, but they did, and Kickit's not going to be happy about it. The bomb's all on the other side, so they're just trying to make themselves look louder and bigger than they are, maybe.
They said, look, the fake worked perfectly on Vertigo. Let's go for it again. And guess what, Anders? It's working perfectly again. No information. Buster's already going to try and flank up Catwalk, but it doesn't matter. Bombsite B is open.
They've sent that second email asking for their credit card details. And VP every time are like, well, if it works, it's gonna we're making so much money. We can't believe it.
Like, all right, the Nigerian
still don't. Now they know. Only now. 2 seconds ago did they find out. Now, Shush and Hunden have got to get here pretty quickly. You don't want to defuse in the middle of this, then all the fun comes to an end. Hunden, a little bit of a battle with Buster, and he's going to actually get the worst of it. Shush takes down Jame with the flank inside of the bomb site, though. Bobski and Acor holding it. 2 versus 3, and Shush just continuing. Long range, he doesn't even care. Acor ducking down, and yep, just stay hidden, and you'll win the round. That's all there is to it here. Sanji, nice headshot, and there's no time for him. He needs to find this kill, but he can just listen. There's a fine little bit of a step up. The bomb will take him down. They've sold it again.
That's brutal. I mean, the hard part is VP, this time at the very least, lost a player right at the start. They had a Gush player as well. They were feeling very nervous. The wall of smokes, the presence in that A bomb site, that was actually a well-sold fake, where I think on Vertigo the fake was really, really effective, but that was more a mistake on VP's side. This one was perfectly executed by Mad Lions.
Those were some absurd shots coming out from Shush. With a Glock, no less. Grenade. Oh, it's going to be a little bit too soon. Actually,
it just missed.
It missed entirely.
Straight up missed. The flashbang didn't miss. Sanji's eyes burnt out of his head.
Yeah, there's nothing left is there.
He was like clockwork oranged into that flashbang. Roy gonna lead the way up long. Oh, 4 players here. This could be a staunch resistance. They have no flashbangs, unfortunately, but some spam coming through. Good kill for Adren, but that AK is just way too close. And that scout on Jame, surely you can't stop Roy at this point. Up over the top, controlling the bomb site. Adren and Kicker just have nothing to really stand on in this fight. What?
I don't know.
That was pretty precise for being through smoke.
Some people just know how to do that. And they're not sharing the secrets, are they? Not telling the rest of us.
Glaive.
Glaive, yeah, there's a whole list of people that do that. They were at the right bomb site, though. They had the right idea.
They were at the right bomb site.
Those are some of those fights. I mean, it turned out very one-sided, but if you get it right the first couple of shots and somehow slow them down, it can definitely be different.
I think if they had a flashbang and those players inside the site could actually swing wide on the angle, that would have been nice. I mean, they had, I think like 1 or 2 smokes. I think they had an HE. They had pretty much every nade except for the flashbang that they needed. So Mad Lions are going to be up to 7, at least closing the gap, starting to fight back early in this first half. Very similar to what we've seen in the previous maps, where they have good starts, but something seems to slip away. There's got to be a weird feeling for Mad Lions playing from behind like this.
Not what they've been used to.
They had that big lead on Overpass, eventually closing it out 16-14. They had a really good start. I think it was, what, 6-1 on Vertigo before eventually just getting absolutely beat down by VP. They ended up losing 16-7.
What might be super interesting is to see what will happen if they actually start to build a bit more confident. He's done.
He wasted the good shot in an eco round.
I think they'll take it. But yeah, just what happens if Mad Lions can start to build that confidence? And, because they've just been hammered so badly on the last 2 maps. It's finally turned a bit now. So if they can start to rediscover a little bit of that, will that actually make a difference?
What's really interesting to me in this map so far, we pointed this out at one stage during the first half, or our observer did, and we kind of latched onto it. Still, though, the amount of utility damage between these two teams in this map is not anything crazy. And for like a meta in Counter-Strike that's really emphasized nade placement and flashbangs and Molotovs, and utility has become such a big part over the last year or two since Astralis' rise to the top. It's just weird seeing nades and Molotovs not really dictating a whole lot in this game.
Yeah, I guess out of a bunch of the maps, maybe Dust 2 is not the most friendly for it.
I don't know. Catwalk is a pretty nice little bottleneck for magnet for nades.
Catwalk, A long, I guess B tunnels. Yeah, I mean they could definitely do it, right?
Yeah.
This is
that's disgusting.
But I almost feel like if you want to be throwing, especially HEs on this map, it's almost better to just do it sort of more or less
right at the start.
Yeah, not in the middle of a fight.
The fast-paced play, yeah.
Yeah. Smoke and a jump, and we have rifles in the hands of VP. So see if they can shut down the Danes here once again. Second half, it's 10-8. So Mad Lions, they've had a little bit of time to rest. They've got a couple of rounds going their way. They get spotted out the middle, and the bomb is actually still making its way in there. That's an amazing trade. Buster inside. He's going to get one more kill, but they're coming in from upper dark as well. The backup a little bit further away. That Molotov will not spread to him all the way, so they still need to actually go and find him. If Buster could do it again, he's been saving them so many times. A lot of damage, and they do take him out. 2-on-2, but the flank for Adren is lightning fast, and up in the window waiting is James with the AWP. He instantly kills Shush, and there's Adren again. They're so quick about it. Nice round from VP. Very, very quick rotation.
James' first kill saves the day. Buster handles the player coming through window, but he's getting pinched from B tunnels, and he's about to have a player turn the corner into the double doors. James picks that guy off, and that just causes everyone this kill right here.
Yep.
Lipsky just got the kill on Kicker, so it wasn't quite as fast as he would have liked, but that turns it into the fact that Buster can just hide in the back of the bomb site. That buys an extra 6 or 7 seconds. It was perfect. 8-11. James with the AWP, A-Core with an AWP as well. And James going to back off Catwalk as his teammate comes in for support.
Did he want to fall down?
I don't know.
No, he's asking to
for
be
a boost. Yeah, that's awkward.
Could have showed he just run the whole way.
He's going to have to use the Molotov to slow it down. He'd have to wait, prime it, another flashbang. So that needs some utility, and obviously not as efficient a setup as he would like.
Is he just staying there?
He is just staying.
That's a very nasty off angle. If I don't think people will be checking that.
No, but the problem is it's only good for one.
Yeah.
And then you give up so much ground in the bomb site itself. The real tragedy in all this is it's Adren who's kind of screwed. He's got the SMG, and now he's stuck in the bomb site, which is why you see Sanji and James on the minimap starting to retake long. Good kill from Buster with the flashbang, getting aggressive in mid. Here comes a little bit more utility and another peek. Kicker's so close to death, and he's traded.
Buster is alone in B, and they're really far. Look at Sanji, though. Pushing out long K, 50 seconds. He could wreck this whole round, and the Mad Lions economy is not shaped up for this.
I can't believe he's running.
No, he's making so much noise doing this. Roy, did he hear? He's certainly looking for it, and he wins the fight. Oh, man, there was a big opportunity there. James needs to back on out. Don't fight this. Save that AWP.
Especially knowing Roy's lurking in mid. You can see them both addressing the situation, trying to find an escape route. Oh, Roy takes one more scalp. It's James trying to save the AWP. And yeah, it felt like Sanji was actually going to be able to save that round with a massive flank. Completely blind. James is dead.
Very dead.
As dead as you could get. That's the money for VP. They can do a small buy, or they could just full save and buy in the next one.
We were praising VP for the calm and sort of the cool of it. I wonder what made Sanji run. They must have known that they weren't, like, the bomb wasn't down, right? There's nothing.
No, they weren't even. They were at the catwalk stairs.
Yeah, there wasn't that much pressure. Oh, well, James is gone. They only have pistols. Again, around.
Wasting the good shot on the pistols.
Yeah, apparently. But still, we'll take it.
Well, Virtus Pro, 1 round lead now. Yep. And again, we mentioned momentum swings. Here's another one. Mad Lions opening this half, winning 5 of the first 6.
Yeah, that's what they needed, and somehow they found a way to do it. I must say, this is a roller coaster game so far. And I think now we're at the point where this game is so close that whatever team ends up winning, it's going to be absolutely heartbreaking, or losing, I guess, is the heartbreaking part.
Yeah, whichever team loses this is going to be crushed, because Mad Lions will feel like they had the opportunity on Vertigo. They gave it up with some forward play. Virtus Pro is going to feel like that comeback on Overpass should have been theirs.
Yeah.
Oh, and both teams are going to think they should have won this map.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's down to.
11-10, Virtus Pro. Timeout is called as they buy up. James has a decision to make if he wants to go for an AWP with no armor.
Surely yes. Surely yes.
I don't think so. Sanji would have to drop.
Buster dropped it for him.
Okay.
So they went a little bit of a middle route. Leaves them in a decent position. They do not have a defuse yet. Sanji could buy one, I think. Maybe they were right. Maybe not.
Maybe not. No kits.
No kits at all. That's, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Can be dangerous.
It makes the game a little bit more difficult. You have a little less options.
Close B spawn. Doubt if they want to go for a B rush. We don't see many of those when rifles are in play.
I'm so down for it, though. I'm so down for it. I hope they do it. Oh my God, it's only Buster. It's only Buster to defend.
He only has the smoke. He's got no grenades, nothing to slow them down with. He's going to toss that smoke, and it doesn't really matter. They're already out behind him, and that's almost a round, unless they get a miracle shot down the middle. What a knockout.
Oh, that is... You want to know what it's like playing B bomb site on Dust 2. It is just like you're largely ignored, and then you casually go to your spot the next round, and you just eat a flashbang for no good reason. And then you die.
It's not an enviable position.
That's just the most quintessential B rush outcome I've seen.
Yeah, all of the fellow B side players out there, they all take a moment.
Bro.
Yeah, get it. We get
Pour
it.
your drink out, pour out the tea, the apple juice, whatever you got.
Oh man.
Fallen comrade.
Now they have a lot of money, Mad Lions. If they can take anything away right now, this is the part where the economy, especially, I think, is going to make a huge difference. Molotov could maybe get any kill right now on VP would make a big difference. Not going to spread quite far enough. It looks like, well, maybe at the end, Kickett's keeping it cool in spite of the flames. And that'll tie it up at 11-11. But so, big win for Mad Lions, but VP saving 4 rifles means it's not...
It's not a complete disaster, right?
No.
It was just one player who went down there just going to re-full buy, and actually even a stronger buy this round than they had in the previous one. See a few more kits picked up, a few more nades picked up as well. So we're all tied up, but essentially a reset. We get to start that round all over, try it again. This time no B spawns, no B rush. That is a gimmick that's going to work once, and you might not want to go back to it. Long take, though, for the Mad Lions. It's Roy. Him and Shush combined for the opening kill. Sanji overextends to get the trade, and he's able to make it back safely.
An enormous amount of confusion, if I'm being honest, on the VP side there, but they actually did it.
Oh, look at all the utility that's gone in the first 20 seconds on both sides. Both teams had full utility before this.
James bumped into the smoke grenade that lands at Longcore, and then he wanted to fall back. Then Adren keeps fighting, which, I don't know, I would rather they all fall back. But then when Adren dies, Sanji comes back. It's like, that's so much back and forth. It doesn't seem to make much sense. And somehow it still worked out. So 4 versus 4 now, a minute left. Kickett alone at the bomb site. And again, this is doable, but all he has is an M4. So he needs an instant headshot, and then he needs to hide and stay alive for Buster to show up, or this won't even be a round once again.
Yeah, but
50
look,
seconds.
Buster has a flashbang. So if he can hide, Buster can throw that over the wall. He just needs that one initial fight. That's what you're playing for. There it is. He throws his own flashbang. He needs it from his teammate. It's coming in right now. Here's the peek. Completely blind is hunted, and he gets the kill quick enough. But then he's burned out of position, and Shush delivers. 3 kills so far in the round, and Virtus Pro, you might want to save again. It's a 2-on-3 with the AWP. You must have that. You must have that.
Wow, I can't believe it. Another triple kill for sure. He's really been a god in this game. 23 and 13, and he was amazing on the last 2 maps as well. So right now, this is looking like it's his series, if I'm being quite honest. If they end up turning this, they'll have to, you know, carry him out or something on a chair. Just raise him up.
Isn't that a bar mitzvah?
It could be. Oh, yeah, that's true, isn't it? You're right.
We could bring it into Counter-Strike. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, let's do it. It's going to be 12-11. Mad Lions back in the lead after having been really badly beat up by VP. They keep saving that AWP on James. They buy another one on Kickett in this round. You have to imagine that anytime you leave game with that AWP, you're going to be worried.
It is kind of a dangerous game, right? Because he's one of those dynamic operators who can do. Ooh.
Well,
wonder what that was at though. I didn't see anything that big of a disaster.
I think it was just probably just the frustration.
The just general build-up of frustration over 3 maps.
Well, it's also, I think, I can sympathize with the idea that, you know, from VP's point of view, they're thinking, why on earth are they hitting B one more time like this? You know, they don't have the info to really go on it. They just, you know, they pushed him back long, that's fine. But then, yeah, another time B, only one person in there who has not that much to fight with.
Yeah.
I could see why that'd be like, you know, can't they just for once show up where we actually have like a fair fight?
7 of 8 rounds in the second half going in the favor of Mad Lions.
Wow.
4 in a row as well. And the tough part for Virtus Pro, it just gets worse. There's just so much money built up for Mad Lions. Struggling to put rounds on the board, and you're going to have to put multiple to take all of that away. And again, mentioned this in the first half. Mad Lions' ability to control long on both sides of the map is a thing of beauty.
They caught him. I can't believe there was a gap in that smoke. But again, that long fight, when you throw that smoke, I think I was trying to say this yesterday, maybe a little bit of hyperbole, but whatever you want, that long corner on the T side, you can have it. I mean, barring just some crazy shenanigans.
Defense. Well, the nice thing for VP in a round where they're man disadvantaged, they have had the advantage in terms of map control and map information. They've pushed up through upper dark, lower dark. They've cleared all that out. They know mid is clear. They know catwalk is clear. So
yeah,
Virtus Pro know everything that's happening on the map, but the question becomes, can they actually stop it? Buster has an AWP. There's 2 smokes for the wall, though.
And Jason, I'll bring it back to the Lord of the Rings reference, right? It's not knowing the battle is going to happen at Helm's Deep. You're not happy about it, are you?
No, you're still not happy about it.
Still inside of the walls.
A lot of dorky little orcs waiting for you.
Yeah. We'll see what they can do. They did win that battle, so maybe it's a bad reference. We'll find out. 4 versus 3, 35 seconds. Kickert needs a lot of headshots. He's going to get the one, but he can't follow it up. Roy will take him down, and Adrenaline Buster. Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to go for it? And they don't. They just don't have the money to throw away these rifles. 13-11.
This is where it's getting sticky, though. I mean, you have 2 players there. You have Adren and Kickert, and the angle that Kickert's taking inside the site down towards railing, yeah, it's a clever gap in the smoke, but it prevents Adren from helping you in any way. Like, there's no ability for Adren on catwalk to get involved in that fight, whereas if you just play standard behind the box, it's a headshot angle, it's probably more expected from Mad Lions, or definitely more expected, but at least Adren can provide you some covering fire, some distraction from far away. He can prevent them from wide swinging onto you.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
It's nitpicky, and those are the details that slip away first in that pressure.
They definitely are. And in Kickert's mind, he's probably played a little movie reel inside of his own head saying, you know, they're gonna come charging past it, which they almost did, and I'll just spray and kill 3 of them in an instant, right? That's the dream. And it stayed a dream this time. 13-11, 25th round. Mad Lions 3 rounds away from sending VP packing. I mean, it's a gap in you know, 4-round differential here. I think this could turn instantly. I would not be celebrating or feeling any kind of confidence that right now Mad Lions setting up for at least in the B hallways. They're not going to go quick, and that's probably good because there's 3 people inside. They might try and follow it up. Yep, here they come, and VP already. This should be a round 1 every single time. Adren gets a kill. That's the bomb committed, and inside of the bomb site, more of the defense is fighting through, and the Danes get completely destroyed here. It's A-Core in a 1 versus 4, and he's just got the kill there on Kickert. They should find a way to make sure that they can just box him in and never let him out again. Up on top, he gets it, turns around, and Buster, he finally puts him down. My God.
When you're Buster spraying at A-Core, there's like that internal clock in your head that's counting the seconds of when that op can shoot again, and you're like, oh God, please land. Well, the stack gets him a nice round on the board after 5 in a row for Mad Lions. VP put a stop to that. There's still so much cash to burn through. A-Core's got 15,000. Roy just bought up. I think he had something like 12,000. There's money everywhere. So Mad Lions looking pretty good down the stretch of this game with a 1-round lead.
And that's, you know, you make a call like that really on both sides, but I think if you're VP, that's a nice call to be making, but you obviously you need more stuff than that, because that's probably not going to happen, you know, that many more times.
You're going to have to win some grindy rounds
Yeah.
in the mid-round sections with some really good reads.
That was the second round they've won in the second half.
You switch into the double op. Here we go. Jame and Buster. We've seen this defense just be a straight-up checkmate at times.
They're going to be split.
3 smokes utilized right off the bat.
Look at Bubsky. They're going to be split. He's going to throw the smoke from a long range. He's already done it. Yeah, they're going to go for it, right? This was set up from spawn. This is a call out of spawn. There's no doubt about it. The smoke in middle, though, it might be off. I actually think they missed. Oh, it's right there. That's a mistake and a half. Look at upper dark. That Roy and Aiko are set up for this. Now they have to stop.
They used 3 smokes at the start of this round, even before that mid to B smokes. They only have 1 left for the rest. This is actually a multi-layered mistake.
Yeah.
Shush gonna try and lead the way with the Krieg. Sanji's out in the open. Jame is here as well, but Virtus Pro gonna be thanking their lucky stars when they see that on replay. Now we're talking. Look at that nade damage.
Working on it. If you can convert this round into a win, Mad Lions, you should consider yourself very lucky. Almost all of the utility wasted in the opening of the round. I love the idea. It's such a cool idea. It did not work out. Hunden setting up for that. This is how that mid-smoke was supposed to work in the first place. And then they're still going to go for it. They just say, you know what? The plan is the plan. Don't divert. Kicker going to be buying a lot of time. Now they have to come in through the window. This upper dark push has to work out, and they're defending it really well. VP might be right back in the action here. Buster with the AWP finally goes down, and there's 29 seconds. Oh, it's anybody's game here. A-Core in the middle, he peeks, and Jame was expecting it. That's some heads-up play, and that means the bomb. Oh, he gets tabbed right through the door, and Bubsky, maybe he can win this fight, but he's never going to win the round. 14 seconds left. He's down in the middle, fighting against Jame, even making a bit of noise. And VP about to equalize. They will. Well done. 13-13.
Oh no, Mad Lions, the utility mistake is heartbreaking. Oh, your plan that was set up right out of spawn, completely ruined. 13 all. Good thing they still have money. They can buy right back up, and they have the full playbook available, and they even have another full buy after this. So things aren't all lost yet for Mad Lions. What a great defense from Buster with the AWP. 2 kills in the tunnel.
And the Molotov in the door.
And remember, they would have had 1 smoke left over to extinguish that if they hadn't missed the mid-smoke. They had to use their final smoke to set that up in CT spawn. Here's A-Core challenging aggressively. Oh, but this is interesting. Kicker, they're never going to expect that. He was just sitting behind the smoke and waiting, and he's even going to stay alive.
And it was even Jame actually from the other side that stole the kill, but it almost looked like Kickert had that play made for the, for that idea. We've seen A-Core do that once before.
Well, maybe he was reading that, just saying, I'll just sit behind the smoke, and if I hear the footsteps, checkmate.
If I hear the music, I'm going to dance. Adren and Jame defending the A-bombs. That could be a pretty powerful A-hit. If they get 1 kill on Adren quickly, then they're right back in the mix, and in fact, Jame almost has to fall back. We'll see if he could defend it. They have to move pretty quickly. They don't have a control of any other part of the map, so there's no point in waiting around. Now is the time for it. And Dren calling it in. Flashbang to try and force back Jame. More flashes raining his way. And can they stop Adren? That's the question. The Molotov will force him out, and he goes down. And now it's a round once again. They have a lot to work with here. There is a smoke left on Buster and a Molotov left on Bubsky. So let's see if those 2 grenades are going to collide at one point or another. We've got a picture-in-picture here. The coach behind VP. Retake coming in from Catwalk. Roy and Shush are both there, ready to try and take the fight. And actually, they're going to go slightly aggressive. The Molotov, it's going to go out, and they swing wide to take the fight. Sanji drops. Roy with 2 big kills, and he needs another one. Buster is here. Time is running out, and they're running VP. They're exiting 14 rounds from Mad Lions, and they bring it right back. Oh, that's a disaster from VP. This is one hell of a game.
It really is. You have to admire that read from Mad Lions, saying as soon as we see a flashbang, we're swinging. We're swinging and taking that fight, and it's a good trade. It's a good kills coming out for Roy. 1 round lead for Mad Lions. I think a lot of the issues VP is having with some of these A-hits, they do not hold on to utility super well. They are using a lot of it. So you can see, like, when Adren is going up to peak, he doesn't have any nades to go for a flashbang. Jame is out of nades as well, along with the AWP. He can't help pop flash so that Adren can get that kind of a peek in. There's a lot of free ground being given up there because the utility usage is running out way too early in these rounds.
But they still have the double up VP. A-Core makes the jump. Oh, with the AWP and taking down Adren. That is a brutal start to the half. For the round, Jame and Sanji now close on the corner. They're still sticking around. Bubsky's there to save. And now Jame, shoulder peek. This is AWP versus AWP. And Jame is going to best A-Core. A huge kill, but he runs into Shosh, who was flanking him all along. This is so aggressive out of Mad Lions. They're not letting off now. They want to close this and send VP packing. Kickered, edge of the smoke. It was just blocked off, and he goes down to Shush again. A kill. Buster now, 1 versus 3. Does he try and go for a miracle? The grenade won't do it, and yeah, he's trapped. He can't even escape. This is going to be 15 rounds, surely, for Mad Lions, and the money is destroyed for VP. What an amazing round for Mad Lions.
Yeah, that you have to. I almost feel like we made the joke about taking the chains off earlier about Hunden, but I think everyone had their leash removed there. Everyone had the opportunity to make a play, and that is well orchestrated. Shush coming up catwalk is just so brutal for Jame. 1 kill for Buster. He's dead. He's gone. The money is gone. Virtus Pro have fought so hard in this series. They came back on Overpass. They dominated on Virtus Pro. They had a phenomenal start in the first half of Dust 2. And now for their tournament life, they'll be fighting with very little. Jame is going to have an op with no armor, no utility.
How is he so quick? That was sick. Shush has got 29 kills. He's almost dropping 30 to try and keep them in. Jame actually gets tag jumping through. A bit annoying because he's got no armor, so that could make a bit of a difference. Are they back to the B shenanigans? They might try and go for the B split again, but at least delaying it a bit this time. It all comes down to this, doesn't it?
It all comes down to this. Oh, he's got it! He found a blind kill on Acor. The timing with the peak, it's perfect. 5 on 4.
Well,
and now, I love this. The follow-up push. Yeah, if Roy gets caught, he's got the bomb. It'll be in lower dark, but he's going to get away just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Adren, he's going to be challenged one more time at A. I said, so much ground being given up at this bomb site. Adren can do nothing. Smoke in his face with a UMP. He might not even get a chance to fight, and he won't. Doesn't fire a bullet, and the A bomb site is open for the taking.
Oh my god, 4 on 4. I can't believe he tried his best, Edren. He had to hide. He couldn't really fight them all on his own. The bomb is going to be going down. Roy has made his way the whole way there. And there are no grenades and no defuse kits on the VP side. It's almost impossible. A great flashbang to retake catwalk control there. And now headshot from Sanji. There should be nothing left here. Jame and a Kickard trying to retake long. 2 versus 4. This has been an amazing series, but Roy comes in with the kill, and it'll be Mad Lions to knock out VP. There's no doubt about it here. 1 versus 4 and 16-13. They managed to take them right out, and it took everything they had. What an amazing opening day here at Katowice, day 3.
Jesus, it wasn't always pretty, but those are the fun ones to watch. That was brutal for both of these teams, and we knew someone was going to end this heartbroken. Virtus Pro, they had their chance on Dust 2. They had that phenomenal first half, but this has just been a series of swings. All 3 maps, one team dominates, the other team takes it right back. That's a brutal way to end your tournament if you're Virtus Pro, and you can almost see it on their faces. But Mad Lions have got to be happy.
I can't believe it. That was an amazing game. Certainly raises the pulse up.
Yeah.
Everything you could possibly want from a game of Counter-Strike almost, especially an elimination match like this. I can't wait for the analysts to break it all down, and that will be coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
Dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by. Wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. As long as you are mine.
bones, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Holy smokes, we have made it all the way back into this one right here, and we've gotten it going the absolute right way. That means Hunden is staying alive within the tournament, which also means that we do have a loser in Virtus Pro who do see their way out of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, everyone. We're going to go ahead and hear from the side of Hunden and company over there via Frankie. What has she got for us?
I've got Hunden with me now. First of all, congratulations on the win. But second of all, how do you feel about that performance?
Right now, I feel happy because we won, but in general, we don't play our own style right now. I think we feel nervous because of the tournament or something like that. Today, we were the favorites against Virtus, in my opinion. So there was some kind of another pressure today compared to yesterday. So we didn't play our own, and I'm not happy with that.
So how would you describe your own style? Because what we saw from those 3 maps, there's brilliance there's mad aggression, and then there's mistakes in giving up advantages.
Yeah, it's not good. Like, if we want to compete at this tournament, we need to make less minor mistakes, also major mistakes. We can't play after plans today. I don't know what is going on, but in general, we need to step up if we want to win tomorrow.
How do you know when to push and when to hold back, though? Because there are times, especially in your defense, where you are pushing and you're taking fights you don't need to.
Yeah, sometimes we need to do some kind of a play, and that was the round on long. Like, I actually thought I had a play, but Sanji, he really owned me, and we had a good timing that round, in my opinion, but he surprised me, and they won that round, and that was stupid as well.
Listen, you're in the last chance saloon. Can you pull things together before it's too late?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we are going to meet 2 teams we have played a lot lately. We should have won against G2 in the Katowice qualifier and Mousebots at Ice Challenge, so we can beat them if we play up to our standards.
Well done, Hunden. I've been a bit mean to you, I feel like, but I'm very, very chuffed for you guys. Go and celebrate with your Lions, and let's head back to the desk.
And out of all that, the most disappointing part is the fact that you'd be mean to that guy.
He was mean to himself.
Oh, well, there is that. But
that was tough love. I really enjoyed that.
I did too. I enjoyed the kind of self-deprecating aspect of it. That is kind of respectable.
Yeah,
get the win, and you're still down on yourself. You know?
I don't think I've ever seen this. I've ever seen a winner interview where someone actually expresses so much negative emotions, but at the same time, if you want to progress, if you want to improve, I guess that's the right way to go about it.
Yeah.
But I think you can pretty much be happy about going one step further, and at the same time, think about the mistakes, right? Just be happy for a little bit, and then focus on what you need to do.
Well, there's a ton of things to focus on, right? In this matchup by itself, there was a lot of give and take. It was a lot of tug of war. That's what they call it. Yeah. So in that same notion, I want to send you over there, Chad.
Okay, I like going for a walk. I'm going to walk over here now. In the first half, we didn't see too many rounds get put on the board by that of Mad Lions, but one of them which really impressed me, I'm going to geek out super hard here, was this round where they had the saved AWP, and they actually did this tunnels push through lower and upper. So what I want to point out in the beginning of this round here, ladies and gentlemen, is these 2 smokes. This one here will allow them to go into lower dark without being seen. This one here means that they won't be able to be seen how many crossed over towards the B bomb site. So we'll keep this one going for y'all. Now, Hunden and Roy, they're going to push lower. Bubsky and old mate Shush, they're going to double nade and push into upper dark. Meanwhile, they're going to have A-Core overseeing things with the AWP. We're going to change the camera angle again for you. Now, what's happened here is the default spread right now from Avantgarde. With those smokes, they haven't been able to see if anything's gone towards lower, so they have to worry about that position. They have to worry about upper dark. They have to worry about a cap push. The only thing open for them right now is long, and we can see they're already starting to take that part of the map. We're going to change the camera angle one more time, and this is what I really love. Normally what you see in these situations, guys, is the CTs will fight as the cross is coming over. They'll stay in sight, what they'll do is they'll try and take the fight as these smokes come in. The T's are trying to cross, and normally the chaos is on this part of the map, the long crossover. But in this occasion, Hunden has gotten his boys with the pistols and a bunch of flashes to push aggressively long, and this is what I love. They've taken up a dark, they've got control, they've got a man there, they know they have the AWP in sight, and they're re-aggressing long. Now look at the timing of these flashes. Bubsky goes before the first one, but the follow-up, both teams are flashing here. Everybody's blind. It's this second flash from Hunden, which is really well timed here. The T's aren't expecting another flash to come on over. Now T's are completely blind. They push on through, they get the kills, and I just really love this re-aggression from Mad Lions. It was a great round.
Yeah, good stuff there, all things considered, Matthew.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a conclusion we can draw from that is that when Hunden is in a situation where, economically speaking, they're looking bad, they always have an idea. They always have a plan. What you showed here, playing long contact with the flash play, the B push with the CZ, and this is something that if you're an in-game leader at home, you need to keep in mind. You cannot play a standard round only with PT50s. That's never going to work because the long distance, you're going to lose the duels, you're not going to have the utilities. So I like this idea. I like of playing it a little bit weirdly, but the problem is, if you do that all the time,
people know it's coming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You play against them and you know, guys, they have no money, they're going to push us. So you have to be a little bit careful with how you use these weapons or these tactics.
The addition of those things in everybody's pool, you need to kind of refresh those. Every tournament almost bring out a new gimmick so you can keep people caught off guard from time to time. But in that first half, Mad Lions only managed to get 2 opening kills. Now on the defending side, right, obviously you're getting dictated to towards long, you're versing the AWP of Jame. It is very difficult. But Hunden as an individual, we're seeing some of his highlights right now on the screen, had some really big plays where he either got 1 or 2 kills, which he even had a clutch round, he even had a 2-on-1 situation. So in that first half, I'm going to put it down to Hunden's calling and his individual performance to even help them get 5 rounds on the board. So props to him.
Yes, kudos where kudos are deserved, Maniac.
Yeah, kudos, absolutely. And I think this game, even if it was messy, to me, this goes into the category of like a reference game for Mad Lions because it wasn't easy. It was pretty hard. The round that you referenced, the B push, was actually 8-5 scoreline, and they lose that round. So it's like, it's really hard to live through. Then 5-9, you don't have so much money, 5-10 at the end of the first half. And I was scared, are they going to disappear from the game? Is it going to be too much for them? But no, actually, they fight back, they win the second pistol round, so I like that. I like the resilience that I saw from Mad Lions.
There's going to be a ton to talk about with the Mad Lions going forward. I'm sure all eyes are always on Hunden. My eyes are on this next series, though. My eyes are on this G2 Mouse Sports series.
Okay.
Go ahead and get that veto
Good
out
reason.
in front of us, and we're going to try to understand why.
I'm really scared for this one because this here is set up to be an absolute superstar brawl. Well, Dust 2 and Inferno. Okay.
Okay.
The classics.
Scared?
Right off the top, Dust 2, Inferno, and then a little bit of Nuke, fellas.
Oh. All right. The names in the server right now are absolutely insane. Hunter, Nexa, Kenny on one side of things, Rops, Woxic, Frozen on the other side of things. This is going to be an absolute banger. And I don't say that no, I say that all the time. But we're going to say it again this time. But this one is actually going to be, hopefully, probably, most likely a banger.
Very likely.
I'm sold. Of
I'm
all
on the
things
fence,
I've
guys.
ever heard,
Hang around.
That's the one right there. We're going to keep our eyes tuned in right here for that matchup. It's going to be that best of 3. We know the maps. We know where we're going. But first and foremost, we need to go to a break, which means when we come back, we're going to start that series. G2 versus Mouse Sports. Dust 2, Inferno, and then Nuke. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Don't adjust your dial. We'll be right back.
Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top.
And with the little guns, it's a big round!
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors. that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it. Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of
G2 versus Mouse Sports, and this is going to be one you're going to want to turn your attention to. Turn your volume up and get ready for the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3 that you all want to pay attention to for a lot of different reasons, but one of them being, of course, this is going to be a big test here for G2. We're going to have to talk about that with you, Pimp. Of course, welcome to the desk, and we do have the lovely Maniac right here in between us.
Aww.
I know, it's a rarity, but Jacob, why is this a real test for G2?
It's a real test because we haven't seen G2 play against one of the top teams in the world for quite some time. The past 3 months on lane, the only top 10 team they played has been 100 Thieves, and they played them 4 maps and won all 4 of them, or won 3 of them, I believe, won all 4 of them, doesn't matter. But 100 Thieves right now is in a position where they don't really play like a top 10 team. They're on the down spiral. So G2, they've been playing well. G2 is a team that is doing well for themselves, especially after we saw them demolish the 100 Thieves yesterday. But it's a team that hasn't been tested against the very best in the world, which they will be now by Mouse Sports, who is a team that is fighting to be the very best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the fact that you say G2 played against 100 Thieves yesterday, because I feel like 100 Thieves didn't even play. That was basically a deathmatch session that was cool for G2, 16-2, 16-3. But yeah, they look on form, but I agree with you. Now they have the Ogre, Mouse Sports, against them. Just for the viewers at home, Mouse Sports, in the past events, that is 5 finals, 4 titles, right? They have been demolishing everyone at the end of 2019. I think there are some players that have come to a next level. I would put Frozen to that category. The fact that now he really has a lot of impact. Robs is definitely part of the top players at the moment. So if you're G2, this is a new type of test.
And Jacob, we got a taste of what this Mouse Sports is going to have to offer in 2020. We got to see them in the action there in London.
We did, and they played very well, right? It's a lineup that is getting better and better every event. It feels like they finally find synergy within it, right? In the beginning, there was a lot of potential within the Mouse Sports camp. You have guys like Voxic, you have Frozen, who's a young prodigy. He's starting to do well. Voxic is playing consistently. Robs, as you mentioned, the star player, I would say right now, of Mouse Sports. But that's what's so cool about Mouse Sports. They have so many different strings to play off. Kerrigan, he can be an in-game leader that leads by example. He can be a guy that takes over a game. If you look towards Mouse Sports and you think, where's the weak link? You would probably point towards Chris J, and that's not even fair to say out loud because Chris J is one hell of a player as well. That's what I like so much about Mouse Sports. There's so many different strings to play off, and right now, every single one of those players are performing at a high level.
Which is what we have to look at here. Performance at a high level. Maniac, I want you to explain to me Dust 2 here in pretty layman's terms and pretty much Barney style.
Very
how this
simple.
Was gonna go.
All right, Dust 2 means skill. Dust 2 means duel, fight, brawly. You have the Mouse Sports lineup. The names that Jacob just used right here, they have that. They have the skills. They can punch. They can do it. Just you know, they can make it work. They have all the tools. Now, Kerrigan, he likes to play a very snowbally type of Counter-Strike. Whenever he feels like his opponent is out of breath, he's going to take you down. Dust 2, very good opportunity for that. And just to bounce back on what Jacob was saying, what is very interesting with Mouse Sports is that I feel like at some point during 2019, they hit the ceiling. They hit a block. They couldn't win anymore. And at that point, some team, they would have just get up. They would have changed the lineup. You know what? Oh, we're not winning. Let's do a change. They didn't. They actually kept on practicing. They kept on trying. And now it feels like they have definitely reached the next level.
How do you feel about that, Jacob? Because I almost see this like sort of a nod of approval, disapproval. What was that? I couldn't tell.
I mean, I feel it's like the Kerrigan mentality, to be completely honest. It's him never giving up. We've seen him countless of time in the interview, you know, the future right there, saying that he's not going to give up before he's going to win a major. He's not going to give up before he achieves what he wants to achieve within the game. So I'm not surprised that Mouse Sports didn't give up. I'm not surprised that Kerrigan, as an in-game leader, is not giving up. Yes, some team would have made changes, but Mouse Sports didn't. And as you said, Maniac, it's really coming to fruition now. They're playing some of the best Counter-Strike we have ever seen that team play, and there's still so much unlocked potential. Robs is a young guy. Frozen is a young guy. Voxic is not old either. The only old guy they have is Kerrigan and Chris J, and they're doing pretty fine for themselves.
Sorry, my age.
Of course, Dane taking up for a Dane. You know, what did you expect, really? Just
I
kind of the way it goes around here. We look at Dust 2 Inferno Nuke. We look at what the map pool has kind of given us for this best of 3. Do we see this one going the full distance?
Yeah, I think we do. I think we do, because if we switch the conversations towards G2, then that G2 is probably at the highest point they have ever been with that lineup, right? The fact that Nex and Hunter come together, it seems like the system is working, and I don't see them rolling over and losing 0-2.
Well, perhaps they will. Perhaps they will not. We will keep our eyes open and wide here as we look at the screen for G2 versus Mouse Sports. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to our commentators so that Moses can get this party started with his friend Anders.
Well, it will be a party, but you know, there's only going to be one winner at the end of it, so it's going to get rough no matter what. I can't wait for this game. I think this is going to be a truly fiery game, so let's get ready for it. Ooh, and starting off with Woxic, taking down Kenny. Before we could even introduce the teams, Mouse Sports and G2.
Well, here we go up catwalk. Just 4 players remaining. 1 smoke, 1 flashbang on Almanac. Waiting, though, and actually now readdressing, giving the impression they're going to go up catwalk. They're going back towards the B bomb site. This must be quick, and Rops has already got a headshot. He's got 2. He's already shut it down. Chris J can delay. He can be patient. He's got 20 HP, and he gets a headshot as well. Somehow it's all working out for Mouse Sports. Amanek 1 versus 3. He wants to take this fight. He wants to thin it out just a bit, but the plant is pretty valuable even if you lose.
Yeah, but he's delayed it long enough that he can't even really get the plant. Does he wanted the P250 back? I'm not. Oh no! He sort of halfway crossed the street, didn't he? And the lorry came by.
The E didn't work. The E.
We've all been there.
Yeah, we have all been there, but it's painful.
Well, that's how it starts. And that's a good sign. Now, I mean, this is a good, clean shot from Woxic. I loved Robs up in this window. This is a just chest out playing, saying, you know what? Come at me.
It's important that he gets those kills because Chris J only had the 20 HP. If he doesn't get 1 or if he only gets 1, I mean, Chris J is just in a lot of trouble. Perhaps goes down for free. Woxic challenging with the scout.
This is a silly game.
Who do you have winning this? We didn't even get time to really, you know, breathe and have a chat.
You know what?
Those chats we normally
I think this game is so close, I can't remember what I picked.
I had trouble with it as well.
When I saw, oh, that grenade right. That's the whole team, no less, except for Amanek that got hit. But they still get the kill on Carrigan, and they get the bomb down at the very least, so that's very helpful. Woxic sniping away still and landing more headshots. That's enjoyable. And Amanek will go down, so they only lose Carrigan, which is good news. I think I might have talked myself into picking Mouse Sports.
Carrigan just got more utility damage with 1 nade than all of Virtus Pro, than 8 of the players in the server for VP versus Mad Lions.
Yeah, showing them how it's done.
Yeah, just 1 nade.
I think I talked myself into, I could be wrong. I honestly do.
I picked Mouse Sports. But I kind of want G2 to win, not because I have anything against Mouse Sports, but I think G2 is just such a fun team to watch.
It's that Mixer and Hunter thing.
Yeah, for a while, you watching G2, like especially towards the end of last year, just like they're doing so much cool stuff, and they're just not winning the rounds. But everything looks good, except for the fact that they're not winning the rounds. And this year, they started it out by doing a lot of cool things and winning. And Kenny S gets a pick down mid.
And Woxic was baited into that because he was hearing the Creed. Now more utility damage. A double nade on Hunter puts him down to 24. So they got the lead, but one of their players is pretty wounded. Kenny absolutely ready in case, well, he was ready. Robs now might actually beat him to it. Yep, comes back for a kill with the FAMAS. And it's lucky that Amanek is there to at least get a bit of revenge. They're creeping up long. The bomb is on the other side. It's very strange. They should be having a good timing here, and they will, but they lose Hunter. So they have the bomb site, but Amanek is miles away.
I think that's fine, though. There's no one who can really stop Amanek from getting out towards long. They're going to start peeking up mid right now. I guess Frozen has a chance. Chris J has a chance because Amanek is slowed down. That's actually huge. But Amanek passes. And Kerrigan's at least forced to be passive on catwalk. So still control, and they've got the smokes. They've still got 2 smokes.
Frozen is actually about to run into Amanek. This could be the most unlucky timing in the world. He sees him and he wins the fight. If Amanek goes down, there's 40 seconds for them to run all the way across. Knockout punch there on Carrigan. And Chris probably, well, maybe a chance, 30 seconds. They're going to be even flashing there. He could try and throw the bomb across as well. They have smokes. They have everything. They don't need to risk it. He goes for the fight, and Amanek with a triple kill. Wow.
Cost effective using the flashbang to peek. Yeah, Amanek really saves the day a number of times, bringing the bomb all the way back, being aware of the possibility of Frozen's push. I was wondering why he was taking that so slow. But he gets the kill, and he's able to get G2 on the board. Gonna get a pause. 2-1.
Early on. Just a time for everyone to catch up. Oh, I guess maybe a sound issue. Looks like there's some serious discussion going on. Time for you guys at home to, I don't know, invite your friends, get everyone watching. I really think this will be a game that's worth watching because we've talked about it so many times already how there really isn't a clear favorite in this tournament and it's so unbelievably stacked. These two teams could go very, very deep. Just, finding the right rhythm, solving a couple of the problems. I mean, Mouse Sports have really proven a fair few times that, just how strong they are. But you're right, G2, I mean, they have so many things that are working in their favor overall. If any sort of, if any trifecta of strengths that they have would come into play in a single map, then, yeah, they're going to be hard to stop.
They have a lot of players as well. I think they have like 4 players in the top 10 performing players of Katowice after 2 days. You know, maybe not including today, but they have so many players just playing very, very well at the moment.
Yeah.
They're a very fun team to watch. And one other thing, well, we can get to it a little bit later, because this is a bye round. So we'll focus up. All 5 players for G2 heading towards Upper Dark. Flashbang. Rops is blind. More flashbangs coming, and holy hell, Woxic is taken out. They've seen one more in middle. This is a lot of pressure being applied by G2.
It's a whole long snake running from T-spawn to Upper Dark to Lower Dark, continuing on the catwalk. The whole team is here. An interesting strategy. Carrigan about to have a lot on his hands with that AWP and a Deagle, and he's getting surely shot in the back. I can't believe he's still alive. That flashbang somehow manages to save him, or rather really save the AWP, which I think what they need to do right now, Mouse Sports, unless they can get...
Save everything.
Yeah, just save it. There's no point.
Get out of pit, go to T-spawn. You have 2 ops that you can keep in your hands for the next round.
You know, if they hadn't diverted from that B push to knock out Woxic there at the catwalk, if they kept going, Robs would have been alone with an AWP against a 5-man rush, so
yeah,
that would have also worked.
Even if he's not blind, you're going to get one and then you're going to die.
Yeah.
Are they going for this?
No, surely not.
It looks like it. I mean, not anymore. But why are they...
Hunter solved that problem for them. You're not going for this.
I'm so confused.
I'm confused.
I don't know why they creeped up that late, especially considering Chris J has just a USP. Rops has the AWP and no armor, and he's all the way in the B bomb site.
I don't even think they had any grenades or anything. I'm not sure how...
Intriguing.
Yeah.
Well, that makes this a much more convincing win for G2, and it takes a lot of weapons away from Mouse Sports.
Well, we're all confused now.
All baffled.
I think... I don't even know. Sometimes you can... We've seen this before. I think a team that sometimes did this a lot in the past, right, were Fnatic.
Ooh.
Is very clean, though, you've got to say. But sometimes in the past, you know, Fnatic would wait so long that actually the defending T side would, you know, they'd sort of move out of position just a second too early, and then they would get in and they get that last second defuse. I remember a fair few games where Fnatic were really good at doing this. Triple grenade stacked to Lower Dark, and Hunter each 1, 2, and not a third one. So he gets to live. That's the second time he's had a double nade down there.
Surely he's going to be frustrated. He's like, I hate this part of the map.
Yeah.
Getting punished quite a bit, so nice nade damage from Mouse Sports a couple different times. But still, very much of this is, you know, you're having Rops who you just want to defend the B bomb site, and you're hoping they come into the stack.
But even if they walk into the stack, how much are you going to get out of that? I think Rops sniping a kill and then relocating in the middle is probably a more likely path to winning the round here. Out long is where they're going to end up. You wished. It does a little bit. Okay, well, Hunter from the earlier grenade. Low on health, but now they're taking long, and Robs is far away with the AWP, so no threat at all here, really.
I'm wondering if they're, again, this is another round. I'm curious if they're going to go for it. Almanac is watching for the flank on Catwalk. They're certainly going to send the USPs, but Robs is starting to get pretty committed as well, and I think now he's going to reconsider. Same with Woxic. They fall away with the AK-47 with the weaponry. Almanac, though, he might want to turn this corner. Robs, don't miss, and you don't even get the shot. Almanac shuts him down, and there's no chance of recovering the AWP. Oh, Frozen's going to give it the old college try, though.
He's hearing Jax running. I think Jack's probably thinking the same thing. So, USP, but he's so quick. You're right, no chance. Woxic with an AK-47. And Mouse Sports, it's almost like they've committed to a plan early on of, you know, of fighting a lot and being very aggressive about taking some of these battles. And so far, G2 seem to be absolutely ready for it. They seem to say, yeah, you know, go for it. We're happy about this.
This is G2's pick as well. Woxic finds the AWP right at the end. Oh, they were turning the corner. Nexo wanted that. Almost got it. 3-2-2.
That's interesting. That if you actually managed to get it, would have thought maybe G2 would have put some more resources into it. They knew that boost was happening because Chris had already made a jump at the bomb site, so there was no doubt about that. Nice round out of Jax. 2-3.
Timeout for Mouse Sports. Not liking what he was seeing.
We can't really blame them. Again, I think it's rough when you try and sort of stand up and put a lot of pressure on the enemy team and you get whacked the way that they've been so far.
Yep.
So it might be a good idea to just calm everyone down.
Well, I think also it's a matter of talking through the economy, because I don't think Mouse Sports is going to buy in this round. They were sitting there hovering right around 4K on most players, so I think they're essentially saying, We're gonna half buy here. One more round, and then we can get, you know, the AWP. We can get all the utility. We can get, you know, plenty of M4s with nades instead of just M4s with light armor. So one more round to wait before the real action begins. Rops has a deagle out towards long, and Woxic again, the AWP alone in the B bomb site.
And that's a lot of trouble. He's going to be crunched from all sides. A single shot missed, even if no shots are missed, he's probably still going to be dying. He's now falling back in. Yeah, he is. From the window, took a bit long there for Jax, but it doesn't matter. Wow. Everything is falling right into place here for G2, at least early on in the game, which is...
It's a very aggressive tactical beginning to this map for G2, considering how fast they're moving through choke points, how fast they're attacking to gain map control. They're not shying away from just walking out mid. Now Hunter might go down here. Chris J is being sneaky. You wouldn't expect Chris J to be here at this point.
A lot of map, you know, to be covering in general. Chris, just seeing him. Easy, but can't really get the gun. Oh,
hello.
That is smooth.
Oh dear.
Reloading against Kenny.
Please, quicker.
They had a moment, didn't they, there where they were both sort of...
Looked in each other's eyes right before Kenny pulled the trigger. Jax finds Frozen. It's going to be a 4th round for G2, and Rops won't be able to salvage any of the weapons. So this is the round that they were saving for. They gave it a decent enough try with some investment around the saved AWP. That's a hero op. That thing had been around for like 3 rounds. Just saved each time.
I have a question for you. Now that you can throw flashbangs from upper dark into the B bomb site, could you design a way to flash middle so that you throw flashes from middle and you throw flashes from upper dark, so whoever is in middle, if they turn around, they actually just stare into the flashbangs coming from B.
The other flashbang?
Yeah.
Maybe.
You time it well enough, there's no way to look.
You might have just invented the concept. Well, there's a lot of utility dumped out towards long for both teams. Amanek has used pretty much his whole kit, just a Molotov left over, but no one challenging for control. Chris J, I believe, was tagged through the door on his cross. He's down to 47 HP, but he's aggressive to watch those doors with the op of his own. Rops is alone again in the B bomb site. Chris J rotating back. I'll have a chance to.
Hunter's been waiting in middle for a long time.
Yeah, 4-1 attack onto this B site, and Chris is going to get in the perfect position up on platform.
They're just lining it up. Falls away at the wrong time. That could end the round for them. Robs, he's going to have no chance, really. Immediate return. And now Chris coming back for more. It's a nice snipe away. And that might actually make a bit of a difference. He's waiting at the edge of the door. He wants to see if he could snipe another kill before they actually get in and put the bomb down. That smoke allowing for a decent-sized gap, I think. And 50 seconds, and they've really been slowed down, G2. Mouse Sports, a round that nearly was already gone for them, but now they have a chance to fight for it. Woxic is miles away, though. I don't know if they know for sure. Now they definitely do, but he's worried about a flank, I think.
Well, it's still going to be a tough retake. Great shot from Kenny. Great adjustment. And it was going to be tough with the man advantage, and now it's equalized. 2 flashbangs and a smoke to work with. I don't know if Mouse Sports is going to be able to pull this off.
Very, very tricky, isn't it? And now that Chris is gone, yeah, they have to back out. That double up is so valuable for them. They almost line up to get taken down. And Kerrigan on the run. G2, again, they have a beginning to this match where there are just so many things that are falling in line for them. I mean, some of it is aggressive, and that's obviously the game plan here. But the fact that Chris scopes away just at that time,
Yes.
I mean, you can't even plan that, can you?
No, because he might have even been lining up a double. They were trying to keep that hit a secret until the last possible moment, so they didn't use a flashbang. They didn't use any smokes to force him off the angle or close the gap. They were just dry walking in, and Chris J might have even just been able to just have a field day. That's going to be frustrating looking back at it. And that's the kill. Frozen going down before the retake can even really begin. Just sealed it, I think, for G2.
They've been doing all the right things, praying to all the right gods. I don't know what's happened, but it's worked out well for them.
Entire pantheon. Ooh, there's Rops getting tagged, and that return was almost connecting. Woxic.
I like it.
Challenging up mid. Is he going to go for another?
Well, Chris also gets tagged. I still appreciate the fact that they tried to get something in return. Again, when all you have is that 1 AWP, why not try and put it into a position? Hunter on the one side playing alone. He was playing alone earlier. I guess we've seen that before out of G2, but he's the guy to run around on his own while the rest of the team is doing something else. Also, obviously, valuable information. If you do happen to find Hunter, you might be able to connect the dots and say probably the rest of the team is somewhere else. Kenny. Crushing the angle.
Just rolls it on the landing.
It's the worst feeling in the world, isn't it? Ask Jacob about that. He was
Not as bad as, you know, pulling your back out.
well.
It's a classic play. Quiet on the map. Op versus Op. Kenny peeking into the site. He's certainly going to make contact. Question is he fast enough? Ooh.
That is close.
Oh, Chris. Poor Chris eats a nade. There's Woxic. The flick down lands, but there's nowhere to go after that. It was way too quick. Kerrigan, a deagle kill. He could actually hold this off. He could actually, no, he can't.
Kenny shot him right through the box. He just didn't even, wait. Grenade. Oh, it's another headshot. Was that his own grenade?
That was his own grenade. Style points for Ops. Just trying to make things a little bit harder. Play with a handicap. That would have been a dirty one tap to hit. Kenny Estrus with a quick peek. And now Frozen. If Rops was still alive, there'd be an opportunity for this, but this is going to be so difficult now. Great shot from Frozen. Turning the corner, trying to bait out the shot. He's got a chance. He's got to land this. And now the Krieg is in his hands. He's picking up the pace. Kenny, he needs to win this. He needs to get into cover. He needs to get into safety, but the Molotov might force him out. But the time is ticking. There's no kid. He's got the kill. I think he might have it.
Surely no way.
Oh, no, he's going to have to get the AWP if he wants it, but bail out. That's a very admirable attempt. And Kenny, yeah, you laugh it off. A little bit of nervousness.
It would be worth going back to investigate how close those initial deagle shots were as Kenny was covering the bomb site, because it looked like it was seconds away. Wow, good dangerous round from Mousesports. I mean, finally, you know, putting a stop a little bit. I mean, they lost the round, but still, it's just, I think, a matter of confidence now to try and put a little bit on the board here in terms of kills.
It makes G2 take a pause and like, oh, okay. Like, that can happen easily. That happened very quick. Kenny S. long. Oh, my Lord. He hit that so fast. Kerrigan even jumping behind the smoke. Kenny barely had the vision. That's beautiful. He's been playing very well for this team lately.
It's one of the super weapons that's on here. It's one of the reasons why they're such a fun team to watch. But obviously,
it's been so admirable too, considering we've seen a lot of the old school Oppers go through a downturn in their careers and have to like struggle and figure out how to come back into the game as an Opper.
I think Kenny probably has had
the hardest of all the times.
Well, he was on top, and one of the reasons he fell off was because they actually changed how the AWP works in the game, and that's
they nerfed Kenny.
Yeah, they nerfed Kenny. That was an unbelievable career spiral that he just went on after that. So yeah, I agree. To come back and do it again, almost no one does that. 5-4 now. 9th round, Woxic at the corner, but he's going to have to be forced back, and Molotov to buy some time. Still 50 seconds, so they don't mind. They have a lot of utility on the G2 side, so they could do almost anything they want here. Grenade down the middle. I think that's just all a distraction. Frozen, if he can win the fight out long, and if Woxic doesn't go down, they can double up on the bomb side and try and buy more time. But yeah, there's a lot of ifs in that whole defense. Woxic back with the AWP, and he's not quick enough with the flick. There's Jax instead with the AK-47, and now Frozen, and actually Nexer especially, turns into a lurker. He can just hide out here. Once they get that kill, no reason to go long.
And look at the way Nexa's just backing off. He's already anticipating the save. He's going to run in T-spawn. He'll meet up with Rops. Out in the open, Rops has to just straight up win this fight. It's not going to happen. That'll be frustrating. But that's the dream for the player in Nexa's position, that your team takes the bomb site that cleanly. It opens up about a million options of how you get to play these situations. Frozen, he goes down as well, and G2's just hitting everything.
How have they done this? How? We need to know. We need to send reporters, find out. What if they
reporters in the field?
Yeah, what's the regime? How did they get up in the morning? Have they done something special? You know, I guess yeah, why not? Take it all away. I guess in traditional sports, there's this concept of flow state, right? That's, I think, what you're seeing right now for G2.
Yeah, I guess look at all these bomb plants. They haven't had any issues getting into the sites.
I honestly, I mean, again, I didn't know what team to pick, and I honestly can't remember which one I did pick. But
you're crossing your fingers that it's G2.
I think no matter what, I was no, it's fine. Listen, my picks are already all over the place. I imagine it was going to be a close game. It still could very well end up a close game, but I just wasn't expecting this kind of a beginning. 7-2, and it's the style in which G2 have done it so far. There's going to have a lot of people paying attention. I mean, if people weren't already, but out of the many top teams that you could have, developed an interest or a crush on throughout the group stage here in Katowice, right now G2 certainly putting on a bit of a show. AWP and Woxic, and not much else. Again, they go for the boost in the middle, and G2 don't care. They're not there anymore, and they were never going to be there.
They're playing a pretty simple style, G2 as well. A lot of 4-1s so far to open up this game. Keeping their eye on everything. Rops is pushing into upper dark, so he knows that part of the map is clear. Frozen is all the way at the top of Catwalk. Now, there's not a split, so this defense inside the A bomb site is going to be just fine. But again, you're relying on Woxic to deliver with that AWP. The last time something like this was set up, Woxic was able to get one before being traded off.
And you see the problem building even now. That smoke wall means you can't get clean shots. When they get closer, that's one of them, does tag Kerrigan through, but the follow-up will be the flashbangs. That's going to make it really tricky. They're just going to keep raining in, surely. Actually, none to stop him from getting that shot, but Kenny is there. He knew that angle, and one kill is all they got. That's quite something. This is a wild beginning. We need some sort of soundtrack to match this. It's, they're just cruising through, no delays.
What's that song? They Feel on Top of the World?
Stop. I was thinking like
that one burrows deep into your brainstem. It's never gonna leave.
It does. That was the plan all along, wasn't it? Programming people. No, I was thinking like, Limp Bizkit with Rolling, that urban assault vehicle.
Yeah.
That version.
That version.
The cool version.
What's the other version?
Air Raid, something. It's
Urban Assault does sound better.
Yeah. I distrust people who feel different. Test for me. So yeah, put that on and just watch G2 play this, because they are really doing a fine job.
Yeah, they've won 8 in a row now. They are not slowing down in any way, and 7 rounds in a row have been bomb plant victories. Kerrigan has 324 utility damage at the moment. Shame he can't convert those into W's.
Yes, maybe a test to see that grenade damage isn't actually that great of a vector for how the game is going.
Yeah, that is a nice little case study. Well, 6-round lead. Mouse Sports, they need to wake up. They have a double op set up again. They've had this a number of times, and it hasn't really done anything. Hasn't really converted. Oh, Hunter already saw one jump across. This is sneaky. Kerrigan's definitely not going to realize that this is a possibility.
No, not that he's scoped up. It's even worse.
He's so dead.
Yeah, should be 100% of the time here. Smoke is fading, and I think that shot actually went right over Hunter's head. But Woxic is in trouble too. A flashbang, and he's done, and that's exactly what they have. Hunter and Nexa setting it up, and again, all the stars aligning right now for G2.
This might
shocking display.
Yeah, and it's not anything crazy in terms of strategy or crazy individually. Like, obviously the shots are landing very quickly and looking great, but that's all teamwork. That's Pop Flash, that's Rops, that's Hunter behind that smoke, just making a clever decision and then waiting for a teammate to make that peek happen to guarantee that it was a kill no matter how his fight went. I mean, the coordination to drop out these flashbangs as well is just so perfect. This T-side is...
I mean, again, they take long, taking no damage. None of them are touched. Now they just start hunting. They got so much money that it's hard to figure out a reason why they wouldn't try and do this. They even have, look at how many grenades they have left, even after, the taking the round and everything. More smokes, more flashbangs. They could do another execute behind this. It's so silly.
Essentially are. Chris J's going to get the first. Good trades, keeping the op alive, and Kenny S takes it out of his hands. Just the one weapon salvaged.
You're
M4 on Frozen.
You're absolutely right. They execute long, then A, and then execute B. The last, like, no one's ever done that before. They just keep going. It's like, I have more grenades.
It's perfect. This is great. I mean, you can see the pause from Hunter. Look into the wall real quick. Woxic misses his shot, obviously completely blind. This is clinical. This has been one of the roughest 9-round stretches I've seen at this level in a long time.
I have to agree. Rarely do you get to see things like this, so, save the moment. See how long it lasts. Kerrigan gets down. They were actually expecting that. They were set up for exactly that reason. And you could think about the psychology of that, right? At this point, Mousesports probably do want to make some sort of play. You know, they want to take some of the control of this match back. So G2 just say, okay, we've been going pretty hard at it, going, you know, fast out middle, fast out long. If every once in a while we throw in around where we just, you know, sit around and wait for you, then, you know, you get that timing right. And honestly, since everything else has been working out perfectly and all the other timings have been right, you know, just keep up that trend.
Just keep going. This is so impressive from G2. Frozen's going to back away 4-on-2. Woxic spots the back of Kenny Skull.
Yeah.
Can he do anything about it? Ooh, almost with the double cuts. A quick turn. That would have been the bomb. That actually could have made that into a very interesting situation in a 1 versus 2 with the bomb down on Cat. Regardless, a 10th round for G2. And at least by Mousesports all dying, they stopped the bomb plant streak. Silver lining, Xanders. Sometimes you got to take any victory you can.
You really should end up working in PR.
I can spin anything.
Yeah, turn it into something positive. What do you want out of G2 now? Tell me how they could do. What if Kenny jumped in spawn 360 and no scope someone down the middle? That since everything else is working, you have to test the limits, right?
Yeah.
Like how good can this get?
I want them to do the old Fnatic and just get like 5 ops.
Oh,
just pick mid.
Shoot them down middle. Get
Some auto snipers. That's coming.
Sniper.
We're 2 rounds away from the auto sniper, the mass auto sniper buy.
They wouldn't do that, would they?
Absolutely. If not, I would yell. Oh, I thought he was going to get a double for a second. Holy hell. That's a big tag on Rops. 3 players, actually all 5, going to head to the upper dark. This is going to be a B hit. Might be a split. We have yet to find out.
Well, last time they were all here, they went middle and then up catwalk and sort of kept going. We'll see. Rob's in that corner with 30 health makes me really nervous. That's a position that can get grenaded and molotoved in many different ways. I think they might still be put to the test here. Right now, I think they're pretending to take mid and catwalk. But I mean, the problem with pretending to take catwalk is you actually have to go and look, right? You can't just throw a flashbang and then...
Exactly what Hunter and Jax are going to do right now. Frozen. Thankfully not at any kind of an angle to be a danger. Nade is going to come out, and they'll see the trajectory of that as well. So Jax is going to be fine. Should be able to recognize that there's a player on the ramp. This is tough. If this ends up being a B hit, this is maybe the worst defense that Mousesports could have for it, because Kerrigan's at long, Woxic is pretty committed to long as well. They're very far away.
Well, he'll make it out, Robs. Still moving closer into the danger. Double smoke from middle. It's a fake.
They're biting. Frozen's transitioning. Woxic is in the open. Oh, they're going to peek right now. Woxic has nowhere to go. Frozen's down as well. Both of the players that got pulled out of position by the flank are now dead. They're now on the ground. Kerrigan's going to be able to hold long, but they just don't have to peek him. Kenny's going to do it anyways. He'll take a dink, but he'll take Kerrigan's face off. And you can't even go for the retake. Another round. Mousesports can't even fight for it.
This is actually mean, isn't it? Oh, how did he get through the window so quickly? Regardless, they've gone from playing, you mentioned this earlier, it's not like it's been really deeply complicated Counter-Strike, it's been very quick, hitting a lot of shots, and now they throw this in, where they say, you know what, now that you're really nervous and really confused and really don't feel well, we're going to start to throw in the fakes. We'll double smoke middle after having smoked upper dark and, you know, thrown some grenades in there, and then, you know...
Nexa's got 16K. He's got 4 kills and 4 deaths.
Super rich.
Super rich. He actually can't get any richer. He needs to drop something.
11-2. Round number 14. Yeah, this is wild. Out of control. 11 rounds in a row. I
don't know what to say anymore.
I don't know either.
9 of them have been bomb plants. So they're getting into the sites. They're killing everything. And they're surviving. They haven't lost more than 2 players in a round in 5 rounds.
Yeah. This is actually just an absurd display. It's like if you took, you know, some of those linebackers from the NFL and you know, you got them in like grade school just to show the kids, but then they actually played seriously. And it's just not a good day.
Pros versus Joes. It's like the Happy Gilmore scene with Dodgeball.
This is definitely, it's definitely something. It is map 1 in a best of 3, so that's what Mousesports probably have to remind themselves up for right about now. Dust 2. It's a very powerful start. And yeah, we're nearing the end of the half here. Mid control. Mousesports have nothing really to work with. There's some kits in this round at least. There's still some Molotovs and smokes left. None of the basics really seem to be working. Where are the trades? Where are the flashbangs to try and set up maybe a a retake of something? You do some different things, but everything has just been shut down.
I mean, everyone's getting killed so very fast. And then when you look at kind of where G2 has been attacking as well, even this looks like they're setting up to attack at the A bomb site, which is the weakest part of the defense. It's where Woxic is playing pretty much all on his own. Even though Chris J is at long with him, as soon as the flashbangs come out and Woxic has to give up the angle, they don't have anything to counter with. They'll just have to back away.
Yeah.
Mousesports starting to read this well, starting to feel nervous about the A bomb site. Frozen is in CT spawn, so 4 players around this bomb site, but they can't really stop the access.
Kerrigan, if he loses this fight, and he will, now those 2 people down at long are actually trapped. And so as opposed to trying to defend, now they have to worry about getting shot in the back. It's a good kill, and it's a great follow-up. But oh no! It's a team kill. 5 seconds left, in fact, and they're going to go for the bomb plant, and no one there to stop them. A 3-on-3 Mousesports. Anything you can take right now. I know that they don't have any money, but again, you should fight for this. You might as well try and get 4 rounds in the first half, at least do something. Frozen a kill, and he gets traded. Now Robs gets 1 as well, and it's Kenny in a 1 versus 2. And they're both coming up from Catwalk at the moment. Actually, Robs, I think, down in CT spawn. A little bit of a peek. Kenny not seeing anyone. The Molotov, he's standing on top of it just to try and get the kill. Dropping low, and he misses the chance. And they're going to go for it. A little bit of time left still, so they will be able to pick up that 3rd round. It's real close, but I think they did it. Wow.
Well, they've done it. They've stopped the run. They're back on the board. 3rd round in the bag, and here we go. I want to see how many auto snipers, how many ops we get from the G2 side. At least 3. I want at least 3, minimum.
Did you not get... Oh, there's... Oh, an auto sniper.
That's what I'm talking about.
And 2 ops.
Come on, Amanek. I know you're an auto sniper.
Get the M249.
Amanek played under Sean. He's definitely ratty enough for an auto sniper.
Someone should do this science. Maybe 3 clicks Phillips. Maybe what's best? Auto snipers or M249s? You have 5 of them shooting down the middle. You're not going to be accurate, but you can have a lot of bullets. What is best? Quality or quantity in this particular case? We need to find that out. That's science. I need that science.
Okay. Attention all YouTubers. Someone's dropped the auto sniper, which I don't appreciate.
What? Yeah, that's disgraceful. I might just bought the AK, for afterwards.
Let's just say hypothetically Mousesports win this final round. Does that make you feel good?
No.
Okay.
Again, it's been too much of a beating, hasn't it? 3 AWPs, Nexa. Pick up that auto sniper. Don't let us down. Yeah, there we go. Okay, ready to shoot down the middle. Oh, they stopped for a minute. That might be dangerous as well. And sitting inside of it, the damage is coming through. I can't believe they're still alive. And they're boosting inside of a hail of fire. And somehow they actually come on top.
Well, Mousesports definitely 100% knew that was going to happen. So yeah, the stop, the boost up to go for it. I thought that was a pretty lackluster attempt at the mid spam. I was hyping that up for like 5 rounds.
They've let us down.
It's all right. The rest of the half was pretty cool.
Yeah.
4-on-5. Jax, Nexa, Hunter, and Amanek to try and recover. 3-man defense for Mousesports towards the B bomb site.
Frozen sneaking out long. Well, at least he's in position to. It looked like he was going to keep going. Yeah, into the middle. Rob's playing just around the smoke, and now they're going to try and see if they can hit the B bomb site. There's 3 people in here, but Hunter's already got a kill. Jack stomping on top of Woxic, and Robs dies as well. They actually attack a bomb site stacked with 3 people and still come out on top, in spite of being 4 versus 5. Again, how are they just this good in this first half? Everything is working out. Mousesports have surely got to be furious here, and at this 15th round, you obviously got to go for it.
No
Flashbang to set it up, and Frozen going to try and come through the smoke. He's tapping away and doing a good job. A lot of damage, but you need to do this quicker, and now he's alone. 1 versus 3. 12-3 at the end of the half in favor of an absolutely ridiculous G2.
That is a ridiculous run. One of the most dominant halves we've seen in a while. We'll see how Mousesports responds after the break.
just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids.
Call my bluff
We're
for
grown-up
the last
kids.
time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around.
Second match here, third day at Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice. We have G2 and Mousesports playing each other on the first map. Still in the best of 3 here, but it's been very one-sided. G2, could you sum it up for us?
We have G2 playing. Mousesports is just kind of in the server. They're existing. That was so brutal. G2, everything they did in the first half was right, and everything they did would neutralize entirely what Mousesports wanted to do, and there was no chance of Mousesports even fighting back.
It's like
every aspect of the game, G2 won.
It's like Kyrie Irving in that Uncle Drew commercial. It's the only basketball reference you'll ever hear me make, ever.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever heard you do a basketball reference.
The only thing I know.
I didn't even know you knew who Kyrie Irving was.
Rookie of the year. I really like those commercials. That's it. All right, listen. We're going to get back into the game here, right? 16th round, second half, a rush towards the B bomb site. They're stepping on a grenade that does a lot of damage, but they get the opening, Mousesports. Now they just need to take care of Amanek, and they will in a really good fashion there. 5 versus 3. There's no way they can lose this round.
They have 2 more smokes as well. They can just re-smoke these double doors for days. There's never going to be a retake. I think at a certain point, G2's just going to say, oh, okay, we'll just back off. Chris J is alone in tunnels to watch this flank. He's got the first, and that definitely seals it. Now there's not even a point to go for this. Kenny S with 1 kill. Ooh, he's going to add a second on top of it. They do have a kit on Nexa. I just don't see the access.
No, and I think Nexa was already falling back, sort of calling it off. So those couple of kills at the end there, they're great fun. But again, there's just so much time already on that bomb. So Nexa, yeah, stepping in through the window, trying to snipe away. It will be Mousesports to pick it up. If they have set themselves up to go for a historic comeback, I think you could say.
A historic comeback. Not really in numbers in terms of the score, but just in terms of the kind of beatdown they took in the first half.
Well, the kind of beatdown, and also I think just the gravity of the tournament overall.
Yeah.
It's one thing making comebacks in, in weird online qualifiers or whatever, but the pressure is on here.
That's both pistol rounds taken by Mousesports. Nice try.
It was a nice try. Rops firing it up. I actually kind of like this beginning. They run into a lot of grenades here, but I like the idea of Mousesports going very hard at G2 early on, because you need to recover, again, some kind of energy. Pretty good shot with a USP, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I know what you mean. At least get your players kind of switched on and mentally into it. And also, I mean, you're just kind of giving them a chance to play back into this game on an individual level, or play back into the series on an individual level. I am kind of intrigued to see how far Mousesports can take this and bring it back. Remember, there's like a little bit, I don't know, it's a little bit of a grudge match, I guess, in the sense that, Mousesports is the team that beat G2 in the finals of Beyond the Summit, and they did it with a stand-in and a coach.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So if you're G2, you're taking this one personally, I would imagine.
They've been bottling up that anger for a long time, man.
Holding on to it. That's why you need to have your sit down with Navi at some point. You need to get that out.
I want to, but yeah, I'm scared. I think I might just do the cowardly thing and snipe at them.
Okay.
On social media.
Passive aggressively make comments and turn the cast.
Exactly.
I like that.
12-5. Yeah. Don't get me off track on Navi. Not over it yet.
Okay, well they've got 4 nades. Let's get you off track on that. They can nade stack.
Walking trying again. They can go for a nade stack. We all love those. And
Well, 2 are thrown towards long A, Kenny S and Jax. So the other 3 are going to be waited until there's some kind of contact in upper B or in middle. And now I think everyone's far enough away that the nade stack isn't really going to be anything special.
Well, actually, they're all creeping up in middle. They're coming out here as well. Could be really interesting if they get the timing down right. Throwing them in. There's one. Could there be a couple more? The CC will do a little bit. Chris turning it around nicely, and they'll recover. They weren't doing that much damage with the grenades, but there was an opening.
I think they only actually threw like 1, maybe 2. I don't think they got the other ones out in time. They realized that the attack was coming too close.
They didn't commit?
No.
Listen, if they're close, just throw the grenade straight down.
Hold on to it and just run forward.
That's it.
Special delivery. Ooh, 2 tags on Rops to the door. He promptly backs away. They want those AK-47s. Now, there is Woxic to hold on to everything. And Kenny S likely going to have to back off. Misses that shot. Woxic's got the double kill to end things. 6-12 as Mouse Sports attempts at a comeback, and this is probably their second real test after the pistol.
Yeah, this is where you find out how much G2 cooled off after the first half. Have they still got whatever weird quality it was that just, again, made everything work out? Even when it seemed like it wouldn't, they just turned it. They made all of the right calls, you know, round for round, just showed up exactly where the weakness was. It was pretty impressive. 3 people crossing. Hunter will stay in middle. So pretty common type setup here for G2. Nothing out of the ordinary. Kenny already tagged a bit with that AWP. He's down to 70 health. And Mousesports also setting up for a fairly common split here. Nothing out of the ordinary for either side. Slowed down, I mean, you're not going to continue with the aggression, I guess.
Yeah, they're happy with the control they have on Catwalk. That's a good pick onto Kenny S. He was looking for it. Woxic, I mean, talk about Opera's been playing well lately. Woxic has been stellar. So that thins out the defense. That leaves Amanek on a huge island. He's got no utility, just hiding in that B bomb site. Hunter's gonna have a huge job to do, unless Jax can make it back, but Jax and Nexa are focused on long, so it is indeed all gonna be on Hunter. Molotov and Flashbang.
They can't even throw anything for him. Hunter, he's got no grenades. This is just it. Lining up nearly for a double kill, but he only gets one of them. Chris taking a peek at long, which can be very dangerous, but the bomb is being brought up, and Robs is holding middle. Frozen is holding long. They've got a good stranglehold on this bomb side, at least for a while. Maybe that kill on Frozen could change things. Now, that at least inspires Nexa and Jax to go back and try and see if they can reclaim the bomb site. Chris is up there and waiting. The grenade doesn't do much of anything. And they're back down again. Look at Robs, though. He's coming in from long with a flashbang and a Molotov, and even just the AK will do it. Tapping away long range, and he's got all the advantage. They'll steal it away. They take all the rifles, and now 7-12.
Ooh, it's looking doable now. I mean, still 5 rounds back, obviously. Still quite a bit of work to do left. But with that reset, close the gap a little bit more, and then you start to see this T side. I mean, this is a pretty decent wash for Mousesports. Yeah, it was a 3-on-3 at one point, but they were in complete control of the situation at all times. Rops was always going to be that checkmate coming in for the late flank. So timeout called by G2. I mean, this cannot be a lead you let slip away. Surely that performance in the first half, you do not let Mousesports back in this.
I mean, you would say that there should absolutely be no way. The way that they want it, how much on top they look. Now it's a 5-round gap. So if you just had no context for this match, if you were only just tuning into the broadcast, then shame on you. But also secondarily, you might be looking at the scoreline and saying, well, I don't know who's going to win this. That would be your interpretation, right? Could go either way. Look at the economy for Mousesports. It's better for G2. Probably going to be giving away another round here unless they can get the grenades and the pistols working. So yeah, this is turned into just a weird game from the get-go.
Yeah. Deagles, 3 of them. Jax, Nexa, and Kenny S for G2. Hunter and Amanek with the CZs.
12 rounds is also at a point where, you know, it's not even enough that you have some freaky trick that you think might work. You know, you go for like a 3-man boost on Catwalk to fight middle. It's like, yeah, you get a round out of that. But you don't have 4 of those rounds stacked up that you can just do back to back. So you're not close enough to the finish line for some sort of sprint to work out. You actually have to make the basics work here on the CT side, or you can still lose it.
I can't believe they didn't spot Kenny. I thought they would have. Kenny gonna go for the peek. No, he's just gonna take the headshot, drop away into the Molotovs. He wants one more, almost has it. Kerrigan gave him the opportunity, and he's still alive. He's gonna go for another. He's got a teammate there as well, and actually, I think Kenny baited Nexa into that peek, and Kerrigan's gonna rip them both apart.
Yeah, he did. Well, fair play. Hamanek.
Save it.
Yeah, absolutely save it. He's got the Molotov as well. Doesn't want to speed out of there. I guess he can't know how close they are up on top of him. So he might be nervous that if he just started running, they'd be there to catch him. Regardless, 12-8. And they lose the 2 players. Give her the AK-47, but G2 are going to be buying next round no matter what, so...
Yeah, they're going to have the AWP back in Kenny's hands. He got picked off the previous time by Woxic in middle.
I'm guessing they'll go for double AWP or something on G2. They haven't had that before on the CT side.
We'll find out if they want to go for it. I mean, they still have some rounds to play with. They don't have to switch into it just yet if they don't want to.
It's just that Amanek was doing a decent enough job. I could see them going for it.
There's Kenny with his AWP. Yeah, just the single.
Just the one.
Just the single AWP.
Fair play.
Woxic has his still. Kriegs are picked up across the board in Mouse Sports, except for Chris J. He's the lone champion. He's playing retro.
Surf, man of style, I guess. Oh, no jumps or anything. And they just run down the middle, no fear at all. No one in upper dark though. Mouse Sports just leaning heavy towards the long side for now. Not a straight long rush, but slightly delayed with the flashbangs. And Jack's just going to fall back immediately. Not really meant to stick around and fight. Kenny will take down Carrigan in the middle. And Kitty, oh, Woxic again winning that fight. He's been doing that at least 1 or 2 times before against Kenny down the middle. And that'll help out.
Yeah, well, Kenny just had his knife out. He was just trying to jump and get across. Some pressure put on towards long. Jax was being flashed away, so I'm not sure what the call is, but Kenny obviously didn't really assume that Woxic would still be there. He's actually holding this map. He split it in 2, and that's a bit crazy. Don't pull Nate out in that situation. Legged, and he's going to have to back away. That clears up the middle of the map for rotations. Amanek runs back to check B. Hunter's going to start getting aggressive up middle, but the real battle takes place at the bomb site. Big kill for Woxic there.
He's doing a lot of work at the moment. The Molotov into the corner, burning out Nexa. He has the challenge, and he gets a kill. They weren't expecting it. He waited a second longer than they thought. I think Chris saw that boost happen the first time around, and that means there's a 1-on-3 here. Just trying to fall back, and Robs won't let him get away. 9 rounds now, 6 in a row to start off this half with.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, you got to start feeling for G2. They've used 3 timeouts as well. If this remains close down the stretch, just one more chance to pause things and have the coach get involved, but this is getting brutal. And I mean, just at point of contact, right? I think you nailed it right there. Woxic is playing a very good game with this AWP at the moment.
He is.
But G2 on defense need to do something to be able to find themselves an advantage. Even with Kenny S picking off Carrigan, they didn't really have the setup after that to make anything work.
It isn't anywhere near close to the most, cool thing that Woxic has been doing so far in the half, but I enjoy how he dodged the flashbang in the middle while scoped. I find that to be very hard to do. Like when you hear that dink on the wall and you know
something's coming.
So why even try?
Well, he's probably got a higher sensitivity than you do, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's got a lot of things going his way in there. Don't think it's just the sensitivity, I won't lie. Harrigan flashing his way out there. Oh, that's a stunning headshot. All the way down in pit. Amanek trying to escape. Again, they just have pistols and a lot of HEs, but that was very clean. G2, how long before you start to feel nervous? How long before your feet start to
Right now. You're feeling nervous right now.
All right, that's already set in. Well,
that's a nice shot. Oh, Carrigan, he's going to try and hold the line. Plenty of nades coming in his direction, and they clear him out, but that's the information. Yep. They know where everyone on G2 is. So some cool kills, some weapons they can salvage. No chance of winning the round.
No, there really isn't. And again, you might need the money here. Maybe now is the time for the double, if you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're ever going to switch into it, I guess you would go for it. I'm actually surprised to see them creeping this close. It looks like they almost want to go for it. A little bit of boost over the box, and Woxic saw it coming.
He's on point.
Coming the whole way. That smoke's going to fade. Chris J is about to punish these guys. They're not going to survive with anything. Perfectly executed from Mouse Sports. Perfectly done from Chris J. They're just 2 rounds back. A 12-3 half in the favor of G2 has disappeared so quickly.
They've got so much money on the Mouse Sports side.
Shout out to Carrigan.
Yeah.
First opening fight won.
That was so nice. Might have been the first one, but It
was a good first one.
It's real good.
If you're gonna go on that kind of a streak, you might as well make it look like that.
So they're throwing grenades out long, but they're setting up in upper dark, and I don't know. I'm sort of trying to think if they maybe wanted to try and bait someone from B to peek here, because they had 2 people waiting for a peek at the B bomb site. Now Woxic might be feeling a bit weird in that corner, but they don't have an AWP inside of the B bomb site. Gonna jump Kerrigan up.
Again, it's emphasis on long. Jackson, Nexa setting up a crossfire. Kenny S over at Car with the AWP can support towards long and obviously defend Catwalk, but at the moment there's nothing to read. Mouse Sports is just setting up in a default. They're split as well, 2-1-2 across the map. Being patient. Letting some of this G2 utility dwindle, let it be used.
If it's a B split this time, I don't know how they can stop it easily. Hunter and Amanek. The backup will be so far away with the round. Oh, and they take down Hunter. That's even worse, isn't it? He sees the shoulder peak coming out. Amanek inside of the bomb site. Now, backup is trying to get there, but it's Kenny running close to middle with an AWP, so he can't challenge the smoke. If he had anything else, maybe he could try and flash his way through, but not with the AWP. Amanek is alone. It's on him to pull a miracle, maybe even 2 or 3 of them. He's going to get the 1 kill, but not the second one. Robs is going to be there. Nexa in the middle, but again, the bomb is going to be going down. And do you really want to try and retake this with 3-on-3 and a smoke? And now that Nexa's gone, Robs will follow up with a kill on Jax. Yeah, they don't even get close. Going to be 11-12 here.
G2's just having such tough time in these early engagements. They're finding everything. Woxic, another opening kill. He's 22-11. Not only was he splitting the map in half and preventing rotations earlier, but now he's opening up towards the B bomb site and leaving just 1 player isolated and alone. This is equally as brutal of a half. They don't have like the money building up, but this is now 8 rounds straight in the second half for Mouse Sports.
Yeah, a study in T-sides for
Yeah, where's the defense at?
They've put all of the resources in. That it's just like when you build your Dungeons and Dragons character and you choose strength and armor and all the rest. Listen, don't give me that look, Jason.
I've never played Dungeons and Dragons. Listen, I'm into some nerdy things, but
listen, no one should be. You play advanced Dungeons and Dragons where all the cool stuff's happening. Regular Dungeons and Dragons not cool. So,
yeah, that's it.
12-11. Thanks. Appreciate it.
I forgot you were a LARPer.
Yeah. Is it really a surprise, though, if you think about it?
No. Oh, 3 players on the B side of the map for G2 to open up this defense.
Wait, we never finished the point. The point is they put all of their points into T side. Yeah. I have to finish it, otherwise people think I'm really crazy.
Yeah, they wouldn't have understood. All those D&D players out there.
Listen, that's a niche market. I'm cornering it. I've got those people on my side.
Up in Kenny's hands.
A lot of people boosting over at...
Yeah, a lot of people doing some cool things for G2 on this side of the map, and unfortunately Mouse Sports is doing a lot of cool things on the other side of the map. So this round is just going to be a freebie to Mouse Sports.
Imagine how sad a movie Home Alone would have been if no one ever showed up and he'd made all the traps. That's what that just was on the catwalk. They had it all set up.
Eventually the parents would come home.
Paint buckets swinging.
That would have been a movie. Parents come home feeling bad about leaving their kid.
That's a really dark twist to Home Alone. Yeah, takes his parents out.
Step on nails. Well, G2, I guess you might as well just throw the pistols at the problem and see if you can take any of these weapons away. But they're not getting in. There's no access to this bomb site. They're not going to win this round. So Kenny S is going to back away, try and save, and he should be fine. But man, this disappeared quickly. Mouse Sports have tied up the game. And there's 12-12, which I didn't think was even a possibility. They got wiped off the map in the first half.
Yeah. I can't explain it, honestly. I'm as confused as everybody else watching this. Jax and Kenny, of course, Kenny long gone with the AWP. And Jax just hoping to take some of the anger out towards the end of it. 12-12, tied up. This is so outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Well, here's the double op setup. You've asked for it a couple times, and G2 says, all right, time to bring out the big guns.
Maybe it would work. Again, if you have the double up, you kind of know just one good fight early on. They turn the corner, you take someone down, you fall back. Now you've slowed them down. You're 4 versus 5.
Tough part is Kenny was great with the op on his T side. Woxic obviously delivering on the T side as well with his own AWP, but the ops on the ZT side have not really had any kind of impact. Even when Kenny got an opening kill on Kerrigan and mid a few rounds back, like nothing came from it. There was no building upon it.
25th round. A very unorthodox game that we've had or have on our hands right here. Could do a lot to decide what happens later on. Chris and Kerrigan running down the middle. Chance shot with the ult from Woxic, not really going to be connecting. And are they going to keep going? I thought for a minute they would. 3-man stack in B, and then over at long, leaving Catwalk undefended. They just walk through the smoke in the middle. That's so bold. Kerrigan continues. Nexa has almost got him in his crosshairs, and there's the shot. But that was Kerrigan attempting to just infiltrate his way into a round win.
I think that might be the signal. There's 3 players at the B bomb site, though. Look at how quickly Mousesports is making this decision. That's Kerrigan, the in-game leader, who went down, so immediately calling for them to readjust.
Yeah.
They're going to attack A. Kenny is playing long. As long as their flashbangs are on point here, Kenny shouldn't be able to do a single thing. Rops dropping into, or Chris J, excuse me, dropping into spawn. He got 2. He's got 2 quickly, and Kenny S with a missed shot. The A bomb site is open for the taking, but they're going backwards. They're going to go right at Almanac. There's a chance here.
There is a chance. Woxic has got the bomb down in the middle. Amanek, 1 versus 4, almost out here. He takes 1 with the AWP. A missed chance for a return on Woxic, and now Chris is up at the A-bomb side, and they're bringing it back. Yep, they're getting back one more time. He almost could have caught the bomb. Oh, that's so close. If he would have found that shot, that could have brought them back, and it would have been a 2-on-2. Now instead, the bomb is going to be planted at Amanek and Kenny. How much do you trust this? How much do you want to go for it?
I feel like Mousesports has had the A-bomb site for
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole round. Kenny sneaking in. Molotov will force him forward, it seems.
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
Oh, dear.
That is not what you want. He wanted off the slide, didn't he? And Amanek just pushed him.
Not even, you don't have to make the joke about, getting off a slide. He wanted out of the fire. It's like, please, for the love of God. I'm burning, man.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so 13 rounds now for Mousesports. Even with the craziness of, Chris J getting 2 kills in the drop down to CT spawn and not going into the pre-bomb site, still pull it out in the end. 1 round lead, but that was weird. It looked like they were going to readjust the bomb to the B site, and Amanek was there. Could have really put a stop to that whole round. I just can't believe we haven't seen G2 win a single round on the CT side.
I wonder if you took still frames of all of the G2 players and sort of played them, 1 frame per second for all 30 rounds here.
Okay.
And just how would their faces change over the course
The emotion?
of it? Yeah, I think you could make some interesting stuff right there. Double Orb is still there. They still have a pretty good buy. They can absolutely still do this. All you're just thinking all the time. One thing goes their way. 1 good opening, 1 good setup where they don't lose anyone in return, and at least, they're back in the game. And they've won no rounds in the second half. They've just been crushed so far. Jackson frozen on the other side of long. Wallbang, maybe that looked like it was going to work. He's thinking about doing it again, I guess. Oh, Amanek and Robs might run into each other in Upper Dark. It certainly feels like it, baiting out the shot, and yeah, no reason to chase that down, but that's still pretty good info. Oh, actually, Amanek beating the smoke. He's moving forward. Robs is thinking about it. That's some heads-up play out of Robs, and he's going to headshot him. Very, very smart. And now they can do whatever they want. They've got so much time to think about it still.
Yeah, and again, Frozen just in the long cave as well, just hitting the pause button. He can backstab whenever he chooses, but because they have access to the bomb site so easily, he doesn't have to move. Now, the question is, does anyone actually challenge and swing wide on long? 1 person does, and Kenny devours Chris J. Jax with a peek up. Unfortunately, couldn't get anything done. Nexa gets another kill. They have to go for this retake. They have a man advantage,
Yes.
a rare man advantage for G2, so they must make this work.
And Frozen, who has the only grenades left on Mousesports, is really, really far away. So if he gets Nexa, he could maybe run and try and hero at the end. But this will be a really tricky hold for Mousesports. No, Frozen kills himself in the middle. Nexa gets a free one. Woxic with the ult takes one and actually legs Kenny. And now they're so low on health. This 2-on-2 doesn't seem fair at all. It's going to be the 1 kill from Nexa. Can they actually finally do it? The grenade won't touch him that much. He gets another one. Quick double. Oh, he can't escape. And Kenny will make it around the corner. He does not have the kit. Oh, and he has to run another round. 14 in the bag. I don't know if the kid would have even made the difference.
And he goes down.
Dies at the end.
That's heartbreaking. That one hurts.
This is completely mad. Woxic has got 25 kills. I mean, he legged Kenny. That was nearly a triple for Woxic.
this shot was the one. I mean, if he goes down there, right, it's essentially over. That's the kit also brought into the bomb site. So yeah, frustration immediately into celebration when he realizes Kenny has to get off. 14-12. What a ridiculous comeback out of Mousesports so far in this map. Unreal.
Giving no rounds to G2.
This is G2's map pick as well, and they're just getting blanked on defense.
I can't the energy dump if you lose this match now, whatever team does it, or at least the map here, it's gonna feel so frustrating. Jack's actually trying to fly all the way out of the world. Just wanted to escape terminal velocity.
I would as well after losing this many rounds in a row. I'd be like, get me out too.
Yeah, get the spacesuit on and just try and jump.
For the love of God.
Oh, Kenny out long. Takes a kill. Did they want to challenge it? He almost was actually...
They're stuck. They're stuck between Cat and Long. There's nowhere to really go. Look at all four of them just kind of disappearing down the ramp. They have to either stand their ground or get the hell out of there. Woxic looking for any more indication, but oh, he misses a shot, a rare miss, and they find him at the end. It's a 2-on-4. The flashbang's perfect, and I think G2's got their first round. 1-on-2 for Chris J. And goddamn, has he had some beautiful clutches recently. Tapping away, trying to find one more, but the bomb will get planted.
Yes, it will. Now, the question is, will he let them have even a single round here? Or is he going to try and steal it all away from them? He's not got that much health. I mean, he's already been dinked up a little bit, but he's got the AK-47. Oh, and he can't get it done. Nexa will get the shot with the UMP. And G2, their first round, picked up on the CT side.
And it comes with, like, half-buy. It comes with SMGs and upgraded pistols. They can't get it done with the M4s. They can't get it done with the Ops. But finally...
whatever it takes, right?
A little bit of life showing in G2.
Look at this.
He's like, guys, I'm going to find out if the Earth is flat.
That might be a record. Yeah, he's gone looking for Michael. It's it's the 20th round. Listen, I love him. It's cool. Double up, and you'll tell me when you're back, Jason. It's okay. Amanek and Hunter inside of the B bomb site, so no longer the three-man stack over at B. Out at long, they run three people down there to be ready, but they give it up as soon as they don't feel any of the flashbangs come out. So, ooh, Kerrigan, he tried this earlier and he got caught. He's going to get caught again. That is a very cool idea. He must have had some sort of read. Either it's a play in general or he's been studying G2 to hope for that weakness, but that's twice now that he's been almost doing it.
I was going to say, he's gotten close twice, so you can see the idea is there. Just unfortunately, some of the timing hasn't been with him. But G2's going to love that. Still waiting, and with the double up, Kenny S peering out towards long. Amanek inside of the B site. All of Mousesports is going to be huddled on Catwalk. And again, I mean, there's not really a staunch defense at this A bomb site. The most they can ask for at the moment is Kenny S just rotating back once he hears the nades. But flashbangs so far in this half have been good. Mousesports has not been punished trying to take the A bomb site, and Kenny S isn't even going to do it. He's worried about them dropping down. So back towards long, the flick down misses its mark. Nexa, the tracers give away his position, and Kenny misses again. What a bait from Rops! 3 quick kills, and he's going to have Mousesports with another round. Surely Hunter and Amanek, there's no money to go for this.
I can't believe Robs just kept fighting long. I felt like, after that first one even, just maybe leave it alone, but he just kept finding them.
It's because there's a time limit. When that smoke and spawn is going to clear, you're screwed. Like, you have to make some kind of an impact before that line of sight opens up. What a brutal attack from Rops. He does go down in the end, and I think Hunter was trying to get a little clever with maybe a late defuse attempt, but...
I mean... I don't blame him. Something's got to work out now. You have one round, and it was off of freaky deagle shots and a UMP, and again nearly a lost round there. Amanek hiding inside with the AWP. He'll be able to save that. So, but this is what it comes down to: 15-13. Mousesports have let go of but a single round in the second half. Otherwise, they have plowed their way through this. It's unbelievable. Woxic at 25 kills, Chris J at 24, and then Robs at 21. It's a really, really powerful trifecta they've got going on.
All right, here we go. 2 rounds left for G2. They got to win both of them.
They really don't have that much.
No, this is going to be a tough battle. And also stacked against you isn't just, your own arsenal, but it's also the knowledge that you've only put 1 round on the board in defense in case. Oh, Jesus.
He wanted to beat him again. I don't blame them. Think about how often Kenny would win one of these fights. You know, at any point during this half, surely one of them goes his way. And it's completely backfired. They just, you know, they used all that energy in the first half, and whatever is left, it's not enough. It seems like it.
I hope that's not the case. They got another map coming.
Well, it's going to be a hard reset here.
Well, at least this time you have, if there is an attack of the A-bomb, so you have Nexa who's just ready to stand tall. He's at the railing, so, you know, previously Mousesports hasn't encountered resistance. This might catch him off guard.
Well, here they go. Another attack on the A-bomb site. The Molotov to force them out. Jack's low on health as well, and he'll go down. Nexa, the only one left to defend, and Robs will drop him, leaving Hunter and Amanek. 2 versus 4. I can't believe what we're seeing here in Katowice. Way out of control. Mousesports should have been losing half an hour ago, and somehow they're back. They've run it back, only giving up a single round. G2 thought that they had built the dam high enough, but the Mousesports River comes crashing through and wipes out the entire village. 16-13. What a comeback.
I cannot believe it, and they look still calm and poised even after that. Chris J with a bit of a smile. Listen, today the tone that we set in the pre-show was history is going to be made at Katowice, reviewing the history that's already been made at IEM Katowice, and listen, it's still the group stage, but this is such an intense group stage, such a big stage to play on, to make a comeback from 3 to 12 when you got blanked, you got destroyed in the first half. What an incredible recovery from Mousesports. Heading off to a break, and we'll come back with map 2.
Chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. Different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
A series that is going so phenomenally well for just about everyone but G2 at this point. Something that looked very well and something that looked very promising has ultimately turned into a spiraled out of control L on the first map of this series. Of course, right here I have one Swiss Frenchman type pseudo dude over here that's going to tell us how he feels in this moment.
Yeah, it's not an easy time for me. Let's be honest, okay?
I saw the tweet.
You saw the tweet. I got overexcited. It happens, and I stand by it, okay? I own it. I was excited by G2. Let's just say this was a story in 2 acts, 2 chapters, if you will. And I'm going to focus on the first one, on the side of G2, on their T side, where it was pretty much amazing, right? Everything they were trying to do was working. The B split was working. Execute was working. The long take was absolutely beautiful. And I think you have an example?
Yeah, we actually have an example of how the long worked for G2 in this scenario. Now, if we play out the clip, this is around in the beginning of the match where you can see G2 are taking long control. The defense from Mousesports, they have 3 guys towards long. And the interesting thing about this one is that Mousesports decided to put down a defensive smoke right here. That allows for Kerrigan to get into pit and basically take over long control. What you're going to see transpire as I play out the clip is Frozen. He thinks the long is clear now. He can just walk away. What they don't know is that Hunter, he sneaked out behind this smoke. So right now we're in a position where Kerrigan thinks he's safe. Hunter's in a position where he's calling to his teammate that there's going to be some action towards long. So if I play out this clip, you can see how Kerrigan positioned himself down here in the bottom of the screen. Hunter, he's still waiting. And over here you can see the teammates slowly but surely coming in from G2. What's going to happen is that Hunter is going to kill Kerrigan in just a second. And what I want to stop here and look for is the beautiful team play coming in from G2. Instead of Hunter just instantly going for the kill on Voxic, he's waiting for the team flashes coming in from his members of G2, and by then taking the duel to Voxic. What's going to happen is that he goes down, and all of a sudden you have a round that is going the way of G2. Unfortunately for them, that team play and that comprehension didn't really transfer to the CT side, where it was kind of rough for G2.
It did turn out to be a little bit rougher than I think that they imagined. Also, nice walking maneuvers. You've been choreographing that one pretty much to the entirety before we got up.
It's 4 whole steps, you know. I was really trying not to mess it up.
Yeah, and so were G2, and we saw how that turned out, right? So
didn't really work.
Maniac, there's this other little team that's got quite a few Frenchmen on it, and they're playing a team called FaZe Clan right now.
What's
That would
happening?
be Vitality. I'll give you a little quick update. FaZe currently up 5-2 on the map of Mirage.
5-2 FaZe.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I'm rooting for Vitality, friends of mine. I hope they do great, but this FaZe Clan, I mean, I'm scared for Vitality. First of all, we saw ZywOo yesterday getting away from the AWP. You never want your star player to just say, you know what, I'm not going to touch it anymore. I don't feel it. Alex had to pick it up. It's a very, very worrying sign. They need ZywOo to go back to his superstar level. Otherwise, it's done. Apex is having trouble. Shox is not being his old self. All of this together, put with FaZe and the fact that Brokey is coming into his own, I am kind of scared for the Frenchman.
I would definitely echo the sentiment. I think FaZe Clan is in a pretty good position to take that series.
Yeah, and we're going to keep our eyes on that one, or at least one of our eyes over there, because now we need to look towards what is the second map of this series. We are not anywhere nearly close to being done with what is G2 versus Mousesports. We're going to have to flip the script now and go to that second map. We'll be right back after this break.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s.
This is your chance to rise, a chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try. On this day, I take my place in this legacy of dust. I ricochet all in your face, and it quenches my bloodlust. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me I got you in my crosshairs. I hope you like the taste of pain. The only thing between me and you is a bullet with your name. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Well, we have just witnessed that of G2 faltering their own map pick of Dust 2, which does set us up for the second map of the series being Inferno, the one that Mousesports have chosen. And by Mousesports, I'm talking about Chris J and company. This player has been influential for some time now. Some very big impacts across the board, across the entirety of what is sure to be a good year for the ESL Pro Tour. We're going to go ahead and take a look and, more importantly, hear from his peers about what they think of him.
Chris J is a special player. Like, he always have been really good with every weapon in the game, I think.
A great player who is playing with all weapons, with all rifles. He has really good aim.
Overall, he seems like a very versatile player. Pistols, AWPs, rifles. He can do, from what I've seen, he can change into different roles, so very versatile.
He can do a lot of roles, and he can even play P, he can play rifle to a very high level.
I would definitely say he comes up in very crucial rounds, kind of player where he makes a lot of impact frags. The most recent one on Train versus Navi, which was pretty insane.
He is both aggressive and a bit lurky, but it feels like he's really a really good team player.
He's a bit unstable, in my opinion. That's the only the downside of him.
He's lasted on Mousesports forever. I mean, he's been part of the org for such a long time. For someone to be around for that long and always find good teammates and stuff, that's how you know he has to be a good teammate. And
in general, I think he's one of the key players on the Mousesports team. We have all the stars, but we also have those two guys in the background with Kerrigan and Chris J. And I think they have done a really good job to make this team as one of the best teams in the world right now.
Just he has these really crazy rounds, but then some rounds I have no idea what he's doing.
The first thing that comes to mind is when he owned us at New York in 2018, the famous Wall Street clip.
ESL won New York.
His Mirage.
Mirage.
Mirage, that was insane on Mirage.
His most famous clip is on Mirage. Peeking right, peeking left, and killing everyone. Yeah, it's insane.
That was one of the sickest AWP aces I've ever seen.
That's obviously a very sick play.
Yeah, that one's really good.
He nails it, right?
Chris J, a player that's going to go down in history, whether you like it or not. He certainly made some big impacts there. They're talking about him in New York. I, for one, remember that clip, and that was something special.
Yeah, it's insane, and the fact is that that's not his only action, right?
Yeah.
Some people had other clips that they could think of when you think about Chris J, and he's been around for so long, right? He's been around for so long. I played against him CPH Games 2012. He was already here. He was already one of the main players, and it was said by Twist, he must be a good team player. Well, let me tell you, he is. He's not only a good player on a server, he's a good teammate to have by your side. He's very complete. He never fears. He takes his responsibility. It's a golden player to have in a team.
He's a good dude. That's what we're just leave it that simple, right, Jacob?
He's a good dude, and he's a very versatile player for sure. The fun thing about Chris J, and when you look towards this Mousesports lineup, is the fact that his career, as well as you were talking about, he's been part of the organization Mousesports many times. He's been kicked from 3 or 4 teams within the iteration of his time in Mousesports, yet he still made it here, and yet he's considered one of the most stable players we have within Counter-Strike.
So, Jacob, where does that land him right now when we start to look at this next matchup? Where does it land him overall when we look at Inferno?
I mean, the fun thing about Chris J now that we go into Inferno is the fact that he has to be versatile. We just heard all the pro players say that he's all over the map. He's constantly being aggressive. He can play with the rifle. He can play with the AWP. On Inferno, his, I would say, main position, and I say that, with not so much certainty, is towards short right here. The fact of the matter is that Voxic is a guy that roams around a lot, and that is up to Chris J to fill out the gaps. So he plays towards short, but he also plays towards quad. Sometimes he's, the guy initiating the attack towards the small bomb side, on the CT side, and I've also seen him push apps sometimes with drops over here. So Chris J is a guy that has to be versatile. He has to be all over the map. So look out for that on Inferno, because he is going to fill out the gaps for Voxic roaming around.
Jacob, put him on there one more time. You just got to see 5 players of Chris J. The meme was ready. You pretty much led everyone up to that and then let him down.
Oh, just see the heads popping here and there, like a Chris G here and a Chris J.
It's going to be all over the map.
It is going to be all over the map. Speaking of which, we are a little bit all over the place. Right before we get this matchup started, I want to tell you that Frankie caught up with the manager/coach of Mousesports over there in between the matches, but we're not going to be showing that to you. Instead, I want to invite you to head over to @ESLCS Twitter and their Facebook page. See what he had to say going into what is the second map of this series. Certainly, he had something to say about the performance on the first map.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and now if we switch the conversation towards G2 just a little bit, well,
you like that?
I like that. I like that. Yeah, I'm pretty fan of the team now. But to be honest, I mean, I gave them a lot of praises at the beginning of that tournament, and it's time to show that they can bounce back because the first map did not go their way, and I was Inferno.
Maniac, say it in French what you'd say right now to hype him up.
Bon les gars, c'est le moment de faire la différence. Vous avez prouvé que vous savez jouer à CS. Maintenant, il faut rebondir, mais je sais que vous pouvez le faire.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Jacob. Yeah, okay. Anyway, let's jump into this. This could be the last map of this series. It's going to be G2 taking on Mousesports on Inferno with Anders and Moses.
Yeah, here we go. Let's get this game live. G2 on the CT side, Mousesports on the T side. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, a second game of the day 3 here at Katowice. We're not even getting any time to intro anything. They're running through the fire. They want to fight at the B-bomb site, and they get the fight, and they absolutely shut down on approach to the bomb site. Now they're slowed down. More rotations are coming in. 3 men already defending. Amanek back here, and he's going to get a bullet to the face. The boost actually getting caught as well. Karrigan somehow finding a way back into the round. They should have lost it already. That was looking dreadful in the middle of that rush, but now maybe they could do it.
Yeah, well, now that everything's slowed down, there's no more smokes for G2 to block this off, and Rops, he's going to tap the bomb. He's trying to lure him out into the open. Karrigan spots one back in CT spawn. Rops is lucky he wasn't punished for that shoulder being exposed, and he's the only one fighting, and he's got the bomb, he's got the kill. Kenny S is up next. I don't know if he's going to try and stop this. 1 minute left. He wants to spam through, and the damage is not nearly enough, but Karrigan's out in the open.
He actually jumps back through the smoke. That was a smoke put up by the CT side, and they're kind of using it. Kenny lands another headshot, but escaping around the corner. Robs, he barely clears it. Otherwise, he would have been shot in the back, and the round would have been won already. He has a kit, and he's going to hold on it. He's just going to sit it through. 1 more second. Robs delays, and G2 win the pistol round here, starting off Inferno. Ice cold by Kenny.
That really is, but that's, again, another round they almost just threw away. They had a 2-man advantage. That boost up backfired. The second player goes down. Amanek couldn't get anything done inside the site. That's pretty tough. I mean, that could have been a very much simpler situation in a 5-on-3. But the initial defense is great. Molotov to slow things down, do some extra damage. Couple players blind with a flashbang. Everything was just fine for G2 in the end. 1-0.
Yeah, they're happy about that. AK is picked up, though. There was a bomb plant. I'm sure that won't catch G2 off guard in any way. A limited amount of grenades for the T side, so probably not going to be any huge kind of a fake going on. Rob's jumping up, and there's a lot of people on the other side of those paper-thin walls. So let's see what happens. Kenny? Oh, he had the right aim there, Robs, but Kenny was so quick on the trigger.
That's an AK-47 they can salvage. They can pick up off the ground. Double peek towards Banana. Chris J's lucky to be alive. And, isolated because of the Molotov. Again, the flames over at the B bomb site are just perfect. Frozen and Walksit cannot help out Karrigan.
It's good news that that grenade actually went down next to the orange box and not on top of it. Amanek would have probably been taking much more than just a little bit of damage there. Well, they're shifting back towards middle. Good setup here with Jax inside of the pit. He's got a smoke and a mod on an HE. He could probably buy a little bit of time if he wants to. Still 45 seconds on the clock. This defense is looking pretty good for G2 here, in spite of, you know, a bit of damage early on and maybe a little bit of shuffling around up in the apartments. They should be able to hold this without too much trouble.
Well, a lot of smoke in their face. Jack's trying to peer up over top of it, waiting for his moment. Kenny S inside the site. He's going to have to stay alive. Jax still biding his time. Kenny's got the first kill. That's huge. That allows Jax to get put into play, and Kenny can just try and stay alive. He can delay things. Hunter falls, and Frozen now with the double. Kenny, it's all on you, and Frozen with 3 kills. Somehow this is turned completely on its head. Bomb being planted at 2-on-2, and G2 has such a disadvantage. They don't know where anyone is.
We didn't get to call Frozen's name nearly enough, but he's giving us a chance here. Long range, and he can. 3rd kill. I can't believe it. They, again, should not be anywhere close to it. Amanek could he save them? He's got the UMP, and he's coming in from those apartments. He's got a little bit of an element of surprise. They know that he was at B early on, so they probably not expecting him to be this far up already, but any kind of a jump down, that's going to make noise. Now they definitely know Walk6, he's got the right idea. A little bit of a pre-fire, and they win it. What was that, 2 versus 4 or 5?
Yeah.
They turn it.
That should never happen. Frozen, 3 kills on the entry into that bomb site. The 4th to really put a dagger in that retake. That's unbelievable. Kenny delivered here in pretty much every single way. I mean, Frozen does a phenomenal job, obviously. A little bit of luck through the smoke. He obviously knew the position, but That's going to be a round that G2 looks back on, and especially after the heartbreaking fashion of losing Dust 2. That's painful to drop that, not be able to convert the second round.
I have so many questions about how they even on the replay, I guess that shot through the smoke especially is, I guess that's where they sort of lose control without even realizing. Flashbang, but because he's so close to the wall, Crisp, it doesn't really do that much to him. So they get the instant return. I still think that's a fair play for G2 to try and set that up.
Oh, absolutely. Jax is actually rotating to the B bomb site as well. Gamble stack, and it's the incorrect one. Kerrigan has outcalled them here on this third round.
I mean, I think you brought this up during Dust 2, how G2 have rounds like these, and we were talking about this when Mad Lions were playing earlier.
Yeah.
And it's just, it does make the game very exciting when you see teams with leads that they end up not actually being able to convert into victories, but that can't keep going. You know, you want to go deep into this tournament, those have to be ironed out.
Yeah, and it's not super worrying the way I was for Mad Lions, because I think G2 kind of, G2 3 months ago is where like Mad Lions is now. I feel like G2 is kind of overcoming them more often and more that we see, and I mean definitely at this event they've looked spectacular. So obviously there's still some things left to work on, but it's not happening nearly as frequently as it used to.
I would agree.
That's just a lead that that one just hurts. They had such an advantage.
Bomb plant with how much trouble here? Deagles and some smoke saved, which is fine. You're going to be using them next round, or you could be anyway. But a second round now on the board for Mouse Sports on Inferno. That first map, if for whatever reason you were just missing it, you just got home from work maybe, you can see the game, you should go back and watch that Dust 2 game, because it was very strange. A lot of weird things happening.
Yeah,
hard to really explain.
Two very one-sided halves. 12-3 for Mouse Sports in the first half on Dust 2, and I believe it was like 13-1 for 12-3 for G2 in the first half, and then 13-1 for Mouse Sports in the second half. So they end up winning it. Pretty handily. Either way, Dust 2 is Inferno is a new map. Smoke's picked up by the defense to try and delay, but outside of the Deagles from the previous round, not a whole lot to work with. And with Mouse Sports being this aggressive this early in the round, it's going to be very difficult to keep your nerve and hold on to those smokes as long as you'd like. I agree.
Playing with right in the eyes, just throwing it at him. They still don't check the corner. And that's a nice crossfire there. The USP finally falls. They do more with the Deagle, trying to hide inside of the smoke there. Taking a lot of damage. Just clearing the arch corner, which doesn't really even make any sense. I don't know.
Yeah, ignoring the most basic spot, walking into the most obvious crossfire.
Do flashbangs not make the same collision sounds that smokes do if you hit people with them? Did they not hear it?
I think they do.
That's some trivia that I'm not up to.
That'll be on the next trivia show we do.
Yes.
Amanek's gonna go down. A little bit of utility used to get into the bomb site. Smoke down towards CT spawn, and Nexa has an AK-47. So for him, no reason to get anywhere near the B bomb site. Just save the AK. You have the armor as well. It's a lot of money you don't have to spend in the next round.
Yeah, he's probably thinking to himself anyway that just one good long-range shot. Maybe they're just not ready. I find a kill, and I'm the hero. I would say it's risky. I agree. I'll take your point. Oh, this gun barrel must have been showing.
Well, he's going to feel sick.
Either that, Walk6 a genius.
I just went for the spam, sees the blood. Yeah, I don't know. But, I mean, that's the risk. I don't really know what the payoff is.
Can we find Walk6's point of view? Is that possible?
I don't know what the payoff is for Nexa, even if that goes exactly the way he envisioned it. Well, you get like 2 exit kills?
Yeah. I don't know either. I can't tell you. It's the whole risk versus reward thing. Didn't seem like there was a lot on the reward side of that calculus, but we'll see. Okay. Even zoomed in, I can't see anything at that range. So, fair play. 3-1.
One more thing that Walk6 has over you, not just the sensitivity.
He can.
You mentioned it. So there were a couple factors. We found the second one.
He can see really well. That probably helps.
All right, here we go. 1 kit on Almanac. No AWP yet for Kenny on defense. Almanac and Nexa to defend at top banana. Here's the standard utility dump. Good nade damage on a Chris J, but there's a lot of players from Mouse Sports here.
They'll take the grenade damage and actually just walk through the smoke. Okay, fair play. They keep pushing. There's no delay on this. He's not ready for it inside. That UMP, the Molotov just goes down. But that's the B defense wiped out. Man, that was so snappy, wasn't it?
Oh, that's going to be so frustrating if you're Amanek.
Look at Robs. He's holding this second mid into middle. Could have probably lined up at least one kill, but now they have a really good shot. There is still a Molotov and a smoke lift on Chris and Woxic here. So they could buy some time. That's going to be one of them. Frozen peeks into Nexa and luckily wins that fight. Otherwise, I think the retake would have been on 100%.
Chris can throw a flash. Chris can throw a flash for Woxic. Woxic, is he going to peek with it? This one flash coming out could be huge. Here it comes. Woxic turns. He turns the corner. They're dodging it, but it looks like they want to save. Now they're going to be forced to go for it. There should be a kit somewhere in the site.
That bomb is already quite low on time. They need to go quick here. Frozen seems to have come alive since Dust 2, where he wasn't doing nearly as much as now. And yeah, they have to back on out. Kenny and Jax just on the run. What a chaotic round.
Yeah, here's me going back to my PR job of turning a negative into a positive. Is at least all 5 players from Mouse Sports go down. That kind of a late attempted retake from G2 pins the rest of the Mouse Sports players close to the bomb blast. So at least you're forcing them to rebuy into the economy, but they do have just so much money. This is why I was just sitting there like, I can't believe these guys are just nonchalantly walking through that smoke like it's no big deal. And then they pick up the pace. That is so sick. What a nasty timing. Amanek was fortunate even just to get that first kill.
That was certainly very interesting, wasn't it? It's like watching Chopper play the game once again.
Ooh.
And that's... It's going to cause us to make some strange sounds. Woxic just quick. Crouching into the angle, getting the immediate shot with the AWP. And that leaves Jax alone on quad side over at the A-bomb side. They don't know that yet. It seems like they kind of want to go for it. The smoke is down. Are they crazy enough to do it again? They're walking right through, catching Amanek, and inside of the bomb site, Nexa with a deagle. He needs a headshot right now, and that's just not going to happen. Still some trading going on, but once again, Mouse Sports are just... They're just bullying their way into the bomb site. They're so aggressive with doing it.
They have at least this is Kerrigan. He's got to find another one. They just have such a good one-track mind. Like whenever they're all fighting, like whenever one person is fighting, they all are. The trades are spectacular for Mouse Sports. There's no hesitation. No one is second-guessing when they should be fighting and when they should be hiding. And this is, I mean, that's kind of a level they're hitting. Obviously, the confidence of what they went to 5 straight finals. Like that's gonna help.
It will probably help, yeah. Rob's catching Jax. I thought he was going to make it down, but he didn't. Look at it, he's just so relaxed.
He's just chilling.
Give him one of those office CEO chairs and just let him lounge for a bit back there. 5-1. They're playing, they've essentially, I think what they've done is they've sat down and they've looked at how Na'Vi played. They said, let's play the opposite of that.
Back to Na'Vi.
It's not so bad. I'm exaggerating, guys. It's just a joke. You know.
I bet they look great versus Nip today.
I don't know.
I mean, they crushed him.
Oh, well, I don't know. I was honestly so focused on these games. I haven't even checked the results yet. So,
spoilers.
Spoilers. But it's fine. I can take it. I did pick them to win because, again, I said they were going to win the major. That's part of the reason why I'm so mad, Jason. In case anyone hasn't found out yet.
Yeah, you've got a couple silly ones in back-to-back majors. That might be our last time around. Na'Vi here.
I still say they won people's hearts in the last major, it might be.
Okay. Yeah. Who's the PR? Who's the spin agent now?
5-1.
Kenny S has an AWP on the CT side. Run boost. Here we go. And he just, I don't think he wants to go back for it, but he does, and he just misses. That's a quick jump across.
That wasn't even just a run boost. He had rocket shoes on or something. How he was actually flying lightning fast. I think it was so fast he wasn't even really prepared for it. It's like if you were being run boosted by snacks throwing you.
Pasha.
Yeah. It's like, please.
Throws you right into the wall. Slow pace default for Mouse Sports. I mean, we've seen some pretty wild, aggressive contact plays up Banana the last few rounds. This time it's tempered. This time Frozen sits back. 3 players to defend B, though, for G2. Nexa, Kenny S, and Amanek all here. And yeah, now's about the time you have to go start trying to make some kind of a play. You cannot keep 3 players here forever. You need to get some information. And I'm sure they'd love to at least post Kenny S up at the car so they could rotate 2 rifles back, but I think they messed up their utility. And this certainly is going to be a fake that Kerrigan's calling.
Now, is it actually going to work? Kerrigan goes down to Kenny, so that's I mean, that's a good start for the defense, but they still might not have enough. I mean, Nexa is kind of close by Arch, but if they don't actually defend the bomb site, it's not going to be close enough. They'll still get the bomb plant down very, very quickly. And look how close Mousesports are allowed to get. They're all the way at the Haycart. They're peering into the bomb site, and nobody knows yet. The flashbang setting it up, and Chris, he couldn't see a single thing there. Jackson Hunter still fall to Robs, and again, in spite of everything, in spite of the early kill, they have all of the advantage here. The bomb is about to go down, looking over the box with that AK-47. And he's lucky to be alive, Nexa. That could have been the end of him. Now, Frozen and Woxic are standing. Oh! He takes him down over the barrel. Does he peek it? He does! Dropping Kenny! And nearly the follow-up. He could have had all three. Frozen, can he save them? Can he get that 6th round? Amanek doesn't know, and he's going to save it for the French instead. A 2nd round on the board, but what a godlike play from Woxic.
That is so dirty that he's able to do that, and you can see even Coach is just tapping Kenny S on the shoulder and saying, shake it off, don't worry about it. That is some impressive quick shooting, and you could feel him building. I thought he was going to get that 3rd. It's just so impressive for Mousesports. Chris J.
That's a team flash, right?
Yeah, Chris J has a 1 round, and it's incredible that he's leading in. If he's not blind there, he wins straight up.
I think the shot went right under his arm. I think you can see like the spark of it there, like on that replay. Wow.
Yeah, and this is what's so scary is Mousesports playing so well together at the moment that even when they're losing the initial play, they have guys that are just doubling you up and coming right back into it.
And, you know, again, we've got to say, there's some cool grenades coming over to actually blow up the balcony. And Chris continues, probably thinking they would have relocated or were in the midst of relocating. But just to point out, that's a round that G2 win, but it takes almost everything. They lose 4 rifles in trying to do that, so that does suck a little bit.
Mousesports have to be a little bit careful about how they're approaching some of these rounds, I will say. That's 2 rounds in a row now that Kenny S has just had the opportunity. First, Chris J. Last time, it was Kenny S, or I mean, excuse me, it was Kerrigan over towards the B bomb site that's just walking around a corner right into his crosshair. So they have to be, I think they're going to have to start being a little bit more cognizant of the fact that that AWP in Kenny's hands can be positioned on the map and just trying to flash him off angles because they haven't really started doing that just yet.
Smoke towards Arch, or a little pit there. Nexa, excellent position. Kerrigan completely caught walking through that. And now the defense looks to be functioning a little bit better. Frozen will get at least 1 kill there and trying to run through, but yeah, there was a gap. And Kenny will take full advantage. Woxic, 1 versus 4, and he's got to start somewhere. Might as well go for it there. Nice triple for Kenny. And you're right, he's had some good shots. He's actually leading the scoreboard now at 9-4. So I think that's a reasonable point. I guess Mousesports have not just been trying to walk around corners, but they've been walking through smokes and everything else.
Yes.
So maybe it's time to change that.
It's been a little bit of a gimmicky game for them so far with a few things that we've seen, and that's not, I'm not saying that as a criticism or a bad thing, but at a certain point, time to go back to some more of the fundamentals. We'll see. I like this buy as well. Yeah, they have 2 players, Chris J and Woxic, on the upgraded pistols on CZs. However, they have to know the economy is in a really tenuous position. Oh, good aggression from Hunter. Spotted out Kerrigan. That's 3 rounds straight that G2's had the opening kill.
Yeah, very well done. And because Hunter's there on the crossfire, it allows Kenny to stick around. Because normally, with the AWP, you don't really want to be holding that angle forever. Amanek, no point in being aggressive here. Just, yeah, listen, spot them out if you can, smoke it off, and try and fall back. And
I think they go through. They
respected.
Oh, I was going to say, I think they go through it. They don't have a whole lot of utility. Chris J's gone through it, not expecting the boost. Easy kill, easiest kill that Amanek will likely have all map.
Now, if they come through it, it's a different kind of beast waiting on the other side.
Problem is, there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
You have no more utility at all. You know Mousesports knows you're here, all 3 of you. So Rob's gonna hold.
Does he see it?
Not yet. Someone's burning Amanek down very low. Rob's being patient. The smoke clears. Rops has found 2. They know Amanek is in this site, and Rops with another one. He's put himself in a decent position to win this. 1 versus 2, but he needs to find the bomb.
Yeah, it's actually right there. Finally, he picks it up. Fakes it a single time. Might peek right into the... Oh, he's still alive.
Even Kenny didn't expect that.
No. Like, okay. So they don't have a lot of grenades really on either side. Some flashbangs could make Rob's life very tricky, but there is a way that he could do this, and that would be soul-crushing for G2. Let's see. He set it up here with the AK-47. They are right around the corner. He'll see the shadow on the ground. Oh, and he peeks right into Kenny. Nice, quick shot, denying the potential ace clutch there, which would have been very, very cool. It's another round for G2, and they're building their way in the game. Third round in a row, they win.
Mousesports could buy again. I think they're at least going to go for a half buy. Rops is at 4,500, but again, I mean, that's 3 players taken away. Money still not good. Well, it depends. We'll see how much Kerrigan wants to keep the economic pressure on. This is a great sequence from Rops. And you know what? Shout out to Amanek getting that 1 kill onto Woxic before he goes down. He had like 10 HP.
Yep.
No one would have blamed him. No one would have even really noticed if he just went down without getting 1 more kill. But that extra one, changes the entire dynamic. A 1 versus 2 instead of a 2 versus 2.
It really does. Some of these walk-through smoke type moments just makes me really curious. It is like watching Vegas Squadron try and play the game. I know Kerrigan used to hate playing against them for that reason. It was one of his weaknesses was
he really did
having to deal with that. He was complaining about it many times. I've heard it. So maybe it's just like, you know what? I remember how annoying that was. What if we did it to someone else? But again, it has an expiration date. Because eventually they're going to pay attention, right?
Yeah, what's the expiration date, though? 6 finals in a row?
No, well, I don't know if they'll be doing all all of those. You're right.
No, I'm just making a joke.
Kerrigan trying for the flick there. Oh! Out of this world! That is absolutely impossible! Kenny, Jackson, Hunter scrambling just to try and get to the scene of the crime to discover what just happened. He finally gets put out, but...
That's so stupid.
Bomb is still in TA spawn. No one even knew that was happening.
Oh, have you ever seen anything like it? And this is... How do you get back into this? Hunter turns the corner. Big kill. Jax has one as well. Oh, man, if they lose track of this after that kind of a show from Kerrigan, that would just be crushing. Chance to get the bomb planted. Now it's in the B bomb site.
Don't even care if they win this round or not. I was just here to see it when it happened.
Yeah.
So
Where were you?
Oh my god. Frozen and Rob's left. They picked up that AWP. Frozen, nice position, but Hunter's still able to flick somehow. So quick. They have a smoke, so that could make that a little bit less useful. But we'll see. He's hiding behind the pillar, kind of out in the open. Hunter is seconds away from seeing him, and I don't think he'd get out. He needed that kill right away. One giggle shot of the reload, and Hunter will track him down. Good triple. They saved the round and turned it into 5-5 here early on in the half, but don't even know. I don't have words to explain what just happened.
We've seen some nasty Deagle clips already. 3 days of Katowice. Nexa had that ace earlier. This is freakishly disgusting. He's blind.
You could go on a server with your friends and try and set that up to make your own frag move, and you would spend all day, just all day trying to make it perfect.
Spend all week.
Yeah, like one of those bottle flip type thing. You know, people have tried it 500 times before they put the clip on the internet. That's what that would be like.
Holy hell! All right, everybody, calm down. All tied up, 5-5. Banana control coming out for Mousesports. Frozen and Kerrigan to attack. And Amanek's going to give that up. Good nade damage from
Next
Amanek.
has another grenade. He's just put it out. Ooh, right on top. That's a lot of grenade damage.
A lot of really good chip damage. You got to give Nexa and Amanek some props. They've been dealing with a lot towards that B bomb site in this game. 4 rounds in a row now for G2. 3 of them have been bomb defusals as well. There's been some retakes. They've really had to struggle to get this streak under their belts.
Yeah. The most they've survived with in those 4 rounds has been 4, and then it's been 1, 1, and 2. So they've been allowed to save a lot, build no economy. Everything has been a struggle. Pretty good counter flash to try and make things annoying for Mousesports. They still go for it. They've left Frozen outside. I think probably hoping that when they take mid, someone will push up to try and reclaim the top banana, which is that's a fair call. But actually, they just wrap through the smoke once again. Trying to get around Arch in towards the library. This is very aggressive. They really want someone to peek the top banana, I think. They're not getting it.
Oh, Hunter just dinks Kenny and his teammate. Hunter is so nervous. He's got his head on a swivel.
Amanek up here. Frozen has to solve this first part of the puzzle. Now backup is being called for, and they need to go right now. Every second there's going to be more defense coming. Amanek just buying time, not shorting himself, and he's going to get the kill on Woxic. 7 seconds left, no chance at all. A good defense, surviving with 4 people. Amanek with a triple, and G2 are in the lead now, 6-5.
Hunter still cracks me up. So much stress. I can't believe he shot Kenny in the head, and then he turned around and shot his other teammate in the back.
is just, you know, fully wired.
Get him. Get him. It's like the bats. They're everywhere. 6-5. Fear and Loathing in Katowice.
Now, there is a concept. Rob's going to be flashing pretty much his entire team in a single flashbang, grenades going deep, and Kerrigan, Molotov, finally stops. I was wondering, how much does he have to run into before he puts an end to it?
It's pretty impressive how much Mousesports has trained G2 to just dump everything so early in Banana. Just like nades, Molotovs, flashbangs, whatever it takes to stop the footsteps. G2 just doesn't want to deal with it.
It's hard to blame them, considering what they've been through.
Well, it's just the fact that they don't know what's coming, right? They've seen contact plays through smoke, they've seen some set pieces, they've seen blind deagle shots. They're just done dealing with it all.
Oh, they have very little to work with. No Molotovs. They're going to be flashbangs. They're going to be running right now. Amanek smoked off. Can't really do a lot. Oh, he actually will sneak through the smoke to take down Frozen. That's, again, a phenomenal defense with a big chance there that they immediately lose the sight. I'm very impressed with Amanek pushing through that smoke. That is so well done.
Rops needs to make something happen. I think they're going to try and turn this into a fake, but if he doesn't get any kills, which he has not, it won't work. He needed him to take out Nexa to at least keep such big rotations at the B bomb site. Jax is going to be here. Hunter's going to be involved as well, and Jax hears the footsteps in halls. It's Woxic coming up mid, but actually Jax is looking at the direction. That's an easy entry. Into the bomb site we go. Chris J is in pit. He's gotten there relative safety, but now he's got to escape. Kenny S stops the bomb, and Hunter stops Chris. G2 now on a 6-round run.
Yeah, you have to admire their persistence. Again, so many of these rounds were so close, but the last couple of them, they've come out with a lot of money to build something behind. And we're also nearing the end of the half. So some strength here on the G2 side, which, again, they lost that first map in a truly heartbreaking fashion. So
you have to say, though, Mousesports at 5 already isn't bad. They've got 3 chances, 1 more round, and I mean 6 rounds in your T set of Inferno is great. You'll take that all day long, especially considering they lost the pistol. Good opening kills for Hunter and Kenny S. 5 on 3. I mean, that actually just kind of made me think. I mean, G2's had a really good CT side, and if it wasn't for losing that 5 on 2 earlier in this half, this could be even more dominant.
It could, yeah. You're definitely right. So that's something to think about. And Mousesports have played a style that I just don't normally associate with their team right now, which is not to say that I don't like it or anything. It's just maybe that's also part of what started catching G2 off guard in this first half. Is just this isn't what we were really expecting.
Yeah, I mean maybe it's a style that they've come out with specifically for something they noticed in researching G2. Either way, I mean G2 adapted pretty quickly. It took them it was a 5 rounds straight for Mousesports, and then G2's just taking the reins right back into their control. So eventually, once they started getting a little bit more utility, and that's kind of what we normally see against teams that play like a very heavy contact style or come through smoke styles. Once you start getting the nades, the Molotovs, you string 2 rounds together where you have 3 players surviving. That's when you can start really putting a stop to some of these things that your opponent is doing.
Hunter flashing his teammates in. Amanek going to be pushing forward. No, they did put out all the flashbangs. I guess the Molotov just kind of canceled that attempt to take. Kenny will take down Chris. That's, again, a good opening for Kenny with that AWP. It's so valuable. Having those, like, what is that, 3 or 4 rounds where Kenny is the one to find an opening? Out of the 15 you're going to play in this first half, that's magnificent. I think it's 4.
Yeah, Kenny S is 4-0 in opening duels.
Incredibly well done. He's also top of the scoreboard with 14 and 5.
It's quite nice. Kerrigan's going to find an opening into the B bomb site, but Nexa and Kenny S playing passively on retake. 4 on 4. Nexa, there's an off angle for you, but now the utility comes in. You missed your chance. You're blind, but Kenny S bails you out. He's delivering on all fronts, and actually he's even blocking Nexa, saying, keep fighting. I'll be here for you.
And now that smoke is gone, so they had to sort of get more done while that smoke is still up. Robs is all the way back out here. I guess he's just trying to throw a little bit of a grenade in there, smoking it to try and block that AWP. Now, is Kenny going to be sneaky enough to try and get a blind shot through? He certainly... Oh, and he will! On Kerrigan. The smoke did nothing at all. That is so dirty. Now it's Frozen and Robs. 2 versus 3. And a quick headshot. You've got to give him that. Frozen has been playing pretty good this game as well. The Molotov to try and buy even more time, but that's a flashbang going over construction. Frozen drops now. Rob's in a 1 versus 1, and Kenny, he tries to shoulder peek it out. Kenny on the other side, and it's a quad kill to save G2 and get that 9th round on the board. Man, this is Kenny's map right now. 17-5.
Rob's trying to toy with him a little bit. He's trying to get cute, trying to bait out a shot, go for the peek after that. Did not want to play for the post plant. Probably because, I mean, here's one of those small things that could affect your decision making. Bomb not planted in the default spot. It's planted at first oranges. So if he goes all the way back to banana, that's kind of a hard angle to swing and stop. You give the op a bit more of an advantage in that kind of a fight.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right.
So understandable, Rops wanted to stick around. And Kenny just, as you mentioned, his map. This is him delivering.
Oh, this is the opening that we didn't see. Chris trying to cross that bridge.
Playing very well. Shot through the smoke as well. And I mean, think of it this way too. Woxic was the dominant force for Mouse Sports on Dust 2. Yeah. NES now just returning the favor.
It's so good to see, isn't it? 9-5. Round number 15. We'll be rolling in. Mouse Sports have had quite a few buys, in spite of having lost this. Well, I guess it's the round loss bonus. They've had so many bomb plants, right? They've had half the rounds that they've lost here in the 8-round streak have been bomb plants, so that's actually a lot of money to work with. Jack's nearly lining up for a double. Has done plenty for Hunter to follow up where he left off, and the spray. Oh, he transfers it over. That's a triple kill right there, and Rob's now in a 1 versus 3, and he's about to be flanked. Next are coming in 10-5 in the first half in favor of G2. That's very solid, recovering nicely.
Yeah, that's a spectacular recovery. You can't really put it any other way. 9 rounds in a row to end that half. G2, some problems in the defense early, but they fixed them quick. We'll see what they've got on offense after the break.
face your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies.
We've got a crazy game coming your way. 10-5 in the first half, and Kenny and Woxic have been two of the names we've been talking about a lot, and they're both playing really well. But right now, Kenny is way outshining Woxic on Inferno, and I guess that's part of the reason why they're up 10-5 G2 here. Kenny overall is just 17-5. That's such a ridiculous scoreline. Jason, we could have map 3 if this keeps going. We really could.
That'd be awesome. I wouldn't even mind that in any way. I think the coolest thing about Kenny is that he only had 2 sniper purchases in that whole half. He kept on to that. He kept hold of that AWP as well. So I mean, it's pretty cost effective when you think of it in that way. Yeah. I would have liked to have seen, to be honest, Kenny S's opping effort here on Inferno, and then compared to Woxic's opping effort on Dust 2.
True. Yeah. Yeah, that might make it a more fair kind of situation.
I mean, those two guys are just lighting up the series at the moment, so this has been phenomenal. The tough part for Kenny S is opping on the T side. I mean, he's going to be well-versed and well-experienced in all of its trials and tribulations. We'll see if he can deliver.
Oh,
all 5 towards B bomb site. It's only
Robs is alone. Yeah, USP against everybody. Flashbang to make it even more tricky, and that was too much for Robs to handle. It's hard to blame the guy. They're not even really going for it. They're just jumping up in apartments and saying, you know what, that's it. Robs, you let the team down.
I think this is just a full-blown gamble from Mousesports. They're just running off.
Well,
because here's, well, you know,
there's a case to be made that pistol rounds are kind of like that sometimes.
They're kind of a roll of the dice. Well, also, there's a case to be made, you know, you're this out position just due to the call you made, so save all the armor. Don't get hit, don't lose that, and you can get head armor in the next round. You can get deagles, you can get SMGs, you can get utility.
Maybe they were cold and they've all gone to hide by the radiator that's right there in the hallway. They're just trying to warm up.
I didn't think about that. That's probably it, Anders.
Yeah.
I think you found it.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. So, again, he actually, so they had one flashbang to clear the first corner going into Banana, and he saw that Robs, and he knew he falls back, and they have another one to clear the next corner. And if you're Robs in that moment, and this is by design, if there's nothing strange about this, it's just he's just hoping at that point he gets the instant headshot, because that will buy time for him to fall further back, for his team to get there. Then they probably do try and go for the retake, but, you know.
I mean, essentially what he's hoping for in that situation is instant headshot, because he has a chance to get a second kill.
Yeah.
And then, you know, then your teammates can go for it. You know, you really need Robs to deliver 2 frags in that situation, and unfortunately the flashbang just prevents any of that from being useful. So here we are, head armor, which is going to be a pain in the butt for not only the MAC-10s, but the 2 Galils.
Yeah, you're right. Scout actually looked like if he could have stuck around, maybe that could have been something. The MAC-10, close range, don't even need the headshots.
Maybe it won't be a problem.
No, I mean, at range, right? Close range, you just keep shooting. Get the job done one day.
He's doing me dirty. Woxic and Rops to defend, and G2 taking this pretty slow and cautious. Complete control of mid, complete control of A halls.
Hiding inside of the smoke again, that's become such a popular trick, but Jax just wasn't expecting it. And I can't really even blame him. That's such a strange position to be hiding inside of a smoke. Woxic is very close with a scout, and that makes me really nervous. Yeah, they're going to be so close no matter what, and you kind of want to hit headshots here. I mean, just body tagging someone, I don't think it's going to make a big difference. The help of Robs still get the kill right there. He's set up for another one. Robs has gone down, and yeah, that's the end of Woxic. So still, cool attempt, and they get a couple of kills. Carrigan and Frozen are running towards the site, and a good grenade being lobbed over. They have another one, could maybe set it up. Gonna maybe, he's just trying to see if he can triangulate that well enough. It does land a defeat of Nexa, but they still should not get that opportunity to snipe away with these deagles. And now they have a UMP, so now you maybe definitely want to save that for the next round.
Yeah, you can pass the deagle over. You still have head armor, you still have a kit, and 2 smokes and 2 flashbangs. So save the weapons. Nice attempt, nice idea from Mousesports. Actually, I think we'll start seeing, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing more of those kinds of pistol rounds. Where there's going to be a few more people saved. It seems like such a economic decision that can turn around, that can make that second round even stronger in a lost pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you just look at the odds, I mean, I don't know if anyone's actually run the numbers, but when you're that far away,
it's not the exciting decision to make, but it does feel like it's one of those that probably gives you a high percentage chance of winning the second round.
Yeah, I agree. All right, this is kind of a cool play. I enjoy this. Robs has been playing really well this series. I think Frozen kind of was off to a good start in the first half of this map, but otherwise I don't feel like we've been calling his name an enormous amount. And the problem is there's so many good players on the Mousesports side that it's hard not to get outshined by somebody at some point in the game, but it would be fun to see him do well. Nexa actually turning for it. Karrigan trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, I feel like Frozen's name was called more in terms of the impact than any kind of crazy volume. Woxic, oh, give us the goods, baby. Give it to it.
Not getting it. We wanted that sound.
Ooh, that was good, though. That was quite nice. Almost another. 2 players inside of the site as well. Frozen's got a kill. Do they want to continue forward? They got to be careful. Maybe they don't know Chris J is here. I know it's only a USP, but that deagle can be really, really painful. Frozen down at 11 HP, waiting for them to commit, and they must not know Chris is here. Otherwise, they would probably fall back.
Yeah, I have to imagine so. But they're so slow about it, and that's kind of a good job there. Not getting too excited about anything. 13-5. G2 need just 3 rounds, and they'll put us on the map number 3. Surely
there's no comeback this time?
I'll stop myself from saying that.
I'll finish it for you. That would be crazy. I don't know if Mousesports has 2 in the bag ready to go.
I don't know if they do, but if that happens again, what can G2 do? What do you say at the press conference later? How do you explain it?
What do you say at dinner? That's a dinner where nobody talks.
Just don't even talk, yeah. Just stay quiet. Avoid the topic.
Slow pace from G2 to start on this first gun round on the T side. Rops and Woxic aggressive in alt mid or in rap side of mid. Frozen and Karrigan falling back towards the spawn choke point of the B bomb site. Mousesports is going to have a tough time with nades. Nice thing is they do have 4 smokes and a Molotov left, so if they can hold on to those a little bit longer, you can start using some delay tactics, but the lack of flashbangs is really going to hurt. Lack of nades. Good shot from Woxic.
Taking out Kenny, a fight that he's been wanting to win on this map for a little while, so yeah, that probably feels quite good. He could actually get this corner, and yeah, if he could stay in this position, he's sneaking all the way through, and Jax had that set up. I actually thought that was going to get way scarier, because I thought maybe Amanek was going to walk into the shot, because he already thought, you know, some part of the mid had been cleared out, or at least was slightly under control. But that brings it back, 4-on-4. Robs and Chris with a crossfire between A and Pit over on that side, and Frozen and Karrigan. So when you have this 4-on-4 and you choose to go 2A, 2B, that can be very, very hard to defend. A lot of teams will say we'll go 1B and 3A just to give ourselves a chance, but we'll see.
Well, here comes all that last final utility for the delay tactics. They did hold on to it long enough. That Molotov burning in lane. This is going to be brutal. 15 seconds on the clock. Jax.
Oh, God.
This is a long time they're delaying. 12 seconds. They have to go right now. This better work, and it better work perfectly. Robs is so blind, and the flashbang. I said it needed to be perfect. It was. Bong being planted now, and Chris can't stop it. He's got to stay alive as long as possible, but Nexa has that as well.
We nearly got him killed. At least it would be a 2-on-2. No more grenades left finally on the G2 side, but they actually left that to the last second. Karrigan with a M4A1 slowly tapping away. He's going to have to reload soon. He's waiting for that peek, and Nexus just infinitely patient inside of that pit. Now they're going to try and see if they can run on there inside of the bomb side as well. The last T player waiting, it's Amanek, and they actually make the round work. It doesn't get much closer than that. What a round from G2.
No, that's incredible poise to wait that long before pulling the trigger. And Rops ate every bit of that flashbang. That was so incredible, just right in his face. Even with the man advantage due to that pick. So 14-5 now, G2 with a massive lead. Now they are on the T side of Inferno, but they just keep resetting the economy. Mousesports is not able to keep guns in their hands.
No, they're not. Woxic expressing some frustration. Maybe over that, or maybe just over the fact that they came off such a crazy win on Dust 2. And then into this, which is not looking like the same kind of comeback.
No, it really isn't.
No Zeus this time on the stairs.
It's a nice stack, though, in these halls. A chance here for Mousesports to maybe grab 1 kill and a gun and get away. Jax gonna put an end to that real quick. So is Hunter. It's just Woxic, but now look, Karrigan, he's going to push through the smoke at B. Nexa has that, not the follow-up. Mousesports just running out of players at this point, but the Deagle started to chime in one more time.
5-7 here on Woxic.
Woxic was spotted. He doesn't even know it yet, but He's going to get a kill onto Jax. He goes down afterwards. Hunter did see him walk into Boiler. So 10 map points for G2.
Sounds eminently doable. Should be possible. Everything is trending in that direction. Even the economists can predict this, Jason. Even they know. 10 more rounds.
Even them.
Just if they can bring it back to overtime, then there's just something weird about today.
Yeah.
To forget about it and just say that was an anomaly.
Yeah, just forget about it. We'll just write the date down.
Yeah, say something weird, something about solar flares and just making gravity was working differently, something like that. 21st round and
kicking it off with a double op setup. Frozen at B bomb site with an op. Woxic obviously still on his wrap side towards the A bomb site. Kerrigan going to be playing with fire. They really want to get Frozen set up behind the car. Deep smoke is going to allow them some safety while the flames burn just a little bit longer.
Well, they get him all the way up on the wall finally. And that should allow them to sort of move Kerrigan back, which they're doing right now. And G2 have the bomb dropped. So, I mean, they can try and take middle, but they won't obviously be running all the way into the bomb site. And they run into huge defense there. Robs and Chris now coming out. Hunter, he wants another one. Robs getting caught. Hunter, big double kill. He might finally go down as Kerrigan charges onto the site. But can he get the next one, too? Indeed he can. Very accurate with that M4A1. Nexa gets downed and another kill for Kerrigan there. Just a huge defense. They almost lost that round. But now it's Amanek. Again, the bottom is all the way up in the apps.
That's fine. He heard the scope. He wants to definitely take this op away. I think he knows where Frozen is. Yeah, he's going to hunt him down. There it is again. Maybe a knife kill coming in. Nah, back's against the wall. Don't do it. Just take the... I got a little bit nervous as Frozen spins around. So the game is up. 20 seconds left. One more kill would be great, but Woxic picks him off. Now, the nice thing about that, though, is he did take away the double op setup. He did take... did make sure that can't come into the next round. So Mousesports mentioned the efficiency of Kenny S only having to buy an AWP twice in the first half. Not a similar luxury here for Mousesports.
No, you're right about that. Third map is Nuke. So if it comes down to it...
That's a spicy meatball.
I mean, think about how many sort of strange tactics and how deep, even G2 towards the end of Dust 2 were throwing out some pretty cool strategies. On Nuke, the variations could get so crazy. Nexa, a lot of damage early on from grenades. But they kind of fall back. I guess Woxic and Kerrigan actually are sticking around.
They're going all 5.
Oh, wow.
Banana. Look at the nade stack. They just threw 5 nades. It didn't do anything. Flashbang through it as well. Kerrigan is so blind. This could be it. This could be the knockout punch. Oh, they don't notice Kerrigan at first. He's only able to get 1. It looked like he could have gotten so much more. And Frozen has to be aggressive. He's definitely pinned forward now by the flames. He does burn. And this should be the map for G2. This should take us to Nuke.
It is looking very likely. Next, they're pushed up by the trees and up there. Yes, that's the problem. They want to try and check for it, but they can't. Kenny with the final couple of kills, and it's 16-6. A very, very cool performance out of G2. In spite of having surely knocked all of the wind out of them on Dust 2, they come right back and bring us onto Nuke.
Yeah, that's really, really cool to see for G2. They're able to recover in that fashion. And that was a very nice game. I really liked, I liked Mousesports playing it as well. Obviously, the second half fell flat, but the first half was really cool.
Yeah, it was. Again, they didn't really seem scared, Mousesports. They were playing with a lot of, energy and power. So I mean, that's what we want to see.
Yeah.
They got shut down. They ran into Kenny S, and he could not be stopped.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've had Woxic on map 1. We've had Kenny S on map 2. Who's it going to be on Nuke? We'll find out when we return after the break.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be a day of victory. be time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come. You're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Well then, we have gotten a series on our hands. Running it back is G2 right there on Inferno. Kenny S, more like Kenny Yes. Isn't that right, Maniac?
Yeah, I like the sound of that. Kenny, yes, I appreciate that. Honestly, G2 showing once again that they have improved, that they have the resilience now to bounce back from a first map that was disappointing.
Sure.
And I'm even going to go a step further. I'm going to say that at 5-1 mouse sports on Inferno, G2 is 1 millimeter away from breaking down. I think they are that close of being destroyed. When Kerrigan gets that double kill with the Deagle flashed, that round is pure chaos. Somehow G2 stabilized. If they don't, I think it's over.
Jacob, there's certainly something to be said about you know, the morale at that point, right?
Sure.
When that sort of happens, what goes to the mind of a team?
I mean, I think they got, I wouldn't necessarily say lucky, right? They stabilized, it was their own effort, but it's just a nice feeling, you know, on a team. You know that you're, as you said, you're so close to a disaster. You're losing the first map, you know, where you didn't play well, and then you come into the second one, don't get off to a good start. So mentally for a player to get a success in a round like that, it means the world. It also inspired confidence for the rest of the team. One thing I did took note of in this game was that it was every single player from G2 who had a good game. It was not one guy standing off. Obviously, Kenny S with the most frags for sure, but every single player chimed in. All of the players had opening duels. All of the players were assertive. All of the players were proactive. So this was a team effort from G2, and that's not always nice to see.
Yeah, it's certainly the G2 that we like to see. In fact, we can learn more about G2 from their coach because they are still in this series. They are still in this fight.
I have the Kenny Whisperer, Malik, with me. And first of all, how were the team feeling after that devastation on Dust 2?
Of course, we don't feel good, but we have been learning with previous events that things can go very south, I would say. So we just decided to keep it up because we know we are getting better and better, and they played good, obviously. So just next, that's it.
It did look, though, Inferno might have gone the wrong way again, and yet you called a timeout fairly early on. Yeah. What did you say to Nexa? Because it was a different story after that.
I will get into too much details, but I just said, like, I can't say bad words now, but like I said bad words, like we don't give up about protocols and proper CSD, anti-strat or prepare things. We are much better, so let's the vibes come in and just do the setups you love to do for a few rounds, and we build up from that. So that's it.
Did you know that Kenny S was going to make that his map?
He's very impactful. He loves the game. He feels the map a lot. We have been talking about the options we could do on the map. He just did it perfectly, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, we're going to Nuke next. Feeling confident still?
We are, but as you can see on this best of 3, it can go like north or south. So we will try to make it our way.
Well, if From the looks of things so far, G2 are going up, up, up. Thank you so much, Malik. Good luck. Let's head back to the desk.
Really want to know what that word was. I really do want to know what it was.
Take a guess?
Take a guess, Matt.
No, I won't. I won't. That's not something you'd say. I didn't even know in French, but you know.
Oh, well, I guess we'll never know. Perhaps you could tweet at him, let him know. But when you do that, make sure you use hashtag IEM. Now, we could put a close to this because we do have to look towards that third map. Jacob, what are some of the things that you liked when you watched this match?
I mean, I like that every single player from G2 showed up. I think it was obviously the KNS show having a lot of impact with the AWP, but overall, every single player from G2 felt the game. Every single player had impact, so that's nice to see. Where she looks towards mouse sports, Frozen haven't had the best series so far. Carrigan wasn't, you know, really that dimensional in the way he played. He had that nice opening with the Deagle that was more down to luck, but apart from that, not a lot of impact either. So mouse sports, they gotta feel pretty shaken moving into Nuke.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, the fact that every G2 player stepped up, I think it's a consequence of mouse sports playstyle. They will test you everywhere on the map on their T side. And it is such a hassle to play against because you know you might have 2 or 3 opponents in front of you, but then maybe your ramp player for Nuke, for example, is going to get tested. Your inside player is going to get tested. So if you're G2, everyone in the roster needs to come together. And if you do, if you're strong, then suddenly your defense is easy. But if you're just one hole in the defense, then that's it. Kerrigan is going to exploit it. So I'm happy to see, as you say, everyone in G2 is activated. It bodes well for Nuke, but I haven't seen them in a while. So I hope they can bring that kind of energy.
Do you think that more or less also covers the stuff that you don't like? The stuff that you don't like.
Yeah, of course, Trace. It always covers the stuff that you don't like.
I'm pretty much over these guys. Point being, we do have in front of us at least that third map, which is, you know, not exactly, I think, where this series was looking to go when it first kicked off. This looked kind of one-sided. There was a bounce back. Obviously, what you look at on Dust 2 kind of transformed, and now the series has turned itself completely around.
I think we got what we expected, right? 2 teams that play Counter-Strike at a relatively high level. Obviously, the first map, it was all about mouse sports. You know, in that second half, really showing some of the best Counter-Strike they can play on that T side. G2 here as well, they won 14 rounds in a row on Inferno. I don't think I've ever seen a game on this level, you know, this early in the tournament, where you win 14 rounds in a row. So kudos to G2 for playing some stellar Counter-Strike.
Yes, and we're going to have to drop these bombs even further. We're going to be jumping into that third map right here, right now, but not before we go to a quick break. Nuke is on the cards. Nuke is on the agenda, and that is where we're going to be settling the differences here between mouse sports and G2. Make sure you're here with us when we come back.
I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted. Your best, my average. There's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that
Let's get Australia in the arena.
Damage, but a second by the Cherry. Provan, he'll find 3 in total. That is something.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Welcome back, everybody. That's right. I am glad to see you. I'm sure you're glad to see me as well. Thank you for asking how we are doing. We are doing just fine because we have finally reached the end of this series, the one that's going to determine who wins it and who's going forward. We do have that at Mouse Sports taking on G2 here in Katowice in a matchup that has certainly started to deliver a little bit later rather than earlier, I believe. I think that this one really picked up here on Inferno. There was the comeback on Dust 2. So, okay, yeah, I guess it was all there.
What are you even talking about? Dust 2 was absolutely insane. Just kept on in.
I was more on the Inferno train.
Oh, it's okay. No, listen, this is a great series. We prefaced that one of the two big heavy hitters of that tournament, and we didn't lie. I mean, the amount of skill and mechanicals we have seen throughout these two maps so far, absolutely beautiful. Now we move on to Nuke. That's a map that both teams play. Both in-game leaders have experience on it. Mouse Sports, for those of you who have a little bit of experience on their T side, such a nightmare to play against. So if I'm Nexa right now, I'm trying to make sense of everything that's going to come at me, because it's going to be terrible.
It could certainly be that. I mean, we could talk about the numbers and the statistics. We can see them right here in front of you. I'm looking at Kenny S. He's currently 41 and 24 over the entirety of the series. Then you got Woxic on the other side, who's 40 and 31.
Yeah, in the map of Nuke, right, you can have an up presence, you can be good with AWP on Nuke, but you gotta be good at it, right? Gotta seek towards Secret on the CT side, you gotta be mobile, you gotta move around. So we know Kenny S can do that, and we know Voxis is good at it too. So I think the AWP duel is gonna be interesting on Nuke. Another interesting fact, the map of Nuke, both teams have played it in 2020. I think G2 have played it twice, Mouseport has played it 3 times, and none of them have lost on it so far. So whoever is gonna lose this map is also gonna be their first loss in 2020 on Nuke. And so far, you know, both have been doing pretty well.
Maniac, nobody wants that on the resume.
No, you don't want to lose, but what you want to do is win and actually make it to the playoff, which is whoever wins that is going to be into the playoff for sure.
Yes, and speaking of teams that are still trying to get into the playoffs, Vitality and FaZe over on the B stream. Well, it looks like Vitality wins the first map of Mirage, 16-14 over FaZe.
The beautiful
I saw that Saiwu dropped 32 frags in that one.
Nice.
But if you like Counter-Strike, just go watch the last round of that Mirage game, that 2 versus 3, Zai wins Chucks.
Yeah.
Zaiwu's awareness of the map and the position he holds with the AWP and how he wins that round, this is the definition of understanding Counter-Strike.
Yeah, the situational awareness. We kind of discussed it during the best players thing yesterday, and Zaiwu was in that conversation. Who knew?
Yeah, it's crazy to think that it's his almost rookie year, right? And he's probably one of the smartest players that the game have ever seen.
We certainly spades above us. Guys, I need to know really quickly who's going to be winning this series, though.
I got it on my little note here. You want to read it up?
It looks like it says G2.
Exactly.
I was hoping you'd say Mouseport so I could destroy that, because I'm going to say G2 as well.
But now you have nothing.
No, I kind of have to agree, you know.
I'm personally thinking that if Kenny S keeps this up, then we are looking at a good G2. We're looking at that good form.
I need to see more impact from Kerrigan and Frozen. Otherwise, I think G2 is going to win this one.
Well, G2 versus Mousesports will conclude after this map. Nuke is here, and Nuke is here to stay. It's going to be here with us, at least with Anders and Moses, who will be delivering you the action via the commentary. Take it away, guys.
A big thanks to Desk. Well, we've got a real game on our hands. All 3 maps for a match of this caliber. You have to love it. Jason, who have you got winning this one?
I predicted Mousesports to take this. I'm going to stick with Mousesports.
All right. Through the good and the bad, I suppose.
Good and the bad.
Let's see.
Believe in Rops.
He might well be the one to do it. He's been very crisp. Let's see. G2 going to be starting on the T side, Mousesports on the TT side, and it looks like we could see just an immediate explosion. Oh, actually, they're going to be slinking towards the ramp instead.
Yeah, this almost looks like a little bit of a fake. They've pulled Rops away from ramp room, so free access downstairs as well. But Woxic is already starting to rotate below. Now, how does G2 exactly do this? They don't have any utility to block off the windows. That's a big fight to win for Kenny, and Nexa builds onto Kerrigan as well. 2-man advantage for the G2 attack.
And, I mean, that just makes this bomb plant so much easier than having to worry about the flank that heavily. Nice little fake out there for Chris, just strafing back and forth and taking out Jax. But bomb is planted, and now it's a 2-on-4. And sure, yeah, they're going to double peek at either side with the Glocks. That's such an efficient way. Chris still getting a lot of kills in this round, but can it matter at the end? Frozen gets overwhelmed, and that will be G2 off to a good start here. Double for him, double for Kenny. And I asked Henry in the green room, who was going to win. He said G2, and he said it was going to be, because this is my other question, it's going to be Hunter top fragging with 24 kills.
Oh.
So that's a you know.
Okay.
A lot of predictions all in once.
Yeah, that is a lot of. Well, here's what I found really interesting. Kerrigan and Frozen are guarding the upper bomb site. That was the 2 players that that Jacob just said you needed to show him something if Mousesports was going to win. So they're both in the same bomb site, and I mean it makes sense. If they don't show you anything, then obviously that bomb site and the upper bomb site is just going to be lost each and every time. Oof.
There was a gap in that smoke, but actually just re-smoked it on top. So people have got fairly quick at doing that because that Molotov that you throw down from the CT side to stop the smoke from landing has just become so common.
Yeah, it's a timing game nowadays. Lower bomb site we go. It's just Rops up against the door. He's the only one here.
Ooh, I might actually retract that statement about re-smoking it. I think it was something else that happened.
Okay.
But we'll see.
He just shot his teammate. he just shot Rops. Woxic has given away his position, has shot him in the kneecap. Ooh, Rops is going to be frustrated.
Yeah, I think everyone will. I mean, at least it's in a round like this where maybe you can't expect too much. Chris actually getting headshots, 2 of them with the Deagle. So pretty interesting round. Frozen though, it's a little bit too much to handle with the CSAT 75. So G2 will get the round and a bit of confusion early on there. I think, I'm not sure in theory, I think maybe the smoke just, normally that smoke, it sort of lands and it bounces into place.
Okay.
I think it landed right on top of the Molotov and just, you know, kind of did what it was supposed to. So, like, think about if you could change the smoke pattern, because normally the smoke that gets blocked is actually the one that lands further away.
Yeah.
And I think that wasn't the case. Yeah, I think it just lands more or less right on top. Maybe I'm wrong. It'll be fun to see.
Here's the thing. You said you wouldn't be too upset because that round, I mean, Chris J gets those 2 Deagle kills, and if Rops is in a position, he can build on that.
Yeah,
so I think indeed you are frustrated. We also saw Woxic looking a little bit frustrated and stressed out at the end of the last map, so there's good reason for him to continue being stressed out and frustrated. We'll see how the mental state of Mouse Sports continues throughout this map.
Frozen upgrades a pistol there after the death of Carrigan. And that means he's got the Zeus. Yeah, I was going to say, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use the Zeus. He still might not actually be able to, because now they were inside of the bomb site, so that, yeah, pistol's going to be better. No use in trying to Zeus anyone at this point in time. He's still trying for it. Just get the kills if they're at range. That makes a lot more sense. A little bit of a tap away, but he'll get taken right out. And that leaves Robs. The bomb is far away. I mean, Robs could intercept someone here. I don't think he can win the round, but he could certainly make it a bit expensive. Actually, he's already dinked and aim punched and just wants to escape. Not allowed.
Not allowed. 3-0 for G2. AK's come out. Almanac still going to keep the MAC-10 in for the CT side. No AWP just yet. Woxic has the chance to pick it up. He's got plenty of money for it, and he does grab it right at the end. So 4 rifles, there's only 1 kit. That's on Chris J. Going to miss some of the utility, but they've got a really solid buy to get started on the right foot.
Yeah, they've set themselves up in a decent way here. The AWP on Woxic outside. If there is any gap in that smoke, could get dangerous. Yeah, ooh, there's the second smoke coming down. It's good that Amanek managed to just pause himself there. He would have run right into the shot. Close, just a guess through. And that allows a bunch of people to get down to the lower part of the map. While Kenny, they don't even think about it. That's a huge gap in the defense. As Frozen goes down, Woxic at least will get the 1 refrag there, and Chris will help out. A lot of trading. It looks like Mouse Sports, at least in the health department, have come up way ahead.
Well, Rops is starting to relocate to the lower bomb site as well. But this is a big play. Jax, this flank up towards heaven can be so brutal, and he just heard footsteps of someone running away, so he might even just assume there's no one going to be up here. Turn the corner. Woxic can't stop him at the moment. Woxic not looking up, and that leaves Carrigan in the worst position possible. Upper bomb site. He has no idea getting into heaven is even a possibility. The freest of kills. And now Jax, he's heard Woxic this whole time. He's heard the AWP scoping in.
Yeah. And how do you can't really get up there. Oh, he's trying to get out, but Jax absolutely aware. That's that information from earlier.
Yeah.
He had no doubt that someone was around there. So Robs might as well
save the weapon. Yeah, 4-0 now. Okay.
Throwing the bomb into the fire.
Doesn't seem like the smartest idea.
It's fine. It's C4. It's activated with electricity.
Okay.
Fire won't do it. Robs 1 versus 3. Yeah. Just, again, trying to save the M4 the best that you can right now. That was a lot of back and forth trading. If you looked at the health, it's like it is right now. 11 health on Hunter, 44 on Jax, but they just lost the map control. And I guess that highlights one of the issues of playing CT side nuke. If you lose track of where the T's are.
Well, yeah, especially in a map like this where, I mean, you know, you even said it didn't even expect the peek in through mini. Woxic obviously likely called the smoke wall outside. He's called people crossing down a secret, but no one really prepared for anyone to turn in towards mini, so maybe some miscommunication. Equally, could have been some miscommunication about heaven being open, so Carrigan was a free kill as well. That's 2 kills in the round that Mouse Sports takes that they don't even have a chance to respond. They don't even know it's coming. They just get, you know, trucked from behind.
Yeah. You have to hope that the kind of gap there by mini, because I actually think this should almost never happen. I agree that's exactly what happened. Woxic said, you smoke outside, they're probably going downstairs. But it can't be just an assumption.
No, and that's why there's so frequently we see so many players just playing permanently in that mini garage to lead into the upper bomb site, so you can have the information, you can help spam, you're at least a warning system for the other players playing in the upper bomb site.
Yeah.
See if maybe that's an adjustment for Mouse Sports in the future.
Alternatively, Frozen gets off the hut, right?
Yeah.
The problem is he's so exposed in that position, and he could just stay crouched and look at Mini the whole time. But again, he obviously wasn't. So that makes me a bit nervous with the defense. We'll see if that is going to be a feature for more of this.
If that's a trend, then this is going to be a really, really quick game. Because Mouse Sports, if they can't fix that, if they can't overcome it, then I mean you just don't have a chance on your CT side. 4-0, plenty of money as well for G2.
Ooh, Chris J running right through with the deagle. He just got flashed in there from Woxic. That's pretty impressive. He's picked up an AWP. They got to be really careful. Actually, he'll take down Amanek. And now up on the silo here, Hunter would love a return. He's seen him down, and he'll catch Chris at the very least. Makes a fall down and keeps on running, but he didn't realize that actually right at the edge is Robs, and if he pushes through now, he might just win the fight. He will with a headshot back into a 2-on-3, so...
Okay. That took all bullets through the wall. Nexa needs to get a kill quick, but it's not going to happen. What a round from... Chris Trey is just a playmaker.
Yeah.
He's just... I feel like we say it frequently, so it still does kind of confuse me a little bit, but he's got to be one of the most underrated players in the professional scene.
Strangely, yes. I mean, you see his name brought up, and I thought that little piece that they were playing earlier about the other players commenting on Chris actually framed it really nicely. You sort of you hear the respect, I think, in their voices, right? Now, Chris has also had an interesting career because at the start of Go, people talked about him in very much the same way, and then he had a massive drop-off. And, the expectations were built so high, everyone thought this is going to be the next superstar player, and he went, AWOL for a long time, and then he came back and actually lived up to it, just,
Reinvented himself as an in-game leader, an SMG player.
Yeah. That's the mad part. He took on an even more difficult role and then fixed his own game at the same time. It's so crazy to think about. Not enough has been said about that.
Good pick.
Woxic, yeah, he goes down to Kenny. That's a fight that's been going on across all 3 maps in the series. And jumping back into the grenade there.
Defense is going to be tough now. Frozen downstairs. Kerrigan huddled up next to the vents. You still have Chris J up in the rafters. He's kind of peering towards Mini and towards Heaven. I think he's going to want to relocate to somewhere a bit more covered from one side. He's got Rops watching Heaven as well, so this is okay for the moment. They can still go above Rops. So Chris J, attention is still divided.
The timing is everything. Robs, can he actually make this whole attack fall? He sees one, he transfers it. Hunter almost just walked into the shot. That's amazing. 3 versus 3 now. The bomb is down. Robs is just looking at it, and he sees the shadow as well. He knows that someone is still up there. He's thinking about when to actually hit this, but there's only 20 seconds. They might want to just wait now, Mouseball. Just don't try and take the fight. He gets another headshot. Robs with the triple. That's so impressive. 10 seconds left now. Yeah, they can't even really get to it, can they? They had that. Shoot him through the wall. Can he go for it?
Yeah, you might as well go for the 1.6 spam. 4 seconds left. He's up, and yeah, Chris J has just pushed towards lobby.
If he shot him on the T roof.
That would have been wild.
We would have had to call the police.
We would have just disconnected the servers.
Yeah, so that's it.
Just finished the event right there.
Yeah, don't even try.
That is a round-saving performance from Rops. I don't know if he heard maybe footsteps of jumping up or anything like that, but he seemed to have the idea of what they were doing. This is a round where G2 had a great advantage.
Yep.
And he played a great round as well. This is just all ripped out of their hands by Rops.
That initial lineup is... You think you're about to hit 3 men into the, into Heaven, and it's going to be really quick, and then suddenly they're all gone. Vent dive. Hunter at least thinking about it. Delayed it for a bit, but still able to navigate the smoke, which is more tricky than it seems. But he's going to get caught. Nexa also walking right into that shot. That AWP, again, it's going to have a lot of an output here. Get at least a kill on Frozen.
Yeah, clotheslines Frozen as he tries to transition into the bomb site. 2 on 4. Jax is in a pretty sneaky position. If he can find Rops, that'd be massive. Rops with only 15 health. If he can get that kill and kind of really cause some confusion in this Mouse Sports defense, unfortunately, Rops is on point. So it's all down to Kenny.
tricky with the AWP, but again, every kill is going to count right now. He's certainly thinking about it. That's so quick. What a joy it is to watch Kenny play this game throughout all these years. 48 seconds left. Up on the hut now, trying to reposition to catch someone off guard. He's going to get a kill on Robs, but he doesn't realize there's a guy right behind the silo. He fakes it out a single time, but he's not even thinking about it. I mean, it's so much to ask. The fact that he even got all 3 kills there, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you have to admire that. Jumping up on the hut as well. And again, just the kind of Kenny where those rounds feel believable is a great new feeling when you watch Kenny S go for a clutch. 3-4. Mouse Sports coming back into this game after taking an early punch to the face. They had to win a Deagle round. They saved 1 M4 and then came in with upgraded pistols. That's what started this 3-round streak.
Yeah, they've been hanging on, and yeah, credit to them.
Now, G2 making a pretty cool decision that round with the economy as well. They saved AWP, pick up some upgraded pistols behind it, 1 player of utility, blow open the door, try and get those pistols fast-paced and really aggressive and confuse this defense, swarm them in the upper bomb site, see what you can get. It doesn't pan out, but it leaves them flush for cash in this round. They can have anything they want. Now they open up the playbook and you can dig deeper.
You see what they want to do. Just the fact that they managed to shoot Frozen in the back from Mini that 1 round, it's not like they have to go back and exploit that immediately. It might be one of those things you just write down in the back of your mind saying, hey, that was a thing. Let's revisit it a bit later on. Let's see if they, you know, they don't immediately realize it's a weakness or they don't think about it, and then we'll try and hit it later on. So, again, that's what I'm looking for. Are they going to try and do that somehow? You can do that very quick. You can be up on that silo. You can just jump down Mini and be there almost immediately. So, I'd love... yeah, one of those crunches from Lobby and Mini at the same time early on in the rounds. Deagle and Kenny, though, I guess that's a bit of a downgrade.
Yeah, that one's a bit rough. Being very patient at the moment, though.
Yeah, they're setting up. I mean, they have all the Molotovs, so they're gonna firebomb everything inside of this. And Kerrigan,
there's 3 players in the upper bomb site though for the Mouse Sports defense.
Yeah, Kerrigan is gonna be Molotov, and if he falls down the hut, that's gonna be Molotov too. He could maybe still get out, but he's going to have to try. If they really do this and they actually come through with it, he's going to have to run while they're trying to see if they can break their way in. They're going outside with the bomb, so it might just entirely be a bit of a fake, but with no one to follow it up, I'm not sure how much of a fake it actually is.
Molotov's missed Kerrigan. Nothing burned him off of his perch. He's still up there with 100 HP, so just missed its mark. If they try and come through Mini, they're probably going to think that's clear. Although at least Chris J, he's rotated down the ladder, so he's not part of this defense anymore. Smoke up over at Squeaky Door, trying to disjoint the attack. Frozen gets 1 and he's down. They're not clearing Kerrigan because they thought the fire would have done it, but still, he doesn't get a kill. Chris J's arrived and trades all across the board as we go. 1-on-1, Amanek versus Woxic, and it's finished. That hit took way too long to come to fruition. They could never deliver the knockout punch.
Maybe there's something I'm missing, but I feel like the strength of that strategy is that it's so weird that Mouse Sports just have no idea, because that I could get behind the idea of throwing grenades into the A-bomb site to fake, to go ramp, to go, I don't care where you go afterwards, but throwing the grenades in itself is not a fake. It's not going to do enough, basically. You have to do more. Now, I agree with you. Probably what they want to do was burn out those positions so that they could, you know, come in from Mini and do it, but yeah, I think Mouse Sports was so confused about the huge delay between everything. They were just like, why are they not showing up? Robs gets run down through the smoke. Just not enough production out of that M4. And Kerrigan just decided to try and pull the trigger. 4-on-4. Amanek actually hits the headshot on Frozen. Medium range with the MAC-10.
There's no head armor either, so
yeah,
that's an easy cleanup. Oh, this is going to be so tough. I actually think Mouse Sports might just want to think about saving this. They're all disjointed, coming from different angles. Chris J is going to come down vents. I guess he'd have to try and meet up with Woxic, who's smoked off, but you don't want to risk that AWP. Kerrigan's in ramp room. I don't think they can do it.
Especially Woxic trying to take one arm of this bomb site alone with the AWP. They're getting the kills, and Woxic actually lands that one. Now Nexa in the bomb site. Smoke goes up for the door. Actually, Nexa might enjoy that for a minute. He has a smoke of his own. I don't think he could really throw it easily. They come through, and Nexa will find a way to shut them down. A quad kill on him, and everyone's excited on the G2 side.
They actually did a much better job than I expected those initial fights to go. I didn't see them being able to work together, but when they all go their way, the tough part is Nexa with that 1 kill. They're so low on HP after the earlier engagements.
Why did that smoke land in the door? Is there something? Oh, it's thrown there. It's the guy that he kills.
It is curious. Perhaps some miscommunication from the Mouse Sports side, but that smoke really ruined that retake. We can just say it. Made that much more difficult. If they can just peek, if they can just both swing wide, double peek in that doorway without any smoke there, everything's visible, no way Nexa gets a double kill there.
Door is open. Orb versus Zorb. Not seeing each other yet, but Woxic has an idea. Kenny on the other side fires the trigger and actually gets another chance at it at a secondary player. Not connecting, and they'll back on out of there.
It's a lot of utility used now, and Mouse Sports have 1 HE grenade for the rest of this round. 1 minute and 20 seconds that they have to play with no nades. And if you're, I guess if you're Mouse Sports, you're hoping Woxic just gets really active across the map with this AWP.
Or maybe Robs with the M4 here. I mean, if he could get a headshot and fall back, that could make it interesting. There's no one to throw flashbangs from him, which otherwise is a popular way to try and sneak in a kill outside. Woxic is getting close. They don't have any flashbangs, so...
Yeah, it's looking rough out there. There's Woxic, top of heaven over the smoke. He's got Hunter. That's a deep wall, so he's calling out to his teammates. He has no information. They can get to Mini. They can get to Secret. As the smokes fade, though, waiting for the follow-up peek. Flashbang for Almanac, and he's baited right into the shot. Good job from Woxic. Immediate trade onto Rops, who wanted to get involved in the action.
I mean, it's a smart time for Robs to be peeking. You could have expected that Kenny's attention would have been elsewhere. Trying to look over the smoke. A bit of a mind game again between Woxic and Kenny.
It's going to go back to the upper bomb site. Kenny coming in through Mini with the AWP, perhaps.
20 seconds. They need to go right now. That Molotov will do nothing. Oh, they're running out of time very quickly and still slowing it down. 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Kerrigan hiding on the one side, and oh, they're quick to clear the corner. Frozen gets dropped, but it's all on Kerrigan here. 1 kill. I think that's enough to have done it. They've run out of time. All they need to do is stay hidden there with Chris, and they'll win the round on time. That's a close round. Woxic saving them, I think, with some of these kills outside.
Yeah, my biggest curious, it's obviously awkward to see them executing with that little time on the clock, but also with 20 seconds, Kenny S is running away from Red Box all the way back to lobby to provide assistance instead of going through Mini to maybe be able to cover the planter when it goes down. Those decisions sometimes with the time, it's easy to lose track of the round time at points, but that time G2's not able to get it done. 5 of the last 6 rounds for Mouse Sports. This defense is, I mean, holding up pretty well considering the struggles that they've had throughout this half.
Yeah, it's shaping up really nicely at the moment.
And the struggles continue is the problem. They haven't won a clean round. So 2 SMGs, FAMAS, M4, still very light on utility. Woxic is relegated just to a scout.
Was it Frozen and Kerrigan that Pimp was highlighting as needing to do well? And they're both on 3 kills.
It's not great.
He might have been onto something.
Well, got a bit of a ways to go. We've seen today, Kerrigan's been so active in the entry kills, right? On both maps, on the entry attempts, the opening attempts on the T side. So that's, I think, where Kerrigan will be able to have the most impact. Now, certainly, yeah, there's information past that it's only one person outside. Kerrigan off angle behind the smoke, but the FAMAS is not strong enough, does not have the stopping power. Neither does the UMP, but the MAC-10 does.
Yeah, somehow. They just, I don't know, they just weren't ready inside of that A-bomb side. I'm sure Chris would have been calling it out, saying, you know, it's only one guy out here, don't panic about that. But that doesn't actually help Kerrigan. What is he supposed to do once they're all coming in Mini? It's like, well, or through Squeak. Like, thanks, but I'm still alone.
It's been a trend throughout this map. I feel like both of these teams have been able to do very fast, aggressive plays pretty frequently.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's made it really exciting Counter-Strike. we haven't really had a lot of time to just, you know, ponder the existence of Robs.
He's got a kit.
Yeah, he does, but no, he's not. I mean, he would have had to have thrown the Molotov and gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he would have had to have done that as we switched. He had, like, I don't know. I'm fully with you. I want those things to happen more.
I think it's just because the minimap, he obviously doesn't know, but he had a real opportunity to get that done.
He did. Even if he threw the Molotov on the hut to block off that player running, still a pretty good chance the player runs through the Molotov to kill him while he's, you know, actually defusing, but you never know.
True. All right, Anders, ruined my fun.
No, you know what?
Two timeouts left. I know, you've been dying for a ninja for some time now.
A real ninja. I think the problem is, early on in Global Offense, people actually did this even in you know, high-level matches, right? People would try and throw smokes and just hide inside of them and then hope that the enemy incoming team would not realize that one of those smokes wasn't their own. So you just sit with a smoke and a diffuse kit inside. And I mean, it was obviously mostly a matchmaking trick, but people actually did attempt it until everyone got way better at the game. And then that doesn't really happen anymore.
No.
So
Katowice, though, had a couple of really cool ninjas. I think the Snacks one on Mirage was here at Katowice.
yeah, you could be right.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Either way, we'll have the,
It's a
we'll have
rarity.
the statistics people, whatever word I'm looking for.
The numbers people.
Yeah, the numbers, the maths guys. Here we go. Nexa at the door. Again, this is going to be just an explosion as soon as this door opens. Fast and aggressive, but it's slowed down by Frozen. Misses the second opportunity. Kerrigan with a little bit of damage, and oh, it all turned in the favor of G2. There was some opportunities to put a stop to that hit, but G2 is going to have their 7th. They will not be denied. And Mouse Sports, again, you're just going to have to rely on Rops to save this M4.
Hunter just took so many bullets getting through there. He's down to 1 health. But good double kill for him. Even in spite of just being rained on, he actually just kept going, which is pretty good. That will give G2 yet another round, 7-5. Hunter is, you know, he's getting up there. He's close to halfway to where Henry was predicting.
Okay, so Henry's on point today.
Yeah, you know, we'll see. We'll see how close we get.
See how close we get. All right, 7 rounds now. Mouse Sports has to find a way. I mean, again, the small investment, I mean, a lot of the money went into that previous round, so this isn't going to be a strong buy. And it feels like Mouse Sports haven't had many strong buys in this half.
No, even when they were winning, I mean, even if that streak of 4 rounds, as you pointed out, it was a real struggle.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
Yes, nice little adjustment. So that I actually think 7-5 is a slightly deceptive scoreline. I actually think G2 are way more in control of this first half than it seems, and they could end up with another 3 rounds in a row here to close it out unless Mouse Sports could come up with something. It was more encouraging earlier when they had the the AWP on Woxic. M4 and Robs, it just doesn't have the same stopping power on a map like Nuke that AWP does. Not to say that it can't work out, but harder to find a way to find an easy snipe kill without getting yourself in trouble.
Problem is, it's just so frequently been the only real weapon they've had to work with, and they're trying to have some danger around it each time, but G2's doing a really good job of staying together and using their utility, as you can see, to cross over safely.
Oh.
Ops finally gets 1 kill here. That's on to Kenny S. That's a big frag to find. But how many players can Mouse Sports rotate into the lower bomb site? At the moment, they just have 2.
And they have nothing to work with, do they? I mean, that USP, WSP, in fact, super unlikely that you can stop this AK. A couple of AKs coming through. Nearly the timing there, but there was a Hunter right behind him. Nexus looking outside late after the rest of the team. Probably hoping to catch someone who's coming in. Actually, Woxic. Oh, the timing
Touching the AWP as well.
Yeah.
Oh, not very well.
No.
Didn't do a good job of it. That'll be in his performance review.
Don't hire him to keep an eye on your family jewelry. I don't know. Do you have that?
What, family jewelry?
Yeah.
I do, actually.
Oh.
Not me, but my family does. Interesting fact for all you viewers. Jax is going to jump out of the window, and he'll get the plant down. He's got plenty of cover. 8 seconds. Actually, I mean, this could be, I guess this is the best attempt. If Chris J was to come through that smoke and put a stop to it, that would have been something crazy. That would have been a miracle.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just more funny if I don't say anything. I don't know why. Yeah, good round once again. 7 now, 8 on the board for G2. 5 rounds for Mouse Sports. And I'm starting to have a feeling that this yard area for Mouse Sports is just, it relies on Woxic to get kills or to guard, and that's so unrealistic when they have all the smokes. It's nothing to do with how good or bad Woxic is playing. That's not the point. The point is the metagame should allow for G2 to either put up smokes to make that AWP very hard to use, or, and I mean, we've seen this a couple of times where it's been close, they actually flash their way through and try and fight Woxic. And if he's just alone out there, that's a little bit tricky. I would love to see a setup where Woxic is still out there with the AWP, but he has a rifle with him that could, maybe distract a little bit. There's one round, I think, where Robs is on the stairs trying to get up and Kenny shut him down. But again, there needs to be, I think, just more than that.
Well, the problem, too, is you know, you also need your defenders at the upper bomb site to be able to hold that at least a little bit. You know, the AWP has a really tough time when they've gone outside and they've been like slower pace. You're giving Woxic the chance to get in position and pick 1 or 2 players off, but G2's been pretty convincing at hitting that upper bomb site. So then, you know, it's hard for that AWP to get into any kind of position to help retake or find any kills. I think G2's playing a very nice T side at the moment.
Yeah, it's really hard to put much of a finger on it. Like
you've said that before on Dust 2, which they did end up losing. But here we go, 8-5. Mouse Sports need to come back. This round has to go in their favor. I almost feel like they need the last 2, just purely for some confidence sake. They have been getting battered here, and this might be the round that helps them get all the players involved. Slow pace. This time it's not a grouped up contact quite yet from G2. So they get some breathing room. They've used a lot of utility early.
Yeah, trying to make sure there's no rushes, basically.
And I think even this time you have the M4 kind of with Woxic. It's outside over in stairs. We've seen Rops in that position before, but we've never really seen that both with Woxic that aggressive behind the box.
I'll take it. The only thing I don't like about this is that Chris does not have a smoke, which means if he gets Molotov, then people do that. It doesn't look like it's going to happen this round. Woxic, there's a flashbang to flash Chris in, so that's all good, but it might be just purely theoretical because it looks like they're going to be trying to hit the ramp instead with maybe a little bit more aggression. Amanek, he's alone out here, just checking it out, making sure that no one is too close. Deep grenade. Does it clear the corner on Chris?
No.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I'm really interested in what this hit is going to be. It does look like they're lining up for ramp room. Next to the lurk, a little bit of a fake for the upper bomb site. Rop sinking back onto the ramp. Here comes Jax to challenge. Not much of a challenge, and to the upper bomb site we go, but oh, this is going to be very difficult. Karrakin should have a field day. 2 kills, he transfers it over nicely, spamming through, switches out to the AK-47. Woxic picks that one off. And Mouse Sports looking strong here against just a standard set piece. They have no issues.
That was very cool. Karrakin, nice triple. Good throw of the rifle to pick up another one. And 6-8 scoreline. Now, you notice how Frozen got Molotov off of the hut, and he fell down actually right in the line of sight of whoever was down there by the door.
Yep.
And he didn't fire his gun at all. And I actually think, I mean, it might not seem like a lot, but it's one of those things where if Frozen does that, if he's like, oh, I'm panicking, I've been Molotoved off, and there's a smoke that I just myself threw, and I'm scared that someone's going to try and shoot, so I'll shoot first. If you do that and you go down, it's such a detriment to that A defense. I just think that was it's good of Frozen to keep his cool in that moment.
I didn't notice this, but I mean, G2 for having a good T half and winning 8-6. This is their 3rd timeout that's been used. They only have 1 left. And again, those might not ever be an issue, but it's just interesting to see three timeouts used in a half in which they're having success.
15th round, end of the half. It's very even. I like this. I want third maps to be close. You know, you want to see both teams have a realistic shot. Even though I agree, G2 have been looking way more confident. Mouse Sports have managed to hang in there, which is what they've, done previously, and we all know how that works out. Robs, they've wanted to challenge him a couple of times, but he's been holding his own very well down here in ramp room and pretty much across the map, so we'll see how it goes if they actually try and come through that smoke. They've got a whole army set up on the other side, so he'd have to get a kill and just try and fall back, and now he's in a very strange position. I was going to say, if he's just trying to walk back, could be the perfect timing for them for a long fight here. You don't want that. Just escape with what you've got, a bit of damage, and make it back around the corner. Molotov preventing Woxic from getting into play, so they've got the ramp room.
He's so lucky to be alive as well. Jax went for that peek, which is bold because you know it's an AWPer, but he had the advantage there for a moment. It's only the one player. It's only Rops that's downstairs for the moment, and G2 reassessing. They're going to hit upper. They want to go right at Frozen. They want to go right at Karrakin. Woxic is here as well, and Chris J is going to be able to come through mini, although Amanek is lurking outside, so there's some danger. That's a big fight for Rops. There's the peek from door. All the kills going the way of G2.
Amanek, that's a big pickup. Kenny with 2 huge AWP shots, and Karrakin down here. Still 40 seconds. They're coming from every angle. They're wrapping around left and right. Hunter will finally take him down. And 9 rounds on the board for G2 at the end of the half, so they get that last round in there. It's going to be a very close second half when we return after the break. Stay with us.
will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
Well, the final half is coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be 9-6 in favor of G2 as we get this third and final map to a conclusion. This has been a very, very close game in a bunch of different ways. Both teams have shown a lot of strength and a lot of persistence. I mean, Mousesports, when they've been losing, they've sort of hung in there. They've got the rounds on the board that they need. It means they still have a chance. G2 just does look like the more dominant team here in the third map, but that can change.
Well, listen, after Mousesports comes back from that 12-3 deficit on Dust 2, I don't think you can really sit here and count them out of this half at all whatsoever. Mousesports have already shown that they know how to dig deep and just stay in these games for as long as possible to catch fire. Fast pace, a lot of attention towards the inner bomb site. Frozen and Rops making a play outside. It's a bit of utility utilized. They've gotten the P250 into position. Kenny doesn't want to mess with it. That's a good shot from Hunter and an even better second one. That might just be the pistol round, and I almost thought he would shoot through the smoke. Kerrigan is going to lose his life as well. Hunter is a monster at the moment.
This is outrageous. He isn't even reloaded yet. He's going to go for it more. Finally get a chance to go for the reload. Jumping, and Kenny trying his best to save his teammate. Nice triple kill for Hunter. You could tell he was feeling pretty good after the first couple of kills there. 10-6, and G2, that's a pretty strong start now all of a sudden.
That's such a disgusting sequence from Hunter.
What?
Ooh. Woo!
He even stopped them right on top of each other.
Same spot. He's consistent. Finding Kerrigan as well, trying to be sneaky. 10-6. Now, if G2 can convert these next two rounds, then you start to say, then Mousesports is really going to be tested one more time, and a test that they really just don't want to have to do so frequently. A comeback of that quality. They've already done it once in this series. Having to do it twice is just almost too much to ask.
I was going to say, even across as many games as we end up casting, that's a rarity. So to expect it to happen twice in one series, that's maybe too much.
Jax, the man who revolutionized auto shotgun play in Ramp Room.
He did make a name for himself, not
Sure,
just across one game.
So proud to have that badge around his neck as well.
You know, it's a medal, right? Happy about it. Oh, nearly, but interrupted by Kerrigan, who wants more headshots. Trying to line that one up, and now they're pushing out a hut in the meantime. I like the timing here. Oh, and Rob's coming in. They were so low on health from having that fight with Chris J. So a 2-on-2, and a lot of damage that G2 just weren't expecting here. The auto shotgun, though, that range, it's... I don't know. No one knows how that works. It's pure sorcery. Sometimes you get instant handshot dinks, and other times there's nothing.
Well, as we said, Jax is the man. Jax showed us it was all possible, so I trust in him. Woxic, I think this is an impossible kill to check for. I don't think there's any way. There's way too many different angles. So G2 survive a scare. There's if you replay that round, there's like 5 or 6 different ways that round could have just slipped away, and Mousesports wins a dominant second round. Fortunately for them, it doesn't pan out that way. 5-round lead for G2 and an economic lead as well. Like these fights here, if they win either one of those, if like Rops doesn't have to get both of these kills.
Yeah, it's a different round, different game altogether. They're back on Deagles and a couple of Glocks. A little bit of armored scattered across the Mousesports side. They've really got no grenades, so I don't know. I guess at that point you're just hoping to, you know, sniping a kill, find an opening some random way. Kind of wish they would have had just one flashbang to set up, you know. If they run out of time, if they get bored waiting around for G2 to do something, pop that flashbang somewhere and go. Jax is ready.
I like this. I hope he pushes up all the way. When this smoke clears, oh, that would have been fun.
Yeah, it hits the corner.
Yeah, well, I just wanted him to use it as cover to get, through that smoke, but he backs away. He's playing it smart, which I understand entirely. Obviously, he's going to be boosted up. That'll let them rotate away. Boost is
not successful.
Busted up, and because they made noise, they don't want to have anything to do with it. Meanwhile, Kerrigan and Frozen are finding plenty of room to work with outside, but that space stops now. Kenny has the angle, and I mean, he just drops Frozen with ease.
Mini is a little bit exposed here. Really quick to go for the flick there with the M4. Gonna be just fine.
Can't believe he just peaked with 2 HP.
Yeah, he's still going at it. Again, medium range pistol might be a better choice for it, and they'll find an end to that round too. 12-6, doubling the round score of Mousesports, and things just looking better all the time. Now, Mousesports are gonna have rifles, and if they want the same kind of Cinderella story here on Nuke, then
starts right now.
Yeah,
starts at this round, and it must be stringing a lot of rounds together right off the back of it. Here we go. 4 AK-47s, the Krieg, plenty of nades as well for the Mousesports side.
2 people early on in ramp. Jackson, Nexa. Actually, Nexa's going to run down right away. She's going to go all the way to the secret stairs to head outside, which is, seems like a good idea for now. They're actually coming that way, so maybe he's going to get a chance to sneak someone if he's quick about it. He'll slow down, and they're right on top of him. Woxic and Frozen were flashed through that smoke to see if anyone was out there. A very assertive, very quick and aggressive take of this yard from Mousesports. You can do so much with this, assuming that you can find your way into that first kill.
No one's really peeking from either side. No one's really being the aggressor. Everyone's kind of paused and waiting and holding their breath, looking for the response from the other team. So we have this weird stalemate going on.
Dangerous move from Kenny. He's moved out of hell behind that smoke, and now that it's fading, but again.
He did this earlier in the previous round, and I think at least then it was obvious it was part of a plan to attack outside with his teammates in mini, and it almost backfired, but I agree with you. It's a very risky movement.
45 seconds.
Here's some more utility usage. Woxic looking for that peek from above, and he just missed the timing on it. Kenny's going to go for more. He's lucky to be alive. 13 HP as he backs off. A lot of space in mini for Kerrigan to work with. 1 in sight, 2 in the rafters. There's the first one down. That's Kenny S. Kerrigan now trying to cover his teammate, and Chris J is just going to provide all the entries.
They saw this weakness in the previous round. It's almost a repeat coming through. Nexa and Jax doing a bit, and Jax, he's going to swap out for the AK. Smoke goes up. There is not that much time left. 10 seconds. Oh, and he guesses it! The smoke! He thought he was safe there, Frozen. And just like that, it's a one-on-one. Jax coming back. I think he may have thought it was going to be a rep to the B bomb side or something like that, but now he definitely knows, and he's right in around the corner. Chris walks into it and still lands the headshot. A wonderful triple kill here for Chris J. They needed that very, very badly, but
he saves
so close.
He saves them time after time. He had the entries and the close of that round, and I think also, unfortunately for Jax, phenomenal sequence from him, but you never expect Chris J, the terrorist after the bomb is planted in that scenario, to push into HUD, to push into your location. This is beautiful stuff. Great timing. One more buy for G2. Amanek has the auto shotgun this time. AWP on Kenny S. Look at this busted buy that Mousesports has out of a win. That feels horrible.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story for them, even when they were on the other side, right? It just keeps happening. They win rounds, but ooh, a lot of noise. Nexa, he's counting the footsteps. And Kenny should be ready for it. He does miss a chance here, and they're just going to try and continue. He actually comes back for it up the stairs. I don't even know how mad you have to be to try and do that, but they are flanking left instead, trying to see if they can wrap the bomb side that way. Everyone knows they're here. They're now themselves getting flanked. Mousesports, they need to break through. They need to get onto this bomb site before it's too late, and that might have been right now.
No, they're going to go up the vent. They're going to find an escape route. I think there's one up in the Raptors on top of the hut. That's the shotgun. Ominex got him. Headshot to Chris J, and the follow-up on Kerrigan. Mousesports found the route they needed to take, but there was a shotgun on the other side, and it's just Rops. 1 versus 4. Oh, and I don't think he can do anything.
Oh, seems unlikely. Nexa kind of covering 2 angles. A little bit of a jump down from Kenny. He's looking that way, and that will be the end of the round. 13-7. Oh, I mean, they got down there, but again, there was so much information, and then they stopped.
Yeah, the stall out was brutal.
How did Kenny know to run back? Doesn't that seem like craziness? You run back against the whole crew of people?
I think, well, he also knows he has teammates there, right? I imagine the communication, since they know it's coming, he's got that one teammate in vent protecting him. It's just, you know, back away, just don't get picked off. You've got an entire squad ready to help you out. The flank was the really brutal one. That double kill from behind is just so harsh. Yeah, Mousesports uses their final timeout. This one right here.
And Nexa was the one that hurt them to begin with.
Yeah.
So it's also obviously good stuff.
And that's why, I mean, that's what's impressive about Kenny falling back as well. It's just, you know, the trust in your team, saying, you know, Nexa's passing along all the information, and Kenny probably realizes, you know, I don't have to do everything on my own. I got this off. He did miss his first shot. If he hits his first shot, maybe he goes for a repeat, but once you miss that first one, they can start closing the distance on you.
I'm just impressed he actually ran back to the stairs. I thought he was just going to escape over to the window room and say, I'll just stay here. Hunter up on Mini, or up on Hunt, sorry. Going to get the 1 kill before he goes down. And now Woxic in a 1 versus 4. Trying with the Deagle. They know where he is. And yeah, pretty much a limit on how long he keep doing that. Grenade for his revenge there. 14-7. G2 are 2 rounds away from taking down Mousesports in this best of 3. I think they would, yeah, they'd be excited about winning this game right about now. 22 kills on Kenny. And Henry 4 kills away on Hunter there. For me, the prediction.
He said 24 kills on Hunter?
He said 24. G2 winning.
He sees the future, that man. Wow, 1 round on this T side for Mousesports. Round number 4. The only round they're able to put on the board.
So, if Henry's able to read the future, he's got so much explaining to do about how his
about everything.
How his life is turning out. Chris goes down, and so does Frozen. It's Jax with 2 big kills, long range with the AUG. They wanted to really power through that, and I don't know, they just weren't expecting it. I don't think that's a position you can even easily flash. He's just so tucked into that corner.
I think at this point in the series, G2 is just so used to the style that Mousesports is bringing out. This like fast, aggressive, take a lot of control really early, and then see what you can do with it after that. And I think they're fine to just play gun out and take the kills. This would be huge if Woxic can complete that. They're right back in the round. Kenny has got his teammates, and now it's all on Woxic. And yeah, that smoke plume's a little bit late. Woxic's got a battle for everything. There's the nade right on his position. The easy cleanup as well. G2, 8 rounds to finish off this series, 15-7.
They've won 1 round on their T side here. And, I mean, again, that just causes so much trouble. The rounds that they've lost, they've all been elimination rounds. No bomb plants, no nothing. They don't have the economy to keep fighting. And it shows. This round is a Galil, a UMP, a MAC-10, and a Deagle. Plenty of grenades, which is kind of good news. But the road back now just doesn't really seem possible.
No, it doesn't, but looks like Mousesports have made a call right out of spawn, just towards the upper bomb site. Molotov smokes, flashbangs through the windows. We'll see what they can do. Ominek is up here, Hunter is here, Nexa is in Mini as well. Hunter getting burned out, but the other 2 players get their kills immediately. This is going to all be shut down. This should be the map. There's nowhere for Mousesports to go. 2 versus 3, going to try and reassess towards ramp room, but they're going to be met by Kenny S.
But that Molotov just trying with the deagle. It actually looked like it could have connected. Hunter will flank around to take down Frozen, and it leaves Robs 1 versus 2 to try and continue the series, and he can't. Hunter will drop him 16-7 as they take down Mousesports. It took all 3 maps, but a very strong performance out of G2. I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see them play next time around. That was impressive.
Yeah, if you are not excited about G2, if you're not impressed with how they play, it's time to get with it, because this team is exciting. This team is now performing at a very, very high level, and you have to be pleased about that. You can see the happiness on all their faces. From some of the disappointments at the end of the last year, this team, this lineup, it is really coming together very well.
Yeah, that was, I mean, and then not just from one person, it's not just Kenny. I mean, he was great on Inferno, but there's a lot of people they can sort of tag in across all these maps, so...
Hunter and Nexa have been a revelation addition to this team, and it's phenomenal to see them performing well. And for Mousesports, that's tough. They're going to have to bounce back another day, but that's it from us. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we'll have the desk to talk us through this series.
Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live, we own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live, we know it. It's just the way we live, we own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. We gon' turn up in this place, ain't come alive.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whether it was the result that you wanted or not, that is the conclusion of the series. It is G2 in the French side, plus one guy from that little island known as the United Kingdom that have actually come out on top there, which is, albeit a really good showing, all things considered, within that series. I do have Jacob, I do have Matthew here with me. And first and foremost, how you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. Honestly, I feel very, very good. This is a milestone for this G2 lineup. I'm gonna be honest. I said it coming into this event, they've looked better and better and better, more confident. But that was a first test, a first true test, going up against Mousesports, losing the first map in such a fashion that could have broken their spirit. They had, once again, a very good lead in the first half of Dust 2. They dropped the ball on the second half, and then they move on to the second and third map, and they don't give a what? 6-6, 6-7.
Okay.
Okay, you're getting fired up over there?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm kind of fired up a little bit. I had a good time.
I mean, that's not the only firing up we're going to do around here. I think we can actually even start to take a short walk. Jacob, what do you think? Should we just go ahead
let's
and
head
get this
over
going?
to the little
I'm going to do that. Maniac, we'll be right back with you.
It's all good.
I know that you're kind of basking in all of their successes right now. And that's completely fine. Jacob, what exactly are we looking at?
Just to set the scene, right? We talked about coming into this matchup that we had two teams who like to fight. We have two teams that like to be individual. Now, Trace, if you will do me the favor of starting the clip. This one, and don't mess it up, please. There we go. Play out the clip. This is around where Mousesports, G2 is trying to do a inside sandwich. Now, if you close this, pause the stream here, you can see right now that when they are about to enter down here, we made the floor red. The red floor is everywhere there can be a CT player located, right? So we have Kerrigan standing up here. We have Frozen being down here. But in theory, there could be a guy right here. 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 And for what you know, there could be a guy up here. So when you're entering into the bomb site, there's so many different angles you have to check out. Now, if you play out the clip, you can see how that goes down for G2 in this instance. Constantly fighting, constantly trade fragging. I believe there was 9 trade frags happening in this one round. Chris J coming in from Heaven. He's going to go for a trade frag. Now, Robs is going to come in from Mini, going for a trade frag. And all of a sudden, Voxiger is going to run through a Molotov and go for the trade frag. This is a great clip. This is a great clip to showcase how chaotic it can be to play Nuke, especially if you're facing a team like Mousesports that constantly want to fight. The problem for them in this series, they didn't win the fights.
Yeah, you don't win the fights, you don't win the battle. You don't win the battle, you're going to lose the war. I'm pretty sure that some wise man once said that. Come on, Jacob, let's go back home.
Let's go back.
We do have Maniac over here. What do you think of that, Maniac? How did that work?
I thought you did great. I think you did as great as G2 with that press play, you know? You were on top of it.
Yeah.
I mean, Jacob is right. That was very chaotic. But at the same time, that was G2's business on their T side. They played it quite simple. They played it explosive. And you know what? When you have the players for it, why not? Why make it a long, drawn-out rounds when you can just surprise your opponent and it works?
You know what I like the most about this G2 victory is the fact that when you look back at this matchup, they had one bad half on Dust 2, right? Yep. That was it. Apart from that, they were by far the better team in this matchup. So had they not had that one bad half on on Dust 2, we would have been standing here and saying that G2 is miles ahead of Mousesports. And I feel that right now they were miles ahead of Mousesports in this matchup. So it gives me confidence that G2 can be a team to be reckoned with at this tournament. Whereas for Mousesports, I'm not sure where it leaves them right now. I don't necessarily think they played bad. Today, they just faced a much better team where every single player had impact, every single player stepped up, and Kenny S, he was back to his old self as well.
Which certainly helps the G2 side of things. Sorry, Maniac. I want to go ahead and also put the fact that Mousesports, they're not eliminated. They're not out by any stretch. They do find themselves pitted against the Mad Lions. So again, we have the cat and mouse affair going on there. For the time being, I want to go ahead and switch over our focus over there to the tournament floor where Frankie's caught up with the victors.
Well, it was a series of fast-paced aggression on both sides. Hunter, how did you guys manage to get the upper hand?
Oh, after this Dust 2, I really don't know how did we manage this, like to play Inferno like this. We won the pistol round, then we were losing 5-1, then at the end we won 16-6. I'm just proud of my boys on Nuke, what we did. Like we started T side, we did some things what we didn't do ever, just to win this. We wanted it too much, like to like every team. We wanted just to play in this arena, and I'm just proud of my boys, and we'll be ready for quarterfinals or maybe semifinals. We'll see.
Absolutely. You could still go straight to the semi-finals because you do have a consolidation final here in the group stage. I just want to point out, Kenny S just crawled underneath our knees and then decided to ruin the camera shot anyway. It's fine. I'll come to him in a second, I think. I do want to ask, though, were you a little bit nervous on Inferno because you did shoot at 2 of your teammates?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what happened this round. I just hear a lot of steps and everyone was screaming, and I hit Kenny, who was long, and Jackie, who was short. Like I don't shoot them like this, and like I was just too focused, and it was really hard. Like we were nervous. I was nervous, to be honest, but at the end everything is perfect. We'll just prepare our game for to go to semifinals like straight, and that's it.
Was it up to Nexa to calm you down?
What?
Was it up to Nexa to calm you down?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Against who we play? Like for semifinals? I don't know really.
I'm not actually sure either because we have another best of 3 as well. You know who, Kenny? Do you want to come in?
No, I'm
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
You're feeling thank you?
I'm feeling thank you. It's the first time. It's actually the first time I attended every Katowice event, and that's the first time I'm playing in Spodek. So.
So hang on a second. So it's the first time both of you are playing in the Spodek?
Yeah, but it's his first Katowice, so. So again.
I said on halftime, Kenny, bro, I want to go in Spodek Arena, because I thought he was 10 times here, and he say, I want also, because it's first time for me if you win this game. What? Then I will carry you. And he say, okay, no problem.
Well, quickly, before we throw back to the desk, can you just tell me in a couple of words what it means to both of you?
Bro, I don't know. We practice a lot for this. I don't know. We wanted it. It was our goal at the beginning, just to go in playoffs. We did it. Now, we will play without. We will not be nervous anymore. We'll just try our best, like we did, in the first 2 games, and that's all.
And Kenny, parlez français.
Parler français, ouais, super, franchement on est content. Merci aux Français qui nous suivent et qui regardent pas le stream français du coup, mais le stream international. Thanks for everyone, even the Serbian fans, because we have Serbian players now, and I'm pretty sure they are following us, so thanks to everyone. It means a lot for your support, even though you probably spat on us when we lost those 2, which makes sense. But yeah, super happy, it's really amazing.
Oui, c'était très vite. Merci Kenny, let's go back to the desk.
Bro, that'll be a merci beaucoup. And also, you're going to be faced up against the winners of Liquid Evil Geniuses, which is next. Maniac, is there anything that's lost in translation that we need to hear out of what he just said?
No, I think the idea pretty much came out. It was okay. Nothing that I had to translate that would really make a lot of sense. Kenny, he just said, actually, what he said interesting was in English, so I don't really have to translate anything.
Okay, well, we'll run with that notion a little bit further. As we do look towards the last matchup of the day, everyone, that is right, the Evil Geniuses taking on Team Liquid, a North American bout that you do not want to miss. We will be right back after this break. See you there.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world.
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. They're looking at us in audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
The ESL Pro Tour CSGO Championships. Right here we are at the ESL Pro Tour in Katowice, and I, for one, am sitting alongside some very dashing gentlemen here.
I realize I'm slouching. Henry looks like a giant. Hang on. There we go.
There you go. Lovely. Okay.
Nice
Rose between two thorns, I would say, at this point.
Thorns?
Oh,
yeah.
God, he's been sitting on that one for 2 minutes
I've got one
straight.
question. I want to see who's making the most. Who's making the most money out of you two guys? Okay. I think it's Trace, unfortunately.
Okay. It's not the first time me and Trace have worn leather together.
That might not entirely be true. We will actually go back and check the stats on that. Guys,
all right.
Welcome back to what is another day here in Katowice. Obviously, we have a really big matchup on our hands within Liquid and Evil Geniuses. There's a lot riding on this one.
Match of the day, I would say, Trace. This is the big one. This is the derby we've been waiting for. Both teams in a bit of a slump right now. Kind of looking better at this event, I would say. But the firepower is tremendous. This is going to be a great game. Whatever happens, this matchup, we've seen it a few times at the end of 2019. I always love it.
I mean, we were talking about it just like on the way home yesterday, saying like we've got EG Liquid tomorrow, and both of us just kind of went like just started listing player names.
Yeah.
You know, like if considering the form that Katowice has displayed so far, we get Breezy, Ethan, Twists, Elige all doing what they're capable of. Regardless of who wins, we're going to have a lot of fun.
A lot of squealing coming up. Maybe some
we're
squealing.
trying to tone
A lot of
down
yelling.
squealing a little bit.
I personally, I think the squealing is a nice touch.
It's nice.
I also think it's very important that we know where we're going to play, gentlemen. We're talking
That's
about
a
a
good
best of
point.
3. I want to talk about maps here, and I kind of want to put you guys on the spot, an impromptu sort of veto session that we're
Okay, so we kind of talked about it beforehand. So we know Liquid, they're not going to pick Train.
Right.
You're thinking EG not going to get an overpass, which does enable what exactly?
Well, it's the Vertigo, and their Vertigo has been looking like one of the very best. Their win rate is towards the 80% mark. That doesn't take, a genius to open HLTV and see that. So I'm expecting to see a potential Vertigo, as it is also the most played map at the tournament so far.
Well, it is going to be Overpass first.
Overpass first.
What can you say about that one?
That is kind of spicy. I do like that. Nuke is a great map for this matchup. I feel like Liquid have got a massive upper hand on Overpass, but you never know. Like, it could be EG been working on this in the lab, and then Inferno to close things out.
That's only happened because of EG's choice to ban Mirage. They've chosen to ban Mirage instead of the Overpass that they've typically not been.
I think Liquid's best map is Mirage right now, so they just don't want to go near it.
Guys, I hate to cut you off right here.
Are you leaving me?
I have to leave you.
Is this the end?
Yes, unfortunately.
We're just getting into it. I feel like this is better than the analyst test. This is great.
This is a really good setup, a really good system around.
All right.
But I do have to get the show.
Okay, well, enjoy.
Hopefully
we'll
nothing falls out of my pocket on the way over here.
Yeah,
you guys just kind of part of the season.
All right, well, bye, Trace.
Yeah, see you guys maybe the 32nd of February. Let's go ahead and get right over here to the real deal, the meat and potatoes of the podcast.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We're not casting
Chad?
now?
No, well, I mean, that would have been a good...
Okay, sorry, I was doing the standard pickup from the throw, the yes, indeed. And,
yes, indeed.
Yeah, and then we're going to get into it. But all right. Now we're bringing stuff down.
We're on track. All the shenanigans, all the fun stuff's over with. Guys, let's talk about this first map of the series. Who do we have in this one? Where is this going?
Interesting pick, really.
Yeah.
And I'm more surprised by the ban, exactly like what Alex was saying, seeing EG take out Mirage. That means in this boot camp, I would say EG have been practicing on their weaknesses being Overpass and Vertigo. They even let it through into the second phase there. So, I think that Liquid, for a period last year, were the best Overpass team. But they dropped off when they got counter-shotted by Avantgarde. So what do you say?
I mean, I agree, but I think Liquid has dropped off on pretty much all the maps as of recently, right? It's not the same Liquid we saw in the beginning of last year.
Sure.
So Liquid right now, I don't sense that they are a strong team. They're coming in off a weak boot camp
dare
in
you.
Amsterdam. No, I'm being honest here. I think Liquid have been much better, and I think right now, I mean, there's a potential fight to be had, between who of the two are the best North American team.
It's a good question. It is a very good question. I think that's completely open right now in terms of the way this one's going to go down. I think considering Liquid have been trending in the same direction as EG, it will just be a battle of firepower. Which individuals show up here? I'm not looking for too much strategical nuance out of these guys. I don't expect them to be bringing the Astralis style.
Like to see
I would love to see it.
You know what I bid Mark in yesterday? Stanislaw said that we can win on individual skill, but we can also just outclass people tactically if we want to. I'm not sure I buy that one, so I want to see it right here on the server.
Chad, toughest question of the day is who's going to win this first map?
Nasty ass Naf.
Yeah, get in there, Naf. Get it done. We do have Team Liquid. We have Evil Geniuses. We also have Henry G and Machine.
We absolutely are locked and loaded, Trace, ready to bring all of the action, likely break a few eardrums along the way. So, into the pistol, Henry, and it does seem like Naf's nasty-ass Naf, as Chad has described him, is waiting for that train to pass before he sets his team up with some util.
Well, here we go. The smoke's going in. Molotov to be delivered as well, and they're going through monsters. A nice boost from Stanislaw, but hasn't found the initial kill. But a lot of damage inflicted here. Still a 5-on-5 for now. The bomb makes its way towards the bomb side. Stewie 2K to open things up. It's looking very good for Liquid so far as Twist extends the lead now. A clean sweep for the looks of things here, Alex. Tarek will get a couple of kills, but the looks of things here, that is not going to be much more than one. Great effort there from Liquid. Perfect execution, even with a lot of manpower waiting for them on the other side. EG get absolutely ran over.
And that's always going to be a good feeling. You can see the smirk on Alicia's face. You're coming into a very important game. Not only that, but a domestic derby, a team you're familiar with, a team you've hung out with a whole lot, and there's so much on the line as well. Great seeing that first round, that coordinated pistol that you've been thinking of pay dividends, and doing so cleanly as well.
So they're deploying the smoke as they're going in as well, so you've got no time to react to it, and hopefully you're going to catch the CTs with the grenades out as well. It's a really beautiful way to enter the V-bomb site. Enjoyed that a lot from Liquid. They have come here to play today, that's for sure. EG not this round, unfortunately. They're going to take a full eco here, as we'll just see USPs, but a nice setup towards middle. The flashbang is very strong indeed. It might be able to yield at least one kill. There's the first. Nitro will fend them off. He doesn't have to find frags here, but he certainly is doing a good job of doing so regardless, as we'll get 3 kills potentially for now, for Nitro, and we'll see things closed out as expected. 1 kill found for EG, that's about it. But for now, $4,500 per player for EG. This is where things get a little spicier, Alex.
Yeah, expecting to see the Resistance arrive. A couple of sacrifices along the way, of course. No head armor, so those MAC-10s, UMPs, Galils, they're going to be all the more spicy.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see whether this helmets come back to bite them. EG might want to go for an aggressive push at the start. Remember when we saw Crims go for that push towards top of middle or Mirage yesterday? That's the kind of mentality you need here, especially when you know you're up against it. You haven't got all your utility on the CT side. You got 1 incendiary there, so you have got a bit of aggression there from Cirque. He's trying to push up towards the fountain. His objective right now, try and get a quick kill. Fall back, didn't find it, and feels like he has to fall back at this point. Very slow and passive hold from Liquid. You can see them spread out across the map, just watching choke points, seeing if anyone does want to push out. They're aware of the possibility of a CT push here. Bombs down in T-spawn. Is going to bleed that clock out.
Very standard so far. There's 3 within arm's reach of B. Bomb back towards T-spawn. Smoke will land towards the stand hold of middle. Connector now a question mark, and in response, EG start their advance towards short. A pair, Ethan and Breezy. Gosh, what a pair that is. Taking control of the short water, and CT's actually continuing their investigation just a little bit. Might meet Stewie, or might meet the whole Team Liquid squad if they play this right.
It's actually a little bit tense right now. You can see them having to take more aggressive positions towards short because they can't hold off an execution here. So they've locked down towards a short position. Does mean Monster is open. Ethan can spot if he drops down, but he's looking towards short right now. Stewie's actually gone for the contact plays. Up to Breezy to watch it from short right now. If he gets smoked out, they're in a lot of trouble here. Stewie to challenge first. Great shot.
No head armor and no head. Breezy gone immediately into the site, and that could very well be the save call. I mean, that's so intimidating now.
Cool. I think you might be right onto something there. I wouldn't go for this. Given the circumstances, definitely not now. You got no kits. It's a 5-on-3. Couldn't have been better played there from Liquid. That was the perfect counter to the setup EG were presenting at that point. It was a nice setup from EG. They did what they could. But as I mentioned, the lack of utility and going for this buy, it's always going to be a very difficult one. That's why they're going for that aggressive pick at the start, trying to get any sort of advantage. Didn't find anything. Liquid is holding right back in T-spawn. And at this point, it's just looking to save weapons here. But that doesn't look like it's going to be a very promising prospect either.
Yeah, you can see the merits to the angle Ethan chose to hold there, though, because it's such an off angle for you leaving the pipe. They can't see your feet. You know, there's also that vulnerability when they're crossing towards Monster that they can glance and catch you, but he was perfectly disguised from that. And so that will be 3. Team Liquid starting with a bang on overpass. And it does make things a little awkward, given the fact that Stan did go down as well. That's only 2 rifles preserved coming into the 4th. It's going to be very difficult to put all of the defensive components together going into the 4th round.
Looking very comfortable right now. It's 3-0 for Team Liquid. I would say the favorites coming into this one, but it's always a fantastic matchup. 2 M4 saved and not much investment around it. A few Deagles brought out. We've got Tarek and Cirque with the saved weaponry here. Both of them positioned towards middle for now. Tarek has a flashbang that he's ready to deploy, which he will. Cirque, same push we saw before. This time committing a little bit more to it.
Yeah, I was hoping to see this the round before. Well, he delivers eventually. Cirque's so perfectly tucked in on the fountain, but Nitro, he's aware of it. And the CT aggression will not relent. You've got Stan on long, admittedly only with a Deagle. First blood drawn in favor of Liquid, but Cirque claws one straight back. He makes it known that the EG forces are aggressive. Nitro actually, just body shots is all he requires to take down Cirque's second fight. A warning shot from Stan, but gets across. That was Nitro with the bomb as well. Crucial that he managed to get across. Stewie's already charging into the B site.
Well, here we go. Breezy, he's known for some special plays with this Desert Eagle. Alex will see what he's able to do here. He has got armor as well, but he needs a couple of headshots upon entry. That will do, though. 3 bullets into the side of Twist is enough to take him down. Damage inflicted towards Nitro as well. Breezy's looking scrappy here, finally. They flush him out of the bomb side, but Stanislaw and Tarek positioned towards short. What a grenade that is, though. Under 100 damage inflicted. Flashbang's decent, but Tarek holding strong.
I really like the damage Breezy inflicted. It made it look possible with these rifles. That was until the nade landed on both of them. Issues, but still finds one. Stewie falls, and so all mounting rather onto Stan, but he's already out of here. Yet to find a frag in this round, no exception. It's going to be 4 now for Team Liquid, and their T side does seem to be leaning quite heavily towards the B side so far.
Yeah, absolutely true. And a decent attempt there from EG. They certainly made Liquid uncomfortable at that point. The Desert Eagle of Breezy, you could see him finding maybe more than 1 kill there. One more bullet could have done it, but it was well held in the end by Nitro, especially getting himself a couple of kills, saving those 2 M4s. Money is incredibly strong on the T side. Losing a few frags there when they've got 2 rifles up is to be expected. This is a world-class team, EG. Some of the deadliest players in the game within their ranks. So you're always going to lose a few jewels in there, here and there in those sort of rounds. But here we go then. The double AWP setup for EG. They've hit the panic button. Here we go. The full buy is coming out. Double AWPs for Ethan and Cirque. Tactical timeout as well. A chance for Adren to get stuck in and work out how they're going to be addressing this first real gun round here. They've got the utility. The sniper rifle's out. We've seen Cirque. He wants to get stuck in towards middle. He's pushed it towards twice now. And he'll be doing more of that with the AWP. That's his play style. He's a loose cannon, but a very effective one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cirque is probably the first one at the top of my mind when we talk about the new generation AWPers.
Yeah.
He brings the same kind of he brings the same stuff to the server that I would describe Poison as. People are getting excited about him. It's a different style. Exapower, another one I'd put in that category.
Definitely.
And I think Cirque was the first that really did get the big break.
Explosive AWPers, yeah, they are making a massive name for themselves these days. It's a very exciting play style, and Cirque personifies it. We'll get into round number 5 here. What's the play? Does he want to go towards that fountain once again? Time will tell as we see the first incendiary deployed. Cirque does fancy a go here, but flashes are very effective from Team Liquid. As an HE response, that should do some decent damage. Oh, more than that. Twist down to just 30. Swallows them.
Despite putting that Molotov out with the smoke, they respect it and will hold back until it fades. Now pushing as a unit, 4 members of Liquid, soon to be 5 as Stewie's in tow. Start their assault. This is a very different looking round. Cirque to be tested, and there's no real better place to be putting those AWPs than holding this banana. He has so many fallback opportunities. He can get one and perhaps fall back, but the swing will be vicious, and they're all coming at once. Oh, just a slither is all he sees. Doesn't quite connect the shot. Twist low, he goes in first and still finds one. He had 30 HP, now just one, but with a frag to his name here in round 5. Cirque flashed off, push. There's not much he can do, and now the B site. They're rotating as best as they can. A completely lost. And another round on the board for Liquid.
Yeah, you can't even consider going for that one, Alex. That's just a complete role reversal there. We've seen Team Liquid focus towards that B bomb site time and time again throughout the 4 rounds we've seen so far. Then a slow default, waiting for them to fall back, pushing towards the bomb sites, remove that vision, A execution coming in. And again, they're in transition as the grenades are in the air. You don't have any time to react to it. The rotations were just starting from the B bomb site as they're getting the bomb down. They were locked out by smoke, so flashes, the Molotovs, all just being barraged towards the CT steps, and they're going to have to save at this point. We're going to see Ethan with the AWP, Tarek, and Breezy will save the M4, but they're getting locked out of this one so far.
It does feel like the Liquid T side, if you watch it from like Cirque's POV as we just did, he was holding that nothing. Radio silence, that he's seen a Molotov. He's not going to be making any calls based on that. He sees, I think, a thumb of a T, and then in the next 5 seconds, they're on the site. He's flashed and he's dead. It's brutal how it goes from 0 to 100. They just put their pedal to the metal.
When they first formed this team and they brought Stewie in and got Adren as the coach, it was overpass as the map. We first started to notice, okay, this is a different Team Liquid now. It's much more methodical, tactical, slower. And you can see that kind of playstyle being kind of reverted back to now. You can see this is looking very calculated. So they know when they have to pull the trigger and commit. There's not like 10 seconds of panic and trying to get the bomb down. They're scrambling. This has been a perfect run so far from Liquid against very keen and skilled opposition. You can see them with maximum loss bonus, of course, now still with that double AWP setup. Cirque hasn't really been able to sink his teeth into Liquid yet. Flashbang deployed towards connector. No one there to receive it. In terms of the setup, we've got Cirque towards long now, so no longer probing towards the fountain position. A bit more of a classic spot. 3 players leaning towards B with Stanislaw, very passive on A, ready to rotate if required.
Very, very passive. Not to repeat you too much, but yeah, just take a glance at the amount of control that's been gifted to Liquid without a bullet being fired.
Well, they're relying on Cirque now. The aggression hasn't worked. They're not giving away any picks. We'll just hold back. We can wait as long as you can.
And Clock eventually does become the enemy of the T side. For now, though, 54 seconds, an abundance of it. Flash to take control of the water. Naf with the door swing and nade in response. Look at that one down the throat of Naf. Chunk to 50. And a loose thread on this Liquid assault is the Elige on long. Haven't committed just yet, and actually keep your eyes on Nitro. He is the bomb carrier. Bit nervous at that Clock, and gosh, Cirque's feeling the nerves too. Misses the shot, falls back, responds with a smoke, and that smoke's buying time. They'll have to be funneled in through toilets if they choose to commit to A here.
Well, it looks like it will be an A finish, and the clock is getting a little bit low here for Team Liquid. We are going to see the smokes deployed at this point. This looks good for EG. This is the most promising round they've had yet, and they're yet to find a kill. Let's see if it works out for them.
5 versus 5. 10 seconds left, and here comes 2. Back-to-back frags, Elysian twists. Who better to be finding the blood on the site, and it looked perfect for EG, Henry.
It did. The fact there was 15 seconds there, there's the scramble, there's the panic. We finally see it. They actually presented a nice counter there, but again, we see Stark. He had an opportunity to nail that first shot. Unless he gets that one, he's in a lot of trouble. He was actually lucky not to go down in that particular encounter. As we'll see, a 4-on-2 ensue now. Again, you've just got to save here. Your money's... It will be fine if you save weapons, but if they all go down, you'll be down to a partial buy. So saving the M4 is an absolute necessity at this point. It's going to be 6-0 Liquid, however. And sure, they were a little bit more tested that time, but 4 players still survive. As soon as the bomb goes down, obviously, the clock is reset and everything's back to where you want it to be. So it's going to be Ethan to survive by the looks of things. He's tucked away in towards bank. Breezy in that connector, and Liquid, they haven't given away many kills whatsoever. We'll check in with the scoreboard here. So we've got 3 kills at the very top for EG. That's Ethan, Tarek with 2. 0 for Stan, 1 for Cirque. Really needed that AWP to come online. You can see this is a map EG historically don't play too much. And we kind of said this before. We're like, okay, it's either Vertigo or Overpass. That's where Liquid want to go. And you can see why so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've been given this Overpass and then proving exactly why this was the justified pick. There's only 2 results in the last 3 months we've seen from EG, neither of them with victory. And even after finding the first frag, they only converted that round 57% of the time in those 2 games. That surprises me. That was a lovely find onto the head of Nitro, but unfortunately that is all EG can celebrate after that round. 6-0. We're going back into the fray.
There's the scoreboard for you. You can see Twist with a very strong shift so far, 113 ADR. Fortunately, for EG, not the same sort of numbers up there, although we've got a decent amount from Ethan. So now do they want to throw caution to the wind? Do they want to throw a spanner in the works to see whether they can actually just go for another aggressive pick? I think that suits their playstyle more, because right now that is being outclassed. Liquid are reacting perfectly. Then the Astralis grenades towards the boost spot. No one there to receive. Well, Ethan did get tickled by them slightly. Does a boatload of damage. If you've got 2 people boosted there, you can take one of them out pretty quickly with those.
Yeah, and ever since it's kind of been injected into the meta, that boost has taken a significant dive in popularity. No longer the safe way to hold that water pipe.
So we've had no opening kills for EG so far in this 6-0. That's kind of wild, isn't it?
As the CT's on Overpass, I mean, this is the map.
Not a single one.
Got so much space for a CT to find something early. There it is, just as you said it. 2, in fact. Breezy and Cirque rattling off successful shots, and there's a second to follow from Cirque. Good hold. Keeps control of middle. And this should very well be the first round of EG. A correlation, perhaps, drawing the blood first and connecting the round. We do see Naf with a bomb elsewhere. Naf not making too much of a secret of his long position. Certainly now the smoke is flying through the sky. Maybe just hoping he can pull a CT over to the other side. Oh, he has. Ethan reacting. And that could be enough for Naf to at least win the duel and get that bomb down. It's a chance, but it is against Breezy.
King Breezy holds strong. The bomb goes down. It looks like the round is complete. Finally, EG get an opening kill. They get a round and a clean sweep as well. It's looking much better for them. Still very early days here. A little bit rattled at the start, but that's more like it. And Cirque finding a couple of AWP shots. Breezy coming online towards B, and Nitro probably going to go down here. Unless he hits a pretty special shot. It's going to come down to the quick scope here, which he'll absolutely connect. Stanislaw is going to be fuming at that one. Cirque, similar story. So Nitro will actually survive and take a lot of money with him. Bit of a heist towards the end of the round there. He's taking about 10 grand away from EG.
And Cirque can't rebuy an AWP, if my maths is correct.
Let's have a look. You are dead on. Unless they somehow picked another one up, which I don't think is possible. So yeah, they don't even have a single AWP now.
Nitro, that was quite the heroics. Let's see Cirque's second. This was a quick one, just catches the tip of the head and a nice flash, some support from Tarek, but surviving. 9 seconds, by the way. Stan was perhaps just trying to play the time a little bit, but nice catch as well. Nitro takes the AWP out of the EG defense for round 8.
And now they don't have an AWP at all. That's so crazy. Counter-Strike is such a layered game. We will see those early HEs be very effective at the start there. It's going to be a lead under 39. Pretty much nullifies his round. He can't be nearly as aggressive as he'd like now. Breezy just dancing on the edge of the smoke towards Monsters. Quite a common push these days, actually. And here's the boost we were talking about before. Tarek up there bravely with the M4A4. Fires off a couple of shots, realizes that's not the best place to be when Stewie TK's on the other side of a creek. 4 players in towards that B bomb site. Stanislaw, the in-game leader with no utility. The solo hold towards A. Good luck, my friend.
0 kills as well. A lot of responsibility.
4 players coming in this direction. Yeah. They'll rotate now, considering it's so quiet, but yeah, there's a chance this can collapse very quickly. They get a quick kill on Stan and smoke spawn. They're in trouble here.
Here's the pins. He calls for the rotate and chooses not to take initial contact. Instead, he will try and wait to connect with his teammates, and that's perfect. Tarek, Stan, both finding frags. A double for Stan. The round is theirs. Stewie left alone. 30 seconds of silence for 5 seconds of chaos. Leaves just Stewie. Can't even hit the first. Stan, a big round from him. His first real test. They came his way. He took 3.
Stronghold from Stan. A statement round there. Like I said, no utility. Had to call for the rotations. He had the pins being pulled and the flashes in the smoke. Unfortunately, his teammate arrives at the scene of the crime just before chaos ensues. And that point, it takes the aggro away from him. You can see him then just adjusting, swinging around, hitting the shots, doing what Stan does best. Tarek with a covering fire as well. Very well played. They are down, but they are not out. They've now got Kriegs out in spades here. 3 of them. Tarek, Stanislaw, and Breezy have been upgraded. And that's quite a scary prospect, I have to say. A lot of Kriegs in the server right now. Full array of them on Team Liquid side. No AWP there.
And there's few that handle it better, certainly from the North American region, than Ethan and Breezy.
Absolutely true. We'll be up against Elige, another specialist with the weapon.
God,
Got some of the world's best Krieg users on the server right now.
Yeah, this could be a treat and a display of the weapon that has taken competitive CS by storm. You can see just how much freedom Stewie is given here. Separate from the pack so often, this time joining him after his early adventures. He hasn't got too far this time, no water control. In fact, Ethan was actually vying for it just there. Exchanges of utility. The first fight goes the way of Liquid. Stewie makes sure of that. He's not quite done there. He wants to try and get ahead of this smoke maybe, and he does, not finding the frag. Ethan wants more. Wild bullets, and it's his that connect. Tarek's too. 3 rounds in a row now. It's starting to look like EG have found the necessary form to compete versus the Liquid that came in so hot.
This is actually pretty convincing. Those last few rounds, the ones they've picked up, they've been pretty flawless. You can see they've survived with 4 players once again there. The first round they did pick up, obviously Nitro made it a little bit more costly with a couple of AWP kills towards the end, but still it was a good round, and it's been nothing but that since. They might have actually got close to breaking the bank of Team Liquid. They're not quite there yet. There's 1 more buy available with 2 players, Naf and Nitro with 14,000 between them, and they can drop a couple of weapons here. But this will be the final buy. If EG can break them here, they're right back in this. They can still win the half, bear in mind. So this is far from over.
Yeah, they've lost 3 players in their 3 successful rounds that they've strung together. That is a good way to start nurturing the CT bank, and it's time for Team Liquid to call their first timeout. So we're equal in timeouts remaining. EG called theirs in somewhat of a flustered panic after the initial loss of 4 rounds in a row. This is Tarek's second.
Which makes complete sense, right? You want to just slow that down, stem the bleed pretty much as quickly as you can. And like taking 30 seconds can just take them out of their zone quickly. Like you readjust, everyone calm down and realize it's not the end of the world, and you can get back into it like they are. So a few compromises for Liquid. You can see they haven't got absolutely everything, but they do have the 5 rifles. Stewie 2K with the Khalil, and we'll maybe see a bit more of a little B focus here. They've got the smoke down, flashes going over, and Twist and Stewie start scampering their way up towards short. For a boost, if it looks at things, we will see if it works out for him. Oh, hasn't worked out. Bit of noise there.
Similar to their pistol strat, this time with rifles. The smoke lands as Stewie walks out the ton.
It is pretty much exactly the pistol round. Good spot.
Nade towards Graffiti could land perfectly on the head of Tarek. That's going to soften them up for this take. Stewie not quite going to be able to take control of the site just yet, but he's willing to aggress. He's full blind, tucks in. And now the bomb can go down. 4 versus 4. It's Ethan to try and break down the door, but now trading back and forth. 2v2. Ethan's low, so is Cirque, but Cirque catches Naf on the cross. All onto Stewie's aggression, and he gets them both. You can hear the squeal of success, and 3 kills to Stewie. Makes it 7-3.
Great stuff there. That was the pistol round. So you've got those Molotovs and smokes being deployed as they go for the contact play through Monster. As soon as they get any sort of contact from the enemy on the other side, that's when they fully commit. Flashes are being pumped through. They're not catching them. They're going behind that pillar. And the CT, you can see they're stifled. They're in the water. They're calling for rotations. They're trying to get through. And Stewie 2K with the Galilable weapons is the one that is to mow them down. Brilliant shot. That's the one towards Cirque that really confirms everything. And we'll see them back on their feet here as we move into round number 11. 7-3 overall. Team Liquid charged towards middle. Flashes deployed, and they have got a bit of confrontation here. Stanislaw the first to drop. Cirque not far behind, that's for sure. That's the AWP gone very quickly, and we will see a 5-on-3. Now, this is another very difficult round here, but Ethan might have the solution. If he gets both of them here, they're right back into it. It was a very good effort, Alex. He did what he could, but not quite enough.
Yeah, he was in the right place, taking the right shots. This time it doesn't connect. Twist just too quick on the trigger. But you have to give some credit to Elige. He has 3 frags to his name right now, but his first frag was when there were 10 seconds left on B. He got 1, so he won the round with that.
Yep.
This time he just got a double kill and pretty much won them the round. So he's won 2 rounds with his 3 kills.
Well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch here. We have got a 4-on-2.
Touche.
We have seen crazier things happen. We'll see if Tarek can actually make anything of this. He catches one of the nade out, but Nitro, he's not presenting any of that nonsense. It's going to be a confirmed round now. Breezy with no kit, and will be a 4 versus 1. Bomb to be planted, and you're right, that's all Elige. Like, that's brilliant stuff there. Going through the smoke, avoiding the nade damage, and using that Krieg to full effect, as we mentioned before. So that was great to watch. And Cirque, he's going to be mauling at that one. The fact that they couldn't find that opening pick, there wasn't a trade, the AWP not connecting, and their money will be now broken. We'll see whether Breezy can save the M4. He tucks himself in towards the T-spawn area, and that's pretty much his round complete. It's up to Liquid now if they want to go for a massive hunt here. They haven't really got the resources to justify it, especially against a player like Breezy, like one of the best aimers in the game right now. If he's tucked turreting somewhere, you don't want to go find him. Let him save his M4.
I was talking to Yanko, coach of FaZe, for those unfamiliar, YNK, at the dinner table recently, Henry. He said the reason he doesn't like Overpass, as he's taken a more analytical eye to it, is he considers it too big in comparison to the other maps. You can't actually hold everything comfortably as a CT. What's your kind of thoughts?
Well, we just saw that kind of encapsulated with the previous round when Stanislaus there alone at A because they haven't got resources. They're going to have to take gamble stacks. There's a lot of that on Overpass. There's a lot of gut feeling and inquisition towards areas like short, connector, and it's all kind of like, it's rock, paper, scissors on this map. I do kind of understand what he's saying completely. Like, it is maybe a little bit too big. It's very difficult to justify having 2 players on A, knowing that B is so vulnerable to executions.
And you're spawning on A. I mean, it's a funny one. Interesting to see it transpire at the very tippy top of the Counter-Strike ecosystem. 8-3 advantage Liquid on their assault. First map of this series.
So these are the kind of plays you need to do. If you can have 2 towards A, you need to be a bit more active. You need to have someone who's ready to swing out. If you get a bit of information here, if they do commit towards B, Stanislaus can get right behind him with that long position now. You can see him baited in by Cirque. Ideally, Cirque's going to get the first kill. Stanislaus swing round. Or he misses, same story. Stanislaus ready to pounce.
Well, it's time for the pounce to begin. Flash comes in, and so does Nitro. First traded. Cirque can back away. Tarek might even want to throw that flashbang, but no. Instead, they'll dig their heels in once again, leveling the odds. Leash isn't going to give up on this long control that they fought for. Instead, he'll be left alone. And as I say that, he does choose to vacate. Look how fast he is ahead of everyone else. Oh, doesn't find it. And Breezy, he's going to be expecting so much more. There is more to come, but with 40 seconds on the clock, are they really just going to walk it in?
Well, there's nothing to hold them back. They've got no utility here on this side of the map. Breezy, they're ready for a fight. There's the first. The bomb goes down and CTs will start to rotate. But Twist will bring them 1 kill back towards Team Liquid here. This is the frag that really matters. Ethanus needs to buy time. Only got that MP9. Did what he could. Orb shot rattles off from heaven here. We're down to the 2 versus 2. The Molotov, not that effective. Too deep, I'm afraid. So Sir can still be active here. So can Tarek. Does he get traded out? He does not. Tarek will actually save the round there. It looked like things were getting very awkward with Cirque being focused on towards heaven there, but it will be EG picking up the round and actually maybe ruining the economy of Team Liquid here.
Looks like Elige's playing on a MIDI controller. What the hell is that keyboard? My God.
He always has interesting keyboards.
He's a StarCraft player, that's why. He's got to get the coolest looking keyboard for that APM.
Nice work from Tarek here.
He pushed ahead of that short smoke. They kind of just, in a 2v2, with all that attention on Cirque's shots, they just kind of subconsciously respected that smoke and hoped they would too.
With the situation they're in, you're going to have to take risks at some point. We're going for a straight up B rush every monster. Breezy's not missed many so far, but he has too many targets in front of him at this point. A lot of chaos towards the B bomb side, just trying to punish his side of the map time and time again. It's Stewie 2K and Twist, just getting it done through the smoke. Job done completely. We're going to see a 5-on-2. Cirque and Stanislaus, no choice but to save at this point. Just changing it up. They've presented lots of slow rounds, B executions, defaults. Now just a straight up rush.
And they just boosted Nav as well. Got him tucked up towards heaven with that Mac 10. There couldn't be a better place to put the SMG.
What a massive round that is. Bought him with what they could with the Mac 10s, a Deagle on Nitro. They haven't really given him any damage here. He does get the dink with the Mac 10, but there's the helmet. Saves Stanislaus. It's available, but no chance in going for this one. Stewie 2K on the prowl, though. Will he catch them on the exit? They know there's a chance that'll be happening, so just trying to stay in no man's land here. As we'll see the round come through, it's going to be Liquid of 9 on the board here. Been quite a quick first half. There's been some slow play, but it feels like once they commit, it all breaks out very quickly indeed.
Yeah, I mean, Breezy, he went down so quick on that challenge. He just kind of got the timing a little wrong. You know, if he was just a second earlier on that swing, he'd have had them as they emerge gray screen, but the timing, just his mental timer in his head, a couple of seconds off, and 3 players had already emerged, had the sight lines and got the frag before he could even do damage. 9 then, closing in on double digits on this T side. This was Liquid picking over Pass, and we're starting to really understand why the CT side unable to present a dream buy into this one, but they have chosen to invest fully.
Stanislaw, this time a bit more active towards middle. Gets himself up towards Party. Drop the smoke to buy him some time here. Ethan, I'm not sure if he spotted them push through short because he was flashed. Now he'll have the information. Only with the FAMAS though. One smoke, a flash available, and here comes the boost they wanted to do before. Can they make it work this time? Looks like it's successful. I feel like there's a kill coming. How much time they want to commit to this? Well,
there was a kill.
Definitely
a kill coming. I don't know if we expected that FAMAS of Ethan to be the one filling the feed, but it does. And the second body dropped as well. It was Cirque elsewhere with his AWP. That's so aggressive from Breezy. EG, they're mixing it up and it's catching Liquid off guard. They continue, stands position. Naf had a nade out. Don't have to do too much when those frags have been gifted to you from the chaos you've manufactured so early in the round.
Twist remains and no bullets left in the Krieg. It's down to the Glock here and his chances don't look too good. Cirque to close things out, the AWP. Very compelling round there from EG. Didn't give much away, and I really like that aggression as well. That's a bit of a statement in itself. The fact you've got those advantages and you're pushing the smokes is frustrating. You're kind of shouting your own skin. Why is he doing that? Why is he pushing for the smoke? But you just don't expect it, and that's why it works so well. His just closing things out. Nothing too challenging by his standards. And it's going to be a compromised situation for Liquid here in round number 15. Galil, the MAC-10, a Desert Eagle as well, a couple of AKs. Most of their utilities, so expect something a bit more tactical and execution-based here as they go towards Connector this time. Stanislaw, same position as the previous round. Cirque behind him, and Ethan boosted up. Can look towards Connector and probably hear them rotating through.
He's so committed. Stan is only going to have to get one. Does so. There's a weapon that could be retrieved, though, and that in the right hands. Perhaps Twist could get that MAC-10 off his back, but for now, a bit of a slowdown. Cirque awaits it. 3 members of Liquid gathering for this take. You'll see the nades fly, and he's learnt his lesson from the last time. White screen, still got the frag in the one prior. Misses this time.
Not looking himself for those sort of shots, I have to say. There's been a few of those. First map of the series, but hasn't been the most promising scenes by what we've seen on his POV. See if he can nail the second one. That's much better. Maintains the advantage, 4 on 3 now.
Looking for a second, and Tarek's there to babysit. He's only going to get one. There's lots of time, there's no rush, but perhaps Breezy can change things with his flank. Unfortunately, he gets the warning shots, but he connects the first. Long distance into Nitro. Stewie's won clutches with the Galil in this map alone. And now he's got another 1 versus 2. Just one remains, though. It's Ethan, half health.
Bit of a stalemate here. The mind games begin. 20 seconds. Ethan knows there's plenty of time to go back, but doesn't seem convinced, and he would be right to think so. Great way to end it. They bring that half back from the doldrums there, Alex. They were 6-0 down. They ended at 9-6. Sure, they're on the CT side. It's not amazing, but it's looking much better. Just getting warmed up, perhaps, and so are we. We'll take a break and be back with the second half very shortly indeed.
Katowice continues. Group B upper bracket semi-final. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Henry G, and we have got the treat of Evil Geniuses versus Team Liquid. Overpass, it looked like Liquid's pick was going to be all said and done, and then the Evil Geniuses awoke from their slumber. And it does look like we've got a competitive game after all.
We certainly do, Alex, and I couldn't be happier about it. This series had to deliver. We said it would be the match of the day, and at 6-0 on the T side, you thought, okay, maybe not. Might have poured it on a little bit too thick there, but it is starting to warm up now, and we'll see if EG can pick up a much-needed pistol here. It's going to be one smoke, 4 flashbangs, and 1 Molotov here. Stannis saw the bomb on his back, and the flashes are being deployed as they start to probe the connector. It's Nitro to defend and not really feeling it. He's going to try and bait in his teammate here. This is going to be massive. Do they check the corner, though? That's the question. They certainly do. And it's going to be 2 quick kills for EG.
Whoa. This is problematic for Naf. He's going to have find a very spicy multi-kill instead. Just a single bullet connecting and nothing. Converted into the frag. They're tucked in on the corner. They're just traveling as a death ball. You really shouldn't have a chance. Oh my God! I said I wouldn't squeal! But Liquid, that is ridiculous! Unthinkable, impossible.
Earth-shattering play from Stewie 2K. That is amazing. It was a 5-on-2 EG. They didn't think there was a world where they give that round up.
See it again, please.
You saw how much conviction they had behind them at this point. Everyone's enjoying themselves. The round's done in their book, but they didn't account for the one spot that could destroy them there. It's Stewie 2K with a P2000 just getting it done. Double digits found, and the morale has got to be in the bin for EG. That's gutting for them.
I mean, yeah, when you're on the site, 5 versus 2, you're already celebrating. You're thinking about the buy. And instead now just charging in, it looks like Liquid are going to maintain that momentum and pick up all of these frags, all SMGs, to sweeten the pot even more.
I can't believe that just happened. They didn't even get a plant out of all that. They didn't really do anything wrong, but they just got swept up in their own success.
Yeah, I mean,
they could have slowed that right down and just checked that spot, got in together. They all just ran in, just thought the round's done, boys, beat them there. They're rotating over, but Liquid, they pull it back. That's insane.
Phenomenal.
Okay, then. Well, EG, you got a chance to pull this back. They did take a full eco in the previous round, meaning you can get Kriegs out now in the AK-47. This is what we call the bonus round for Team Liquid. So they're going to try and be a little bit more scrappy at the start, see whether they can actually steal a kill away at the very beginning of the round. Not going to happen for them, though. In terms of the general setup, Twist has pushed off towards short. Nitro and Liege hanging out in the bathrooms here. So it all slows down for now.
And justifiably so. I think for here, EG not only slowing down for the strategical elements, but also just to get their heart rate back down to a functional level. No doubt the weapon advantage lies with the Geniuses, but Alicia is holding the line that's pretty favorable mid-range. That MP9 can really slay, and it does.
Bomb's down as well. Where's everyone else? How has the bomb gone down and no one's even there to do anything about it? They're smoked out. They've got less than a minute now. They've got 2 smokes to their name and a decoy. As the MP9 picks up 2 very important kills indeed. Tarek will let himself down from the party. They need to recover that bomb, and Nitro tucks himself in. He's still got HP. Alige will fall right back. Nitro will just try and fight for 1 kill here. He knows he's going to go down, but he can get 1 more before he goes. That's enough. That's fine. He knows that's more than enough.
I don't know if it was deliberate, but just by checking that corner, his gun barrel baited the shots. Yep. Stewie's even considering the flank. Timing on this looks perfect. Deploying their utility. Both backs turned. He's not in a rush, though. Just going to take the first. Let his teammates deal with Ethan. He crawls towards Optimus. Twist finishes it with the UMP. Gets the upgrade of the AK-47. And Team Liquid, after that ridiculous victory in the pistol round, I've just ran with this momentum and pick up the first weapon round.
Yeah, that's going to be 13-6 locked in. You can't really justify much more than Deagle Armor here on the T side. Obviously, there's a chance they can win it. If they do, they'll be right back in the game. But this is looking very difficult for them now. This didn't look great. The spacing was off. They've got no one to really deal with that. If it goes down, there's no utility deployed. You can see the MP9 just had to hit the shots, which it did, and at close range as well is where it does its most fantastic work. You really kind of made things difficult for yourself there. Good grenade at the start, and that's the only player about armor that lands in Tarek's pocket down to 31 HP.
God. You just have to put yourself in the player's shoes just for a moment to really feel that demoralizing pit in the bottom of your stomach. Backing away, Elige will deal with 1. Nitro keeping his teammates safe. Onto another. Good damage inflicted, though. Elige's health just evaporates. Naf aggressive with the MP9, wasn't ready for that, and that's a whole lot of utility squandered. Shouldn't be the round, but remains to be seen what they can do with what remains.
Breezy might be in trouble here, and it will be Nitro to remove him. One of the most stable AWPers on the A bomb site, I have to say. He's had some unspeakable moments on towards that A side. Should be a kill of his Can't quite find the headshot quickly, but Tarek will finish things off. Remember, he got taken down at 31 at the beginning of the round of no armor. He's got an MP9 on his back, but not the best weapon for the job just here. Might better get one kill on the Liege, who's very low up there towards heaven. Not going to happen there. He's got the scope. The range advantage could be 13-6. A decent effort with a couple of kills there for EG, but the money's out of control. And with such a massive round buffer as well, they're going to start taking some risks here. They can afford to go for a pick at the start, move the AWP around, start punishing EG. Circle bring out his AWP as well, but is it going to be enough at this point?
Taking some liberties with the lead.
Yeah, and you can absolutely justify it as well. Stewie2K staying on the MP9. Yeah, why not? Let's make this a really crazy round at this point. Let's start pushing some smokes. Let's deploy some flashbangs. Get Stewie set up. Get under their skin.
Talking about setting Stewie up, there's no real better place to be putting that MP9. Unfortunately for him, though, no contact. Instead, it will be a little slower. And I say no contact, you are going to start seeing Tarek, his teammate Ethan, even taking the bomb down there. So we will see some action there after all. Stewie's back's not covered at this point with the Liege push, and we do see Stewie go down. That's control now for Liquid, and not quite all of it, because the Liege continues his aggression. Perfect trade and disappears.
Just gets the hell out of there. Doesn't want to be anything to do with it. Maintain that lead. It all started with an MP9 kill. As the Liege just picks them off one by one. That's the AWP removed as well. Cirque looking frustrated in his playstyle right now. 4-on-2. Ethan and Stanislaw limp their way back towards the B bomb site. They've got no smokes, a few flashbangs, and so much time. You can't really say, well, we'll just save at this point. You're going to have to at least see what you can do with this. Flash over, see if it baits out any utility. Is there any sort of response here? From this setup, I don't think Ethan will do much of this at all. It should be Twist finding the bomb, which he does. Now down to Stanislaw. I think he could get a couple of kills, but not going to happen. Very clean again from Liquid. Remember, they're going into these rounds with SMGs, a ton of money, and they're still winning comprehensively.
That's going to be just one timeout remaining after this. I'm a Pet will start his campaign. 30 seconds thrust onto the clock for him to try and get this EG squad back into the right frame of mind to forge a comeback on Overpass. It doesn't really look likely with the form Liquid have been presenting.
Yeah, way too strong. So it is the tactical timeout, the third used by EG here. Galils are being purchased. You can see that come in the hands of Ethan. Pretty much straight away. Stanislaw to join him as well. Desperate scenes now. Looking for map point, Team Liquid. Look like they pick it up, to be honest with you. And that's what I'm talking about. Those sort of plays. You've already sent Stewie2K to push connector. Then you've got a Liege. After he goes down, just seeing whether he can get a couple of kills. Delivers, of course. That's his 10th frag. Falls right back. Cirque, like I said, I can tell from his playstyle, looks frustrated. That's confirmed. So 3 Galils, 2 AK. Cirque with no helmet, no nades at all, but he's gone for the heavier of the weapons. We'll see whether this is going to work out for him. Flash over from a Liege. He's happy to take 1-on-2 duels all day long.
So nonchalant with it. Nades don't connect this time. Which is a step on the flow chart for a 7th round on the board for EG. Healthy after the initial utility. Nitro has the responsibility of Banana. He'll be throwing out that smoke now, and it does seem like EG, with the limitations on utility, know they have to take these fights. Nitro could be met by Breezy if he continues this walk. Liege to be tested. That could be the bomb. 2 rounds in a row, he could just take that bomb carrier down. Missed shot. Stan, quite the opposite. Access to long granted.
Haven't seen the Liege miss one in a while. But there is a chance here with 40 seconds, though. He's still got to get through Nitro. Talks about how potent his AWP is, but Breezy sniffs him out on the other side, and that should be it. Let's Stewie2K and get a couple of kills here quickly, which might happen. First one will be his. Spacing's not great for a quick trade here. Tarek will have to jump through, and it's enough. It's now going to be an open site. Nafly still fancies this one. They're trying to do as much damage as they physically can. They've got plenty of money, remember. They have sacrificed those T-sided weapons now on the CT forces. But that's the first on the board in this half for EG. Makes it 5-1. 14-7 overall. There's a couple of kills towards the end. There'll still be a glow in the hands of Cirque. Unable to bring out the AWP just yet. If they lose this round and it's 5 players going down, it's going to be game. They won't have the loss bonus behind them. So double AWP set up this time for Liquid.
So you combine Liquid's starts to both halves. They've got 11 of their 14 rounds just off the back of the pistol.
Yeah, that's true. And a pistol, they shouldn't even won the second.
Yeah, very valid point. Still definitely not going to be forgotten by EG anytime soon. Nor Stewie 2K and Twists. Naf aggressive AWPing towards the short position. And by nading off the door, he can keep the eye on Tarek's cross and beheads him. Nice connection. Liquid take the advantage early.
Yeah, Tarek drops the ball there a little bit. Pretty much offered himself up on a plate. Cool idea to nade the door out, but he has to be more aware than that. See if Nitro can get the second. He's got players in front of him here. Breezy waiting for Stanislaw to join him. Smoke deployed. And shot missed. Elige, though, in position.
To support him as best he can. I don't know if Elige can get out as well. The smoke looks like it's just enough to aid his escape, and so they will. Tuck in on the site. Stewie aggressing towards long. His knee-jerk reaction to the presence in toilets is starting to make sure that one of their avenues is not going to be unmanned. Doesn't have any support of Nitro just yet. 3. Attention drawn. Does manage to take 1. He'll take it. Advantage maintained for his team, and with 25 seconds, the clock really starting to punish EG unless they commit now into the site and into Elige's spray. 2, perhaps a third as well. Stand into the site with only 1 more. Elige, impact to secure 15.
Yeah, real solid hold there. You can see they weren't messing around at all with that one. Defensive lines, crossfires deployed, and EG really having to work for any sort of control there. Didn't get the bomb down. All 5 players dropped. Like I said, if they get that round up, they're in a lot of trouble. The money just won't be there to have a compelling buy going forward. So they've got a Mac 10 for Tarek, a CZ on Ethan, and here's the replay. The great shots from Elige. He's only got 12 kills, but as you mentioned earlier, the kills he has been getting have found them very, very important rounds indeed. So 3 Kriegs, bare bones utility. And they'll make their way towards middle, but they need to dodge these grenades first. Done a good job of doing that. Flashbang's over. Just 1 more round for Liquid will do it.
Oh, they're ready for the pre-fire, but Nafi gets away with murder. His head exposed, crosshair on it, but he does walk away with all of his health. The rotation coming in. Tarek, he was left to his own devices, Monster, but he's chosen to regroup early. He'll be scooping up the bomb and joining the majority of the forces now as they continue their... It's kind of rinse and repeat, it seems that way. This time Nitro is not going to be giving them any of that toilets resistance that they've been having issues with so far. Much more passive hold. A bad smoke.
Execution to close things out here, potentially. It's just going to be a few smokes on the site. Make your way through. But the thing is, this is Nitro's bread and butter. This is where he really excels. Against executions, he's got the AWP in hand. See what he can do with it.
Oh, he can take so many liberties now. He's considered long clear, and he gets the frag and falls out. Completely blind. Elige has lost one in the smoke. It's Ethan, but Twist is there to hold his hand, and into the site. Another body drops for EG. Another hat leaping through, and just with the USP, Tarek, he had a chance, but it will be 3 versus 1 confirmed, and Liquid 16-7. A fantastic start to the series. They take their map pick.
Which was to be expected, to be fair. Remember, we looked at the stats going into this one. EG just don't play overpass. I'm sure they've been practicing and trying to get into their map pool, but this didn't work out for them. It's always going to be a rough one considering they don't play vertigo, overpass, and these are maps that they're going to get punished on. But still, there was a chance there in the first half. They were 6-0 down. They showed character to bring the map back. Unfortunately, the second half pistols where it all crumbled around them, though. I feel like in terms of morale and obviously the scoreboard as well, that really wasn't ideal and kind of crushed them. And we'll see if they can recover. As we move into the second map very shortly, Alex, of course, we'll be joined by the analyst desk after this, and we'll see you for the second very shortly indeed. We'll see you there.
ESL Pro Tour CSGO Masters Championship here from Katowice, Poland, where we just witnessed Liquid taking on Evil Geniuses in the first map of this series, one that went Liquid's way, and it looked pretty damn good as they did. I'm going to just throw that out there right now. I do have Chad, I do have Jacob here with me on the desk, and guys, what happened to Stanislaw and his crew there?
Well, look, the first 6 rounds of that game, I could see us getting excited about, right? We're like, yeah, Liquid are looking really, really good. Everything's traveling well. And then they got 3 on the Tron, the EG side. And I was like, okay, this is business as usual. This is what we saw from Liquid over there in London. But they're able to reel it on back. And then from there, they just kept getting pounded down by the individual ability of a man named Twists.
Pounded, Jacob.
Pounded.
Pounded.
Pounded. You want to say it again?
So pounded.
I know you got some numbers, Jacob. Hit him.
No, I mean, it was, as you said, you know, the Twist brilliance over here. You look towards EG, you look towards the individual skill they have, and you look towards 2 players. You want Ethan to do well, you want Breeze to do well.
Yep.
Here's a stat for you. Stewie killed Breeze 8 times and only died twice, so he had him in his pocket, and Twist killed Ethan 9 times and died 0 times to Ethan. So the 2 heavy hitters from Evil Genius were completely shut down by Stewie and Twist.
Well, I'm sure Stewie had so much going on right there. Obviously, he's usually got his plate full, and then in this instance, he's even going to give us that opportunity to hear from him. So what do you got to say, Stu?
I've grabbed a very happy Stewie 2K. And first of all, I want to ask about Overpass, because towards the end of the last year, you kind of shied away from picking that map. It was like everyone had figured you out on it.
Yeah, I think we just couldn't find a way to get ourselves in the rhythm on Overpass last year. And during our off time, we tried to make it better. We decided that, you know, we were one of the best teams on this map. There's no way we can just fall to the worst team in the world on this map. So we got to work on it. And, you know, we found our solutions. We were trying to use it in practice and see if it actually works. And it's been going really well in practice. So maybe we're back on Overpass.
For a moment, it sounded like you were saying that EG was one of the worst teams in the world.
No, they're not. But on Overpass, they probably are right now.
So talk me through one of those classic Team Liquid rounds. It was round 14. You managed to rush B on a partial buy, and yet you knew everyone's position, shooting them through the smoke, getting those clean shots.
I think it's just a matter of confidence. You know, we lost a couple rounds, and I think Adren actually wanted to pause, and me and Nitro decided to, you know, let's not cause a pause. Let's just try to rush them B. You know, we're feeling the confidence and just shoot them in the head pretty much, and it was pretty good.
You had such a slow start against VP yesterday. How did you find the pace today?
I think it's just the NA rivalry. You know, I know Tarek, we're ex-teammates, you know, on 2 teams, and it just kind of fuels me to, you know, want to beat these guys and make sure I'm motivated and make sure I get the right amount of practice in, the right amount of warm-up, and just make sure I show up.
So basically, if you qualify for the Spodek today, it's thank you, Mr. Tarek. Let's head back to the desk, and thank you, Stewie 2K.
Seems as though there was a quick lapse in what they forgot where they were in their conversation, and now it all just kind of fell apart right there. Chad.
You want me? Okay, that's how we're rolling it. Well, that was a little bit jarring. So let's
just had to go with it, you know.
Let's give you guys some knowledge, I suppose. So this was around Mr. Henry G was talking about. First of all, I just want you to note this individual up here. He's going to get picked off very early within this round. This is a T-sided round from T Liquid. So he goes down. I'm going to change the camera angle. Look at Nitro. He's setting up a Molotov, but because they've lost that pick, they're going to change the way that they approach this round. Naf comes on in. He's going to throw a smoke towards Heaven. You're going to also see a Molotov come in late towards Barrels and a flash enter the bomb site as this round pans on out. What I want to note here is they were doing a round where they're contacting through Monster and they're turning the site into an A map. So what I want to do is I want to pause it right here. Look at this. A Molotov's going to land to neutralize that pit area. There's a smoke towards Heaven. That's neutralized. And Tarek is about to get some grenades in his face and also be forced on back. So we're going to keep playing this one out. And you can see right now, they have turned this into an A map with only 1 area to worry about. They just have to worry about ABC and CT spawn. You've got Twist peeking from short. You've got 2 guys peeking from the site. And Flash is constantly coming over to harass. Now, 1 extra Flash just came over from Twist, which allowed an individual to peer here. Didn't get the kill right there, but then they're able to fight, and then all this chaos towards the CT spawn area is going to ensue. Check this out. They just continue to fight, taking heads-up duels. Both of these teams love the fights, and right here, Liquid came out on top with Stewie in the pit, getting the final 2 kills. I really like this simple approach from Liquid, and they made it look easy. It was a round that they needed.
Yeah, that's what they say, Chad. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. Jacob, what do you think about that?
I love it. I love it from Liquid. I love the confidence coming out from Team Liquid, and that, as you said, you know, both teams like to play individual Counter-Strike. Both teams thinks that they are the better individual. In this case, Liquid was just pound for pound, player by player, much better, and I like that.
Pound for pound.
I'm just going to quickly get in here because we were watching this match intently at the same time.
What is it, Chad? What happened?
FaZe did it, man. FaZe took down Vitality. Zywoo and Co are out. They've been knocked on out here. FaZe, they live to battle through. I think they're going to play Na'Vi. We get a rematch.
Yeah, that's what it smells like. That's a little bit more than we bargained for this early on. But yes, you heard it here first. If our sources are correct, per sources, Vitality is out. That's it. That's
They're
all
out.
she wrote. And then that means FaZe Clan lives to see another day, and we get to jump into another map, which is what we're looking forward to right here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to come back to you with a little bit of Evil Geniuses taking on Team Liquid.
Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top.
This is your chance to rise, a chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
I've come to make a name, ready for battle. Cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble. I'll show you in the slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. Cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. Cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever who we are, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you will be where we are again.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
The table has been set and dinner has been served. Evil Geniuses are eating their words right now as that first map did not go their way. Overpass heavily handedly going to Team Liquid. We now look forward to Nuke. Before we jump into that, I need to tell you that Frankie has actually caught up with the side of Nico. Now, we're not going to be showing that, but you can head over to the @ESLCS Twitter and or their Facebook page. I mean, the Facebook page, and see what Nico had to say following the win that actually eliminated Vitality from the tournament. Now, guys, I would normally say, wow, you know what happened there, blah, blah, blah. I just want to point out before I do anything like that, ZywOo went 72-47.
Just another day at the office. That's normal.
In a loss.
But we always
no
talk about
OT.
that.
It's not normal.
More impressively to me is how Brokey played.
Sure.
Okay.
Brokey over that series as an individual, this role swap, that's what I'm getting excited about, is Brokey on the main AWP and how he's fitting in.
I feel that's the recipe for success if you look towards FaZe Clan, right? Having Brokey contribute to this lineup with Coldzera, with Olofmeister, Rain, and Nico for that matter, then you got a team that can compete with the very best.
That's kind of the dream, right? You know, that's kind of what you're looking forward to. Chad, you got that smirk about you. What's up?
If you've got time, ladies and gentlemen at home, go back and watch the VOD or the demo, whatever you want to do. Go back into round 24 and watch this RPK 1v3 situation where Coldzera nades himself for 50 HP and then they almost lose the round. That actually could have been the unraveling for FaZe. So watch that one because that had me freaking out.
Yeah, I can understand how in that moment, it's very just, okay, so let's get away from that. We do have some losers in Vitality, and by that, I mean they're out of the tournament. They're out of the running here in Katowice. We need to focus on Liquid EG. We need to get back on track into what we're going into, which is Nuke.
I'm going to keep referring to what Stanislaw said the other day, that they can outstrat pretty much everyone in the world. I want to see that right now, because we just saw an Overpass that they can't outshoot Team Liquid as of right now. At least that was, you know, a masterclass from Stereo 2K, from Triss for that matter. The individual firepower didn't show up for Evil Geniuses. So what do we fall back on? Well, that would be the structure that Stanislaw seemingly thinks that they have. So I want to see that in play right now. Otherwise, those words mean nothing to me.
They do have a lot of like top hits very fast. They condition the top of Hut with that Molotov, so look out for that for the casters, Henry and Machine. And then also, they love to snake around outside towards top ladder and ladder base. Elige is the man who's going to have a lot of work to do in that yard position to stop that.
We're going to keep our eyes on the yard. We're also going to keep our eyes on Nuke, which is where we are right now. Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid toe-to-toe. This could be the end of this upper bracket run here for the side of EG, but perhaps that will not be the case. Perhaps we get 3 out of it. Let's jump right into the game right now with Henry G and Machine.
Thank you so much, Nade. Straight towards the door, and so is the entire EG force. They're going up top side fast, and Nitro's gone already. Naf does manage to take one down, but that just feels like a consolation prize. Sight lost. Bomb dropped, and not yet to see the plant. Stewie instead, he's having a 1v1 versus Ethan.
Yeah, it's a very important one as well. This could get them back in towards the round. It'll still be upper control here for EG, but they are being surrounded. Stewie 2K applying that pressure still as he patrols the squeaky door here. One more shot would take down Tarek, but he looks like he's going to go down here surely. How is he still alive?
They're both reloading in front of each other, finally. He steps into the crossfire. Tarek unable to find the first. The bomb's still yet to be planted, which gives Elige time to accustom himself with the circumstance. 2 low players. Stan, the healthy one. Flash gobbled up. That should be Tarek's swing, but he's got the low HP to deter him.
Yeah, I don't see a world where Elige can do much with this, but let's see if he can find a kill. Not going to happen. It's going to be pretty convincing victory there from EG. A much-needed pistol one, as they didn't pick up anything on Overpass. So a much better start here, and I assume we'll see the force buy on the CT side here from Liquid, the Scouts and the CZs. And indeed, the Scout purchased by NAF, CZs coming in for Nitro, and Twist, a Deagle for Elige. And we will see a plethora of Galils come through.
A lot of fun actually in the player chat right now. Cirque just says, insane fight at door. Stewie says, I thought you were about to pull it out. I would have. Like, gentleman's agreement. If he saw the knife pull out, he'd have gone for it.
Oh, that's funny. Well,
same again, door gone.
Okay, well, the Scouts are out, and they're very powerful on Nuke. Just looking to do initial damage, set the CZs up if possible. Outside smokes deployed. Just creating a path towards Secret here, denying vision from CT spawn, and all 5 players for EG will commit towards the secret area. So will there be a rotation towards lower? Nothing as of yet, I don't think. Oh, we do have a couple down there. Stewie's already made his way through with Nitro. So this is all about Stewie getting a couple of tags off, retreating, and hopefully Nitro can finish them off.
Do they have a Molotov for the stairs? They do. It's going to be Tarek to throw it. That will force Stewie to take a more defensive line, and Nitro realizes that fight without his partner in crime is pointless.
Yes, indeed. Nullifies the position. The crossfire completely removed. And we'll see Breezy watch towards outside. He spotted one, clean kill. And I don't see how Liquid can fend them off here, but they'll give it their best shot.
Very hard fight for Stewie to win. That's hard to win with a proper rifle, never mind the Scout. NAF, however, making it look easy, and Nitro getting a double with the CZ. Making somewhat of a meal of this, EG. They had all the access. Where's Ethan's health going? Twist is the one to steal it, takes the head off, and now Liquid have an advantage. Rifles recovered, bombs loose. It's all onto Breezy. He did catch one, but he needs to get 3 in this round if he wants to put the second on the board. That's a start, but at what cost?
Yeah. Nice awareness from Breezy. Is Nitro holding an awkward angle as well, but it's going to be Breeze with the AK-47, clutching the round. A massive performance there. That's going to get them 2 rounds. Remember, this is a full eco now coming up for Team Liquid. Very well done from Breezy there, I have to say. It looked like he had no chance there. Even Nitro wasn't tucking himself in the corner. He tried to put himself in an awkward spot, could get as much damage off as possible, which is, it felt like enough. It felt like he'd done more than enough there for the CZ, but very well played indeed. We are going to see the replay here of all the action as it committed downstairs, and at this point, we'll see just... Oh, actually, it's not the full eco. They've actually gone for this. This is a ballsy move.
Liquid, hello?
So, sure, it came down to the 1v1, but this could cost you a 4-0 start.
It certainly could, and that's the way it starts. Losing a player early. Twist hoping to finish off what his teammate started. He's screaming, he tagged one. Stewie 2K. Does make it known where he is. He's anticipating a push. He's even broken the glass for Tarek to enter through the smoke. That's a bit of a problem, perhaps.
There's another tag coming through. Ethan at 51 points of health here. Easy once again patrolling towards Secret. This time from the aircon, we are going to see them make their way towards the ladder position here. Everything starts to slow down. Elige still waiting at Secret. And they'll boost up. Nitro aware of that prospect.
Ballsy force.
Yeah, I didn't expect this.
Does look like it could be punished here by EG. They're taking their time, especially now they've heard the scouts flying around the server. And they're in such prime positions. Outside is theirs by its entirety. Twist and Elige establishing main hold. Heaven not a threat yet. Nitro's holding that with his CZ, but he could fall any second now.
That's massive intel gathered by that incendiary. He's heard them drop towards lower. They can start rotating players down now. This is actually pretty significant. Another tag with this scout. You can see them starting to flounder somewhat. EG, they'll have to go down and hope for the best here. Twist starting to reposition. Looking to deny the plan if possible. He'll open the door. And he does get another headshot, but no quick kill.
Their health is really starting to fall. EG, they're going to have to be so precise. Eyes on top of that crosshair, and Stewie hasn't stopped connecting with that scout. He's upgraded to the AK-47 now. And things going from bad to worse for EG here. Does have an opportunity. Breezy, trigger discipline, isn't going to be punished as Twist turns around, but Elige's Deeg is prime. And all onto Ethan's Mac-10. Bomb planted in the open. It will be difficult with no smoke for the Liquid boys, but he hasn't really got the health to contest. One can just babysit, and it's Stewie given that responsibility. He has to find these shots, and he has to find them real soon, just in the nick of time. Defuse will come in, and Liquid, that risky force pays off.
It absolutely does, and it's a scout doing exactly what we described before, just looking for those tags, and it'll all work out towards the end of the round there. They must have hit 3 or 4 with the scout, and the CZs come in once again. A great opening kill there from Cirque, but it wasn't quite enough. Apparently, this was the play where Nitro threw the incendiary from the top of the heaven position. He heard them drop. They panicked. They had 30 seconds at that point. He hears 2 players drop, funnels them down towards lower. He chases them, gets 2 massive frags, and then they just have to try and get the bomb down. It's a scrappy plan. They lost a lot of damage in the process, and this time couldn't clutch out. So it was a risky force fight, that's for sure, but it works out for Team Liquid here as we go 2-1. Another buy for EG. Bomb planted. They do have rifles, but taking damage at the start once again. It's the Scout once more. That's looking so deadly in the hands of Naf. 119 ADR. And he's only got 2 kills, so that suggests he's doing a lot of work with that Scout.
That's a very good point. They freeze outside. 2 smoke grenades, should they want to stop the cross. 1 flying through the sky towards the decontamination suite, otherwise known as lockers. It's actually Stewie that's willing to take that fight. Will eliminate Cirque and gets away. Just a scrap of health.
That's the opening pick. Oh, Ethan oversteps the mark now. Nitro doesn't have to peek this at all. Stay calm, and Stewie will not, but Naf makes up for it with the USP of all the weapons. 5 HP for Ethan there. He can spot the head. Nitro removes it. And at this point, just hold the crossfires. The job is done. The battle should be over. And it's up to Tarek and Breezy now to find any sort of point of access, but they've got 1 smoke, a flash. They've got decent HP, but time is just of the essence at this point. 30 seconds, and they need to go up towards heaven and main and just hope for the best here. But look at the setup they've got here. I don't know how Tarek can flush them out.
He's going to give it his best shot. Nitro, he's hidden from Tarek, and so he gets that 1v1 versus Breezy. All too easy. Nitro's had so much impact so far in the early stages of Nuke. 2 very influential double kills, and this time just the 1, but does manage to get Liquid back into the even keel immediately. That force now converting, they completely equalize what could have been, as you said, 4-0 had it gone awry.
Yeah, and that could have been a death sentence in it by itself. Like, they're going to get a few more rounds after that. That could have been something that could have spiraled out of control very quickly indeed. But now, everything is stable for Liquid. They've tied things up at 2-2. They forced EG down to a Glock Eco here. They haven't invested a single dollar in round number 5. Rattled. As we see them enter towards the ramp room, another HE just connecting the start. There's been so much damage with the HEs this tournament. It's been ridiculous. Now Fido spraying them down. Same story for Stewie 2K, looking for a couple of frags to close things out. Nothing but headshots delivered. Clean sweep for Liquid, as expected against the Glocks, but always nice to keep it efficient.
Yeah, lovely. Keep that headshot percentage up so that people can call you the next Scream.
Exactly.
But Liquid, that's going to be 3. I do want to keep my eyes on that replay just to see, yeah, okay, there was no damage inflicted to Naf. He had no issues outside, just single holding it. Tarek, of course, swallowing a nade, made that first frag easy. And now back into the buy. Let's see what EG have got in store for us this time. Stan the man. He's the one with the plan, but let's see if EG can find a way back into this Liquid defense. Stewie aggressive on ramp a little bit more this time.
Like that nade. Very common hold from the T side. Always just tuck yourself in, defend from the push. You drop the incendiary, gives you a bit more space to actually get yourself in for that potentially high damage grenade. That's the God Flash thrown from T-Spawn, just trying to bait out some utility there, Stan. This is the Molotov Shadows talking about. Keep them conditioned, you keep throwing it consistently, no one's going to play the hut.
It's a nice way to never have to deal with it. Such a powerful position. We've seen so many players fall foul to that. Even with shotguns on that roof, it can do so much damage.
So a variation of the outside smokes there. Gives you wider control, enables you to check all these close range angles, enter towards the garage if you want to. Stanislaw just feeling it out right now. Confirming it's clear outside. They'll make their way towards Secret. 3 players there with the bomb. Ethan just watching their back here. Actually 4 committed. And it will be Nitro that sprays first, but can't inflict enough damage there. Cirque down to 48, but he'll get the upper hand in the duel.
Stewie 2K is the only one on that low site, and he's actually playing this so smart. He's going to tuck in just on the site because there's 30 seconds left. He's going to let them waste as much time as they can.
Yeah, very difficult position to get him out of. They can't Molotov him there. They can't really flash him. He's going to be fighting for a couple of kills here, and they know it. You see Tarek ready and waiting with the bomb on his back, trying to get that down. They could plant in the smoke here, NIP style, but that's a good trade. Can they make good on it, though? That's the kill that really decides the round. If Ethan goes down there, I dare say they give it up. But the bomb we planted is now a 4 versus 1. Naf has no say in this one. He'll be stuck towards the warehouse, and that's going to be EG tying things up once again. Money will be strong on the Team Liquid side. I dare say they'll bring out the AWP going forward here. Naf with no option but to save the Orc. And that was all down to Stewie 2K. If he gets that 1 kill and survives me 5 seconds longer, they really could have had a chance there. But it was a 5-on-4, a variation of the outside smokes there. We saw the deeper ones thrown to remove a lot of vision, and it works out nicely. They managed to get towards lower, even with 10 seconds of the clock. Since that bomb's down, there was no way they're going to lose the round.
Yeah, and they had the kind of premonition for that main fight as well. You could see Cirque was ready and waiting for that inquisitive CT. After those smokes started to fade, gets that early frag to give EG the momentum to the low site. So that's going to be EG once again keeping things level. This is their map pick, a necessity if they want to secure themselves the victory here in the upper bracket, or will they be sent to the lower bracket, which is getting a little more stacked with every day that passes.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It really is a scary place down there. We've had some big names removed today, most notably Vitality, I would say. Even with Zywood dropping, 72 kills, I think it was, over the series, but it's the way she goes sometimes. We are going to see the Galil in the hands of Tarek. EG bringing us to 3-3. No AWP spotted, but a bit more active towards outside. We are going to see Elige pushed up towards the smoke this time. Not going to give them full control of this area. Ethan back on the silo. And I thought that was a freebie, but Naf somehow gets the upper hand, and Elige is like, get me out of here. Reel me in.
Yeah, pull me back. Lots of utility for EG. For now, just keeping this leisurely stroll outside silent. Quite the opposite as Naf charges up the ladder. Does mean he can support his teammate outside from a distance. That Org scope already found one silo. Now another chance as Elige draws their attention and even draws their blood. A second frag for Elige.
Big.
Could be the round just like that.
That was a double team as well. Naf was joining with a damage ace. He already got a quick assist just before he went down. They've been an incredibly effective combo. Good adjustment from Liquid there. After conceding outside in the round previous, they managed to stick the landing on this one and then some. That's going to really thwart the chance of EG going out there again. They know there's a chance that setup could be deployed once more. Round 8 coming in. Looks like a tactical timeout has been called as well. That will be by EG, their first of this map. And you can see the morale not looking amazing in the camp. Just got battered and bruised on overpass.
I wouldn't want my leader sighing and shaking his head. 8 rounds, 7 rounds matters hard into the game.
I saw Launders tweeting about this earlier, saying like he wants coaches to be like kind of more there for support and morale.
Animated, yeah.
Yeah, and you can see Adren. I guess it's a good point. He never seems to be there, kind of riling everyone up and getting them in the zone. He is quite passive with his approach. Obviously, everyone's got their own methodologies, but still, I kind of agree. You want him to kind of really going to get them out the slumps, telling them it's going to be okay. It seems like he's there from more of a tactical point of view. It seems.
Yeah, no, certainly. I think there's certainly a gap, and of course we aren't, on the comms as well. But there could be a gap for a more coach-style coach with Imapet in the analyst role as well.
Especially with such emotional teams here on either side, like you want a hype man behind you to kind of just keep the spirits high almost. But either way, here we go. That's a tactical timeout. They are going to invest into it. Cirque brings out the big green with the AWP. Makes their way towards outside. It's a quick approach towards outer, and Stanislaw scrambles down towards Secret, receiving some damage on his roots, but still goes up towards the garage position now. Looking good for a frag, but can't quite find the head of Tarek there.
Naf's been doing some phenomenal work outside, even when surviving. I mean, he's not necessarily always having to get the kills in order to be enough of a nuisance to keep these EG boys leashed. Stewie 2K and Breezy. Oh, and the smoke fades. Breezy plays the waiting game and is rewarded. Naf, with just the hip fire, connects onto Stan.
That's a ridiculous shot from him. And the CTs is trying to readjust now, and it is still a 3 versus 3, but not for long. The trade's coming in thick and fast here. Down to an even keel. We are going to see a Legion twist up against Tarek and Cirque. 1 minute on the clock. No utility for the T's. Incendiary and a smoke available for Liquid. Elige, though, knows he needs a bit of information here. Does he look towards heaven? Certainly does. Tarek removed, and Elige will survive once again. So much tenacity displayed on Nuke so far. He's got himself out of a few difficult circumstances, and Liquid pick up yet another round there after losing the opening pick.
That round felt like a brawl, Henry.
Yeah, it was.
Good grief. So many fights happening in quick succession.
It was a much faster approach from EG. They didn't deploy the telegraph smokes. They got outside of one close smoke, deployed them on the fly, and just tried to get down quickly, and that's when the battles really took place.
Credit to Naf catching Stan. I mean, that was a crucial component of the EG machine, taken out with some sensational shots. 4 smokes on the eco. I'm gonna try and perhaps get them outside, draw some CTs away, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be too much you can achieve with them. I'm intrigued to see where they do land, though. They start flying through the sky now, and outside they do. Keeps 2 CTs busy, but there's plenty More where that came from to hold the top side push. Good God flash, and does look like that position from Twist. He's not been put off by the molly on the hut just yet. 3 quick kills and a 4th as well. Looking for the ace, and Cirque accepts his fate. 5 coming in from Twist. A nice easy eco bash to get the confidence flowing.
Absolutely true there. They've been enjoying those rounds. So after losing the pistol, going down 2-0, Liquid managed to pick up 6 rounds in the last 7. See if they can keep it up. Twist looking very strong against the pistols. No problem at all. You can see it all covering each other. The system makes sense. Have a clean one there. Only one player going down. It's Nitro. And we will see the Kriegs. 4 of them coming out, 1 AK-47 and a faster approach here. The Molotov's down towards the heart. Nitro could be in trouble here. Breezy will take him down. It's up to Twist to hold true towards the bomb site here, and through the smoke, Elise strikes.
Wow, that is such a phenomenal kill. That keeps them competitive. Stan is low, and there is a nade in play. Saw Stewie considering it, but the flashes will keep him at bay for now. So much time left on that bomb, though, and Kit's in play. Liquid, they're about to reaggress. Flash through the window. Stewie to peek on it, but he catches a nade in the meantime. 2 flashes, in fact.
Yeah.
Liege from main.
Yeah, they'll slow it down for a second when the Molotov's deployed. Still going to go for the looks of things. Flash in. Hope for the best here. Decent incendiary. He's going to find a frag here. Stewie's going to have to go for the defuse very quickly indeed. But there is a chance now. 2 versus 1. It's Ethan trying to fend them off. And I don't think he's done quite enough there, but he has. It's going to be a retreat here from Team Liquid. EG just about scraped through the round there. All 5 players go down, but they win it. Much faster pace this time. We saw the same Molotov on top of the hut. And you can see Twist difficult to deal with there because flashbangs coming through. You've got no vision. Nitro's jumping around on top of that hut. And he goes down very quickly. It was still a decent effort there, but the Molotov towards the end, it bought 7 seconds. That was enough to win the round.
Yeah, it worked out wonderfully. And a lovely shift of pace from Evil Geniuses. Not really throwing Team Liquid or respecting Team Liquid enough to fall into the trap of slowing things down when things go wrong. They would just charge straight back into the site, keep them honest. Round 11 then, second map of the final series here for day 3. And outside gets challenged. It will be Elise to do a whole lot of damage. A kill and 80 damage inflicted to Stanislaw, and the dinks keep coming. Stewie, that's enough. He can back away, call the ramp room lost. Nade landing, bullets landing, and Naf even finishes the job. His Molotov catches Stan a bit too, gonna say horny, that's not the word I should be using.
Keen?
Keen, that's the one, to try and find that frag. Bomb can go down and EG have a chance here.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Quick plan, they know it's going to be a safe one as well. I'd say that was a bit too aggressive from Stewie there. They had a really strong hold, locked him in towards that ramp room, and now you've got Ethan and Breezy who can certainly win this.
I love this position. The door, just an extra added element of awkwardness. But they could double peek it, and the nade, well, the door is gone, and so is Ethan. Breezy, no health, but he's going to give it his best shot. Good damage, catches Naf perfectly. He's playing it perfectly, disappears just for a second. The repeat doesn't land. He has access to the bomb, but they have a smoke. A Molotov as well. That could make things even worse, but it doesn't go towards his position. Holding it, and Twist confirms 7 for Liquid.
Ooh, that was so well played from Nitro there. He had 12 HP for that entire interaction with Breezy there. He gets the smoke down, avoids all the bullets, and at that point goes to the defuse. That was his only option, hoping his teammate could protect him. 1 bullet from the spray there from Breezy would have been enough to win the round, but it doesn't connect. And remember, no player survived in the previous victory, so their money's going to be in the bin here. So they have enough for a buy next round, but not quite enough going into round number 12. So EG will have to go for a partial buy with CZs. A Deagle, a few smokes, and they are very effective with the pistols. They need a round like this to go in their favor. Still a decent half, generally speaking right now. Still plenty of rounds to go. Got 4 on the board. Ideally looking for 5 or 6 here. And win one of these rounds, it'd be absolutely massive. Same smokes you saw before, slightly deeper. Elise looking towards the silo position where Ethan's been positioned a lot.
Breezy's position to just underhand it, never mind, chucks it straight towards Twist's position, but despite the flash, he actually does go down. Breezy's only going to find 1 though, and it does seem like Nitro's done more than enough to keep topside safe. Breezy won't find another. The buy will be coming in, and Evil Geniuses, yeah, you said 5-6, sure, but ever since that Krieg has made its appearance on Nuke, ever since teams have turned more attention to Nuke with the removal of Cash, we have seen that T-side, you know, accruing more rounds than we used
Good
to.
point. It's not the Nuke of old where we'd expect like a 12-3. That'd be pretty standard. It's pretty common to see 8-7s these days, considering it's a much more tactical map now. And it's purely down to that reason. Teams are playing a lot more, and if one team gets very good in it, you've got all that information. You can steal their strategies and their approaches and evolve them, make them slightly better. As we'll see now, A decent buy for EG. The previous partial buy didn't seem to work out for them, so the outside smokes to be deployed once again. Nice little incendiary there towards the side. That makes Ethan's job a little bit more uncomfortable, that's for sure. I like this position from Elige, so you're not going to anticipate him up there. Steals away a kill, gets away again. He has been doing that a lot towards outside.
What a joy to watch. The round before, he took the fight red, and now he's catching you through smokes. I'd be so mad, excuse me, over the top of them. It may feel like through them, depending on your POV. Tarek's on a walk, though. He wants Elige, and he's perfectly positioned himself for it. Collects.
These smoke duels in CSGO now, it's such an interesting part of the game. You can see both players going towards the middle of the smoke, trying to get that advantage. It'll be Tarek coming out on top now. Brings it back to the 4-on-4. Twist repositions towards the hut. In terms of the general setup, we've got Stewie2K alone in the ramp. No real utility. He'll stay for the full-on duel here. He won't be looking to drop down. He's going for 2 kills.
Nav can support him as well. This is his first shot, and attention drawn his way, and they work in perfect unison. That's the bomb, and it looks like the round as well. Another body drop for Evil Geniuses, 9 on the cards for Team Liquid's defense. Just Tarek. It should be Twist to collect, is tucking in, actually aggressing towards the hut, and the wall bang. Oh my goodness, that's a nasty way to go. Another round for Team Liquid, holding firm onto this lead that they started so damn strong. After the 2 rounds collected from EG, 50% of their T-half was the pistol and the second. And ever since, we've been seeing, yes, some bomb plants, but this is how it all started. Elige just drawing blood again outside.
The perfect adjustment. They're not doing the traditional smokes there. They're throwing those deep ones. We've noticed that a few times, and Elige has been taking notes there. He's looked for a perfect position to counter it, and my God, has he ever found it. Opening frag, I don't think they had any idea where that was from. Sure, they brought it back to the 4-on-4, but Stewie2K's play towards the ramp, joined by Nitro, or Naf, I should say, was absolutely stellar. We are going to see that same incendiary that just slows them right down. An upper execution looks things, maybe the Molotov on the hut. See if Breezy can smoke off towards main. Close range positions. There's the Molotov. Flash is going in. Try your best, lads. Twisto to gun them down. Ready and waiting, but he gets completely blinded here.
Yeah, didn't even have his finger on mouse 1. No bullets going his way, but Elige and Naf, they're the ones that are pulling the trigger, and he's looking for a second one just with his pistol. And it's damage, but it's not quite enough. Stewie's going to have to finish that. That's his responsibility, and he does more, delivering onto 2. Sir crawling up the ladder, and Stewie completely unawares. This is prime positioning for the 5th round. Will tap away, and Elige, oh, it doesn't matter his health. He gets the headshot, and 10 for Team Liquid. A crucial frag from Elige. We talk about his impact, and another big 1-1 there.
Yeah, we noticed this on Overpass as well. He didn't have the biggest amount of frags. He went kind of under the radar, but when we caught him on his POV, the impact he was having, the kills he was getting, the few ones he would find were just so powerful and so calculated, precise. Same story goes here. Stewie2K is the most of heavy lifting, but look at Elige. He came in to this perfect spot. He's listening to the comms. Cirque even had the pre-fire there. He put his cross in the perfect position, but Elige just way too fast. Rips his head off, and another successful round for Liquid. They get 4 in a row here, as we call the 2nd timeout for Evil Geniuses. Cirque hasn't really had the AWP at all in this team. I think once or twice at the very most. He brings one into round number 15 here. Currently set on 7 and 12. He'll do more of the sniping towards the CT side. That's when he can really start to have massive impact himself. But Naf, he's got 17 kills, really enjoying himself. The AUG, the AWP, he seems to be everywhere, outside, heaven, ramp. You can't stop this kid.
Yeah, you really can't. And even if he does have an AWP or a scout on his back, it seems his pistols are firing on all cylinders too. USP, P250 in the round before, all connecting for nasty ass Naf.
He's gone ramp this round as well. I love this.
Just feeling that confidence flowing through his veins.
Going.
Look at the info he's getting. He's not confident enough to say lobby clear, but he can hold that line and catch one unawares.
Well, he pretty much is a turret now. He can't unscope. They'll hear the click, so he's just got to hold this position, and it's pretty comfortable so far. He might as well just hold the same line he's got. Breezy comes round. It's a guaranteed kill. You're not going to be expecting that one, but he has got a ton of information. You're absolutely right there. He can really focus towards outside. Maybe rotate a couple of players down towards lower. We'll see. Naf, like I said, it's a guaranteed kill. There's no way you're going to stop that.
You could see the reaction. Cirque was right behind him in tow, but he's just going to hit the brakes.
Oh, they're still going.
Oh, and Twist, yes. That smoke. You're going to really struggle to piece together a T side with this much information stolen from you.
So what's the call now? Stanislav's got towards secret at least, so that has been going on all the meanwhile, but you can see Stewie2K is ready for it. Drops the incendiary to suggest, I know you're here, bro. And that's going to be it for Stanislav on that part of the map. He has to go join his teammates now. They can't really justify going towards lower with that smoke in place. And you can see they have to flush out lobbies still with 30 seconds remaining. There's so many moving parts to this round, it's unreal.
That's a big win from Stan. Now they can access main, they can pincer in. Nitro goes down, and actually, looks like Evil Geniuses, they're digging themselves out of this hole. Cirque's caught Nap in the meantime. It's down to Twists and Stewie to save the day. They won a 2v5, now they've got to win a 2v4. They've made it level. Cirque missing a shot, does just clip him through the wall. Tarek will get that bomb down in the meantime, but from behind, Twist strikes. They're doing it again, Henry. Just Tarek. 1 versus 2 to secure the 5th. Does connect, nice swing. No margin for error. 12 HP, 1 bullet from Stewie's M4 will seal the deal, seal the 11th. And they've done it, Liquid. Just the 2 of them. They can make it if they try. A huge victory.
What a great half of CS that was from Liquid. They were reading the game well, they were shutting them down and adapting to what EG were presenting each and every round. Fantastic performance, that man on the screen there, Elige. Can he keep it up though to find the quick 2-0? You're gonna have to find out after this break.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I'm savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world.
Liquid feel on top of the world right now. It's up against EG, our second map in the series. Already a victory under their belt and 11 on the defense. On Machine, I'm joined by Henry G, and they're 5 rounds away from securing themselves a spot in that upper bracket decider.
It's a tantalizing prospect, that's for sure. Liquid have performed well in the pistols today, but did give up the first half one, which led to exciting scenes with the force buy. A spectacular display of individual skill with the scout, especially from Nafly. He had a sensational half, dropping 18 kills as he moves onto the T side now. He's got the PD-50 armor. He's really feeling it as Stewie2K lines up an interesting smoke here. I'm going to have to see where that one lands.
Yeah, if it's as easy as aiming at the black spot, I legit want to know where that goes. That's mine. I'm stealing it. Nope, he hasn't thrown it.
I think he might be confused by the lineup himself. Either way, we are going to see a pretty awkward battle take place at this point. The smoke now deployed. It does go towards the window room. A little bit too late, but no one was there regardless. I suppose it doesn't matter too much, but they have lost a player in the process. Bit scrappy here, but Stewie2K might be able to make up for it.
Yeah, 3 of his teammates descend low sight. They leave 1 for a contingency measure.
So I'm going to assume they try and smoke towards the bomb side. They actually smoke towards ramp here, so it's going to be pushing back. The CT's waiting as they go someone towards Shadow, right? That's going to be Ethan. You've got to hit those, and he will get away with it. Tarek saves the day.
Just Stewie, 1 low as well towards Dark, and he's hitting 1 shot, but under second. He's got a real shot at this. He knows where Ethan is, and he knows that he's low. Scoops up the bomb, and from behind, Circle Strike. Saving the day for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, it was a 50-50 gamble there. He's either going to be decon or double doors. Had to choose one and couldn't sit on the bomb side there. Decent effort from Stewie2K, but no plant comes through. Will we see the force buy in the second round, though? No bomb planted. And a bit of a scrappy round, like I said. You see that difficult shot that was from Sanasaur. Took every single bullet there. It almost fell apart for Ethan. He missed a lot of shots in the back there, but Tarek getting a quick double kill. It does save the day. As we'll see, just PD-50s and Deagles brought out here. No armor, no nades will buy up next round. Ideally, 2 kills here. That's at the top end for Team Liquid. We'll see if they can get that.
The threat of Nafsteeg is the most prominent one for Liquid in this. He's not making any secrets of where that's positioned. A wild wallbang into main. We've seen it land. Simple. Taught us just how effective it can be.
With the scout, no less.
With the scout, no less. But silence falls upon Nuke. Because you can see Evil Geniuses. We've talked about it all week long. You just cannot afford to give anything up for free. Yes, it's an eco. Things can spiral, things can snowball, and so restraint displayed here on the server round 17.
This is still having a knock-on effect. If you just run the clock down, they're going to have to drop utility, right? And those are valuable dollars that will be invested if you can bait out a few grenades here, especially incendiaries. Breezy help this kill, no problem. Nice position, gets out of there, confirms it on a force buy. He's detected there's no head out there.
Ooh, I thought the bomb might disappear down the vent and make things a little extra awkward, but nice catch from Ethan. Nitro's just hoping CTs weren't paying attention. Twists is, though. Nose pressed to the screen, and Tarek gone. Good catch, and Ethan will eliminate Naf's threat, but Twists now doubling up and access to the low site with the bomb. How have they managed to make 2 kills and a bomb plant happen out of this? It was full eco, just a Deagle P250. Stan even low, and Lige just going to position him himself with a position to perhaps catch 1 more.
If he does that, it's a remarkable round for Liquid. The fact they got the bomb down here is already impressive. 2 kills, we said that was at the top end. This is all for a bit of a bonus here. Stanislaw going in first, that could be a kill, but nice shot from him. Bit of a hollow victory there for Evil Geniuses. They know they're up against it in the next round now. It's going to be a lot of firepower behind Team Liquid to get an extra $800 per player for planting the bomb. It really helps you out going forward. So they all sat around $5,000 now. That's pretty much a full buy here. Think about Kriegs, armor, grenades, and not really the same story for EG. They're going to be plugging holes here.
Yeah. So put yourself in Stan's shoes. You know you're coming in against that scary buy, especially with that bomb plant confirmed. But MP9, UMP, FAMAS, are you doing something aggressive?
You can position those players towards outside. You could be scrappy and try and play towards the red boxes. But on Nuke, it just doesn't lend itself to real aggressive CT plays. You can't go for a quick pick and fall back. You're kind of committed if you go towards the lobby in terms of a push from ramp as well. We'll see what they've got in mind. It looks like Ethan wants to get on top of the hut at least. We'll see Naf trying to bust his way through towards Squeaky Door. It's going to be Elise though. Pass moves towards Secret. That's going to force a rotation regardless.
Yeah, he was not keeping those steps silent. Make sure the CTs will have to respond to his presence in the low site. Utility being expended across the map, CTs and Ts respectively, but Tarek, he may not know that Stewie's so far ahead of this pack, dropping down, not checking his corners, and that's 1 for Tarek, 2 for Tarek, and that finally silences him, but Stan arrives just exactly when he needed to.
Yeah, you want to have these sort of bear trap setups when you have the lesser weapons. Nitro will pull one back, but it looks like there's way too much pressure here. Nitro down to just 31 points of health. He knows he needs another frag here. All the CTs arriving in this position. He can't hold on, and Liege was just hoping he'd make it down towards lower, but it's not going to be the case. A massive victory here for EG.
And they even know that this missing Link was the player that disappeared down secret.
Yes, indeed. So no real utility. He's got an HE looking for a quick kill. I think he'll be taken care of momentarily. I know exactly where he is now. Throws the HE, goes to the other side, but so many players there. Can't grab the bomb, and down he goes. It's going to be Breezy to close things out there. Real big plays there from EG. We said there's not many options to be super aggressive on you, but you can be very defensive and set up those traps, like I said, towards lower. Tara gets a double kill. You think it's going to be clear. Usually there's one player towards ramp, but of course, there's going to be Stanislaw with the MP9 there as well. Slight variation, and they didn't see it coming whatsoever. So Liquid will have to take another partial buy here. Deagles, they can justify armor as well. Twist gone for the Mac 10. Got themselves 3 smokes, and they're going to deploy towards outside quickly.
So as they fly, those that aren't on smoke duty do seem to be setting themselves up with some lobby presence, and got naded off. Twist was considering a drop down. Now he's on his way, and his team already descending down the vents. They've got access to the top site. Breezy will collect the first frag. Bodies dropping everywhere in favor of EG. All 5 hearts still beating for the Geniuses, and no real ground gained by Liquid with this Deagle armor buy.
Looking promising for a second there, and maybe there's something else to be said about this round. Great shot from Naf, but it is going to be Breezy with 3 kills in total. That was the partial buy. They will have the AKs and Kriegs once again here on the T side. I don't think we'll see an AWP come out too quickly on the terrorist forces at least. Cirque should be able to pick one up, which he does. Here we go, round 20. EG now with a 4-0 start on their CT campaign. Just what they needed. Stanislaw with the M4, the rest of Kriegs in the AWP.
Excited to see if the Cirque win condition will show up here on the CT side at all.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from him today.
It's going all the way around the world. He'll be fighting outside towards Secret. No one early there. First bits of utility expended by Liquid. Just mollying that red box, anticipating some CT presence pushed up. They let the nades fly. But what is the reaction from the CTs? Any mollies? Nothing. They stand their ground. Cirque's calling, nothing coming his way. Liege was so good holding outside on the CT side, and now he's aggressing it here on the T. Oh, the nade looks good. Forces Cirque back. 40 seconds now. Liquid, they're going to start having to get their ducks in a row, and it does look like top site is where they've chosen to commit. Ethan on the hut. He needs more than one hit, and that's the first. Real clean. Breezy in support. Nav tucked in on the vent and eliminated. EG slaughter their opposition.
Yeah, very convincing round there. Liquid weren't given anything at all towards outside. They deployed all those smokes. They were hoping it'd cause a lot of rotation towards lower, but not taking the bait at all. Because remember, Cirque was down there patrolling the secret steps. He can call. No one's made it down. Hold your positions. It's all about rotations and suggestion on nuke. So those outside smokes, you can either have 5 players rush towards Secret. It's about taking that vision away and hopefully getting at least 1 player down towards the back and confirming the CTs don't know what's going on in that area.
And the nuance comes when you see teams managing to kind of, get players second-guessing themselves. There's 1 step. There's only 1 nade being thrown. You're hearing 5 steps, but suddenly everything's gone quiet. It's all of these extra steps that teams are starting to add to their game as nuke is played more and more. First time out called for Liquid on our second map, just to get a bit of a breather perhaps, because EG, they're definitely picking up momentum now. Untouched so far. Max loss bonus for Liquid as we reach the 5th successful round from EG on the defense.
Yeah, quite the wombo combo towards upper with Breezy and Ethan working in tandem there with the rifles. You'll do very well to out-duel those two. We'll see what the buy is going to be here. 2 scouts and some deagles. Another partial buy for Liquid. They've got the maximum loss bonus, but not quite enough of other plants coming through. And big HEs deployed. The airstrike confirms 2 targets as the Legion twists. The latter down to 26 HP. Same smokes towards outside. We'll see whether they can actually do anything with it. It's just a 1 smoke, actually. See if they can find an opening pick of the scout, but Elige and Stewie are given nothing once again.
Yeah, EG very smart to not take any fights outside.
Yeah.
Feels like every time Liquid are looking for them, there's no one home. You can't plant outside, as Henry G would say to me.
Exactly, same story for Ramp, but it's Nitro. Beautiful Deagle headshot, looking for a second as well. So much damage inflicted towards Stanislaw. Could this be enough? The orb, it doesn't connect. It's up to Tarek now. Needs to find a quick kill, which he does. Elige goes down.
Bullet did land in his backside on the retreat, and he's ready to reface. Huge catch onto Naf. He thought he'd done enough to stop that repeak. Access to ramp for free. Nitro will set himself up as his team descends to the low site. There's nobody home, though. And he's got ramp. So EG, they're going to be playing this one into the retake.
So they want to get vents control, ideally. Check that out, then go for the plant. So Stewie 2K, he's now established that. Bomb will go down. There is a chance they can win this. It's still an incredibly difficult round, and EG are aware they're down towards lower. They're playing a more retake mentality here. They have kits, they have a smoke, which really does aid them in their quest to defuse this bomb. But the time's going to be running low by the time they actually make contact here. Stewie 2K, if he gets a quick kill and falls back, you never know. But do they have the Molotov? They have an incendiary for the bottom, but a great flashbang will do as well.
That's all they needed. No Molotov thrown, and just the frags coming in. Twists. He caught a nade at the start of this round, and so only 26 HP. Phenomenal on the first two. Makes it look really winnable for a moment, but finally silenced, and that will be double digits. EG have closed the gap. It did look daunting. An 11-4 half in favor of Liquid, but they have yet to move a muscle on their T side. It seems, yes, T's have been having more success as Nuke has seen more play, but for these teams, it's where the defense finds most success. Nitro, this was how it all opened up. A nice push out, just waiting for the smoke to fade. A whole new meta game being established with those fading smokes.
Yeah, absolutely true. Tarek saving the day here. He's done it a few times now. Most notably in the pistol round on the CT side, and now against the Desert Eagles. But here come the Creeks. Round 22, Liquid yet to post a round on their T side. Close smoke deployed. The incendiary from the CT side as well to misplace the T smoke is out there, so we don't see any T-sided smokes towards that side just yet. That's why they're throwing them in a more delayed manner so they don't get denied.
I like the response from Stan. Tried to block the smoke, but failing that, Smoke's main awkwardly around the corner. Won't be able to take the angles they were expecting. That smoke, do they choose to advance on it or will they respect it? They're going on it. A flash avoided perfectly, but the bullets can't be. Stewie, precise, and now access to ramp.
Wow. Couple of fantastic shots coming in here from Liquid, but still Stanislaw knows there's a couple players towards outside, but he will be removed as well. Bomb down. This should be the first round here for Liquid, unless Ethan can shut this one down. A beautiful display of skill there from Liquid. Outside smokes, patiently thrown, and still, though, EG have plenty of cash. I mean, that's the first round they've given up, and the rounds they have been winning, they've been pretty clean. They kept 4 up, 5, 2, and they'll have around $7,000 per player entering round the 23 here. Scoreline's going to be 12-10 in favor of Liquid. That's much more like it. Tarek, much more passive position towards the CT entrance of the ramp room, unable to find much more after the flashbang. Removed his crosshair, had to reposition, and didn't work out for him.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the decision to rush the smoke as well. Got that positioning, got the sight, and got the round. First on the board, let's see if Liquid can replicate. Smoke's outside, bullets thrown through. Stan's doing so much damage, but nobody's dead, finally. It's Breezy to finish what his leader started, but they are just shell-shocked into that low sight. Stewie's got a scrap of health.
Yeah, about 200 damage inflicted there. That should be enough, to be honest with you. Stanislaw won't know he's done that sort of damage, but still, he felt it. There was an assist coming in. They can guarantee there's more players towards his position. How do Liquid get out of this one now? Kind of stuck towards lower. They have no smokes. They have Molotovs. They can get one either side of ramp from that be stumping. But how do you even get that in position? You have to try and go through window. They're not shot out.
Yeah, Deacon's going to be important as well. Timing of Stewie's door open. Oh, that's a sound cue for them to work with. Tarek might be punished for that. And yes, a bottle of flame lands at his feet. He's forced out. Stewie through the door. And okay, Tarek, nice reaction. Saw the tracers and reacted.
Yeah, he dropped the ball there in more ways than one with that sound cue. And Cirque won't land a shot. We said they had to get Molotovs either side of ramp to stand a chance here. Cirque was hoping to pick one away. They've got a 4-on-2. He does not want to throw the lead here, but he guarantees it at this point. Elige will leave NAF in a 4 versus 1. No grenades, no bomb, and only 20 seconds remaining.
To retrieve it, he has to walk into the line of fire of Circa. Pre-fires his only way to survival, and well, he does. Avoided nicely, Breezy to catch him, and so Evil Geniuses quickly silence the Liquid roar. They've got 1 round of the last 8. Evil Geniuses do force another timeout out of their domestic rivals.
Well, they win the previous round with all 5 players surviving, if you remember. Back to the maximum loss bonus now, so they'll have plenty of money. The Krieg's out in full force. They still have the lead here. It's 12-11, but they've only posted a single round in the second half. It's 7-1 overall. The AWP for Cirque starting to find some numbers now. Got 14 kills for him, 25 for Breezy. Remember that tag team duo of him and Ethan towards upper. It's a dastardly duo, that's for sure. And this is where Tarek made a sound cue, had to drop through. The fact he gets 1 kill out of this, that's great. Like, that makes up for it. Stewie can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, especially because as soon as he dies, the player that killed him burns to a crisp. A couple of question marks, I'm sure, in the chat. But we're into an important round, one of the most crucial of the game. Liquid, every single player rocking that Krieg, and some of the most capable with it in a Liege going outside. Stewie with him, that nade looked good, didn't quite find its target, and none of the spray does this time. Same circumstance, very different damage.
This is the round that worked out for them before. We will see now with 5 players all alive and well, HP strong. Is this enough to break through? Tarek this time no longer in the ramp. He goes down towards lower, reacted to the call. Lots of footsteps and movement towards his position. Stanislaw will join Tarek. Now they do have a smoke. They have a flash. You need at least 1 smoke to get out of decon. Who has the smoke though? It's going to be Stewie 2K. Makes his way towards double doors, so maybe he's going to drop a smoke out. Try and plant within it.
Interesting crossfire. Off angles from Stan and Tarek, and gets the timing perfect. 1 and slips away. Elish is holding the line, but it's actually Twist to catch him from decon. Crucial crossfires as the door closes and the round slows. Members of Liquid towards window room, and Cirque's holding that headshot angle. Elish is hoping to jiggle him out, and it does work wonders. The Molotov, however, will make things a little toasty in there. One of their own in response. Nav still holding that ramp room, you can see in the picture. Stan, the man. Twist's gone. Advantage for EG, and they've lost a lot of health in the process as well. Good trade. Nitro keeping control, but with 25 seconds, it's starting to get awkward. No smoke to get that bomb down.
It's Cirque that's the big problem here, and Nap has removed him from the equation. They haven't accounted for Ethan, though. 18 seconds remain. Another very scrappy round. They'll close the door and try and go for a plan here. Trying to bait him out. It's worked! Oh, apparently not, though. Breezy still has the audacity just to swing through with 7 seconds remaining. Nap has no chance here. Doesn't have the bomb. Oh, through the gap in the door as well as Breezy takes his total up to 27 at this point. It's Tarek, though, that shut that one down. He knew they were going down towards lower, waited for his chance to open the door, and absolute chaos ensues at that point. They couldn't recover, no bomb down, but still lots of money for Team Liquid. We're going to tie things up at 12-12. It's another T-side timeout here. Their 3rd use so far.
You can see that they're starting to feel the pressure. It's probably one of the first times actually Liquid have felt pressure in this series. Overpass, I don't think it was a whole lot of it.
Yeah, this has been a complete lockdown for EG.
Winner of this, for those of you who haven't been keeping your eye on the bracket, will be meeting G2, who play for that quarterfinal bye. That would be quite the game. Either Victor versus G2, considering the form. They beat Mouse Sports earlier today in a full best of 3. Seeing that round again. Nice finish from Breezy in that manufactured hole. Bit Rainbow Sixy.
Yeah, a little bit actually, you're right. Now starting to feel the pressure now. Inferno to decide, as you would expect. That'll be a great map. Could actually get there at this point. EG looking very strong on their pick. Good HE towards outside. There's minimal damage towards the leash. Now, they have been getting down towards lower successfully, but this is the variation now. Same smokes instead of 5 players dumping down there. This is what you'll see from the likes of Glaive and Astralis, for example. Just change it up, same smokes, send 1 player down there to cause the same rotations down towards lower. They have no idea how many players have made it down. But no spam from the CTs this time, so suggest maybe a slightly different setup. They haven't taken everyone down towards lower. Stanislaw, he's actually at the crossfire steps right now towards lower. He's confirmed that no one's really thrown anything at that point and no one's committed towards lower, so they can keep strong towards ramp and the upper bomb site.
Wow, we're seeing Liquid outside, inner, and now towards ramp. Cirque does manage to piece it together and catch Stewie early. Forced to work with a disadvantage, they descend. Elige, that positioning from Secret, if he could just get there in the nick of time, he could time it perfectly, catches Stan as they descend. That's the teamwork we were looking for.
Yeah, great stuff. That's the split. And now the 4-4. Heavily favors Team Liquid. They have one Molotov left. They need to get that bomb down as quick as they can, really. Once that's planted, it's going to be difficult to remember. The Kriegs especially. Tough duels here for EG, and a lovely shot from Twist. Molotov towards the right-hand side of ramp, and he holds the silo. I feel like he's got another kill here. He's baiting his teammate Naf perfectly.
Now it should be enough to bait them in. He knows there's going to be eyes on him from the other side as well. 3 CTs remain, and I think they've got a good idea where 2 of them are. Naf tucked in on that corner. He doesn't have to do much more than that. You can see just Ethan retreating. Gonna try and keep hold of his M4 as best he can. The bomb will tick away, and Liquid, that was the variation that we were talking about throughout. You know,
yes.
There will be these slight twists on the familiar.
Yeah, that's pretty textbook stuff there. You've displayed 5 players going down twice at this point. This is a real nice variation. They didn't anticipate Elige just be coming in just as they committed towards lower from the ramp room there. That's the idea of a pincer approach at this point. That's a really impressive round from Team Liquid, and a much needed one as well. That's only their second of the half, brings us to 8-2. 13-12 overall. The money's actually getting pretty problematic on the CT side. If they lose this round, and a compromised setup as well for Masses, MP9s, it'll be 14-12 and the money will be non-existent. They haven't built up a loss bonus, Alex. There'll only be a second stage after losing this round, of course, if they don't win it.
Yeah. So a whole lot on the EG shoulders with a limited buy.
And just to note, if you don't watch every day, second stage loss bonus is $1,900 into the next round, which isn't very much at all considering you have 0 in your bank on the left side of the screens.
Ooh, you can do the maths yourself. Peanuts plus 1,900. And that's the response. You can see the variation. They're going to have to set him up and hope that Stan can go unchecked in the boost.
Well, this worked out so well for them before. Tarek and Stanislaw working in tandem towards the ramp from before they did it on the physical ramp itself. This time the boost, it's a very commonly checked one. But you can't do much to flash it out or Molotov it. It's all about just checking, and Stanislaw, if he gets 2, that's great. Manages to pull it off, but it's Nitro with the AWP. That actually is brilliant. He can't challenge it.
He can't trade. He's just going to have to back away into Breezy, and he hits the shot. Suddenly, Nitro's quick flick has given them a chance in this round. It was about to be taken from them, and now Ethan is the one to do the stealing. Frags him and gets the bomb in his eyes. Look at Elige.
It's not over yet. The fact that Elige is behind them in this sort of manner, they might not be aware. He spotted the ankle, I think. That's of Ethan, so he's going to drop down. He's always trying to give a sound cue away there. We'll see if his teammate can make up for it. It's going to be twist towards the squeaky door. They have to open it. See if there's a player holding towards T-spawn. So now all 3 CTs lying in wait. It should be an EG round, but crazier things have happened.
When these two, with this weapon, things can certainly go awry, but Cirque, nice catch, and just Elige. 23 seconds. He knows Ethan's hanging around hurt, and that's confirmed that now, but Cirque, eliminated. May not be ready for the second. The wallbang not far off. A fresh mag from his teammate, and that will be EG. A crucial round win, 13-13, and they will not have to fear the dreaded 1900.
Well, there we have it. A scrappy round in terms of the setup from EG. The boost towards ramp, normally good once a half, and what a perfect time to deploy it as well. They come exactly in that position. He gets the first 2 kills, and of course Nitro with the AWP. He's the last of the pack. He can't justify swinging around going for a quick scope. He did do very well to catch one in the back there, but as soon as the bomb goes down in that awkward position towards the lobby, nothing could really be done. Money somehow still strong for Liquid here, as we'll see them enter round number 27. The same story applies. If they can win this round and take the lead 14-13, the money will be broken once again. But Stewie with the vent drop here for the first time, and he knows exactly where Tarek is. He's only got the MP9 as well. Where does Tarek go from here? He's still towards Shadow. Gets himself out, deploys the smoke, and they start to slow things down again. But that's going to rattle his cage somewhat.
I think all of EG are just going to be like trying to process the call of one decon.
He needs someone else to come down there with him now. The MP9 down lower, it's not ideal. There's no rotations just yet, but will Cirque pull the trigger at the correct time? He does see them cross. He's got 1 kill here. He's missed a few today, Alex. That was a difficult shot, but no damage at all. He's going to be frustrated with himself there.
Yeah, kicking himself. Tarek trying to get the door timing. And this time, Liquid have learnt. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Twist, great frag onto Stan. 3 remaining now as they... hot pursuit of their 14th. Only 2. They lost the bomb last time. Cirque held that line, now smoked.
Have to save here. You can't even think about going for this one. As I mentioned, their loss bonus is now at 0. That's $1,400 into the next round. It'll be 14-13 for Liquid after this round, and they'll be going for series points. You're going to have 3 players with nothing at all. Cirque will have to drop. Ethan will have to drop SMGs like shotguns, pistols, anything in that category. but they have to save both these weapons. Luckily, Liquid can't really justify the hunt here, but if it did get these kills, it'd be huge. And the most common place to save on nuke is either T-spawn or CT spawn. I would say they could sacrifice 2 players to this campaign, but knowing Cirque is alive here, unless you've got a lot of utility, ideally a smoke to take this angle away, it's going to be difficult to do so. You can throw 2 flashes in there, they've got those, but I don't think it's going to work out for them. Cirque should survive this no problem.
They are bringing 2 for this peak, 3.
Oh, the run. Okay, this is actually kind of cool. Let's go.
Ooh, not making many mistakes now. Cirque will get the first. He knows a second coming because of the momentum of Stewie2K. An ambitious re-peak, but he does look like he'll save a crucial recovery of the AWP and M4.
It would, like I said, you could definitely justify a couple to that sort of hunt. The run boost was a nice idea, but a great shot from Cirque, and enables him to survive. He's going to have to drop weapons now. What's the overall complexion? It worked out once for Tarek before, and he only had the MP9 there, so had to try and find a close-range fight, but they were more than ready for it in that particular encounter. As we take the lead here, it's going to be 14-13. Liquid have called their final timeout here. This isn't even EG calling this one. They're the ones entering this round with a CZ, a 5-7, a FAMAS, an M4, and the AWP.
To fend off series point.
They just need to avoid Cirque. That's what they'll be talking about now. They know the AWP's up. What can they do to nullify that? But the thing is, Cirque won't be playing a usual round. This is the kind of round where Cirque will go ramp.
Yeah.
He'll be going towards Hut. He'll be doing something nuts here just to kind of throw them off. He doesn't want to sit towards Garage here, in my opinion. But we'll see what he comes up with.
Strap yourselves in, folks. It's time to see if this North American derby sees a third. The real closing stages of our second map here. This was the Evil Geniuses pick, and they've got to secure it with a broken bye to fend off the 15th. Cirque, you said he was going to try and do something to get that early first blood, and that was exactly it. Hoping that line of sight would present NAF, but instead reserved for now.
Yeah, so he has gone for a pick here, but it's a great flashbang. Or smoke, I should say. It's going to be Cirque actually going down towards the vents. Maybe he goes towards Secret here. So just going to sit there. He knows if they come through the vent, they're going to be gray screens. So this is very cheesy from Cirque, like a high-risk maneuver there. So he's hoping they'll come through, won't have vision, he can stab them twice or slash them to death. Like with the AWP on your back, that's a high-risk move, and now the smoke's dissipated. He'll actually get a second chance of it.
He'll try again.
Like with a Zeus, that makes a lot of sense. The knife, I'm not so sure.
He's still trying it. I'm getting nervous. He gets the no-scope, just dancing on the ladder. Cirque, you animal, just bulldozes Liquid with a ballsy maneuver on the ladder. Twist, tapped, and should be fragged. He's down to just 33. Nothing he can do. A perfect nade from Ethan. Some top spin on that one, I think. 14 picked up by EG, and Cirque with an audacious choice in a crucial round.
Crazy. The fact the no-scope hits, I guess you can't miss it at that range, and he drops down. I assumed he was dead with the second player there. Absolutely perfect, though. He sat on the ladder. They have their gray screen at this point. That's why it's so brilliant. He tries to come down. It's so chaotic. Nitro doesn't know what's going on. You do well to miss at that range of the AWP. Huge round for EG. They've got weapons now for masses. AKs, AWPs, N4s. As we enter round number 29, who will post map point first here? Liquid still have an okay buy. The first time they actually bring out an AWP on their T campaign. Aggressive position here from Stanislaw. He can hear them going down. He knows there's only one player though. So it's that variation. He can call for that.
Well, that's a very good point. No over-rotation here. Tarek, he is going to be tested on ramp. Ethan, in the meantime, does catch the solo player lower, and here comes the rest of them. Tarek, no issues. 3-man spray down, all body shots. NAF remaining.
Yeah. All he really can do is save the AWP. This could be a very long minute of his life.
Goodness me.
Well, there we have it. That's going to be the round.
How did that look so easy for Tarek? I mean, that's 3 members of Liquid fully bought up, a crucial round, and I'd love to see it again just to see if we can understand exactly why it looks so hectic.
It was nothing too crazy. Like normally when you're playing ramp, you're going to be playing the positions you can drop down, right? You're going for one kill. He just went for an all-in play. He's got the AK-47. You can get multiple targets of that, especially if they're running in and panicking, and 3 players going through just trying to find the quick trade. He just held strong, nailed his shots, got the full spray through. They weren't really able to com quickly as to where exactly he was, and it will be NAF now at 30 seconds, waiting all the way in T-spawn. Tarek survives as well. They will find map point. Remember, it's Inferno for the third. If required, they still can do this, Liquid, and take us to overtime. I didn't think that would be the scene after their first half. They've looked fantastic so far. But NAF looks like he'll be saving the AWP. Is anyone going to challenge his position towards T-spawn? I don't think so. They're playing more conservative approach here. Stan will just be holding right at the back. 8 seconds remaining. He'll get no extra cash on top of his 150, so he can't drop anything. And in terms of loss bonus, they are going to have a pretty decent amount. Maybe 4th stage after this one, so that's going to be $2,900 per player on top of not a lot. So 3 players at $3,000. Twist has 4,200, so at least he can get an AK and armor and a couple of flashbangs. But that's about it. The rest will have to be either Galils or pistols. Elite goes for AK Kevlar.
Ooh, he actually got those first two in almost perfect synchronization. They were both taking bullets through each other.
Yeah.
Real quick dispatch of 2 there. Nice work. And now poised to secure Inferno.
One more will do it. This will be the best chance as well. Galils, 1 AK, bare bones utility, and an opening kill from Stanislaw. Great shot.
That's brutal. Elige now hands off his mouse and keyboard, and he'll just have to sit and watch. Molotov to try and force the fight on Stan, but he just stands his ground. A lot of that T utility. There isn't much remaining very early into this one. They're just trying to set Naf up in any way they can. Boosts, flashes. Look at Cirque's position as well. Just holding the cross to main. The safest way to keep that outside control. A challenge and a peek from Cirque. Piecing together the positions of the remaining evil geniuses. All 5 still very healthy. About 40 seconds gone from the clock.
Doesn't look good for Team Liquid here. Lost that first pick. No smokes remaining. Buddy system deployed for evil geniuses. And Tarek, this is the more common approach here towards ramp. You're just playing for 1 kill or information, surviving, delaying. He's got flashes. He'll just drop down, deploy those. He doesn't even want to go for a kill here. He'll just fire a few bullets and he'll get out. Throw the flash and just get out, retreat.
Set Cirque up nicely to try and catch them if they choose to push him, but oh, the flash, and Stewie's found the equalizer they were hoping for. He chooses to bring the AWP in. That's 2 AWPs now on this T side, and Naf's connecting with his. You said it looked difficult. 15 seconds, but the frag onto Tarek could be enough. Bomb can go down, and advantage Liquid in the after plan.
3 players towards the double door side as well, so the AWP is going to be phenomenal here. If Stewie can land one of these, it might lock overtime in. He sees the flash deploy, turns away from it. Can he get the first? He absolutely can. 4 versus 2 now. Breezy and Stanislaw will have to do absolutely everything here. They have no smoke to defuse. It looks like we're going to overtime. An impossible situation with the Galils. Nafly brings it down to the 3 versus 1, and we're going all the way now. Liquid will remain on the T side. They've done enough. They've recovered the 5-on-4, and it's Stewie 2K picking up the AWP, focusing towards Cirque. All they had to do was leave Ramprom alone there. Cirque's overcommitted to that one. Like you said, Alex, what's Ramprom?
Ramprom, we can't plant in Ramprom.
You can't plant in Ramprom. So the fact that he even challenged that gives the round up. If he just survived, Tarek's got lower covered. He can delay them.
And
there was
really
no time.
That shot onto Ethan was pretty much the end, and he even hits the 3rd as well. Cirque's going to be kicking himself. I mean, he saved them, and perhaps quite the opposite. And now a change of pace. Stewie, there's a Molotov there. He doesn't care. Straight out, back turned, and Ethan's gone. Perhaps a second, but Breezy still holding strong and falls back just for a moment. Regroups, gather their resources, and reposition. Does seem like that smoke will stop the plant, only for a moment. And with the bomb going in, they reaggress. A flash over their heads, but doesn't catch anyone. Actually, tell a lie. It's perfect onto Elige, and Stan's managed to make a double happen. 2 remain to stop this. Only 1 as a perfect retake from EG to start off OT.
I can't believe Liquid have not got a single kill there. They weren't expecting such a quick retake there. Perfectly done from EG. After losing that first pick as well, it looked like they were done for. The Molotovs were going to keep just flooding towards the Heaven position, but they reacted quickly to that one. 3 players up towards Heaven. Flashbang comes through, and Elige had no backup from his teammates. They're all focusing on tucking themselves in, waiting for the post-plant situation to begin. Nice approach. They haven't really rushed up or at all. There's Stanislaw. Yeah, that flashback from Tarek was very effective. Elige just kissing the wall at that point, and Cirque to close things out with this AWP. Really great retake there. Doesn't get much better than that.
Really love that Stan didn't linger on the Heaven position. He held W to be dropping off as soon as he could, because he knew that window with that flashbang was small. Yeah. He wanted to be on the site when they vision returned. Lovely frag and a lovely victory. Evil geniuses, they find what they couldn't find in regulation. First round of overtime goes the way of the defense. Quick shot from Ethan to disguise his drop off of the hut.
This is 16K MR3, just to note that. The only way the money can really run out is on the CT side. Third round, you've lost 2 and you've been buying double orbs. So money not really a factor anymore. Krieg's out in full force if Liquid. Smoke's deployed. Still a 5-on-5 for now. Twist ambitious with the drop there. And it's going to be a couple of kills for EG. This is starting to fall apart of the teams. Well, Lige will pull one back, but takes a dink at the same time. Naf, did he actually spot him there? Trying to set his teammates up. It's actually worked out very nicely indeed. Breezy, though, he has been such a nuisance for them. And it's going to be a 1 versus 1 against the AWP.
Phenomenal shot onto Tarek on the site. Now a 1v1 and a stalemate. Neither choosing to move just yet. He's going to be peeking into the AWP and punish Cirque. He knew all too well how Naf was going to play it. Reads it perfectly and picks up the second in overtime. EG, flawless so far.
Yeah, looking very convincing there. Down to the 1 versus 1. Some hairy moments, some close calls. Managed to retake against the upper rush. And now the 1 versus 1 falls in their favor as well. Naf did absolutely everything there. Goes towards main entrance, tries to drop. Doesn't work out. We can see what it means to Stan. 2-0 now, final round of the first half of overtime. First to 19 at this point.
They do like to experiment with that aggressive AWP on the T side. Saw Nap try, now Nitro, and this time Stan's aggressive push towards Yard is going to be traded. That's the difference so far. Breezy also catching a nade towards his aggressive hut stance, down to 55, and we're still 90 seconds for these two teams to dance. Oh, that's ambitious. Just turtles, or rather crab walks his way into Tarek. Got my animals confused there. Turtles don't walk sideways, Alex, you muppet.
Not traditionally speaking. We're going to see the secret drop there. Ethan's got a great spot. I don't think he gets taken down. It looks good for the 3-0, I have to say. It's going to be a 4-on-1 at this point. Fantastic haul from Ethan. They do find the clean sweep on the CT side. What a brilliant shift they put in here on Nuke so far. The T side has been difficult for both teams, but at this point, this is EG's game once again. A perfect run as they switch over to the T side. 1 round will do it. We'll see if they can pull it off. Liquid will bring out the AWP for Naf. 28 kills to his name, but he had a lot of those in the first half, remember. That was 18 deployed.
And they have that dream circumstance coming into this overtime. You're on the T side, you control the pace of the game, and you've got that 3-round buffer where you can perhaps throw something that would be a bit too much of a risk had this game, or rather had the first half not been 3-0. See what they choose to do. Smooth movement from Ethan. No Molotov to contest his early positioning for his flash. Lige has the perfect weapon for the warehouse hold. Four-yard side for the evil geniuses. Likely going to see some smokes arrive. He's flashed off, but they've chosen not to advance. Towards the smokes they go. And Lige wants to be there as they fade. He wants to try and catch one unawares. Lovely little gap he's managed to manufacture. Oh my goodness, they're so close. They're so close, and he's already got one. Can't avoid Cirque, though, despite the missed first shot. And now, if he catches a glimpse of 2 heads, he gets 1. That's phenomenal.
It's still looking good for EG. They've got plenty of time here with 40 seconds. And they know Team Liquid have been stretched thin. Stewie 2K responsible for ramp here, and he's got a freebie, but he makes a bit of a meal of it. Down to 35, committed to the spray. 2 players now for Liquid towards Hut. This round on a knife's edge. Still possible for Stanislaw and Cirque. AWP not ideal for this situation. We'll see whether he can make it work. 20 seconds now. They have a Molotov for Heaven. Could still drop down lower, but time is running thin now.
3 frags away from a third map for EG.
There's the Molotov and the plant.
And Cirque's caught twists. 2 versus 2, bomb confirmed. Nitro's going to try and catch him, but Stan, quick on the trigger. A big double kill. Evil geniuses, it's all on to Stewie 2K to keep Liquid in this one, or we're going to a third. Inferno on the cards. And according to Imapet, they hold all of them. Running out of time now, Stu. Does have the kit, knows this is likely, and Cirque will confirm it. 2 quick kills onto the stars of Liquid, and EG take us to 3.
What a great map that was. It had absolutely everything. Insane clutches, ridiculous pistol rounds, and some great ecos as well. It is going to be EG, though, with a solid shift on their CT side in regulation and overtime. The 3-0 pretty much confirmed things, but that still could have gone either way. It sets Inferno up perfectly, and we're going to be getting to that very shortly indeed. Alex, have you enjoyed yourself so far?
Oh, I've had a bloody blast, Henry.
Yeah?
There's more to come.
There absolutely is. We're going to be moving on to Inferno very shortly. You're not going to want to miss it, but before, we're going to break it down on the analyst desk, so we'll leave you with them for now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back your back now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
Yesterday against the Mad Lions, Evil Geniuses had a flawless tier side, but Liquid really tested you today, didn't they, Tarek?
Yeah, definitely a really close game right there. Pushed us to the ends, and it wasn't really looking too much in our favor. But on CT side, we had a good comeback, and everyone played great. Everyone had highlight moments, so I'm proud of my team.
But why? Why was the tier side so hard?
I don't know. They're playing really well, to be honest. Like they're really confident. They're hitting their shots, and we had a really slow start into the series, as you saw on Overpass, and then going into this map on first half even. But we just tried to reset going into the second half. We got the pistol, and we got some momentum going. So things were a little different on that CT nuke.
How did you get the reads on Liquid on that CT half? It's like you always knew where they were.
It was actually really tricky. I think I misplayed a lot of rounds at ramp because they were doing a lot of fakes, and I wasn't really prepared for that. So I think individually I messed up a bit, but it's all good because they were like faking upper, faking outside, and then popping out ramp, and then caught me off guard a couple rounds. But win's a win.
Are you enjoying yourself, Tarek? Because Liquid love playing you. Obviously, you're playing against your ex-teammate, Stu TK. He's already mentioned you in a previous interview. Do you think they really help you perform?
Yeah, I'm stoked for this map 3. I think it's going to be a banger of a match, and I think we're going to get the dub.
Well, good luck. We'll have to see when we go to Inferno next. Let's head to the desk.
Yes, Inferno being that last map, we are certainly on our way to it. But for now, let's slow things down a little bit. That matchup got a little intense, a little quicker than I think we were all ready for it.
That was a very tense game.
Yeah, it looked like we were going to win after that first half. I thought they were going to run away with this, but EG, look, they did a fantastic job. Some heroics in there, I would say. Some crazy plays, some Cirque madness. Cirque du Soleil.
Cirque du Soleil, because, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it was pretty all over the place, wasn't it?
It was all over the place, and I think EG, they earned themselves this win, especially with that CT side. I asked you down in the green room, right? Why do you keep dying to Stanislaw pushing up towards Yard? You know, they were kept giving up that kill to Stanislaw towards Silo. It felt to me like Liquid didn't have anything to offer on that T side, right? They ran out of ideas. They tried to constantly push down Secret. That didn't work out for them, and as soon as that didn't work, then, you know, Genesis just had the individual powers to go through this one, and I'm a little bit disappointed in Liquid. I thought they had more to offer.
Yeah, there was a real chance for them to just close that out at one point. Just kind of squandered away, kind of fell away. I want to look at first kills right here. I want to look at these opening kills. We're looking at 21 to 13 as a difference here.
Yeah, look, that is a problem when you're playing all these situations from a man behind. Another issue that Liquid had on their T side is they were sustaining a lot of damage as well as losing numbers and having to expend more utility than they probably would like to. Because as Jacob was saying, they were trying to go secret a lot, but they got to lower. They didn't have any nades left to do anything, which made it quite awkward for them. Look, this is EG's map pick. So this is a close game. I think they're going to be filled with confidence that they were able to bring it back going forward. But at the same time, their T side was pretty weak, right? It was pretty flat. Liquid had them absolutely booked. They were stopping them going towards the top ladder, like I was saying. That's why I thought Liquid were just going to run away with it.
EG won both pistols, right? So in theory, Liquid should have won this, I guess.
In theory.
In theory?
In theory.
Yeah, I like theories.
Well, if there's one thing I like too, is a little bit of theory strike, which we're going to do on the other side of the break we're about to go to. We do have one final map here in this series between Evil Geniuses. Liquid is going to be Inferno, and there's no better place to tune in and watch some great Counter-Strike than right here, right now at the Intel Extreme Masters.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and
Let's get Australia in the arena.
Roland, he'll find 3 in total. That is something.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel. They're looking at us in audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are. And come alive.
Hashtag IEM, hashtag ESL Pro Tour, hashtag whatever in the hell you like. There's not enough characters on Twitter to describe exactly what this matchup means and the weight of it, the gravitas of it, as we do look forward right here, right now. Evil Geniuses and Liquid going toe-to-toe, and they've taken us all the way to a third map. That third map being Inferno, and here on the desk being Chad and Jacob. Guys, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Someone's going home, and it's none of us.
No, yeah, yeah.
One of these Americans, and it's not you either. So
They're not going home technically, right?
Well, they're going to hang around, but they're out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Out of the tournament. One of these teams is going to play tomorrow against 100 Thieves. The other one is out, right? So this here, especially the gravitas you're talking about, there's a lot on the line, right?
Yeah.
Not only the pride of being the best within North America, because that's what these two teams actually have on the line here. You can hear from Stewie and Tarek. There's history between these guys, and I can imagine for Liquid, you wouldn't want to lose to your little brother. That's not fun.
I don't think you would, Jacob. Have you ever lost to anything in your life?
I've never tried it. Never.
Never lost anything?
Never.
He's not a loser.
I'm not a loser.
Never
Not
lost
like you, Trace.
Check out this knife round. This is what we need to talk about. Who loses this, who wins this, determines which side we're starting over here on Inferno. Okay. I can't quite take my eyes off it, but I can tell you that
EG won, and they're probably going to select the CT side here. I would say 99.9% likely that they select the CT side. Now, I was going to say that I put a lot of weight on who starts on the CT side right here. More so because if Liquid start on the CT side and they contain the early aggression that EG has, they go fast mid, they go fast halls, they go fast boiler, they go fast mid, everywhere, right? They're just a very fast team. If Liquid are able to contain that, then I can see them running away with a half, because I don't think Stan has the answers here for Liquid if they're getting locked out, if their fast stuff doesn't work. But now EG gets started on the CT side. You agree or you disagree?
I totally agree with that.
There we go.
I totally agree with you for once, Chad. I don't think that EG will have the answers, you know, to lock up this Team Liquid. I'm just a little bit afraid of Team Liquid's T side, though. I don't think I saw enough on Nuke to give me confidence that their Inferno is going to be much better. Let's not forget to paint the picture that we haven't seen Liquid play this much, you know, or that much throughout this year. We saw them in London. That wasn't a beautiful thing. Then they had a week boot camp in Amsterdam, and now they're coming into this tournament. What we've seen thus far, you know, it's been all right, I guess, but it's not been up to the same standard that we know Liquid to be at. So time to shine, time to step it up, and if they can, then obviously they're going to win. But I'm still not sold on the whole Liquid project for now.
Okay, well, keep the standards in mind. And the things that do disappoint you, I want to bring even closer to the front of mind right here. I want to talk a little bit about what some of the specifics of those are. Chad, maybe you've noticed some as well. Maybe this is something where you guys kind of come together on this one.
For Liquid in London, when they lost to FaZe, 16-5 on Inferno there, I could actually hear the comms throughout that game. And they were just calling strats. They weren't reacting to what FaZe were doing on the CT side. I don't think that's the case with this Liquid now. I think this Liquid have actually had a good hard look at themselves in the mirror, and they're playing much better than they were in London. However, I'm still curious to if they can get it done, because here they were sustaining a lot of damage on Nuke on their T side, and then they were struggling to close and finish out those rounds in the tail ends. If the same thing happens on a map like Inferno, where you can take a lot of utility damage mid, you can take a lot of utility damage banana, that's where I worry about Liquid closing, because EG, they've stayed cool in these retakes.
It worries me a little bit that you said you could hear the communication and they were just calling stretch. When you think of Liquid, when you think of the players they have at their disposal, you want them to be reactive. You want Stewie 2K to read the game, get some openings. Same for Elise, same for Twist for that matter. They have so many strings to play off, so if they're just calling stretch off the bat without really knowing what's going on in the map, then that's going to be a problem for Team Liquid. So I hope you're right when you say that that boot camp probably have helped them to have a hard look at themselves and probably realize that's not the way we want to play Counter-Strike if we want to be the Liquid we were half a year ago.
And there's certainly a discussion that I would be more interested in terms of, okay, well, what is the vibe like? What is the mentality like? Unfortunately, I don't even know if that's appropriate for broadcast, nor do we have the time for it. So it all kind of comes together. But guys, who wins this?
Liquid.
Yeah, I'm going for Liquid.
That's a pretty fair shout. We're looking at Liquid, we're looking at Evil Geniuses, and we're looking at this decider map of Inferno, brought to you by Henry G and Machine.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Setting the scene perfectly for our third and final map, Henry, of this series. It's time to see which one of these North American titans will stay in the upper bracket here in Katowice.
Well, nothing too fast to kick things off for Team Liquid on their T campaign here. They have 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs, and 4 flashbangs. It looks almost certain to be a B finish here with 5 players on this side of the map. And unfortunately for EG, they only have the 1. That's going to be Ethan, who has no smoke, no flashes, no armor. He's got the defuse kit, and they've got full B control here. They've got enough for a smoke towards Coffin, CT spawn. They can Molotov towards new boxes, maybe save one for a post-plant situation. So here come the smokes now. That's for CT. And we also got Nitro deploying the Coffin smoke. So they're going to want to go in. That's now going to be role reversal. It's going to be switched around, but that's absolutely fine. Ethan will just fire off some shots when his smoke goes down. Wait for the spam to come through. And here it comes.
Yep, that's the spam, the flash, nothing connecting for the CT, but he does survive, and that's something. He's the one with the kit. Should be easily stabilized by EG. They're going to have to go for this retake. A smoke and a flash on Stan. And here comes the first fight. It's Cirque to win it.
That's so Stewie 2K, isn't it? Trying to swing through towards CT spawn. He offers himself up. 5 on 4. They have got that kit. And here they come. Flashbang goes through, and this is the full commitment.
And there's only 1 so far. Ethan, and now Breezy filling the feed. It's looking great for EG on the retake. There's nothing Elise can do. He's not precise enough. And a clean collection for the CTs.
Yeah, overstepping the mark somewhat there. Stewie 2K, you can see what he had in mind there to try and swing through, get 1 quick kill. If he gets it, they might be able to win the round. But the fact he goes down so cleanly, it's going to be a very convincing finish there for EG. They only had 1 player towards the B side as well. It went down pretty quickly. And at that point, and look, the plant was coming through, everything was going to be great, but the post-plant does not work out for them. But the plant came through, so we do get some money available. That's going to be an extra $800. It enables you to get out 2 Kriegs if you want to, and you can see that coming through now. So it's going to have to be wealth distribution. You have to drop the Kriegs to players that have less money, which sounds counterintuitive, but it means they can buy armor, and then maybe drop the Krieg on top of that, which is $3,000.
Yeah, the sacrifice is 2 unarmored Deagles. You can see Elysian Twist's the one to swallow that bitter pill. But let's see if these Kriegs can find what they're hoping for.
This is one of the hardest rounds in CSGO at this level to overcome on the CT side, because you have next to no utility. Either choosing, do we go for firepower or do we go for defensive grenades? They've opted for a bit of both, but they've only got a couple of smokes remaining, but they have got very strong banana control. You can see Ethan there towards the logs. Problem is now they know exactly where he is. So what's the next play?
A real stinker. They're hunting for Stan. He's the perfect weapon for the job, and pinpoint precise. Stewie collects. He knows there's another towards the log's position, and so many bullets thrown the way of Ethan. Eventually they will connect, but will they continue this push towards B? So much time on the clock, but they want to continue to twist this knife. They know they got that early casualties on the site, but Tarek has arrived and managed to catch Nitro before the smoke could plume. Bomb plant courtesy of NAF. Cirque Spray won't connect, but with 4 players still standing, they could have got a real shot at this one. You said just how difficult it is at this level. You see why.
Yeah, it's the scope of the Krieg especially. Up against the M4, it's such a difficult duel, and then it's waiting for an opportunity. If you give them a shot, they're going to nail it, as Stewie displayed. And at this point, you're calling the save in my book. You've got no kits, you've got no smoke. You might as well hold on to your 3 rifles, and it just goes to show you how difficult this round is. Very well played from Liquid. That Molotov pretty much secures the round. They could get one player tucked into that position. His teammate has to help out. It's just a matter of time before he shows himself, and they get the both kills. In they go. Tarek brings one back in their favor. Breezy probably goes down here. Will kill Stewie. Should be a trade. He's done very well to get 2 kills. He wants to survive now. That's like an extra $600 he's just farmed at that point. That means he can now drop up to a high-end SMG. He's got $2,000.
And interestingly enough, I mean, that is also a Krieg that's going to be taken away. Stewie had it. He had the low HP. And by holding the line, Naf was too hesitant to go and try and retrieve it. He stuck with the UMP.
Well then. Breezy opted to drop the CZ instead and buy himself a bit of utility, just to note that. So we've got 2 CZ to 5-7. And those 2 M4s here. 1-1. Liquid pull one back. Only 1 Krieg now as the Galils are pulled out. You're going to see a lot more Galils going forward this year. Like, I feel like this tournament, it's really evident how powerful that can be now with this new price adjustment at 1,800.
Yeah, the change came and it was very minimal immediate shift from the players.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those guns that players have avoided for so many years because it's always been the same. It's always been a decent little gun, but now with a slight spray adjustment and the price reduction, it's super viable at 1,800. Like, you saw what Stewie 2K did on Overpass of it. He got 3 kills of it and a real key round. It's still a rifle, 35 bullets as well. It's effective.
3 of those Galils on the Team Liquid roster for our 3rd round here on our 3rd map. Early exchanges of utility, still bucket loads for the Team Liquid advantage. Smoke towards long.
CTs have done a good job of holding on to 2 smokes at least. Stanislaw still has his at B. They're hoping they come towards that side of the map. You can see they've set another trap here, EG. 2 players towards sandbags. Need a bit of intel now. The map's gone too quiet. Start to probe towards a half wall. Circle rotate back. Tarek. CZ. Flash through by his teammate. Flash not effective though. That's the first kill for Liquid. They can commit off this.
Yeah, nice taps from Stan. He didn't want to fluff his lines on that one. Stewie towards the side. In Cold Zera, Breezy, he's full blind. Gosh, that was forever. An eternity he spent blind. And now the bomb can be planted. Naf onto Breezy. It's a level playing field for this retake. Twisty wants to stand his ground. The smoke still gives him room to maneuver now around pit.
So what's the next play here? They have the Krieg, the M4, Cirque waiting towards this cubby position. 2 players towards quad, and here they come.
This looks so tough for Liquid. Ethan's even got himself a rifle now, trying to force Twist into the fight. It's Stewie to find the first, though.
That might be enough.
Yeah, there's not enough time for it, and that smoke's still present. Stanley was hoping and praying they would find just a little spot of aggression, a little bit of blood, and on the way out, he does manage to inflict some damage. Stewie goes down again on the way out to preserve his rifle.
Yeah, nice moves there by Stan. We've talked about it so much this tournament. Every kill in CS has a knock-on effect. If they can somehow win the next round of these 2 rifles, the reinvestment's going to hurt them. That extra player has taken Stewie out of the equation financially. He's still got $6,000, so he can buy himself. That's no problem, but it will be 2-1 for Liquid there. Krieg safe for Stan, Galil for Ethan. For $2,000 per player. This is now dangerous territory. You're very tempted to force into it, but that can spiral out of control quickly. Sure, you have 2 rifles, you'll have some pistols and some grenades, but against a fully equipped Team Liquid, that might not be enough. It would be such a gamble. That's how they could take a timeout here. Discuss their options. I think a slight investment like P250s around these rifles, although it's not that interesting, not that exciting for them, it's the correct approach here.
Just going to have to swallow their pride a little bit. This was the Stanislaw first pickup, and I mean, Breezy, had he not gobbled that flash, he was in the perfect position, so great use of utility from Liquid to make that site takeable.
Well, what's the final complexion then? We'll have a look at the buy as it comes through. So CZ and a 5-7. So yeah, not much at all. So I like that. It's frustrating considering you've got a Krieg there. You're probably thinking you can do it, but it's a rush down towards middle. Stanislaw getting himself towards the bench. Doesn't go much further for now. Looking towards the underpass. Might have a freebie here towards Nitro. Doesn't quite get the instant kill, and Nitro will retreat.
Oh, and he's so screwed, and so is Liquid. Great damage on the way out. Stan, a frag, and then some. We'll see Liquid respond, though, in kind, and starting to regain control of Banana. No aggressive CT presence on B this time around. Instead, actually, just rotating Cirque very early into the piece. A 3-1 split from the defensive EG.
Smoke towards Coffin. All 4 players for Liquid here, fully committing. But there are 3 CTs. Sure, they don't have a whole lot, but these rounds can spiral. Ethan finds a gap in the Molotov, but it's a great shot from Twist.
Yeah, actually, Cirque's managing to just disappear into the smoke with more damage inflicted. Elige and Nitro are vulnerable to this USP. He's going to have to try and find the timing. That's the healthy member of Liquid just catching 1 bullet. They know where Cirque is now. Breezy on the way as well from CT. Naf has to take the fight. He realizes he has to take initiative.
Yeah, otherwise his teammate's going to go down with the eventual swing. Well, there we have it. It will be another round for Team Liquid, 3-1. It cost them 2 players and a lot of life. You can see Elise and Nitro down to around 10 HP, but that's absolutely fine. Their money's going to be pretty strong. If you win the round by virtue of Explosion, that's 3,500 extra for every member on the team. So money will be pretty good with 3 players surviving. That's what they do. Let's see what happens here. You can see this spot being used. We saw it earlier in the tournament as well. Who is it that got a couple of kills? Brolan. I wanted to say Brian. It was him, wasn't it? With a USP in us. That was crazy.
It's so hard to see them in the flowers.
Yeah.
Adren.
They're clapping there?
A clap of contribution.
Go on, lads. You got this.
It's like I can't speak, but I can make noises with my hands. It must be brutal to be that coach in intense games like this. So much on the line, and then
I would be doing cartwheels and have like pom poms out. I'd be keeping the energy up.
I believe it.
I would be going for it.
You'd have a whole prop cupboard, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. I'd have outfits and props going on. That'd
Traveling
be great.
circus.
I think maybe that's my true calling. We'll see what happens. Either way, here we go. Then it is going to be the investment from EG. 3 players towards the B side of the map. Ethan waiting by the half wall, and it will be a fast pounce towards A. These are one of those weird rounds. The money's low for EG. Just want to stay as a 5-man pack. There's pounce on the opposition. We'll see if it works out. They go towards quad here. Big first kill coming in. Cirque to collect it, and he gets backup from the apartments as well. Elise will pull one back. Stewie 2K to join him, and now things become very interesting. Got Ethan pushing down towards the bottom of Banana, even on just 7 points of health. Nitro out-jaws the flank. Somehow, some way, they've got a 3-on-2.
They weren't even planning on going B, but with that, they're just going to change plans immediately. Utility, perfect use from Nitro. Locks out. No, it doesn't. No, he doesn't. And now Tarek can surprise. That's so good from Tarek. He's got a chance onto Elige as well. Rock hard play scenario, but the molly fades, and so does he. Straight back into construction, and Elige has been dealt a 1 versus 2. They're considering the boost. Cirque is saying, get on my head, young man.
So, fake plant coming in, and the boost works out incredibly well for them. I mean, it's going to be Cirque to close it out. What a fun round that was, though. It looked like Nitro had enough. They're absolutely right. They were going towards A. They were committing off that. But then the flank comes in. The missed shot from Ethan. That was their cue to get back into it. But it's all down to Tarek there. For Mass in hand, it was fight or flight at that point. The Molotov lands at his feet. He has 2 options. Fall back towards Ruins or go for the low HP players. He chooses the latter at that point. Pushes through, makes things very uncomfortable, and manages to close out the round. It's going to be Team Liquid on the back foot as we enter round number 6. They will enter with 2 pistols and 3 rifles, one of which is the Galil.
It's not the first time this series we've seen Tarek bail his team out with a heroic push.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been very brave this series, I'll say that much, and more often than not, it's worked out for him.
Nades towards Banana a little later into the set, but they arrive all the same. And the nade from the Team Liquid boys has chunked the defense. Stan and Ethan shaken. Looking to retreat. The Molotov towards sandbags just as a precaution. Banana control is theirs, and it does look like the CTs want to reaggress to get that information back. You can see they're just posturing, waiting for someone to take that fight.
Look at the mid control Elige and Nitro have managed to create here. Smoke down towards Library. Could go for a CT spawn push. It's the MP9 defending it as well. Ethan uses to drop some utility here, and that certainly works out for him. Nitro swallows the grenade. Stanislaw just dispatching of Stewie 2K. That's towards Banana as well. So he's confirmed that Banana is clear. They might even be able to justify rotating Ethan over here. Quads is where they'll go. Contact play, hoping Nap can open things up. Then they'll fully commit. Breezy towards Graveyard.
Very powerful position considering the circumstances. The 20 seconds. He will, however, get a little too excited. Shows his head and immediately gets put to bed. But it's Tarek and Cirque. No issues. The crossfire just slays them, taking 2 apiece.
Textbook. Really well played from EG. Didn't overcommit, didn't panic when one player went down towards Graveyard, believed in their crossfire, and you can see how difficult it is to deal with. You actually had fully swing towards the bomb site. He even pre-aimed that position, couldn't find it. Two players is gunning them down with Krieg's in the back as well, and it will be 3-3. Excellent work here. Naf, great job. This is exactly what they wanted to do, contact play into the pick, but it's such a brutal crossfire. Like, you're focusing the guy on the bomb site, you can duck and weave behind this pillar, and then you've got Tarek just raining down death from above. So a full eco here for Liquid. Glocks only, $2,000. With third stage loss bonus coming in, it'll be $2,400 next round. You can't even justify a P250, a flash, nothing. You need everyone on 2K because you got to have enough AK armor, smoke, flash in the next round.
Ooh,
that's a difficult
yeah,
one.
he's trying to show off.
Yeah, you don't see many players attempt that. You can just boost up, but it does look cool when they nail it.
He's already taken down one, and so yeah, this should just be a formality. We'll just wait to see if maybe, just maybe, that bomb on the back of Nath gets anywhere close to the site, but you can see no issues for Cirque. He's going to try it. He's stomping around apartments, and that's the end of that. So, Evil Geniuses, they put the fourth on the board, and 3 of those have come back to back. You can see the recap there in the center of your screens. And while we have that up as well, a glance at the scores. We said Cirque relatively quiet, but not today here on Inferno. 9 frags to start things off. That CT side AWP is a good way to get his mojo flowing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see whether he can bring it out soon. For now, they'll have to make do with the Krieg. It's going to be round 8. As I mentioned, there will be enough for AKs and basic utility. A couple of these players, Naf and Stewie, opting for utility instead. Is a 4-man push, though, from EG. Just throwing a couple of grenades from Cirque and Tarek. And that means that Ethan and Stanislaw, I believe, still have their HEs. So yes, they do. So they can now suggest, we've already used our HEs, come on up. And they can dump them at the half wall when they get at the very top here. They bounce off the skyline. Here they come. This is all by design. Does it work out for some good damage? Not really, but a cool idea.
Very, very cool idea, but 3 damage to show for it isn't quite ideal.
Yeah, that would be a lot more impressive if it like dunks on them and they didn't see it coming. That's a really cool play.
And it doesn't cost you too much. It's worth throwing in once or twice.
Yep, totally agree. So this will be a flash push now. They're going to segregate the barrel position and hope someone's like flashed in the corner. And they've confirmed at least they have control of Banana now. Not full control, but enough that they're not posturing outside the bomb site here. You can justify bringing Tarek back. Cirque, remember, doesn't have the AWP. It's on the Krieg, which is absolutely fine, but it means it won't be classic setups with Cirque holding Arch by himself. It'll be more crossfire mentality here.
God, it's so satisfying to watch this level of Counter-Strike, and you just admire the decision-making, just constantly having to solve a puzzle, except all the pieces are weirdly shaped and it's black, there's no image. Crazy stuff. 35 seconds. We are going to be seeing the smoke start to fly in.
Same crossfire that worked out so well for them before. A little bit of adjustment here. Smokes go down. Great shot from Stu.
A chance as well to find Cirque, but positioned in the off angle on the wall. He got the fight sooner than he bargained for. 20 seconds. It's all coming to A, and so are the CTs. The cavalry's on their way. Tarek calling them in. He has to find more than one here. Good catch in a second. Spectacular into the brains of Nitro. Round is far from over, though. Cirque's doing his best to confirm it. Another frag for him, and he's getting caught by Cirque through the box. 3 frags as he single-handedly secures the 5th.
I'm glad we got to the 3rd map. This is peak level CS right now. The skill that's being displayed in terms of the individual duels is just on a knife's edge every single time. It's not clear who has the superior aim. This is just brilliant Counter-Strike that's being played right now as we go 5-3. It's EG getting 4 rounds in a row. And we tactical timeout for Team Liquid here. Money's okay. Hovering around the maximum loss bonus now, so everyone's got around $4,000. Nitro and Twist just beneath from 3,700, so they've got enough for AK armor. But an Inferno, a very tactical map, it might not be enough here. You just have to do a set piece towards B pretty much off the bat there. We'll see what they go for. Could just take a partial buy here. Looks to be the case with Twist and the CZ. Deagles will surely come out. A MAC-10, don't mind that at all. A gun that's become very prevalent within the game in the last year. We've really seen the true power in the last few months.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering all of these pressures on the CT economy, you do see these helmet sacrifices being made. In fact, even into this one. Perfect example. Breezy and Ethan. That MAC-10, you get a bullet into their brain, it really hurts.
Yeah, definitely does. Double AWP setup, though, for Ethan and Cirque. Now, Cirque hasn't had the most brilliant performance so far in this series, but this is one of his home maps. He is incredibly good. It suits aggressive AWPers on the CT side. You can really get stuck in. You can be dynamic. You can move around. We'll see whether he's still feeling it. It's going to be Breezy, though. Smoke towards the bottom. Just trying to see if there's anything he can gather from this little gambit towards the apartment position. Listening out for footsteps. Nice shot from Ethan.
That was a reaction test, and he's passed. Stewie gone. I think that was the rifle as well. It looked like he had some firepower in his grasp. Naf will be on the retrieval mission eventually, but for now, Liquid will be slowed down. All the way through spawn for the safe retrieval. Naf will do so with the bomb on his back. Does grab that Galil. So, piecing the T side back together again after their unexpected loss. Double AWPs on the CT side. The setup is Cirque long. And that second, comfortable with Ethan on B. Given middle for free here. And with 30 seconds, it's feeling all too familiar. That crossfire ripped them apart last time they tried. This time, Breezy's still graveyard, but he's missed his first. He can't find twists, and Naf has done enough, taking him down. It was Nitro's double that got them into the site. And Liquid, God, this is some top quality Counter-Strike. Rinse, repeat, different result. Twist hits his AWP shot.
You don't see him pick up the AWP too often, but he absolutely nails that one. It's enough to dissuade Ethan from this situation. He'll be sent packing. A massive victory here for Liquid. Remember, they entered with MAC-10s and CZs. They had enough for a buy, but opted for the partial instead, and it's led to fantastic results here. The double kill from Nitro with the CZ. It does have a snowball effect. It can turn into an avalanche very quickly. You get that first kill, you catch players repositioning, nades out. CZ lends itself to those sort of kills, and you can survive the bomb blast in the pit, of course, especially when it's planted over there, and they will leave with an AWP, a Krieg, and an AK-47. Massive upgrades across the board for Liquid, and plenty of money going forward as well. Still lots of cash for EG. Remember, they saved the AWP. They'll buy a secondary AWP once again. Here's a replay from Nitro. Let's see how quick these kills were. So his teammates is taking...
It was a nade as well. He got it towards Tarek on pit, and it was Twist to finish things off. As soon as Stan fell, the round was theirs. Into the 10th. Double AWPs are back, as you said. But we do get to see some T-side AWPing from Naf. It was thrown to Stewie, passed off to Naf. Let's see what his choices are in trying to perhaps catch Cirque or Ethan towards the mid-round.
Oh, he actually hits a leech with the half-wall there. If you hit them in the head, you can take them down, but that's still significant damage. Frustrating for Elise, just trying to make his way up. Smoke deployed on the B side. He's actually landed in front of the side itself. So this is what we'd call a fanatic smoke. You're taking vision away from coffins. You can actually use a contact play now to start walking in. You could even plan that smoke if you really wanted to. You've dump over 4 flashes. You could actually try and plan that smoke. I don't think that's going to be the play.
He's still alone. He is still on his own. Flash now. Smokes are on the site. Ethan versus the world. He will just pull back and wait for his team to arrive. But Liquid very quickly going to be starting to spread this plague around the site. The bomb soon to follow. Naf responsible for Banana.
It's going to have to be one hell of a retake here. That is confirming this side's clear. Ethan gets one. Oh, he would have stolen the kill away there. This should be a 5-on-5 post-plant situation with 2 AWPs in the retake. Unless you start getting some early picks here, it's going to be difficult to justify it. A lot of money will be thrown away if this doesn't work out. Thinking about it.
They really are. They're considering it. Tarek's positioning. Stan's got the molly in his hand. He's going to try and get that towards Nubox. That will force Nitro into the fight with Ethan. That's the molly. Do we see the fight? Yes, you do, but Nitro's actually won it out. Takes down Stan. One in response from EG, but it's looking good for Liquid. Stewie's confirming it, and the Naf Deagle should be enough. All bodies dropped, and only one frag to show for it, actually. It looked like it was going to be a whole lot more.
I really feel like that one was just too far gone. With double AWPs, you've invested so much money into this round, and you've just lost the previous as well. The money's not great. You could have saved 5 players then and just said, you know what, we'll change the setup. We won't leave Ethan alone. He didn't get a kill. We'll just call this a gimme. We'll just let them have it. But unfortunately, I didn't like the retake there. They had enough utility. They got Incendiary down, but you've got 5 players. The bomb's already halfway gone, and you've got 2 AWPs in the retake. It's just a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. But it's led them to this position now. We've got USBs across the board, and 1 flash, just a pounce attack towards Banana. Might work out for a couple of kills there. We'll see.
Here we go. Whew, there you go. When world-class players have the USP. Oh my goodness, they get 3. Oh no, and more damage inflicted onto Twist. You're absolutely right, Henry. You can't write them out of rounds like that. A full eco, but they put all of their bodies towards Banana and take 3. Not too shabby. Credit to Ethan. We'll see that the boys from Liquid re-equip themselves, shake themselves off, as that 5-man push really did it packed a punch.
Yeah, you got to be so careful in these sort of rounds. Like, even with USPs, they've still got world-class aim. If they hit the headshots, it's still going to do damage. And managing to find 3 kills there. Sure, you didn't win the round, but it has a knock-on effect. Take some cash out of the coffers of Team Liquid, as we'll take EG tactical timeout now. It's going to be 6-5 overall on our 3rd and final map. Money is a breaking point for EG with the reinvestments coming through. Stannis will have to make do with just the FAMAS here. They have 1 kit on the back of Tarek, so look out for that. Goes down in an awkward spot. Might not be possible to even defuse the bomb. Ooh. This is one of the rounds I'm asking Cirque to go for a pick. It feels like he needs to start stepping up in terms of that aggression. We're not seeing, he hasn't really got that mojo about him so far. Haven't seen that explosive potential on the CT side. Still plenty of time. He's done a great job with 13 kills, but hasn't gone for a disrespectful play. Hasn't gone for those opening picks. He's played quite a...
They stole my mojo, baby.
Yeah, that's the old Austin Powers quote for the young guns out there.
God, yeah, you're right. You can't really make Austin Powers references anymore. Oh, dear. Do you see early control, and actually Naf getting that AWP early into Boiler. It's quite the threat. He can hold that scope line. He can even catch Breezy as he leaves this balcony position. Twister's going to try and force him back. It's going to be a very hard shot to hit. He's not holding it, so for now, Breezy actually choosing to advance. First blood again. You ask Cirque to deliver. It's Nitro to make sure that doesn't happen. And another for Liquid. Elige, he's challenged by Stan. The trade's still possible, and even the bullets from Stewie, it was only one wild. Connecting into the toes of Stan brings him lower. Huge advantage, and Tarek has to be the hero. He's been here so many times, but he's still going to get one chance on the second. Twists, silences. And now the site is theirs, the plant is theirs, and the 7th soon to follow.
Yeah, absolutely confirmed that Liquid picked this one up. Oh, just think if they had saved those weapons, they'd have absolutely everything. Now, after the eco, it was a scrappy investment, and this is going to hurt them for a few rounds now. It's going to be very difficult to recover this half. They'll be 7-5 down. Loss bonus, I think, comes in a maximum next round, but $3,400 on the CT side, you can't really go near that. You're going to be like CZ armor, smokes. And Stan is still trying to save the Krieg here. It looks like he absolutely will. No real hunt's being called here by Team Liquid, but they're starting to edge a lead now. This is looking quite promising for them. After losing the pistol, remember as well, they lost the pistol, 4 sport in the second, managed to get 3 in a row. Had a spell of 4 where EG came online. It looked very strong indeed, and it all came down to that big eco victory for Liquid. I guess it was a partial buy, but at that point, they really have run away with it. That's 4 rounds in a row for them. So the Krieg is saved. It's 4th state loss bonus, so that's $2,900. So even less to work with here. So CZ armor does come through, a Desert Eagle for Tarek.
Oof, it's not pretty.
But this is all about smokes. That's what Inferno, the aim of the game, just try and hold them out as long as possible, try and deploy a smoke just as they're coming in, and you might have a chance with these pistols.
Cirque was trying to find that opening frag, and you saw it from Nitro's POV. He only had a slither, so the spray control to put all the bullets in the right place to eliminate Cirque there was fantastic. Good nade connections from EG, and that's what they needed, but they can't get striked right back. A taste of their own medicine. Good boost, a chance for a second, but Elige lines them up, knocks them down. A flash from Naf in perfect support. Now the B site should be theirs. The rotate in panic coming in from Cirque, and an armored P250 is not going to get him too far.
Probably not. See whether they can do anything about this 1 kill. I think that's probably all they're going to find. Elige with a stunning shot towards the Ruins position, and yeah, Tarek might as well just save his smoke and deagle. That's about all he can do here. Breezy's got armor as well. Same story, the pistol and the smoke. They just, cash is the main problem on the CT side of this stage. If you can go for double AWP setups, that's what they want to be. And that's why I was saying you just need to save those weapons. That's the setup you want. This 5-on-5 retake you're about to attempt could actually ruin the entire half for you.
Yeah, I mean, you could be listening to this broadcast and going, oh my God, Henry, yes, we get it. But
sure,
you are seeing it.
Yeah.
It happen, manifest. Just imagine you can treat the next round like the one that they threw away. I mean, yeah. It's an interesting conversation to be had, and at this point, Leach wants more. He actually wants to try and take away what little the EG boys are preserving, hoping he could bait a push from Breezy, but nothing to be.
Yeah, not really worth it in the end. He was hoping a swing would come in, but doesn't want to offer up that Krieg, so doesn't fully commit to it. But it will be Liquid winning the half at this stage, at 8-5 up. And he's starting to stabilize, and here's the replay, that great flashbang from Nafla. You can see them just munching the walls there as Lee closes things out. His 9th kill so far, but again, important ones, and we'll see the AWP for Cirque, still on 13. Where does he position himself this time? Heading towards the quad side, so he could go for a pick towards the underpass position. We'll see if he wants to attempt that, but for now, it'll be Stewie 2K making his way towards Banana. The boost. Looking towards T-steps. Oh, dear.
Oh, he's done it again.
Oh, dear.
Nitro, the nemesis of Cirque, it seems, here in middle. Catches him with one click of that SG, and oh, the tag, not the frag. Naf went hunting, and he's yet to mantle Tarek's head on his car. Instead, Tarek operating with just 1 health, but with an AWP, he can make that work. Through the smoke, you can see Stewie's waiting to catch Stan. Crouched in the smoke to get the advantage, but instead, Stan's going to have the perfect line. And the frag, advantage extended for EG.
Very winnable for Nitro. Manages to nail the kill. His preemptive shots have been impressive, to say the very least. Flash over, 2-on-2, advantage Liquid now. Making their way through. If they get that bomb down cleanly, they've got a great chance. Tarek's on 1 AP, 3-on-2, I should say.
This is looking brilliant. Nitro's managed to make a 4 versus 2 just feel winnable. In fact, it feels, just for a moment, like they had the advantage, but Twist is the one that wants to take it back. A double. Ethan ensures that the 6th will be EG's, but that's a damn fine attempt from Twists.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. It's going to be the final round coming in, and he might have just cost him a few grenades going forward there. So sure, he doesn't win the round, but we've got Cirque 3600, Breezy 4100. They'll have enough for weapons out there, but they're going to be missing a few bits and pieces. They could be influential going forward here. Round 15 coming up. Decent round from EG, just what they needed there. I thought Nitro had enough in him, but it's Breezy. Certainly be one of the MVPs so far for EG in this series. Twist inflicts a lot of damage. I think there was like a split second. If he knifes out and goes towards Ruins, he might survive it, but I'm not sure he would have done.
Yeah, and of course, there's also the chance that he just strafes around that corner and Ethan's like, what's up?
Yeah.
Cirque's not been too thrown off by the fights Nitro's been winning. Still holds the mid-fight. Especially confident with, oh my God, Nitro.
Again.
How many opening kills has this man had? It feels like he's had abundance of them. Stewie, fully flashed, but still inflicting great damage. There's nades and there's bullets. It feels so intimidating to try and fight for Banana. Every time they do, someone from EG is limping back to the site.
Frustrating to say the least. Looking good for a 9-6 half on the T side here. 5-on-3, it's their round to give up. All they really have to do now is wait 30 seconds or so, probe around the map, try and bait out the final bits of utility, and a 5-man execution pretty much anywhere should guarantee things. And judging that the fact that Ethan's been alone towards B more often than not, that should be your go-to call here.
You can see they're holding the smokes. It's going to be all 3.
He'll potentially get 2 kills there, Ethan, but anything less than that, it's just a guaranteed round.
Oh, he actually eats the second flash. He's full blind. He doesn't even get a chance to contest. This site is Liquid's, and the 9th is theirs. It's the last round of the half. They're going to have to do their very best, Cirque and Tarek. Oh, but look at Twist. He's not even going to let them get to B. Certainly not the first. Looking to reset his recoil into Cirque. He's looking to pull out the Julies. Not even allowed to use them. 9-6, Team Liquid. They exploit an EG misstep and take a significant lead on that side. They're going into the defense, looking to secure a spot in the upper bracket. G2 waiting. Let's see if it pays off when we return. ESL Pro Tour CSGO Masters Championship. It's the very first Masters of the ESL Pro Tour. We're in Katowice, and it's time to see if Team Liquid can make good on the promise they made to EG with a spectacular T-side. Or will this domestic derby still have many twists and turns? To find out, I'm Machine, and I'm joined by Henry G. We're getting into the attack from the Evil Geniuses after a pretty damn good display from their opponents.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun this series. It's always such a spectacle of individual skill. Inferno has delivered on all fronts, 9-6, not much separating these two teams. We'll get into the T-pistol for EG right now. 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs suggest a B approach to me, but it could be anything. We'll find out as we get into the first round here. Diffuse kits and 3 HEs on the CT side. Where will they deploy those? Not at the very start of the round, at least. It's first smoke towards quad, and this is a 5-man push towards Arch.
Here they come. This could be the airstrike. Oh, and the health bars just evaporate. Good damage as well. It's Naf and Nitro just dancing with them. 2 members already gone and pushing through the smoke. Elise, what's going on there, Flash? I'm confused, but not Twists. He's the one to find the headshots, and now Stan left wondering where his team has gone. As the smokes fade, there's 4 CTs hunting him down, and that's a quick way to conclude the war cry of Stewie. And the 10th on the board for Liquid. He must be such a nuisance to play against when they're ahead.
Yeah, they can definitely hear that. That's cool. Well then, we do get into the second round, and no bomb planted for EG. Didn't really find much more than 1 kill. So they're going to buy 3 HEs and deploy them, I would assume, towards top of banana or top of middle and see if they get a quick kill and just try and pounce on the opportunity. It's very unlikely they'll find a frag unless they're 3 perfect grenades here. But let's wait and see, shall we? Glocks behind them, so it's going to be a B attack with these HEs. Pretty decent effort, should do some damage, but not enough for a frag, unfortunately.
Naf's just hunting for some $600 treats with these SMGs. There's 4 of them in the server, so Liquid trusting that these close duels, and they do know, of course, and just the Glock train going to be coming into the station here. Seems like it's going to be stopping at A.
All aboard.
Choo-choo.
Doesn't look good. Run the corner through the flames here. And it's going to be Nitro just farming cash there. $600 per kill, that MP9. One of the strongest weapons in the game right now. It's unbelievable. We've got 4 of those entering what will be the first gun round. Another sort of bonus situation here. Liquid, it's one of those rounds where you're kind of burdened by your own success at this point because you've got 4 MP9s at Famas. You don't even have an M4, but still winnable on a map like Inferno. It lends itself to this sort of playstyle. You can tuck yourselves in, have ratty crossfires, sit in the smokes. It's got to play a little bit differently.
Yeah, sure, a change of play style, but I mean, is there any excuse for not having 2 FAMAS in there just to make that second round?
You don't want to waste money in CSGO. Like, you're probably not going to win this round, but as long as you get 2 or 3 kills, you've still got a healthy buy going forward. Those dollars are very, very important. So yeah, they don't think they're going to win this, but they'll definitely try and make it as annoying as possible for them. Don't let them run the defaults, have awkward positions, pounce crossfire set up. And they won't be playing super aggressively here. They're going to try and run the clock down, as we mentioned, with those smokes and suggest a little banana control. That T-spawn smoke means that they don't know what's on the other side here. There's only 1 player, which is pretty standard for Liquid, leaving Stewie on that side. But they have to investigate it. They have to dump some utility here just to clear out the logs, for example.
Stewie's going to be jumping for info, just wants to try and confirm if anyone's not respecting that deep banana smoke. And ooh, the flash lands. His response, ooh, not going to be the close molly. I think they got to logs a little quicker than he anticipated. He'll tuck into the site.
That's fine, though. He wants to hold on for that as long as possible. It's only when they commit that he really wants to drop that incendiary. So sure, he could have kept them from the half full, but it wouldn't have done a whole lot for them. He still has the incendiary. A smoke's gone down. That's going to buy him 15 more seconds at this point. So a double set up towards the apartments yields a frag. That's Breezy going down. What a scalp to find. And now you can see how this works. Only 2 smokes remaining for EG. A 5-on-4, and we still have the incendiary for Stewie. At this point of the round, this is crucial. If he can deploy that correctly, which he just has, unfortunately, a little bit too early, that would have been fantastic. So here comes the final play potential. It's a bit of a ruse towards B. So the bomb's down towards middle.
But they're pushing through short to check it. Twist Elise is going to contest. He has to stop him. No. Instead, Stan gets the frag and panicking to respond is Nitro. The molly, they're ahead of it. He does land the dink, but it's not quite enough. Damage inflicted. 2 members bleeding internally on EG. A nice catch. Do eliminate Ethan. Tarek, however, left to his own devices, still found another with his low HP. 2 frags to his name. He's done enough. It's Stan that will have to stand up against the 2 Liquid members closing in for the retake.
Oh, should have got a frag there. Probably doesn't affect the outcome of the round, but still, it's going to be Nafly to save an AK-47. So they don't win the round, certainly had the option to, but that's about what we expected, right? 2 or 3 kills, they save an AK, they're definitely buying up in the next round, so the money's going to be very tight for EG, and Liquid have done enough here. Naf will save the AK-47, and they're going to bring out the heavy artillery going forward. So EG win the round, that's quite a hollow victory. They're still feeling it, though.
Yeah.
I would say that's more successful for Liquid going forward, but we'll see how this one pans out. They get 3,500 per player for winning on the T side. You can see Galil's have to be brought out now just to compensate and give them extra utility. Nice opening frag there for Liquid. Wasn't quite enough in the end, but a great effort.
Yeah, I mean, that fight that Twist's had on Stanislaw, it goes very differently if he has, you know, catching on that bomb loose, maybe damage onto Tarek before he can cross to the side. It's a whole different kettle of fish, but fantastic from Stanislaw to win that duel.
So Stewie, the anchor, he's given the AK-47. It's got more one-tap potential, right? You want to be playing those positions like Ramprom on Nuke, V-Sight on Inferno. Give those players the AKs, if possible. Very fast push from Breezy, making a lot of noise. At least be ready and waiting for him. He's going to maybe get a double kill here, but the flashbang catches him. That's delivered by Cirque, and it's a fast pounce towards Quad.
There's only one man on the side at the moment. Twist towards the balcony. They're all around him. He's hoping that they jump straight into his jaws, and they do. Lowers Cirque, and he's left alone as well. Great damage from Twist. Nitro caught another as well, so now all onto the one-man army. He's gone. Stewie makes sure of it, and that's the 12 for Liquid. And those roars from EG were short-lived.
Absolutely. And there's no real loss bonus behind them at this point, so that's a massive round for Liquid to pick up. It kind of shows you the mentality of losing the previous round, not a huge deal. You know you've got a great chance of picking this one up. It's 12-7. Galil's, CZs, this is exactly what I was talking about. Now they're in the driving seat. So it's the Krieg for Cirque. With no utility so far, gets a smoke and a flash, and it's a real compromise situation for them. Give this round up, you're 13-7 down, then you're full eco going forward after that. This is a bit of a nightmare at this point. This is not a must-win round, but you're not looking in a very good place if it falls apart.
A double and a dink from Twist in that pit position with 3 players closing in on him. That is phenomenal. Oh, Naf getting a little flirtatious with some aggression towards Banana. Just tucks himself in case anyone wanted to disrespect that close molly.